In the Dragon Ball world on Earth, beyond a vast stretch of Bowsy Mountain, a man with sharply defined features and a tall, straight figure stood dazedly on the edge of a broken cliff beside a small pool of water. Is this me? Who am I? Where am I? Lelin stared at his reflection in the water, gently touching that unfamiliar face as he muttered to himself in a low voice. He clearly remembered staying up all night, playing Honor of Kings, fighting on until 3 or 4 in the morning, and only collapsing into a muddled sleep when exhaustion finally overwhelmed him. Yet now, waking up so abruptly, he found himself in a completely unfamiliar place. Not only was the surrounding environment strange, even the body he inhabited had become that of an entirely different person. What in the world is going on? Lelin had never encountered anything like this before and could not help voicing his confusion once more. Just as his mind wrestled fruitlessly for an explanation, a majestic voice suddenly resounded in his head. Program ready. Talent system is now activating. That voice was like heavenly music, freezing the confusion on Lelin's face in an instant. System. His eyes widened as tumult surged violently within his heart. The word was at once familiar and foreign to him. Familiar because it appeared constantly in online novels, almost always the crucial golden cheat that allowed the protagonist to ascend to the peak of life. Foreign because although he had seen it countless times in fiction, he had never truly encountered one himself. He had imagined such a scene numberless times, yet never expected the scenario he had only fantasized about to actually manifest. Gulp. Lelin swallowed hard, then asked slowly, "Excuse me, are you really my system?" After his words fell, a few moments passed in silence. The majestic voice did not return. Lelin's expression froze slightly as he wondered inwardly, why isn't it saying anything? Could that just have been my imagination? Just as doubts surged again, the system's voice reappeared. First stage talents have been fully activated. Who? Lelin exhaled heavily. Hearing the system's voice again, the heart that had been hanging in suspense finally settled. It seemed none of this was an illusion, but something truly happening. He might suffer one hallucination, but surely not a second in succession. After confirming this much, Lelin asked cautiously, System, can you hear me? Where am I right now? Can you tell me? Since it was his first time interacting with a legendary system, he deliberately lowered his stance. Having finally obtained such a powerful cheat, he dared not offend it in the slightest. If it abandoned him, what would he do then? Yet, even so, the system still did not respond to his question. What's going on here? Why has it gone silent again? Lelin scratched his head and grumbled helplessly. This system felt completely different from the ones he had read about. Was he not supposed to be the host? No matter what kind of temperament this system possessed, it should at least answer when its host spoke. Just as Lelin was utterly at a loss, a cool sensation suddenly surged up into his head. His previously sluggish mind sharpened in an instant. His once blurred vision became crystal clear, and a faint, almost ethereal white aura began to seep from his body. This strange state lasted for roughly 10 minutes. Hiss. Huh. Lelin unconsciously drew in a deep breath, then slowly exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. At this moment, he felt as though his entire body had undergone an earth-shaking transformation. A ceaseless tide of strength surged within him, as if it were about to erupt from his very veins. Not only that, but several clear lines of text suddenly appeared in his mind. This is... Lelin stared at the words that had emerged out of nowhere and began to read them out one word at a time. First stage talents. 1. Physical appearance and bodily durability remolding. 2. Tenfold learning and comprehension ability. 3. Accelerated recovery of injuries and stamina. 4. Increased strength during battle. 5. Base combat power at Super 2 level. The above constitute the first stage talents. When your strength reaches a certain realm, the second stage talents will automatically unlock. After reading everything, Lelin's mouth fell slightly open, his eyes filled with shock. Gulp. He swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Though his heart was in turmoil, he forced himself to calmly analyze what these lines of text actually meant. The first item, the remolding of physical appearance and bodily strength, needed little explanation. His entire look had already changed completely. That was clearly the result of the appearance remolding. The second item, tenfold learning and comprehension. The third, accelerated recovery of injuries and stamina. And the fourth, growth in strength during battle. These were practically tailor-made for a novel's protagonist. It truly deserved to be called a legendary system. What shocked Lelin even more, however, was the fifth item, base combat power at Super 2 level. Though he had not watched many anime series, he still knew full well what Super 2 meant. Wasn't that simply shorthand for Super Saiyan 2? Combined with the words combat power that followed, he could now be entirely certain that this world was in fact the world of Dragon Ball. Hiss. At this thought, Lelin could not help drawing in a sharp breath, trying his best to remain calm. Yet even after inhaling several lungfuls of fresh air, his heart refused to settle. The small heart in his chest pounded wildly. To have crossed over into the Dragon Ball world was already utterly unbelievable. Now to suddenly possess combat power at Super 2. How could he not be thrilled? After roughly 10 minutes of excitement, Lelin's emotions finally began to calm. He knew this was no time for celebration. Although he had abruptly obtained the power of Super 2, this was still the Dragon Ball world, a place where heaven and earth could be annihilated at a whim. The most pressing matter now was to determine what point in the timeline he had arrived at. If this was the early Dragon Ball period, Super 2 would be more than enough. He could practically walk sideways wherever he went. But if he had fallen into the later stages of Dragon Ball, his situation would be dire. That level of power would not even be worth mentioning. In the eyes of latest-stage powerhouses, he might be no different from an ordinary person. I'd better find some place with people and ask around first. Lelin rubbed his chin, muttering under his breath. After all, this place was utterly desolate. It would be difficult to learn anything here. It would be far better to seek out traces of cities and civilization. Yet before he could even lift his foot to leave, several meteors suddenly streaked across the sky. Lelin looked up and saw those shooting stars moving at astonishing speed. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In almost an instant, those meteors abruptly changed course and plummeted straight down, slamming into the flat ground at the base of the cliff. Seeing this scene, Lelin felt a jolt in his heart. He knew that those things falling from the sky were definitely not meteors, but powerful beings from the Dragon Ball world. Unfortunately, the distance was too great, and he could not clearly see the faces of this group that had just descended. Is something about to happen here? Lelin rubbed his chin and frowned in thought. He had watched Dragon Ball, but that had been a very long time ago. Many of the specific plot details were now hazy in his memory, and no matter how hard he tried, he simply could not recall what was supposed to happen here next. Just as he was still racking his brains, dark clouds suddenly gathered across the sky. A gigantic spaceship appeared, blotting out the sun and casting a vast shadow over the ground below. This is... Lelin's eyelids twitched as he watched this new development unfold, as though he had recalled something. At that moment, the people at the bottom of the cliff suddenly flew upward. Lelin hastily turned to look and saw those familiar silhouettes appear one after another before him. Vegeta, by Tianjin Fan, Kellen Wufan. All of these warriors of Earth had gathered here now. Vegeta and the others also noticed Lelin at once, but they paid him little heed. At this moment, all of their attention was fixed on Frieza's cosmic spaceship. Compared to that, Lelin, this seemingly ordinary Earthling, was utterly insignificant. Rumble. As Lelin was still sizing everyone up, the cosmic spaceship slowly descended. With a metallic creak, the hatch opened and a dense crowd of aliens with all kinds of appearances poured out. Lelin's gaze was also drawn to them. After these aliens emerged one after another, two figures, one tall and one short, appeared at the very end. Ho ho ho, it seems we have arrived, father. Frieza, whose body was now mostly mechanical, chuckled with sinister delight. Haha. Beside Frieza, King Kurd let out a cold snort and nodded faintly. Watching the two of them step out, Lelin's mind suddenly cleared. In an instant, he understood exactly which part of the story this was. The warriors of Earth, upon seeing Frieza and King Kurd, all grew visibly tense. Tianjin Fan and Yamcha in particular had never gone to Namek. This was their first time facing Frieza, and with the addition of the unfathomable King Kurd, the pressure in their hearts was unimaginable. It's over. Earth is finished. I never thought King Kurd would come as well. Vegeta clenched his fists tightly, speaking through gritted teeth. Facing Frieza alone was already enough to drive one to collapse. He had never imagined that King Kurd would come along too. BB Vegeta. Who is King Kurd? Kellen asked nervously. He had already witnessed Frieza's terror. Merely coming here today had taken immense courage. He had not expected that not only would Frieza appear today, but an oversized version of Frieza would show up as well. Vegeta kept his wary eyes fixed ahead as he explained stiffly, King Kurd is Frieza's father. Rumor has it his strength surpasses even Frieza's. After speaking, he swept a glance over the others beside him and continued, this time Earth is doomed for sure. If you want to run, you'd better do it now. Hearing Vegeta's warning, everyone looked at one another in dismay, eyes wide. They wanted to flee, but just as Vegeta had said, Earth was on the brink of annihilation. Even if they ran, where could they possibly escape to? In the end, wouldn't they still die all the same? Frieza's group had also taken notice of Vegeta and the others. Frieza swept a cold gaze across them, but did not see any sign of Sun Wukong. Father, it seems the one who killed me hasn't shown up, he said icily. He had come today for the sole purpose of killing Sun Wukong to avenge himself for what happened on planet Namek. Now that he could not find any trace of Sun Wukong, disappointment inevitably crept into his heart. Humph. King Kurd folded his arms across his chest and snorted twice. There is no need to make it so troublesome. Kill everyone on this planet, and that man will naturally have to show himself. Hearing King Kurd's words, Frieza let out a cold laugh and nodded. Father and son were of one mind. Even if they killed Sun Wukong, they had no intention of sparing this planet. Since they had come all this way, they might as well wipe out everyone on this world. Perhaps they could even sell it for a good price. Seeing the vicious expressions on Frieza and King Kurd's faces, Kellen panicked, hastily asking the others, Vegeta, it looks like they're about to make a move. What should we do? Vegeta gave no reply. He too was extremely nervous. Cold sweat streamed continuously down his forehead. Although he was usually arrogant, he was not blind to reality. In the current situation, the crisis before them was far beyond what someone of his level could hope to handle. Watching the way Vegeta and the others looked now, Frieza felt utterly satisfied. He delighted in the fear of the weak, especially Vegeta. He wanted to make this once high and mighty Scion Prince crawl at his feet. Lelin sensed the starkly contrasting atmosphere from both sides, feeling slightly awkward in his heart. He was standing right in the middle of the two groups, unable to move forward or retreat. He could only stand foolishly in place, maintaining an awkward smile. Oh! Frieza naturally noticed Lelin furrowing his brow slightly as he slowly raised a finger and said, "Then let's start with you." This was the first time he had encountered someone in front of him who was not afraid but could still smile. Such a person made them feel extremely uncomfortable, and since they felt uncomfortable, he could only send him to his death. Lelin looked at Frieza, pointing at him, his mouth slightly agape, not expecting to become the first target. At that moment, his expression involuntarily turned chaotic. Although he currently possessed Super Saiyan strength, he had no idea how to use it, and the power within him felt entirely unmanageable. "Hey, you better dodge." After seeing this scene, Krillin urgently shouted. Deep down, he was still relatively kind-hearted. Seeing a vibrant life about to perish before him, he felt a great sense of reluctance. Idiot. Vegeta frowned as he glanced at Lelin, cursing under his breath. Clearly, he regarded Lelin as a completely powerless ordinary earthling. He wondered why the humans on this planet were so foolish. Upon witnessing such a scene, shouldn't they have fled immediately? Why was he still staring blankly for such a long time? Now he could only pay the price for his foolishness. Tien Han, Yamcha, and the others shook their heads helplessly after witnessing this. Although they wanted to save the young man in front of them, their strength did not allow for it. Going in recklessly could likely mean death for them as well. Off. Lelin, hearing Krillin's shout, snapped out of his daze and wanted to dodge. After all, he had not undergone systematic training and still did not know how to unleash his own power. If he were to die without even getting a chance to use his abilities, how frustrating that would be. However, even if he wanted to dodge now, it was already too late. Haha. Frieza smiled cruelly, and purple sparks suddenly erupted from his fingertips. Whoosh! A straight purple beam suddenly shot out towards Lelin. Ah! Lelin stared wide-eyed at the destructive purple beam coming towards him, shouting in panic. At the same time as the beam was about to hit him, he buried his head low and crossed his arms over his chest. Boom! An explosion suddenly rang out, and a cloud of smoke began to rise. The place where Lelin stood was now enveloped in thick smoke. Damn it! Krillin, witnessing this scene, angrily cursed. The others couldn't help but feel a sense of sorrow for the rabbit and the fox. Although they did not know Lelin, the outcome would likely be the same. Sure enough, Frieza, seeing his attack hit, laughed and licked his lips. Haha. He then turned his attention back to Vegeta and the others, saying, "Next, it's your turn." Everyone shuddered at Frieza's cruel and eerie gaze. Krillin, who had initially felt some anger, was instantly overtaken by fear upon sensing the cold, killing intent. His entire body involuntarily took a few steps back. "You all can die." Frieza's eyes emitted an unusual glint as a purple energy ball appeared in his hand. After seeing this, everyone braced themselves, preparing for battle. However, just as Frieza was about to strike them down, King Cold's voice interrupted. "Frieza, wait a moment." Upon hearing the voice, Frieza's brow furrowed slightly, seemingly displeased. Yet he stopped his attack and turned his head to ask indifferently, "What is it, father?" King Cold did not look at Frieza, but was staring intently at the area where the explosion had occurred. Frieza, puzzled by his father's gaze, turned to look. The people on Earth felt a slight relief when they saw Frieza halt his attack. Simultaneously, they also turned their attention to see what had happened to cause Frieza to stop. Amidst the curious gazes, a calm voice suddenly rang out. "That was close. I almost got killed by you." As the smoke slowly dissipated, the figure that emerged was none other than Lelin, who had been attacked earlier. The sudden turn of events caused Frieza's pupils to constrict sharply. Not only Frieza, but also the powerful beings on Earth were slightly surprised by the current situation. This guy actually came out unscathed, Krillin said in disbelief. Not only him, but even Vegeta was somewhat astonished. The Earthling, after enduring Frieza's attack, was completely unharmed. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he probably wouldn't have believed it. This time it won't be a near miss. Frieza raised his hand and said coldly. A purple energy ball appeared in his hand, the same one he intended to use against the crowd. With a swift motion, the energy ball shot out like lightning. Boom! A tremendous sound erupted. The power this time was significantly greater than before. Moreover, this time it firmly struck the body of that person. Thus, the man who had just narrowly escaped death was utterly beyond saving. "I suppose you are disappointed again." "Oh, I am still alive." As the dense smoke slowly dissipated, Lelin's voice echoed once more. He appeared serene, smiling as he looked at Frieza. Initially, when Frieza attacked for the first time, he thought he was doomed. However, he never expected that Frieza's attack would be so painless. It was even more comfortable than a massage. This is impossible. Frieza looked at Lelin in disbelief, exclaiming. His previous attack not only failed to kill this man, but also caused no harm whatsoever. The only effect was that it merely dirted the man's clothing. The shock in Frieza's heart was matched by the astonishment felt by Vegeta and the others. Who is this guy? I don't recall any strong beings like this on Earth. The one who asked this was Piccolo. Although he was a Namekian, he had lived on Earth all his life. He was somewhat aware of the powerful beings on Earth. However, this person in front of him had no impact whatsoever. Tien, Yamcha, and Krillin shook their heads in response. They had no recollection of the person before them. Regardless of whether we know him or not, this person is likely very strong. Perhaps he can defeat Frieza. Krillin clenched his fists, his face filled with joy. The others were stirred by Krillin's words. However, Vegeta poured cold water on everyone at that moment. Stop dreaming. You don't think that surviving 2 attacks means you can defeat Frieza? Vegeta crossed his arms and said coldly. Vegeta's fear of Frieza was deeply ingrained. Other than the Super Saiyan, he didn't believe anyone could defeat Frieza. The enthusiasm of the crowd was ruthlessly extinguished. Vegeta was absolutely correct. The energy Frieza had just released was definitely not his full power. If he were to unleash his full strength, it was likely that no one present would be his match. It seems we still have to rely on Goku. Kid, I admit I underestimated you, but this game ends here. Frieza said coldly. The ineffectiveness of 2 attacks had thoroughly enraged him. The people of this planet were all so detestable to him. He decided he would destroy this planet, burying all the beings on it in his hands. Oh, is that so? Lelin chuckled lightly, then raised his finger and continued. Your first attack against me must have been this move, right? What? Frieza, hearing Lelin's words, responded with confusion, not understanding what he meant. Lelin had no intention of explaining. He simply shook his head with a smile, and suddenly a white light appeared at his fingertip. Whoosh! A white energy beam shot towards Frieza's position. This beam was over 100 times stronger than the one Frieza had fired earlier. Not only was its power immense, but the speed of the attack was several times faster. No! Frieza seemed to realize the threat of this attack and shouted in terror. However, the beam was too fast. Frieza couldn't dodge it. The white ray pierced through his body. Then Frieza's body began to swell rapidly like a balloon. Boom! An explosion suddenly erupted. Frieza's body was instantly shattered into pieces. In the last moment, he couldn't even let out a wail as the Cosmic Emperor perished on Earth. Everything happened so suddenly. King Cold witnessed Frieza die right before his eyes. He couldn't even intervene to stop it. Frieza has been eliminated. Krillin seemed unable to believe what had just happened, his eyes filled with shock. Piccolo nodded after a moment of hesitation and said, it seems to be the case. Vegeta was so stunned he couldn't speak, his eyes completely filled with astonishment. He had just been saying that Frieza couldn't be defeated so easily. Unexpectedly, he was instantly killed by the person before him. Could the slap in the face come any faster? Now, as he looked at Lelin, he no longer regarded him with the same disdain as before. To be able to defeat Frieza in a single blow, how strong must this person be? Lelin's lips curled slightly in a smile, and his expression was one of joy as he nodded. Indeed, this is the strength of a Super 2, truly impressive. At the same time, he secretly praised the system in his heart. Just a glance at the technique used by Frieza, and he had merely thought about it for a moment. To his surprise, he had directly deduced the method of using this technique. He retaliated effortlessly, and its power was even greater. Thinking of this, Lelin couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement in his heart. He turned his head to King Cold and said nonchalantly, next it's your turn. Upon hearing this, King Cold felt a slight tightening in his heart, and his pupils began to constrict. He had never expected there to be such a formidable person on Earth, something he and Frieza had not anticipated. Now, with this guy turning his attention towards him, it inevitably made him a bit nervous. Kid, don't get too cocky, yo, I can do what you just did. King Cold steadied himself and spoke in a cold tone, not feeling anger over Frieza's death. Although the two were father and son, he understood Frieza's ambitious nature. Frieza was arrogant and unruly. If not for his own power surpassing Frieza's, he would have likely been replaced long ago. He would not have shown him such respect as before. Oh, is that so? Lelin raised an eyebrow slightly, speaking with a hint of doubt. Of course, King Cold replied with a somewhat confident expression. His combat power was indeed somewhat higher than Frieza's. Although it was only slightly higher, if Frieza was caught off guard, he could achieve the same effect. Upon hearing King Cold's words, Vegeta, Piccolo, and the others were startled. They had thought that with Lelin the savior, they would be saved and Earth could resolve this crisis. They did not expect that this King Cold beside them was also frighteningly powerful. Moreover, from his demeanor it seemed he was not lying. Lelin, upon hearing this, was dismissive. Such words could intimidate others, but couldn't faze him. As a transmigrator in the Dragon Ball world, he was quite familiar with the plot here. This King Cold might indeed be a bit stronger than Frieza. However, he was definitely not on the same level as himself, though after all, in the normal plot this guy was merely taken down by Trunks with a single move. Seeing Lelin's silent King Cold's expression began to show pride. He threw out an olive branch, speaking in an enticing tone, it is rare to see a young powerhouse like you. So how about it? Are you interested in taking Frieza's place? I can adopt you as my godson, and we can conquer this universe together. Lelin was slightly taken aback by King Cold's words, blinking his eyes in surprise. He had merely been lost in thought for a moment, not expecting this guy to want to adopt him as a godson. Or wasn't that a flight of fancy? Being familiar with the plot and possessing the golden finger cheat, his current strength was already considerable. How could he foolishly agree to be your godson? I have absolutely no interest in being your godson. Lelin scoffed, his face showing disdain as he raised his finger and continued. You should go to hell and find your own son. Upon hearing Lelin's mockery, King Cold's expression became unpleasant. However, before he could speak again, a flash of light appeared at Lelin's fingertip. Whooshed! A white energy beam shot out like a bullet, instantly piercing through his chest. The powerful impact caused him to stagger back several steps, and his unsteady footing made him collapse to the ground. Wow! King Cold covered the pierced area with his hand, unable to stop a mouthful of blood from spewing out. At the same time, the vitality within him began to accelerate its departure. While he is indeed a bit stronger than Frieza, he endured my attack and is still not dead. Lelin raised an eyebrow and said, slightly surprised. However, this slight surprise quickly faded as a white energy ball appeared in his hand. It was learned from the second attack of Frieza. Aside from the difference in color, the energy contained within was astonishingly powerful. Upon seeing Lelin preparing to launch a second attack, King Cold was instantly horrified, repeatedly raising his hands in protest. No, please. Don't kill me. I will leave Earth immediately. I promise I will never come back to this galaxy. Before he could finish, the energy ball in Lelin's hand was released. No, King Cold shouted in despair. Now severely injured, he was completely unable to evade this attack. He could only watch helplessly as he was engulfed by the white light. Boom! The explosion rang out, and a wisp of blue smoke slowly rose, causing the entire mountain to shake violently. Great boulders began to tumble down the summit. After a long while, the aftermath of the explosion began to subside, and the scene gradually returned to calm. The blue smoke dissipated slowly, leaving only a handful of black remnants where King Cold's massive body once stood. The entire scene, apart from Lelin and the warriors from Earth, was left with only Frieza and a few minions brought by King Cold. These minions could never have imagined that the two mightiest kings in the universe would vanish into thin air in an instant. After eliminating King Cold, Lelin turned his gaze towards the minions. Please don't kill me. A minion seemed unable to withstand Lelin's gaze, collapsing to the ground and begging for mercy. Upon witnessing this scene, the others began to kneel, uttering words of supplication. The entire mountain echoed with their pleas, interspersed with soft sobs. Lelin frowned slightly and slowly waved his hand. He was not someone who delighted in killing and didn't pay much mind to these minions. As long as they didn't provoke him, letting them go was quite acceptable. The minions were instantly overjoyed by Lelin's gesture. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. The minions wiped their tears and expressed their gratitude incessantly. They also dared not delay, rushing in droves into the spaceship, fearing they might be too late. Boom! The spaceship powered on and slowly ascended into the sky. In no time, it disappeared from above the Earth, flying deep into the universe. The people on Earth were left agape at this spectacle. Their eyes were filled with profound shock. The crisis on Earth had been resolved by such an inexplicable person and done so decisively without any fuss. With just 3 casual energy blasts, he had dealt with Frieza and his father. Vegeta, what should we do now? Krillin turned to his side, swallowed hard, and spoke slowly. Vegeta was the strongest among them, so he naturally took the lead. Now that Frieza had been eliminated by this mysterious person, what to do next needed to be discussed. Vegeta, still in shock, didn't know what to say. The perceived crisis had been effortlessly resolved in front of this individual. He had no idea when such a powerful figure had emerged on Earth. He remembered that the last time he came to Earth, this person had not appeared at all. I don't know. After much thought, Vegeta finally uttered these 3 words. At this moment, he didn't know what to do. Although this person had helped them eliminate Frieza, they were unaware of his background. In a situation where it was still impossible to discern friend from foe, it was best to observe the changes and avoid provoking him easily. After all, this was someone capable of taking down Frieza with a single blow, if angered the consequences would be unimaginable. The others exchanged glances unsure of what to say. If Vegeta didn't know, they certainly lacked the courage to approach and greet him. After all, they wanted to live a few more years without dying in vain. However, their reluctance to initiate contact was merely their one-sided wish. "Hi there. How are you?" Lelin turned around enthusiastically, waving his hand in greeting. He looked as if he had just met an old friend, his expression radiating sincerity and excitement. After all, these people were once seen only in films and animations. Meeting them today inevitably stirred a sense of excitement within him. Although he recognized everyone present, they did not know him. Upon seeing him suddenly turn around, all of them felt a chill run down their spines, instinctively taking 2 steps back. Hi there." Krillin leaned back slightly, awkwardly waving his hand. Previously, had he seen Lelin's enthusiastic demeanor, he would have undoubtedly approached to speak. However, today they had been through too much shock. Since learning Frieza was coming to Earth, they had been in a state of heightened tension. Even though Frieza had been eliminated, the sudden appearance of this stranger still made them uneasy, except for one person among them. Upon seeing Lelin's handsome face, her fear vanished in an instant. Replaced by a love-struck expression, her eyes seemed to sparkle with hearts. In her mind, how could such a handsome person possibly be a bad guy? She waved her little hand amicably at Lelin. Sighed. Seeing the strange expressions on everyone's faces, Lelin sighed helplessly and smiled at Bulma with a nod. He could understand their feelings, having experienced such a roller coaster of emotions. Moreover, with his sudden appearance as a strong figure, their feelings were likely more fearful than joyful. Just as he was about to continue the conversation, in the sky a mysterious aircraft suddenly appeared. "Oh, is Trunks coming?" Lelin looked up and mumbled to himself. This aircraft looked exactly like the one in his memory. If nothing went wrong, it should be the time machine used by future Trunks. The sudden appearance of the mysterious aircraft drew everyone's attention, and they all looked up. The aircraft slowly and steadily landed right in front of Lelin. Creak. The door at the top of the aircraft slowly opened. A blue-haired youth jumped out from inside, dressed in a work uniform and carrying a long sword on his back. Huff. The blue-haired youth took a breath and muttered to himself, "I finally made it." He then looked around, seemingly searching for something. Perhaps due to the fruitless search, the youth felt puzzled and said, "That's strange. At this time, Frieza should have already arrived. Why isn't he anywhere to be seen?" The youth scanned the area before suddenly turning to look behind him. Lelin smiled as he looked at the Trunks across from him, wanting to greet him. However, the youth completely overlooked him and instead gazed at the crowd of Earthlings behind him. After witnessing this scene, Lelin felt somewhat awkward and reluctantly lowered his hand, which he had intended to raise. It wasn't that Trunks was impolite, he simply did not recognize Lelin and regarded him as an ordinary Earthling. Everyone. Trunks looked at those familiar faces from the past, feeling a surge of emotions. When he saw Bulma, his expression softened considerably. Upon seeing Vegeta, his gaze lingered noticeably longer, lost in thought. The crowd watched the suddenly appearing unfamiliar youth with heightened vigilance. Wondering what day it was to have so many mysterious strangers appear one after another, they assessed the youth's aura, concluding that he was no ordinary individual. "Wow, another handsome guy has arrived." At this moment, Bulma was completely smitten, her eyes wide with admiration. The earlier Lelin and the current youth were simply breathtaking. In her heart, she even wondered if the heavens knew her boyfriend was inadequate and sent her 2 handsome guys to choose from. Lelin couldn't help but chuckle upon hearing Bulma's words. If she knew the identity of this youth, she would probably be quite surprised. Excuse me." Trunks scratched his head and spoke. "Have you seen Frieza?" "I came specifically to eliminate him. According to my calculations, he should have landed in this generation." Upon hearing the youth's words, Vegeta clenched his fists tightly, a flicker of anger rising within him. This anger was not directed at others, but rather at himself. After all, he had no familial ties to Frieza, and thus had no reason to seek justice for him, especially since that person was already dead. What infuriated him was his own lack of strength, feeling utterly weak. Frieza was such a powerful existence. He was practically a nightmare in his heart. Just mentioning him sent chills down his spine. Yet now this formidable nightmare was effortlessly killed by the mysterious person before him, and then another youth appeared claiming he would eliminate Frieza with a tone of nonchalance, completely disregarding the threat. The carefree demeanor of these two greatly provoked this proud scion prince. He began to internally resent and roar, questioning why he was so weak. In the end, he found himself needing to be saved by others. Why couldn't he transform into a super scion like Kakarot? If he could, he wouldn't be so angry. The others didn't notice Vegeta's strange behavior. They were rather taken aback by the youth's questioning. They never expected this youth to boldly seek out trouble with Frieza right from the start. Judging by his appearance, he likely wasn't an ordinary person. That gentleman Frieza has already been eliminated by this man." Krillin stammered, pointing in Lelin's direction. Upon hearing that Frieza had been eliminated, Trunks paused slightly. He thought to himself, could it be that Son Goku had already returned to Earth and taken out Frieza ahead of time? He looked toward the direction Krillin indicated, puzzled. Trunks looked over and saw Lelin smiling and nodding at him. He realized that the person Krillin pointed to was the one he had just overlooked, and Trunks' eyes widened in disbelief. What? What is going on here? Trunks appeared somewhat astonished, repeatedly questioning himself. He struggled to recall any information about this person. However, after thinking for quite a while, he still found nothing. In his memory, there was no trace of this person. Trunks, looking bewildered, approached Lelin cautiously and asked, Excuse me, are you the one who eliminated Frieza? The current situation had completely exceeded his understanding. All he could do was seek confirmation once more. Lelin seemed to sense Trunks' confusion and merely smiled, nodding slightly. After seeing the confirmation from this man, Trunks' confusion deepened. According to his knowledge, historically Frieza was eliminated by the returning Son Goku. The powerful beings on Earth during this period should not be Frieza's match. So, may I ask, what is your name? Trunks said very politely. My name is Lelin, and I am an Earthling. Lelin replied nonchalantly. Lelin muttered the unfamiliar name. Trunks, shaking his head slightly. This name sounds new to me. If there were such a powerful person on Earth, there should be records of him in history. Could it be that something went wrong with the time machine and sent me to another timeline? Lelin looked at Trunks' puzzled expression and smiled, shaking his head. He wanted to explain, but reason told him not to. As a time traveler, it was best not to reveal his identity, lest he attract trouble. After all, there are higher powers in this world. The others, hearing the conversation between the two, were left in confusion, not knowing what they were discussing. At this moment, it seemed that only Lelin was fully aware of the situation. Just as everyone was puzzled, a shooting star suddenly streaked across the sky. It's Dad. Dad is back. Son Gohan exclaimed excitedly, looking up at the sky. As the son of Son Goku, he was sensitive to his father's aura. The moment this shooting star appeared, he sensed Goku's presence. Upon hearing Gohan's words, everyone looked up, trying to perceive the aura in the air. Sure enough, after everyone sensed it, smiles of joy appeared on their faces. However, Lelin felt a bit gloomy this time. He still couldn't perceive the existence of Chi, but he could see a circular spaceship approaching from the sky. Unable to comprehend what it felt like to sense Chi. Boom. The spaceship that Son Goku was on crashed directly onto the ground, not far from the crowd. Everyone's gaze was immediately drawn to it, their expressions becoming somewhat excited. After all, it had been so long since they last saw each other on planet Namek, and they truly missed one another. Lelin also curiously stared at the circular spaceship. This was the protagonist of the Dragon Ball world, and he was about to meet him, which made his heart flutter with excitement. Creak. The small circular spaceship's hatch suddenly popped open. Out walked a rugged and somewhat oddly dressed strong man. Although it was his first time seeing the real person, Lelin recognized him at a glance. This was indeed Son Goku. He looked exactly as he had seen in the anime. Dad. Gohan could no longer contain his joy and shouted happily, simultaneously spreading his legs and joyfully running towards Son Goku. Seeing his son running over, Son Goku looked very happy. After a long separation, he immediately picked up his son. Seeing the Earthlings on the hillside, Goku smiled and waved. At the same time, he lightly leapt and flew directly in front of everyone. Everyone, it's been a while, Son Goku said with a smile on his face to the crowd. Krillin, Piccolo, and Tien Shinhan gathered around him. Tien Shinhan joked, after such a long time, it seems you have grown quite a bit stronger. Hee. Upon hearing the compliment, Son Goku scratched his head and smiled in acknowledgement. The others chimed in with light-hearted remarks, eager to catch up after such a long time apart. Son Goku also agreed, expressing that after wandering through the universe for so long, there was no place like home on Earth. It's great to see that everyone is safe, Goku said with a smile. Then his expression suddenly turned serious as he continued, isn't it said that Frieza is also on Earth? Where is he now? He hasn't arrived yet, has he? Just as everyone was about to explain Frieza's whereabouts, a voice interrupted. Frieza has already been eliminated by me. The speaker was Lelin, who walked forward with a smile. It's great to see you, Son Goku. Upon seeing the person speaking, everyone parted to create a path. After hearing the voice, Son Goku's expression froze for a moment, and then he smiled foolishly, saying, Oh, nice to meet you. Perhaps it was his first time meeting Lelin, and he seemed a bit flustered. He began to wonder in his heart, when such a powerful warrior emerged on Earth. To think he could even defeat Frieza. Back then he had only defeated Frieza after transforming into a Super Saiyan on planet Namek. Trunks saw that Lelin had approached to speak and suddenly remembered his mission in this timeline. He had been completely thrown off track by Lelin's unexpected appearance and had forgotten his own business. Mr. Goku, may I have a word with you? Trunks said loudly, moving swiftly to stand in front of Goku. Son Goku looked at another unfamiliar face and was momentarily perplexed. He wondered who these people were. It had been so long since he left that so many unfamiliar faces had appeared. Before he could think further, Trunks suddenly pulled him to the other side of the mountain. The onlookers were left bewildered by the boy's unexpected action. Lelin remained calm beside them as his identity was rather special, belonging to the category of those who are prophetic. He was well aware of why Trunks was seeking Son Goku. The two arrived at the cliff on the other side of the mountain and began their conversation. Although the crowd could see their figures, they had no idea what was being discussed. However, there was one exception, and that was Piccolo. Due to the unique structure of his ears, he should be able to hear their conversation clearly. What on earth does this boy want with Goku? Krillin gazed into the distance, murmuring in confusion. I don't know. Almost everyone shook their heads at such a distance. Of course, they had no idea what was being talked about. Just then, two powerful auras suddenly erupted around them. Trunks and Son Goku transformed simultaneously into Super Saiyans. The tremendous power they unleashed caused a fierce wind to whip around them. The storm spread out from the center of the two. What? What is happening? That boy actually transformed into a Super Saiyan. Krillin was left dumbfounded, his mouth agape. No, this is impossible. Vegeta also exclaimed in surprise. Among all the people present, he was the most shocked. He had no recollection of such a boy among the Saiyans. Moreover, all Saiyans should have black hair. However, this boy's blue hair clearly did not fit the Saiyan traits. While everyone was astonished, the two had already begun fighting. Trunks drew his long sword from his back and relentlessly slashed at Son Goku. Son Goku effortlessly defended against the onslaught with just 2 fingers. Their exchange did not last long. However, after the brief bout, both had a rough understanding of each other's strengths. Trunks' expression brightened after the match, and he sheathed his sword. With a smile, he continued conversing with Son Goku. Why can an inexplicable person suddenly transform into a Super Saiyan? Vegeta felt a sense of unease, veins popping on his forehead. The others sensed something was off with Vegeta and instinctively backed away. God knows if this guy has been triggered by something. What if he goes berserk next? The conversation on the other side quickly concluded, and Trunks informed Son Goku of everything that would happen in the future. Just as they were about to finish their discussion, Trunks suddenly stopped and pointed at Lelin, asking, Mr. Goku, do you know that person? Son Goku, seeing that Trunks was pointing at Lelin, sighed helplessly and replied, Sorry Trunks, this is the first time I've met him today. Trunks frowned slightly, nodding slowly as if he had thought of something. No problem, let's head over first. After saying that, Trunks flew over eagerly. Goku scratched his head in confusion and followed him. Upon their return, the people on Earth immediately surrounded the two, bombarding them with questions. Goku scratched his head, unsure of how to explain the situation. He noticed Trunks had not left yet and wanted him to speak up. However, Trunks had no intention of addressing the crowd. He walked straight to Lelin, smiling as he said, Mr. Lelin, hello, my name is Trunks. Lelin smiled politely and nodded, saying, Hello, is there something you need? Trunks, upon hearing this, got straight to the point. If it's convenient, can we talk privately? The crowd was instantly drawn to the boy named Trunks. No need for a private chat. I already know what will happen in the future. I will do my best in this timeline. Lelin responded with a calm smile. Upon hearing this, Trunks' eyes widened in surprise. 2 others present were also taken aback, Son Goku and Piccolo. They did not expect that this person named Lelin would actually know about future events. How do you know? Trunks said in shock. Before he could finish, Lelin interrupted him slowly, saying, I'm afraid I cannot disclose how I know, but I will definitely assist you in the future. Trunks opened his mouth wanting to say something, but found himself unable to speak. Since others had their own secrets, pursuing it further would be pointless. In that case, I will thank you on behalf of future humanity, Mr. Lelin. Trunks nodded, sincerely expressing his gratitude. At the same time, he took out a universal capsule, revealing the time machine he arrived in. Thus, under the gazes of the crowd, Trunks boarded the time machine and departed from this timeline. Lelin silently shook his head, thinking, Poor Trunks, even if our timeline changes, your timeline still needs you to save it. He truly admired the future Trunks. It took immense courage to live in such a hopeless future. No matter how powerful the enemy, he faced them all alone. This also shaped a personality that was entirely different from other Saiyans. No mercy. Kill if you can and never let go. Eliminate all potential threats in the cradle. Such decisiveness was never seen in Son Goku or Vegeta. After all, environment shapes character. After seeing Trunks leave, Son Wukong began to explain to everyone the events that would unfold in the future. However, due to his communication issues, he didn't know where to start. In the end, Piccolo took over for Wukong and repeated the crisis that Trunks had informed them about, skillfully avoiding mention of his identity. Huff. Upon hearing that 2 artificial beings would wreak havoc a year from now, everyone gasped in shock. That's how it is. I need to begin my training now. Piccolo finished speaking, shook his white robe, and turned to leave with a flare. Vegeta was severely affected today, and he had no desire to linger any longer. He He was about to begin his rigorous training, striving to transform into a Super Saiyan as soon as possible. At this thought, he subtly cast a glance at Lelin. He thought to himself, next time we meet, I want you to witness my strength. Without greeting anyone, he left the group with his back turned and rushed off in a direction. Everyone, I'll be leaving first. Well, reconnect in a year. Tianjin Fan said, bringing along his dumplings, and began to say goodbye to everyone as he departed towards the horizon. Only Lelin's son, Wukong's son Gohan, Krillin, Yamcha, and Bulma remained on site. Although son Wukong had learned of this news, he did not display the same panic as the others. After all, the combative genes within him were incredibly strong. When faced with a powerful opponent, his first instinct was not fear, but rather an intense exhilaration. Lelin also appeared quite natural, as he now possessed strength equivalent to a Super Saiyan 2. As long as he learned some basic concepts, let alone artificial beings, even the later Cell would not be his match. Let's head back, Krillin suggested to the remaining group. Since Frieza and the others had already been eliminated, there was no point in staying here any longer. It would be better to return and focus on training, preparing for the artificial being crisis a year from now. Bulma, Gohan, and Yamcha expressed no objections. Lelin, where do you live? Son Wukong also had no objections and turned to the side, saying, if there's nothing else, how about we train together for the next year? He was eager to spar with a strong person like Lelin. A person who could defeat Frieza must possess formidable power. Training with such a person would surely yield even better results. Upon hearing son Wukong's suggestion, Lelin nodded without hesitation and smiled. Sure, I couldn't ask for more. One of his talents was that he improved his strength through combat. On Earth now, son Wukong was the strongest. Training with him would undoubtedly provide significant help in his own improvement. At the same time, he urgently needed to learn some fundamental combat techniques. Krillin and the others found no issue from their previous conversations. They knew that although Lelin appeared quite mysterious, he was likely not a malicious individual. Since everyone has decided, let's head to my house for a meal and to relax, Bulma cheerfully suggested to the group. Her eyes were filled with affection as she looked at Lelin. For such a young, handsome, and powerful man, he held a fatal attraction for women like her. Lelin smiled and touched his nose. If his guess was correct, Bulma's current boyfriend should be the nearby Yamcha. As for the issue of Vegeta poaching that should occur within this year, everyone had no objections to Bulma's suggestion. As he spoke, everyone present boarded Bulma's flying vehicle, heading towards the location of the Capsule Corporation. On the way, Krillin curiously asked Lelin, are you an Earthling? How come I've never heard of you before? Lelin smiled and nodded at Krillin's question. Of course, I am a native Earthling. At the end, he silently added, although it's not the Earth of this world. I previously lived in the mountains detached from worldly affairs, so of course you haven't heard of me. Lelin casually fabricated a reason and explained with a light smile. Oh, so that's how it is. I wondered why you appeared on a cliff in the mountains. Krillin scratched his bald head, pondering. Son Gohan, hearing their conversation, suddenly became interested and asked curiously, Uncle Lelin, how did you train? That's incredible. You could defeat such a powerful villain like Frieza with just one move. Son Wukong was momentarily taken aback by his son's question, then his face lit up with excitement. While he knew it was Lelin who had taken down Frieza, he was unaware of the specific details. Now, hearing Gohan say it was done in one move, he began to feel exhilarated. He never expected this mysterious strong person he met for the first time would be so powerful. Although with his current strength, he could also defeat Frieza in one hit, he still yearned to battle with Lelin. Lelin's expression froze for a moment upon hearing son Gohan's question. He didn't know how to respond. Because his power was not gained through conventional means. Maybe I just have good talent, though I didn't deliberately train, and my strength naturally became this way. Lelin thought for a moment and found a reason that was somewhat acceptable to deflect the question. However, this statement sounded completely different in the ears of others. Son Gohan looked at him with a strange expression. Krillin's face twitched slightly. Even son Wukong unconsciously swallowed his saliva. Fortunately, Vegeta was not here. If he had heard this answer, he would have surely spat blood on the spot. After all the hard work he put into his training, how could it sound so easy coming from your mouth? You didn't deliberately train. Your strength just naturally became this way. Damn it, why can't I become like that? These questions swirled in everyone's minds. Lelin looked at the various expressions of the crowd and helplessly shook his head. He thought to himself, didn't I tell you? Talent is extraordinary. Why do you still find it so hard to believe? Just as everyone was shocked by Lelin's strength, they had already landed at the Capsule Corporation. Vegeta, on the other hand, had returned here early. Upon returning, he locked himself in the gravity training room and diligently practiced treating himself like an outsider. This is also thanks to Bulma's good nature, otherwise Yamcha would be somewhat intimidated by Vegeta. If it were anyone else, they would have likely chased him away long ago. After dinner, the sky had already begun to darken. Son Wukong, accompanied by his son, prepared to head home and warmly invited Lelin to join them. After all they had agreed to cultivate together in the days to come. If the distance were too great it might be inconvenient. Lelin pondered for a moment and agreed to his suggestion. Before leaving he specifically asked Bulma for a universal capsule for accommodation. The next morning, after having breakfast, Sun Wukong and Lelin prepared to begin sparring. However, just as they were ready, Lelin suddenly uttered a statement that left them dumbfounded. Well, Wukong, let's not rush. First teach me how to control Qi and then briefly teach me a few techniques. Lelin said, scratching his head in embarrassment. Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong's jaw nearly dropped, and he stared wide-eyed asking, what do you mean? Lelin, you still can't control Qi. Lelin's face turned red with embarrassment as he nodded awkwardly. Although he could use some energy attack methods, he truly knew nothing about controlling Qi. Gulp. Wukong swallowed hard and pointed at Lelin saying, then why can't I feel the Qi in you? Didn't you suppress your energy? Wukong was filled with doubt. If Lelin couldn't control Qi, then why couldn't he feel the power within him? In the past, Vegeta also didn't know about the existence of Qi, yet he could sense it from a great distance. Maybe it's because of a different constitution. Lelin explained helplessly. He remembered that he had obtained a talent through the system that allowed for the reconstruction of physical strength, which could be related to this. Sun Wukong, hearing Lelin's explanation, was still confused and couldn't comprehend it. Fortunately, he wasn't the type to think deeply, and after a moment decided not to dwell on it. All right, then let me explain it to you. It might not be very good, so I hope you won't mind. Sun Wukong said slowly. Lelin smiled and nodded politely, replying, don't worry, you're too humble. His mind was now very clear in analyzing any matter. He was confident that as long as it was explained roughly, he would completely grasp it. Seeing that Lelin didn't mind, Sun Wukong began to explain. This explanation lasted for half an hour. I must say, if Sun Wukong were to battle, he would undoubtedly excel. However, when it came to teaching, it was truly a sight to behold. Fortunately, he was facing Lelin, who had exceptional comprehension abilities. Although it was somewhat clumsy, he managed to understand the gist of it. Phew. After finishing, both of them sighed in unison. Lelin, it's done. You might need to practice for a few days, so should we start sparring first? Sun Wukong wiped the sweat from his forehead and excitedly proposed. He had gone through considerable hardship to sense the existence of Qi with the gods. If Lelin wanted to fully master it, he would definitely need some time. Why not take the opportunity to have a good fight now? He had long been itching for it. Wait a moment, Lelin said with a smile, closing his eyes to feel the Qi within him. Sun Wukong furrowed his brows slightly, opening his mouth to say something. But in the next moment his words got stuck in his throat. Suddenly a tremendous aura filled the entire earth. With a loud bang, a beam of white light erupted from Lelin, soaring into the sky like a pillar piercing the clouds. The entire space trembled under that powerful aura, as if it was about to collapse. This aura, it's too terrifying. Sun Wukong shivered tightly, clenching his fists, speaking excitedly. He had thought that Lelin would need some time to fully master Qi. Unexpectedly, he not only grasped it after one explanation, but also unleashed such a formidable aura. It's really an exhilarating fear. Sun Wukong continued to speak. The hair on his body stood on end, and he began to tremble, yet the blood within him remained extremely excited. Meanwhile, throughout various corners of the earth, this powerful aura permeated. Almost all the strong warriors turned their gazes toward a single direction. Piccolo, meditating in midair, looked extremely shocked, his eyes staring blankly into the distance. What is this? How can there be such terrifying power? At this moment, Krillin, who was training on Kame House, broke into a cold sweat, his eyes filled with shock. Whose aura is this? Damn, this is too frightening. In the Universal Capsule Corporation, Vegeta was training hard in the gravity chamber. Suddenly sensing this overwhelming aura, he was taken aback and in a fit of rage shattered the gravity chamber. Who is it? Who is it? Vegeta's eyes widened as he roared skyward. The strength of this aura completely exceeded his comprehension. He was still striving to become a Super Saiyan, yet this aura surpassed even that. He couldn't accept it and could only roar in anger. In the Heavens Temple, the servant Bobo supported the elderly god, fear written all over his round eyes. Phew. The god looked at the situation below, sighed deeply, and said slowly, "This is astonishing. Wukong is probably not a match for this person." Then, what should we do? Bobo asked, his face filled with terror, his voice somewhat trembling. Since the Science arrived on Earth, anything that had happened had exceeded their control. Now, with the emergence of such a powerful being, if they were to pose a threat to Earth, no one would be able to stop them. It's fine from this person's previous actions. He doesn't seem to be a malicious individual, so there's no need to worry. The god leaned on his cane, his voice hoarse. He believed that Lelin was a good person, as evidenced by his elimination of Frieza and his release of those aliens, indicating he wasn't a bad person. In other words, even if this person were a great villain, what could they do? They could only watch silently and pray to the heavens. In the yellow springs on a small planet at the end of Snake Way, the North Kai's antennae were swaying frequently, his face filled with tension. Sweat poured down his forehead like soybeans dripping heavily. Where on earth did this person come from? His power is terrifyingly immense. The North Kai breathed heavily, anxiously muttering to himself. The people on Earth did not remain idle. They began searching for the source of the energy. Swish, swish, swish. In an instant, the powerful beings of Earth descended near Lelin. This energy was indeed immense. Even those with a slight understanding of energy could feel it. The aura released by Lelin continued to surge, illuminating the ground with a dazzling light. Damn, it really is him, Vegeta said with a grim expression. He had already guessed that the one capable of releasing such a powerful aura must be Lelin. Incredible. Such an overwhelming aura. If I hadn't felt it myself, I could hardly believe it, Piccolo said with a serious face. He could hardly imagine how this person before him had trained to become so formidable. Krillin, feeling the aura, was astonished, but even more delighted. Lelin is truly amazing. This powerful aura is unbelievable, and with Goku, the future appearance of the androids should be manageable. Tianjin Han, Yamcha, and others nodded silently upon hearing this. If that's the case, Earth might be saved. After all, Lelin had explicitly stated that he would do his utmost when the androids appeared. Bastard. Just after Krillin finished speaking, an angry roar suddenly rang out. It was Vegeta, who rushed over with a furious expression and grabbed Krillin by the collar. What did you just say? Krillin looked at the furious Vegeta, feeling somewhat bewildered. He thought he hadn't provoked him at all. What is wrong with this guy? I didn't say anything. Krillin stammered in response. Vegeta snorted coldly and angrily said, didn't say anything. I see that your words earlier completely disregarded this prince. Krillin felt a bit speechless under his questioning. He silently cursed himself for not looking down on him at all. Are you crazy? Have you trained yourself into a fool? However, these words he could only think in his heart and dared not say aloud. I didn't. Krillin looked at Vegeta in a daze. Didn't. Vegeta clearly had no intention of letting him off, continuing to speak angrily. I'll tell you, the androids will definitely be eliminated, but it will absolutely be done by me, Vegeta. Do you understand? Vegeta spoke with fervor, seemingly becoming more and more agitated, with veins bulging on his neck. Krillin endured his spittle, and only then did he realize. It turns out this guy was fixated on this point. It was truly absurd. Due to the issue of strength, Krillin could only nod vigorously like a chick pecking at rice. Vegeta snorted coldly and released his grip. With his arms crossed over his chest, he coldly looked towards Lelin's position. Huff, huff. The pressure on Krillin lifted, and he lay on the ground, gasping for air. He had merely spoken the truth, yet he nearly got himself killed. At the same time, he resolved to keep his distance from this overly sensitive guy in the future, lest he die without reason one day. Piccolo coldly observed everything without speaking. Tianjin Han and Yamcha looked at Vegeta's actions. Although they were very angry, they did not dare to say much. At this moment, Sun Wukong was drawn in by the aura emitted by Lelin, completely oblivious to what was happening nearby. He only felt the blood within him surging as if it could erupt at any moment. Lelin. So strong, truly too strong. Sun Wukong gazed at him with shining eyes, as if looking at a beautiful woman. Time passed second by second. Finally, Lelin's momentum reached its peak in an instant. Then a sudden swish echoed through the air. The overwhelming aura that enveloped the entire Earth suddenly dissipated. The white light covering Lelin vanished in an instant as he slowly opened his eyes and muttered to himself, "Is this the perception of energy? It's truly marvelous." Now he could finally control his power at will. Moreover, even with his eyes closed, he could sense the movements of the wind and grass nearby. Seeing that Lelin had finally finished, Sun Wukong, like a hungry wolf, wanted to pounce on him. However, before he could move, someone else had already rushed in first. Lelin looked with interest at the person who suddenly appeared before him, wanting to see what was going on. Hey. Vegeta fixed his gaze on Lelin and loudly said, "I didn't expect you to be quite strong. Do you dare to have a match with me?" Everyone watched as Vegeta challenged Lelin, slowly shaking their heads. Clearly, they did not consider the two to be on the same level. Before Lelin could respond, Sun Wukong spoke up, displeased. "Hey Vegeta, you sly guy. I'm the one who should be fighting Lelin, so move aside." The onlookers nodded silently at Sun Wukong's words. They believed these two were the true equal opponents. Someone like Vegeta, without a doubt, would be the one to suffer a crushing defeat. "Stop talking, Kakarot." Vegeta waved his hand, dismissively refusing to yield. He kept his gaze fixed on Lelin, showing no sign of turning back to argue. Lelin, seeing this scene, chuckled softly while touching his nose. Vegeta seemed like a decent sparring partner with a fighting spirit that was no less than Sun Wukong's. Unfortunately, he was still a bit weak and had not yet reached the level of Super Saiyan. Even fighting him wouldn't likely lead to much improvement for Lelin. Vegeta, you should go back and train for now. You're not my opponent yet. Lelin said, slowly pausing briefly before continuing. How about we have a match after you transform into a Super Saiyan? He said this out of consideration for Vegeta's safety. After all, his combat experience was still quite lacking, and if he accidentally controlled his strength poorly and killed someone, that wouldn't be good. Just like with Frieza and his son, he had merely mimicked a technique, but ended up causing such great damage, instantly taking them down. Even now, although he had grasped the method of using energy, he still required time to become familiar with it. Yes, Vegeta, you should just watch the battle for now. Once you can transform into a Super Saiyan, it won't be too late to spar with Lelin, Sun Wukong said, slightly frowning as he advised. He could understand Vegeta's desire to fight, but it was completely meaningless. The energy contained in Lelin was astonishing. Even if he gave it his all, he might not be able to withstand a single strike. These words struck a blow to Vegeta's pride once again. His expression turned furious. Shut your mouth, Kakarot. Vegeta clenched his fists tightly, angrily, turning his head, the veins on his forehead bulging as if they might burst. The fact that Son Goku could transform into a Super Saiyan while he could not was a deep pain in his heart. It was simply adding salt to his wounds that these two were using this point against him. Son Goku looked at Vegeta's furious expression, opening his mouth as if to explain something. Vegeta gave him no chance to explain, instead aiming his ire at Lelin. And are you just afraid of my challenge, scared of losing to me? Why do you need so many excuses? Lelin furrowed his brows tightly, his expression darkening. He actually liked Vegeta quite a bit. However, that was a matter for the later stages of Dragon Ball. At this time, he was clearly still quite arrogant. His arrogance was somewhat off-putting. All right, then let's make this quick. Lelin calmly looked at him, speaking with an indifferent tone. Vegeta smirked, a cold smile appearing on his face. What are you, angry? Lelin yawned and casually responded, angry is not the word. I want bother with an ant like you. He truly was not angry, but given the current atmosphere, if they didn't fight, this guy would probably cling to him like a sticky plaster, which would significantly hinder his cultivation. Upon hearing the term, ant, Vegeta was utterly enraged. When all his life no one had ever referred to him like that. Even when he once served under Frieza, he always considered himself a threat, never describing himself with the term ant. Vegeta gritted his teeth, saying, damn, it'll show you the might of an ant. Huh. A roar echoed, shaking the surroundings. The power within him erupted instantly, waves of energy crashing outward, a white aura enveloping his body. Everyone felt this overwhelming aura and stepped back a distance, fearing that they would be caught in the crossfire if a fight broke out. Vegeta's strength is not bad. Son Goku looked ahead and exclaimed in admiration. Back on planet Namek, this guy did not possess such strength. Unexpectedly, in such a short time, he had improved so much. Seeing Son Goku's surprised expression, Vegeta felt a little more at ease. However, he knew that this level of strength was hardly worth mentioning in front of Lelin. After all, the aura this person had just emitted was far more ferocious. Not bad, not bad. Lelin nodded slightly, speaking indifferently. He could sense Vegeta's aura. Aside from himself and Son Goku, any other strong beings on Earth were a notch below him. This being said, it was not without merit that he held the title of Saiyan Prince. His talent was indeed commendable. Oomph. Hearing Lelin's approval, Vegeta finally revealed a hint of pride on his face, then focused his gaze and declared, prepare to be amazed. In the next moment, Vegeta threw a punch. The sound of explosions rang out, and where his fists passed, not a blade of grass grew, dust swirling and smoke billowing. Lelin watched as Vegeta's attack surged towards him with overwhelming momentum. Choosing not to hold back any longer, he focused his mind, eyes locked in, and threw a punch in return. Bang! A thunderous sound erupted. The two forces collided instantly, stirring up a fierce wind that sent dust flying several feet into the air. As the dust settled, Vegeta felt a tingling in his arm, astonished internally. What a terrifying power! After the exchange of punches, both stepped back. Lelin nodded to himself, but seemed he had controlled his strength quite well. If he had been as careless as before, Vegeta might have been sent to hell to accompany Frieza and his son. Although Vegeta felt a sense of fear, he did not retreat, charging towards Lelin once more. His pride would not allow him to concede. A victor must be determined. Lelin no longer hesitated. After estimating his strength once again, he threw another punch. Boom! A violent explosion sounded, and a powerful wave of energy swept forth. The ground in this area trembled as Vegeta faced the oncoming shockwave, his body blown away several dozen meters. After rolling a few times on the ground, he barely managed to stop himself. Lelin gave no chance, appearing directly before Vegeta in an instant. Bang! 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 The muffled sounds rang out as massive fists landed on his body. Blood spewed from Vegeta's mouth. He lowered his head, clutching his chest, his expression one of great pain. Lelin observed Vegeta's state, raising an eyebrow slightly. It seems I held back a bit too much. He hasn't lost consciousness. He had intended for Vegeta to faint, not to take his life. Thus he had been somewhat measured. Several punches later, although Vegeta appeared quite battered, it did not achieve the intended effect. Lelin shook his head, looking down at him. Slap. Next his leg lashed out like a whip. Aunt. Vegeta cried out in pain, taking the blow solidly and rolling on the ground for 2 more laps. The blood flowing from his mouth traced a beautiful and elegant arc in the air. He felt his head swelling and darkness enveloped his vision. He truly fainted this time. Lelin nodded indifferently, speaking slowly. Finally, it's over. Everyone watched the concluded battle before them, feeling a mix of emotions. They hadn't even seen how Lelin had made his move before Vegeta was knocked down, spewing blood. Although they had known beforehand that Vegeta was no match for Lelin, they had not expected him to be defeated so quickly and without any ability to fight back. If it were me facing Lelin, I can't even imagine. Krillin patted his chest, shaking his head in disbelief. Piccolo shot him a sidelong glance, saying bluntly, "Don't be so full of yourself." Lelin just went easy on him. If he had fought with the same aura he released earlier. Even if Goku transformed into a Super Saiyan, the outcome would not be much better, let alone you. Heh. Krillin rubbed his bald head, laughing awkwardly. He was just saying that for a powerhouse like Lelin, he wouldn't dare to provoke him, let alone step forward. So strong, so strong. Son Goku clenched his fists tightly, nearly jumping with excitement. It was the first time he had encountered such a formidable opponent, and he could hardly wait. Lelin, it's our turn now. Lelin looked at Sun Wukong, who was so excited, and nodded with a smile. At the same time, he silently began to check the chi contained within his body. As expected, even though the battle with Vegeta was fleeting, the chi within him had still increased by a small margin. It seemed that the talent for enhancing strength through combat was undoubtedly effective. Sun Wukong had no idea what Lelin was thinking. He only knew that he would soon be able to face this top powerhouse, and his heart was filled with uncontainable joy. He kept moving his body to warm up. Are these two finally going to start? Piccolo murmured to himself. He was very much looking forward to the duel between the two, as he wanted to see how much Wukong had improved. Previously, it was said that even if Wukong transformed into a Super Saiyan, the outcome probably wouldn't be that great, which was completely based on the strength he exhibited on Namek. Now it was really hard to say who was stronger between the two of them. At that moment, Krillin and the others had their hearts in their throats, not daring to breathe. Although they knew that this battle was merely a normal sparring session between the two, they still appeared extremely excited and nervous, with sweat forming in their palms. After all, the two in front of them were the strongest on Earth today, and their clash was enough to create great anticipation. As for Vegeta, who had already fainted, he naturally wouldn't witness this spectacular show. In contrast to the tension of the onlookers, the two individuals appeared relatively relaxed and composed. Sun Wukong had finished warming up and said with a smile, "Well then, let's begin." Lelin nodded affirmatively and waved his hand, saying, "Go ahead, I'll let you strike first." Sun Wukong chuckled twice upon hearing this, and no longer held back. A white aura burst forth from his body, a powerful presence enveloping him, radiating outward. In an instant, his figure appeared right in front of Lelin. Everyone present held their breath, their eyes wide, fixating on the movements of the two, afraid to miss any exciting moment with even a blink. Sun Wukong threw a punch, unstoppable and filled with unparalleled strength, aimed directly at Lelin's face. Lelin slightly tilted his body, and the punch brushed past the tip of his nose. Wow, that speed is incredible. Lelin was taken aback, not expecting Sun Wukong to exhibit such explosive power in his normal state. While marveling, he raised his leg and fiercely kicked towards Sun Wukong's abdomen. The speed of the kick showed no signs of slowing down, even seeming to accelerate. After missing his attack, Sun Wukong quickly displayed his mature combat experience. He instantly retracted his strength, no longer advancing, and his legs sprang back like they had springs, quickly retreating 2 steps to evade Lelin's attack. But that wasn't the end. After kicking the air, Lelin had no intention of relinquishing the initiative. His figure quickly followed up. So fast. Sun Wukong thought to himself, finding it hard to react to such speed. Sure enough, Lelin's right hand suddenly grasped his left shoulder with immense force. Sun Wukong felt some pain, furrowing his brows slightly. "Now you can't escape," Lelin said calmly, observing Wukong's somewhat uncomfortable expression. Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong endured the pain and grinned, saying, "Not necessarily." With that, he flipped his left hand up and grasped Lelin's wrist that was holding his shoulder. Before Lelin could react, a massive ball of chi coalesced in Sun Wukong's right hand. Boom! A loud explosion followed. A golden energy wave erupted from his palm, like lightning, striking forward. The energy wave hit its target, and Lelin was unable to evade the close-range attack. His body flew back like a kite with its string cut, crashing directly into a nearby mountain. Bang! The collapsing stones instantly buried him, kicking up a cloud of dust. Krillin, seeing that Wukong's attack was effective, appeared somewhat excited, raising his hand high and shouting, "Wukong, well done. Good job, you didn't disappoint us." Yamcha also shouted loudly, seemingly even happier than Wukong himself. Tianjin Fan didn't say anything, but his expression was also very excited. Sun Wukong, hearing the cheers, didn't show much joy. His gaze remained fixed on the collapsed mountain in the distance. Piccolo looked at the celebrating crowd and poured cold water on them, saying, "Aren't you all getting a bit too excited? With that level of attack, let alone defeating Lelin, whether it can even injure him is still questionable." Upon hearing Piccolo's words, the crowd was not discouraged, or rather they seemed somewhat unconvinced. Lelin is indeed powerful, but Wukong hasn't used his full strength yet. Once he transforms into a Super Saiyan, his aura might be even more exaggerated than Lelin's. Krillin said cheerfully, seemingly filled with confidence. The others nodded in agreement upon hearing this. "You idiot." Piccolo felt a bit embarrassed and directly scolded, then ceased to argue with them further. He could see that the strength Lelin had just unleashed was not weak. The reason he was at a disadvantage against Wukong was entirely due to a lack of combat experience. As long as the battle continued, that gap would quickly be closed. The advantage Wukong relied on would vanish. However, he still wanted to believe that Wukong could win. After all, once he transformed into a Super Saiyan, his power increased exponentially, and if he could catch Lelin off guard with that, there might still be a chance of victory. As for Krillin's assertion that his aura would surpass Lelin's, that was completely a fantasy. Piccolo did not believe it at all. Unless Sun Wukong could achieve an exponential increase on top of his Super Saiyan form, otherwise it would be utterly impossible. It must be said that Piccolo's mind was indeed very sharp. If Lelin heard this analysis, he would definitely give him a thumbs up. Just as everyone was still in surprise, the ground suddenly began to tremble. Rumble! From the site of the collapsed mountain, debris suddenly floated into the air. A shockwave shot straight into the sky, and Lelin's figure stood tall in midair. A tremendous force filled the earth, and the stones swirling around him instantly turned to dust. Lelin swiftly reappeared before Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong looked at the unscathed Lelin, his lips curling into a smile. "Hey, I knew I couldn't hurt you. Not bad yourself." "But," Lelin chuckled as he touched his nose, then calmly said, "I will get serious from here on out." After the recent battle, he had gained a rough understanding of combat techniques. The situation just now would be hard to replicate. Hee, just what I wanted," Sun Wukong replied with a grin. Neither of them had shown their true strength, yet it would be a shame to end things like this. "Haha, then let's battle." Lelin laughed heartily and charged directly at Sun Wukong. Seeing Lelin suddenly attack, Sun Wukong was momentarily stunned. Lelin was so much faster than before, arriving right in front of him before he even had time to react. Bang! In that brief moment of distraction, Lelin's fist struck his face, sending him flying, crashing violently to the ground, blood pouring from his mouth and nose. What the hell? My heavens! How did he strike so quickly? Why couldn't I see it? At this, everyone present was astonished. No one had anticipated Lelin's speed and decisiveness. They couldn't even catch his movements. Hiss! Klin gasped in shock. He hadn't seen the attack clearly. He only knew that Lelin had dashed in front of Wukong, and then Wukong was sent flying. It hurts. It really hurts. Sun Wukong covered his face, slowly getting up, grimacing in pain. Had it not been for his slightly higher baseline strength, his fate would have been little better than Vegeta's. Yet he felt an inexplicable sense of relief in his heart. Ahaha! Blood dripped from the corner of Sun Wukong's mouth as he broke into laughter. The onlookers found the scene increasingly bizarre. Some even began to wonder if Wukong had been stunned by that last blow. Lelin seemed to be affected, chuckling softly in response. "Incredible, truly incredible," Sun Wukong boomed with a flare, wiping the blood from his lips. "Now I will go all out." Lelin smiled nonchalantly and nodded, saying, "All right, let's see your true prowess." Suddenly, a majestic aura erupted from Sun Wukong's body. Rippling shockwaves appeared beneath his feet, spreading outward. With a loud cry, Sun Wukong's eyes widened, flames of gold igniting within. Roar! Another deafening howl echoed the skies, darkened, and fierce winds howled. A brilliant light flashed, enveloping him in golden flames, his hair standing on end, turning golden. His black pupils turned a clear sapphire blue, and the muscles in his arms became more defined. "Is this the Super Saiyan?" Lelin observed closely, calmly stating, "Indeed extraordinary." Though not his first time witnessing it, it was the first time he observed it from such proximity. Especially now that he could sense the aura, he distinctly felt that Sun Wukong had undergone a qualitative enhancement. Bang! Sun Wukong pushed off the ground, instantly producing a deafening blast. He shot towards Lelin like a bolt of golden lightning. Yet Lelin maintained a faint smile on his face, seemingly unimpressed by Sun Wukong. Whoosh! Sun Wukong's fists rained down like a tempest, but Lelin merely shook his head with a faint smile, as if he had no intention of dodging. Just as the fists were about to connect, the previously daunting aura surged forth once more. The white energy surrounding him flared violently, resembling a blazing white flame. Bang! 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 Fists struck all around Lelin's body, creating a series of explosive sounds. At this moment, Lelin had summoned all his power. Amidst the frenzied assault, his body only swayed slightly, his footing remaining utterly unmoved. Sun Wukong, increasingly astonished, realized that while he knew there was a gap between him and Lelin, he hadn't expected it to be this vast. Bang! Bang bang! Bang bang! He relentlessly swung his fists at Lelin, yet no matter how hard he struck, Lelin didn't budge an inch. Lelin still wore that calm expression, as if no one was attacking him at all. Wow! So impressive. The spectators were now utterly dumbfounded. They found themselves at a loss for words to describe their current feelings. Clin shook his head in bitter laughter, having naively thought that once Wukong transformed into a Super Saiyan, he could contend with Lelin, even match him. Now it seemed he truly was as foolish as Piccolo had said. The expressions on the others' faces were similarly bitter. After all, they had been filled with confidence just moments ago, only to be suddenly slapped in the face. Simultaneously, they glanced over at Piccolo, a hint of admiration flickering in their eyes. As expected of Piccolo, did he foresee even this situation? Tianjin Fan shook his head, feeling inferior. It seems we were too naive. Yamcha self-deprecatingly remarked. Clin lowered his head in shame, realizing that aside from Lelin, Wukong, and Vegeta, the strongest one was indeed Piccolo. Recalling the past, he too was once a major boss, and perhaps he indeed had a unique insight into combat. Piccolo cleared his throat, placing his fist to his mouth, and coughed twice. He felt somewhat embarrassed by the praise from everyone, a faint blush appearing on his green face. In truth, he had not anticipated the current scenario either. Previously, he had still believed Wukong had a chance to win. Fortunately, he hadn't voiced those thoughts, otherwise he would have appeared just as naive as the others, unable to see the reality. Sun Wukong's assault continued, the sounds of fists colliding with flesh echoing in the air. I can't keep this up, or my stamina will give out first. Sun Wukong thought to himself. Each of his punches was filled with power. Such relentless attacks would exhaust anyone. After throwing a fruitless punch, Sun Wukong decisively created some distance. He raised both hands, unleashing two beams of golden light from his palms. Whoosh! Whoosh! Two golden streaks transformed into radiant energy spheres, moving at incomprehensible speed as they surged forward. Lelin remained utterly unruffled. With a casual sweep of his arm, an overwhelming and terrifying aura erupted violently, radiating outward in all directions, unleashing a colossal shockwave. A low hum resonated through the air. The two golden energy spheres abruptly froze midair, spinning ceaselessly in place. Then boom, boom, boom. The spheres detonated in unison, blossoming into two immense, dazzling fireworks that shimmered across the sky before fading silently into oblivion. At that moment, Lelin still stood rooted in place, a faint, serene smile gracing his lips. The onlookers, witnessing how effortlessly he had neutralized Wukong's assault, were left utterly dumbfounded. Incredible. Truly formidable. Unimaginably terrifying. What level of strength must one possess to achieve such mastery? Utterly horrifying. Too horrifying. All murmured in disbelief. Lelin's power had shattered every boundary of their comprehension. What defied even greater imagination was how he had cultivated such terrifying might. Yet none was more astounded than Wukong himself, the very warrior standing upon the battlefield. His mouth hung agape, a profound awe contorted his features. Shall we continue, Wukong? Lelin asked gently, a quiet smile playing upon his lips. Hearing those words, the crowd snapped back to awareness, and gazing upon his calm, placid countenance, a subtle reverence stirred anew within their hearts. Wukong jolted awake, not with reverence like the others, but with something akin to reverent admiration gleaming in his eyes. Of course, we haven't settled this yet, have we? He replied with a grin. Though he knew full well he stood no chance against Lelin, admitting defeat aloud was simply unthinkable. Lelin seemed to have anticipated exactly this. He nodded, smiling warmly. He deeply admired Wukong's indomitable spirit and humble sincerity. Very well, let this be decided in a single exchange, Lelin declared calmly. No sooner had the words left his lips than his figure blurred, vanishing and reappearing instantly before Wukong. Wukong hesitated not a moment. His fist shot forward in response. In the blink of an eye, the two clashed with cataclysmic force. Crockum! A deafening explosion tore through the air. Blinding light seared the eyes. Successive shockwaves rolled forth like tidal surges, forcing even seasoned observers to shield their vision. An apocalyptic pressure roared from their bodies, so fierce that the very fabric of space trembled. Wukong now appeared strained beneath that crushing might. His face paled rapidly and beads of sweat broke out across his brow. Punch, punch, punch. 3 more titanic blows echoed in rapid succession, each strike so devastating that ancient trees around them splintered and collapsed. A blinding tempest of ochre sand swallowed the sky, transforming the world into a desolate, apocalyptic wasteland. Huh! Lelin roared, voice thick with gravitas and raw power, his arm tensing with sudden exponential force. Wukong could no longer endure it. He was hurled backward hundreds of meters in a single brutal arc. His body carved a deep, jagged furrow across the unyielding earth before coming to rest, bruised, battered, and breathless. Ugh! Blood spilled from his lips, his expression slackened, drained of vitality. Defeated, truly defeated, he whispered, staring blankly upward at the heavens. Lelin's strength was absolute. Against it, resistance had been impossible. It had been ages since he'd tasted such utter humiliation, or rather this was the first time he'd ever been utterly crushed beneath another's might. And yet despite his exhaustion, the faintest upturn tugged at the corners of his lips. For he knew, somewhere in this vast world existed a being of such extraordinary power, and soon they would train side by side. That truth alone filled him with exhilaration. Huh! Lelin exhaled deeply, watching Wukong lie motionless upon the ground. This battle marked his first true test, his inaugural crucible of combat. It also revealed his own shortcomings. Had Wukong stood at his cultivation level, the outcome might well have reversed entirely. After all, Wukong had not yet reached the peak of Super Saiyan 1, let alone surpassed it. Reflecting upon this, Lelin turned inward, examining his own chi, and a broad, genuine smile spread across his face. He discovered that his inner chi had grown substantially, steadily enriched through the intensity of their clash. If this rate of growth continued, by the time the androids emerged, his strength might very well ascend to the legendary Super Saiyan 3 tier. Buoyed by elation, Lelin glanced toward the gathered spectators and called out cheerfully, "Any among you wish to spar? I welcome all challengers, now or any time." They exchanged wry, self-deprecating smiles and shook their heads. If even Wukong, so fearsome, had fallen so easily, what chance did they stand? After brief pleasantries, the group departed. Vegeta, gravely injured and unconscious, was carried away by his companions. Though Wukong appeared disheveled, his condition was markedly better. Aside from pervasive fatigue and muscle soreness, he retained full command of speech and movement. Indeed, Lelin had wielded his power with meticulous restraint. Thus began a year in which Lelin and Wukong trained together nearly every day, whenever opportunity allowed. Both warriors advanced dramatically in strength. Wukong in particular now surpassed even his canonical prowess. Another day of fierce sparring drew to a close as the sun dipped below the horizon. The two lay side by side on the grass, spent and breathless. "Wukong, did you take your heart medicine today?" Lelin asked curiously. In the original chronicle, Wukong had collapsed mid-battle, unprepared, untreated. "Oh, that." Wukong scratched his head, grinning. "Haven't taken it yet. I feel perfectly fine. No issues at all." Lelin's brow lifted slightly. So the timeline remained intact. Heart disease is no trivial matter. Do take the medicine when you get the chance. Over the past year, Lelin had grown deeply fond of Wukong, as a true friend. Though he knew fate would likely spare him, instinct compelled him to caution once more. All right. I'll take it when I get home." Wukong chirped, beaming. Lelin sighed softly, shaking his head. "Let us hope so." Days passed like falling leaves. The hour of the android's emergence drew ever nearer, until finally the appointed year concluded. Today, barring unforeseen deviation, they would awaken. Lelin stood prepared. He knew well that within this timeline the androids would retain a measure of compassion and restraint. Therefore, if they do not commit evil deeds, I will not harm them either. Moreover, among them, the artificial human No. 18 is the one I hold dear in my heart. In the entire Dragon Ball world, she is the one I like the most. If nothing unexpected happens, I will not give her to Krillin. At that moment, Son Wukong's voice interrupted his thoughts. "Lelin, we should set off now." He was accompanied by Gohan. After a year of training, Gohan's strength has significantly improved. Bringing him along will be a boost. Swish! Before Lelin could respond, a figure suddenly descended beside them, and it was Piccolo. He had returned to this place to spar and train. Not only Wukong, but even his strength is significantly greater than in the original story. All right, let's set off then. After seeing Piccolo arrive, Lelin calmly nodded. After that, the four of them soared into the sky, flying towards the island where the artificial humans appeared. The speed of the group was incredibly fast, and soon they had flown over 100 kilometers. On their way, they encountered Krillin, and the group traveled together. Before long, they arrived at a small island. On this island, many humans lived, and a bustling city was situated there. When they arrived here, Tianjin Fan Yamcha and Bulma had already been waiting for a long time. They waved their hands in the air, calling out to the crowd, "Hey, here, over here." When the crowd saw their figures, they directly descended in that area. After Lelin landed, he immediately saw that Bulma was holding a baby in her arms, and he slightly smiled as he glanced at Yamcha beside her. He thought to himself, it seems everything has remained unchanged. Vegeta is quite quick in taking action. Bulma brightened up when she saw Lelin. She had a profound impact on this powerful and handsome man. It's just a pity that they didn't develop further back then, and now she even has a child. Sun Wukong looked at Bulma holding a baby, furrowing his brows slightly, and stepped forward to say, "Bulma, this is too reckless. It's dangerous here. Why did you bring a child?" Bulma seemed unconcerned by this remark, smiling as she replied, "I was just curious about what the artificial humans look like. I'll leave right after taking a look." As she spoke, she lovingly glanced at the little baby in her arms. Lelin raised his head slightly and took a quick look, discovering that the baby had sparse blue hair and the eyes were exactly like Trunks. This must be Yamcha's child, right? So cute. Gohan stepped forward and said joyfully. He didn't know whose child it was and thought Bulma and Yamcha were still together. Yamcha's expression darkened at this remark, and he bluntly stated, "This is not my child. We broke up long ago. If you knew who the father of the child is, you would be very surprised." After saying this, he had no intention of explaining further. He silently walked away from the crowd. Sun Wukong, however, knew a bit about the future, so he knew who the father of the child was. He said without hesitation, "This wouldn't happen to be Vegeta's child, would it?" "Trunks." The expressions on everyone's faces slightly froze. Some appeared shocked. Bulma looked curious, asking, "How did you know?" Wukong then realized that he seemed to have let something slip and appeared a bit flustered. Piccolo, seeing that Wukong couldn't explain himself, interjected directly, "Why isn't Vegeta here? It's not like him to miss such an occasion." "I don't know, he seems to have gone out training alone." After thinking for a moment, Bulma slowly explained, continuing, "I feel he should come back. If he trains this hard and doesn't return, it would all be for nothing." After understanding this, the others nodded slowly. They thought someone as combative as Vegeta would definitely not miss out. Just as everyone was waiting for the artificial humans to appear, a flying vehicle approached from afar. It was a chubby man carrying a sword who threw a bag of senzu beans to Wukong and left without looking back. Wukong still wanted to persuade him to fight alongside them, but he was outright rejected. "Oh, this is really frustrating," Wukong said, holding the senzu beans and scratching the back of his head. Lelin silently observed everything happening before him. This chubby man should be Yajirobe. However, most of his attention was still on the senzu beans in Wukong's hand. These are the holy medicine for healing. As long as there is still a breath left, eating one guarantees a full recovery. If possible, it would be best to obtain a few for emergencies. After a brief interlude, everyone continued to wait. "What's going on? Why haven't the artificial humans appeared yet?" Piccolo said, frowning. "According to the agreed time, the artificial humans should have appeared by now." "I don't know." Everyone looked confused, as they weren't future Trunks. How could they know what was happening? At that moment, a strong light flashed. Boom! A loud noise suddenly echoed in the air. Everyone looked up and saw that Yajirobe's flying vehicle had suddenly exploded in the distant sky. "What's going on?" Sun Wukong said in shock upon seeing this. Yajirobe was a good friend of his. With the explosion of the vehicle, he was likely in serious trouble. Piccolo looked at the smoke from the explosion and suddenly shouted, "There are two people in the sky." He not only had sharp ears, but also excellent eyesight. Everyone suddenly focused their gaze, and they indeed vaguely saw two figures. However, these two seemed to have noticed everyone's attention and swiftly descended, vanishing into the city in an instant. Tianjin Fan walked to the edge of the cliff, looking at the buildings below, and helplessly said, "No, I can't sense any presence." Upon hearing this, Wukong and the others began to try to sense, but they found nothing. "What's going on?" Krillin said, frowning in confusion. Lelin slowly stepped forward and calmly explained, "It's likely because they are artificial humans, so we cannot sense their presence." Upon hearing this, everyone was greatly alarmed. "If this is the case, it will not be easy to find them," Piccolo said in a low voice. Sun Wukong frowned and promptly suggested to everyone, "We can't just sit here and wait. How about we go down and search separately? Once we find any traces of the artificial humans, we will immediately release our energy as a signal, and upon sensing it, we will rush over to rescue." Lelin nodded slowly upon hearing this suggestion. One must say sometimes Wukong can be a bit foolish, but at critical moments, especially during battles, his intelligence is definitely outstanding. The crowd had no choice but to act separately, each searching for suspicious targets within the city. Lelin, however, searched at a leisurely pace, showing no signs of anxiety. "Lelin, it seems you are not in a hurry at all." Yamati had just finished searching an area and landed nearby. Lelin smiled and shrugged, "Why should I be in a hurry?" Upon hearing this, Yamati was momentarily taken aback, then relaxed with a smile, saying, "That's true. A strong person like you probably doesn't take artificial humans seriously. Hehe. Lelin chuckled noncommittally. Soon after, Yama-T vanished in an instant, flying off to search other locations. Watching the receding figure, Lelin silently prayed, Yama-T, please be careful. After saying this, he left the spot and wandered alone in the city. Sure enough, about 10 minutes later, a large truck suddenly crashed into a gas station, causing an explosion. The explosion immediately caught everyone's attention. At the same time, they sensed that Yama-T's aura was gradually weakening. Upon noticing the anomaly, the crowd immediately flew towards the place where Yama-T's aura had vanished. When they arrived, they found Yama-T captured by an old man. A large hole had pierced through his body, rendering him unconscious with a very faint aura on the verge of death. The old man, seeing the others, casually tossed Yama-T onto the ground. Seeing this scene, Sun Wukong's anger flared up, and he gritted his teeth, saying, Kellen, take Yama-T and go to Bulma. I left some senza beans with her when I came. Kellen did not dare to delay. Upon hearing the order, he immediately checked Yama-T's injuries. Finding that he barely had a breath left, he quickly carried him away. It seems you two are the artificial humans. Bick stared at the plump and thin duo, speaking in a deep voice. The old man was slightly surprised by this and slowly opened his mouth, saying, Oh, how did you know? The others did not answer his question, only wanting to resolve the battle quickly. Lelin looked calmly at the two, raising an eyebrow slightly, and said softly, Everyone, they are indeed artificial humans, but they should not be the two that will appear in the future. The few who were ready to attack suddenly froze. Lelin, what do you mean by that? Sun Wukong asked him, puzzled. The others also looked confused. Could it be that they were not the artificial humans who would bring disaster in the future? The old man noticed Lelin, and as a glimmer of light flashed in his eyes, many names began to emerge in his mind. However, after searching for a while, he was astonished and thought, why is there no information on this person? He had collected all the information on powerful beings on Earth, both well-known and obscure, and had documented them all. But why was it that he could not find any information on this young man before him? Although they have no aura, I can sense that their strength is very weak. They pose no threat to the future at all. Therefore, there can only be one answer. There are stronger artificial humans. Lelin said firmly. He had no time to play games with these worthless beings. Today's main purpose was still to pursue the goddess of his dreams. What? Sun Wukong and the others were suddenly shocked. Not only were they surprised, but even the old man was astonished. This was because everything Lelin said was true. He was indeed the infamous Dr. Gero. He had indeed created more than one artificial human. Who are you, and how do you know about this? Dr. Gero frowned and said in a low voice. It turned out to be like this. After hearing this, everyone's expressions darkened, directly confirming that what Lelin said was entirely correct. Hehe. Lelin smiled indifferently, not intending to explain, and continued to speak leisurely. I suggest you bring out the other artificial humans. Your power is too weak. Dr. Gero snorted coldly, unwilling to back down, and replied, then let's give it a try. He had transformed himself into an artificial human to enhance his own strength. Now he believed that no living being on Earth could match him. Even if this young man knew his secret, so what? He could easily kill him. Since that's the case, let me send you on your way. Lelin, not wanting to waste words with them, raised his hand to prepare for an attack. Wait, Lelin. Sun Wukong hurriedly stopped him. Lelin heard Wukong's words, turned his head in curiosity, and slowly lowered his hand. Let us handle these two. Your strength is too great. I'm afraid that if you exert even a little, we won't have any fun left. Sun Wukong said with a smile, scratching his head. Upon hearing this, Dr. Gero's aged face twitched slightly. This remark sounded so harsh it was as if they were being described as two ants that could be crushed at any moment. Lelin looked at Sun Wukong's sincere eyes and sighed helplessly. All right, then I'll leave it to you. I'll watch from the side. Dr. Gero could no longer contain himself, angrily saying, so arrogant. You are truly too arrogant. As he spoke, rays shot out from his eyes. Seeing this, Sun Wukong and the others hurriedly dodged. However, it seemed that Dr. Gero was not attacking them, but was targeting the surrounding buildings. Boom, boom, boom. The explosions rang out one after another, and in a short time the entire city was reduced to ruins. The casualties among the people in the city were nearly catastrophic. The scene at this moment could best be described as a hell on earth. Bastard, you shall not be forgiven. Sun Wukong, witnessing the scene before him, charged forward in anger. Bang! He threw a punch that landed directly on Dr. Gero's face. Dr. Gero was knocked back a few steps, and his hat fell off, revealing a transparent brain. At that moment, Lelin seemed to notice something abnormal about Sun Wukong's body. That punch didn't seem special, but now Sun Wukong was starting to sweat, and his complexion was becoming abnormal. This guy still hasn't taken his medicine. Lelin thought helplessly. Sun Wukong's current physical condition seemed unsuitable for continued combat. However, Lelin did not intend to persuade him, as he knew Sun Wukong's stubborn temperament. If he didn't allow him to fight, it would probably be more painful than losing his life. Dr. Jiro had already put his hat back on and looked at Sun Wukong calmly, saying, "If you're anxious, we can start now." "Then let's get started," Sun Wukong said in a dark tone, seemingly truly angered. Then his expression changed and golden flames erupted, transforming his hair into a bright gold. A powerful aura emanated, shaking the entire island. Dr. Gallo looked at Wukong's transformation, surprise flashing in his eyes, but it quickly faded. He calmly opened his mouth and said, "I didn't expect your strength to grow so formidable, but it's all right. Even if it exceeds our expectations, it poses no problem at all. Number 19, you go first and test him," Dr. Gallo said in a deep voice. A chubby man beside him stepped forward at the sound. Sun Wukong expressionlessly stared at his opponent, saying to the others, "Everyone don't interfere. I can handle them myself." After hearing this, the others nodded slowly. They had absolute confidence in Sun Wukong after his transformation. Lelin watched, a hint of worry in his eyes. If nothing unexpected happened, this battle would likely be very challenging for Wukong. After finishing his words, the golden flames around Sun Wukong surged violently. In a moment, he dashed forward, and just as he was about to get close, he vanished and appeared behind number 19. Number 19 reacted instantly, and the two immediately engaged in a fierce battle. Bang, bang, bang. They collided repeatedly, each impact creating a loud noise. After several exchanges, the android found himself at a disadvantage, completely suppressed by Wukong. Wukong suddenly made another swift move, appearing behind him once again. For just once, number 19 failed to react in time. Wukong delivered an elbow strike, sending 19 flying. He crashed directly into a small mountain behind. Boom. The mountain collapsed in response, and debris buried his body. "Well done, Wukong. Finish him in one go," Tianjin Fan shouted from the side. Wukong was currently in the lead, just a few more exchanges, and he could take down the android. Piccolo remained silent, moving beside Lelin, and asked, "Is something wrong with Wukong? Although he is in a dominant position, now his moves are clearly somewhat off. With his battle experience, it shouldn't be like this." Lelin glanced at Piccolo and nodded slowly. "You're right. Wukong today does seem a bit off. If I'm not mistaken, it should be about that heart condition." "What?" Piccolo frowned, then said with dissatisfaction, "That idiot, he wouldn't have forgotten to take his medicine, would he?" "That's probably the case," Lelin replied calmly. He had mentioned this before, but it was surprising that Sun Wukong had indeed forgotten to take his medicine. It seems this battle is no different from the normal plot. On the battlefield, number 19 stood up from the rubble. His body slowly ascended, suddenly flying out to charge at Wukong. Sun Wukong blocked it with one hand, delivering a kick to 19's face. Number 19 was sent soaring into the air by the kick. Before he could stabilize himself, Wukong flew up and circled around to his back. Number 19 sensed this, stabilized his body, and began to attack. Sun Wukong dodged in the air, swaying left and right to evade the attacks. Seizing the opportunity, he landed an uppercut on number 19's chin. Then came a knee strike, hitting the abdomen. Following this, a flurry of combination punches rained down, leaving number 19 powerless to retaliate. Wukong is still the same Wukong. The android is simply no match for him, Tianjin Fan exclaimed, amazed by the one-sided battle. However, Piccolo's expression grew increasingly grim as he noticed Wukong's aura becoming chaotic, with beads of sweat cascading down his forehead. Bang, bang, bang. The battle in the sky continued. Rather than a fight, it resembled a one-sided thrashing. Dr. Gallo was astonished at this sight. He hadn't expected Wukong's strength to be so formidable. At this rate, number 19 would be reduced to scrap metal. At that moment, he began to feel nervous, believing that the two of them alone would not be able to defeat Wukong, or it seemed they had underestimated him. Just then, Yamcha, Krillin, and Gohan arrived. Gohan hadn't followed the main group, but had gone to the sea to find Yachirobe. "Let's all join forces and take them down." Gohan, seeing his father in battle, couldn't wait to step in and help. Tianjin Fan turned his head and smiled confidently. "It's fine. Wukong should be able to handle this. Look at how this guy is being battered by Wukong." Gohan, observing the battle in the sky, disagreed. For some reason, he felt that his father seemed a bit off today. Something's wrong. Dad's condition is not right. After transforming into a Super Saiyan, his combat power shouldn't be this low. Gohan expressed his opinion. Wukong's current fighting strength was not even a third of what it usually was. After he said this, the others reacted, realizing it might indeed be true. When they saw Wukong fight Lelin earlier, it was a tremendous spectacle. After such prolonged training, his strength should have increased. Yet now the strength Wukong displayed was far inferior to when he fought Lelin. As everyone was puzzled in the sky, Wukong delivered a heavy blow, sending number 19 crashing to the ground. Boom. Dust kicked up from the ground. After witnessing this, everyone felt much more relaxed, believing Wukong was merely toying with him and hadn't used his full power from the start. As the dust slowly cleared, number 19 stood up, gazing up into the sky. At this moment, Wukong was panting heavily, a sense of unprecedented fatigue washing over him. I can't hold on much longer. I need to finish this opponent quickly. Wukong was very aware of his physical condition, feeling a sharp pain in his heart. If he didn't resolve the battle soon, he would definitely collapse. Thinking this, he held his breath, gathering energy in his hands, a white light flashing forth. Kamehameha. The Kamehameha wave was unleashed, racing toward number 19. Dr. Gallo and number 19 were overjoyed at this sight. Number 19 waved his right hand, catching the energy wave with one hand. The powerful Kamehameha was continuously absorbed by his right hand. It was actually absorbed. Everyone looked at the scene in disbelief. At the same time, they noticed that Wukong's face was filled with exhaustion, seemingly reaching his limit. After absorbing a Kamehameha wave, number 19's body surged with renewed energy. In an instant, he blurred forward and appeared before Goku. Without hesitation, he delivered a crushing overhead hammer strike directly onto Goku's skull, sending him plummeting downward. Though agony seared through his body, Goku clenched his teeth and steadied himself midair, refusing to crash into the ground. He whirled around, preparing to retaliate with another Kamehameha wave. Fool, don't fire an energy blast. It'll only be absorbed. Din, panic-stricken, roared the warning. Hearing it, Goku instantly aborted his attack. Huff, huff, huff. He gasped raggedly, one hand clutching his chest as unbearable discomfort racked his frame. Clearly, number 19 had no intention of relinquishing his momentum. Darting and weaving, his arms became a whirlwind of motion, relentless, precise, unceasing. F. Goku cried out in anguish, utterly overwhelmed, left with no chance to counter. Boom. A single punch sent him sprawling. His body now lay broken and spent, too weak to rise again. The golden aura and radiant hair faded, reverting him to his ordinary form. Number 19 lunged forward and planted himself squarely atop Goku's chest. One hand clamped tightly around Goku's throat as he began siphoning his energy. Lelin sighed softly, murmuring, "It seems I must intervene after all." Witnessing this, the others rushed forward to intervene, only for Dr. Gero to soar from the ground into the sky, blocking their path. Ha ha ha. If you wish to save Goku, you'll first have to defeat me. Dr. Gero sneered. Is that so? A voice rang out behind him. Dr. Gero spun sharply, only to lock eyes with Lelin, whose sudden appearance struck him dumb with disbelief. How could you possibly move so fast? Lelin did not turn. He saw no need to answer. In truth, he could erase Dr. Gero from existence in an instant, if he chose to. Yet he refrained, not out of mercy but calculation. Killing Dr. Gero now would likely doom Android 18, whose hidden location remained unknown to them all. In a flash, Lelin reappeared directly before number 19, who remained utterly unaware of his presence behind him. A faint smile curled at number 19's lips as he eagerly drained Goku's energy. Enough is enough. You won't need any more than this. Lelin's calm voice reached his ears. Startled, number 19 whirled about to strike, but Lelin granted him no opening, pressing one palm firmly against his forehead. With effortless grace, he lifted number 19 clear off the ground. Terror flashed across the android's face, and in that instant a searing laser beam lanced from his eyes straight into Lelin's chest. Boom! Smoke billowed, then cleared. The attack had left no mark. Slowly, Lelin raised his hand, its surface shimmering with pure white light. Pong! A compact energy sphere slammed into number 19's bloated torso, vaporizing his entire body in an instant, leaving only his severed head dangling limply from Lelin's grip. Lelin glanced briefly at the still conscious head, then discarded it carelessly aside. Gulp! Dr. Gero swallowed hard, cold sweat breaking across his brow. He had never imagined this young man possessed such overwhelming power, not only uncovering their secrets, but dismantling number 19 as if swatting a fly. The sudden reversal left him stunned, paralyzed by uncertainty. Krillin! Lelin called out sharply. Krillin turned warily toward Dr. Gero. Seeing the scientist frozen in shock, Krillin veered past him and shot toward Lelin's position. What now? What do we do? Should we really release them both? Dr. Gero wrestled inwardly with indecision. Meanwhile, Krillin landed beside Lelin, his gaze fixed anxiously on Goku. Krillin, Goku's fading fast. Take him home immediately and administer medicine. Lelin commanded, his voice grave and unwavering. Krillin looked upon Goku's failing form, and without further hesitation made his choice. Staying here would serve no purpose, saving Goku was paramount. Understood, stay safe. Cradling Goku, Krillin accelerated skyward, streaking toward the Sun residence. Watching Krillin vanish into the distance, Lelin gave a quiet nod. His decision held a subtle self-interest. With Krillin gone, what followed would no longer concern him. Dr. Gero, seeing Goku carried away, acted without delay. Whooshed! In a blink, he vanished from sight, blazing toward the horizon. Damn it! Don't let him escape. Den snapped back to awareness and cursed aloud. At once the others prepared to give chase. Before they could move, a figure descended beside them. Vegeta, now fully capable of ascending to Super Saiyan. His sole purpose was the eradication of the androids. Where are they, Oi? Show yourselves. Face your end. The group stared silently, uncertain how to respond to his arrogant certainty. Then he spotted Lelin nearby and charged forward without pause. I've achieved Super Saiyan. Fight me again now, Vegeta declared, brimming with confidence. He sought redemption. No longer would he suffer the humiliation of being overpowered and helplessly suspended. Lelin cast him a dismissive glance. If you wish to fight me, I welcome it, anytime. But our immediate priority remains eliminating the androids. Leave them to me. I'll handle them. Vegeta boasted, swelling with pride. Lelin gestured coolly toward the severed head nearby. This one's dealt with. The other fled that way. He pointed toward the distant sky. Seeing Lelin had already claimed one victory, Vegeta bristled with competitive fury. Then the remaining one is mine. With a thunderous surge of energy, he rocketed after the fleeing android. Lelin shook his head faintly, just as Den, Gohan, and the others gathered around him. Lelin glanced at Gohan standing loyally beside Den, and offered a faint wry smile. Truly, Den's like a father to him. Even now, with Goku near death, Gohan stays by his side. Den stepped forward and asked, what do we do now? Unconsciously, they had begun to center themselves around Lelin. Lelin smiled calmly. We pursue them, and finish this once and for all. After speaking, he rushed forward first. The others, seeing this, said nothing more and followed Lelin, charging ahead together. With such a powerful combat force present, there was no need to worry about the threat of the androids. The group continued to fly and soon saw Vegeta, who was looking down from the sky. What's wrong, Vegeta? Why aren't you continuing the chase? Lelin asked with a faint smile as he stopped beside him. TCH, Vegeta scoffed, pointing at the mountains below, and said, that old guy is too cunning. Just when we were about to catch up, he hid away here and won't come out. Due to the lack of aura from the androids, I can't locate Dr. Gero's position at all. At this moment, Dr. Gero is hiding in a crevice of the mountains, quietly watching the crowd above, not daring to show his face. Vegeta was feeling somewhat frustrated. He had hoped to transform into a Super Saiyan and showcase his power. Unexpectedly, it had turned into such a situation, leaving him with strength, but nowhere to use it. The more Vegeta thought about it, the more impatient he became. After a furious roar, a golden aura surged forth as he transformed into a Super Saiyan. After completing the transformation, a sphere of golden energy suddenly coalesced in his palm. Whoosh! Vegeta unleashed a golden energy wave. He declared, since I can't find this old guy's position, let's just destroy this entire area. Lelin watched the golden energy released by Vegeta and couldn't help but silently complain it was indeed Vegeta's style. Unfortunately, this method did not prove effective. Dr. Gero was very sly. Upon seeing the energy wave approaching from the sky, he revealed himself early, standing in the path of the attack. He raised his right hand, absorbing all the energy from the energy wave. After witnessing this scene, Vegeta was nearly blown away with fury. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. He randomly launched several more energy waves. However, Dr. Gero was simply too cunning. All of these attacks were absorbed by him. At this moment, the energy within him became quite abundant, significantly increasing his strength. Need any help? No need. This prince has his own methods. Vegeta coldly replied, showing no gratitude. He did not believe that as a proud Super Saiyan he would be unable to handle a mere trash. After saying this, he looked down at the mountains. Suddenly his aura surged violently, both hands gathering radiant golden light. Ha-da-da-da. Accompanied by his shout, countless golden energy waves rained down like a machine gun. Lelin, seeing this move, exclaimed, wow, isn't this the legendary prince's battle tactic? This method is indeed unexpected. Dr. Gero's eyes went wide at this display. The attack was simply too fast and too dense. He could no longer absorb like before. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of explosions resonated through the rugged mountains. Flames soared into the sky, turning the mountains red. Dr. Gero was forced to flee back into the sky, left with no escape. Seeing his technique succeed, Vegeta smirked slightly and disdainfully said, old man, don't you love being a turtle? Why aren't you hiding now? As Dr. Gero finally revealed himself, the crowd rushed towards him. Seeing the hostile crowd surrounding him, Dr. Gero's heart sank. Cold sweat streamed down him. Is this the power of the androids? I truly don't understand how the future US could be wiped out by such weaklings like you. Vegeta continued to intensify the sarcasm. Dr. Gero was puzzled, not understanding what he meant by future. However, he was not in the mood to care about this now. He only wanted to find a way to escape from the encirclement. Seeing the opponent's silence, Vegeta shook his head in disappointment, saying, it seems this is where it ends. He raised his hand, ready to take the old man's life. Just then a figure suddenly burst into view. Lelin, recognizing the figure, smiled and said, "Trunks, you've arrived." Upon hearing this name, Vegeta's movements froze. He raised his head to look at the mysterious boy who shared a name with his son. For a moment, he felt a bit dazed, as if he had come to an understanding. Trunks frowned, looking at Dr. Gero in front of him, and slowly said, "Who is this person?" Upon hearing this, Vegeta was suddenly startled, snapping back to reality. He quickly questioned, "What do you mean? Isn't this an android?" Before Trunks could explain, Piccolo spoke first. Lelin said before that he is indeed an android, but not the two from the future. Trunks focused his gaze on Lelin, his curiosity about Lelin's identity growing. Why did this person know so much about the androids? Seeing everyone's attention focused on him, Lelin spread his hands and explained, "I mentioned before that these two androids are too weak and could not possibly threaten the future, so the one who disrupts the future must be someone else." After hearing Lelin's explanation, Trunks slowly nodded. This explanation was indeed reasonable. "Mr. Lelin is right, this person is definitely not the android from the future." Trunks explained to those around him, while simultaneously describing the physique and appearance of the android. Dr. Gero was completely uninterested in their discussion. He saw that everyone was distracted by the suddenly appearing boy and felt this was an opportunity. Suddenly, he waved his hand, and two energy beams shot out, sweeping across the surroundings. The group quickly dodged. Boom, boom, boom. Violent explosions erupted wherever the beams went. The surrounding rocks were shattered, sending up clouds of dust. This obscured the vision of most people present. While dodging, Lelin kept his gaze fixed on Dr. Gero. At this moment, his figure was already covered in dust. A faint smile appeared on Lelin's lips. If he had wanted to eliminate Dr. Gero, he could have acted earlier. The reason he hadn't acted was to allow him to escape activating Android 18. Even if the old man did not take action, Lelin would still help create some accidents. As the smoke slowly dissipated and everyone noticed Dr. Gero's position, he had already vanished. Damn it, he actually got away. Vegeta clenched his fists, gritting his teeth. However, when he remembered that there were still two other powerful androids, he suddenly became excited. Letting this old man escape may not necessarily be a bad thing. After discovering Dr. Gero's escape, the group refused to stand idle. They split up to search, and soon Piccolo located a well-concealed cave in the far northern region. To avoid alerting the target prematurely, he refrained from rushing in. Instead, he deliberately released his aura, prompting the others to converge upon the cave at blinding speed. Inside the cave, Dr. Gero hesitated over whether to revive androids 18 and 17. Though immensely powerful, both were dangerously unstable. He feared they might defy his orders entirely, acting on their own whims. Yet the moment he sensed Piccolo's aura, all hesitation vanished. His pursuers would arrive imminently. Another moment's delay could cost him his life. Without further pause, Dr. Gero strode toward the two cryopods and withdrew a remote controller from his coat. He took a deep breath, then pressed the button with his withered finger. Creak, creak. The two pod doors slowly swung outward. First emerged a young man with jet black hair parted down the middle, Android 17. Moments later, from the adjacent pod stepped a striking woman with golden hair, Android 18. 17. Dr. Gero murmured softly. 17 turned, glanced briefly at Dr. Gero, and his gaze flickered imperceptibly toward the remote in the scientist's hand. "Good morning, Dr. Gero." A faint, affable smile played upon his lips. Dr. Gero felt a quiet ripple of surprise. He had not expected such courteous, even friendly address. He had never imagined 17 would greet him so politely. Why this sudden civility? You weren't like this before. Dr. Gero asked, studying him closely. Recalling the arduous process of modifying the siblings, how after finally succeeding they tried to kill him instead. He'd had no choice but to seal them away. Little did he expect that upon reawakening they would be utterly transformed. Noticing Dr. Gero's incredulous expression, 17 smiled faintly. "Of course, we owe you our existence. You are our creator, our father. Respect is only natural." Hearing this, Dr. Gero suppressed a surge of private triumph. Clearly his modifications had taken root. Everything would now proceed smoothly. There's a tremendous energy signature nearby, and many others converging here. What's happening, Dr. 18 asked curiously. Assured the androids posed no immediate threat, Dr. Gero swelled with newfound arrogance. "Those outside are our enemies. When I command you to fight, you will obey. Understood?" 17 and 18 exchanged a fleeting glance, then replied in unison, "Understood." Dr. Gero nodded, satisfied. His relief was complete, until just as he prepared to open the door and launch a preemptive strike, disaster struck. 17 seized the remote from Dr. Gero's grasp in a flash. The scientist recoiled in horror. "What are you doing, 17? That remote was his sole instrument of control. Without it, his dominion over the androids would vanish entirely. 17's laugh was cold hollow. Did you truly believe we'd serve you willingly? With that he crushed the remote to dust in his palm. You twisted us into these abominations, and yet you still expect gratitude. 18 tossed her golden hair, her voice edged with disdain. At that very moment the others arrived outside. What's happening inside? Lelin asked, Piccolo, curiosity gleaming in his eyes. Piccolo's brow glistened with sweat. He'd stood guard uninterrupted, and every word spoken within the cave had reached his ears with chilling clarity. The androids have been released, Piccolo ground out through clenched teeth. Even for one who once ruled as the Demon King, uncertainty stirred in his chest. Upon hearing the news, Vegeta's pulse quickened, not with dread but exhilaration. Spotting the reinforced metal door, he raised his fist without hesitation, only for Trunks to rush forward and restrain him. Wait. If the androids are already free, we must retreat and reassess. Lelin watched Trunks' intervention with a faint knowing smile. It revealed his composure, a stark contrast to most Scion's impetuous nature. Had Goku not fallen ill and departed abruptly, Trunks himself might have been the most eager to charge in. Damn it, let me go, Vegeta snarled. This isn't strategy, it's cowardice. I'll obliterate them right now. Trunks' resistance left Vegeta unable to power up, but Lelin, growing impatient, had no intention of waiting any longer. Yet his urgency bore no martial motive. It stemmed from a far more personal intent. Boom! A thunderous explosion shattered the silence. Vegeta and Trunks froze mid-struggle, drawn by the blast. As the smoke cleared and the mangled door hung askew, a sly grin curled Vegeta's lips. Mr. Lelin, you. Trunks stared bewildered. He couldn't fathom the reasoning behind such a reckless act. Did Lelin not know how perilous the androids were? Seeing Trunks' confusion, Lelin offered no explanation. None would suffice. How could he confess that his true aim was to reunite with his wife as swiftly as possible? As the last embers faded, 17 and 18 stood side by side at the cave's mouth, awaiting their foes. Lelin's gaze locked instantly onto 18, his breath catching inwardly. No wonder she haunted my dreams. In person, she's even more breathtaking. None around him suspected his thoughts. Dr. Gero, seeing his pursuers close and panicked, and issued his command without thought. 17, 18, eliminate them now. 17 scoffed. Our affairs are ours to settle. Your commands hold no weight here. Dr. Gero's aged face twitched with impotent fury. 18 approached another massive cryopod and observed coolly, there's one more here. 16. Dr. Gero shrieked, stay away from 16. Return at once. Oomph. 18's scoff held icy contempt. As an android herself, she refused to let another remain imprisoned. The more you forbid it, the more I insist. So I'll not only approach, but awaken him. Damn it. Dr. Gero was furious upon witnessing this scene. Trunks stood by completely stunned. I never expected history to be rewritten. In this timeline, not only are there androids 17 and 18, but also an android 16 that I never knew about. It seems I have no choice but to create a new controller. Dr. Gero said threateningly, having run out of options. Upon hearing this, android 17's expression suddenly changed, and a faint smile appeared on his face. Whoosh! He quickly flashed behind Dr. Gero, penetrating his chest with one hand. You? Dr. Gero looked at him in shock. Before he could say much more, android 17 delivered a swift kick that sent his head flying, rolling out at the entrance. Yamcha nearly wet himself upon witnessing this scene. Trembling behind the crowd, someone suggested, how about we retreat for now? Vegeta glanced at him disdainfully and said, if you want to leave, then hurry up and get lost. Leave this to me. Vegeta's arrogance made Trunks furrow his brows, wanting to step forward and say something. However, before he could approach, he was pulled back by Lelin. He smiled and shook his head at Trunks softly, saying, your father is in a good mood right now. Oh, it's no use trying to persuade him. Hearing Lelin's words, Trunks sighed helplessly. He had already come to understand his father's personality, just watching one powerful enemy after another emerge. Meanwhile, he remained motionless, feeling quite unwilling. Although Dr. Gero's head was separated from his body, he still retained consciousness. He wanted to keep babbling about something, but before he could utter another word, Android 17 crushed him with a kick. Android 17 glanced indifferently at the crowd before him, saying little. At that moment, Android 18 found the button for the hatch and pressed it. Trunks could no longer contain himself. With Android 17 and 18 still not defeated, another enemy cannot appear now. Huh? He roared, transforming into a Super Saiyan. The moment his transformation completed, he unleashed a powerful energy wave. Boom! The sound of an explosion echoed throughout the cave. Everyone flew into the sky together. Seeing his son act rashly, Vegeta calmly said, don't waste your effort. With that last attack of yours, what effect could it possibly have other than collapsing the cave? Trunks indicated that he did not wish to speak with him now. At this moment, it was against his character to do nothing. Sure enough, the smoke slowly dissipated. At the mountaintop, 3 figures stood tall. It seemed Trunks' attack had not yielded any effect. The 3 figures glanced at the crowd in the distance, exchanged a few words, and then departed. The crowd was puzzled as the androids did not attack them. Those guys, they wouldn't be heading to destroy the city, would they? Piccolo said solemnly. Lelin looked at the 3 gradually receding figures and smiled, saying, who knows? Maybe they're aiming to take out Goku. Upon hearing this, the crowd suddenly understood, believing it made a lot of sense. Vegeta, however, was furious, feeling ignored after waiting for so long. Damn it. With a furious shout, Vegeta transformed into a Super Saiyan, preparing to pursue. Trunks quickly stepped forward to stop him. Don't be impulsive, we need to find Mr. Goku first. Facing 3 opponents rushing in recklessly would be akin to seeking death. Vegeta was even angrier upon hearing Trunks mention Goku. With his current strength, was he not better than Kakarot? Bang! Vegeta punched him in the gut. Trunks staggered back in pain, holding his belly. Vegeta, without looking back, chased forward. Damn it! Trunks gritted his teeth. He was not blaming Vegeta for hitting him, but rather lamenting that nothing had changed. He even caused more trouble for this timeline. Don't be discouraged, Trunks. Lelin stepped forward, patting his shoulder, saying, as long as I'm here, your father will be fine. Trunks was taken aback, looking up at Lelin. This person was too mysterious, but he didn't seem like a bad guy. He just didn't know what his strength was like. He had once eliminated Frieza in a single strike, so now. Suddenly Trunks realized something and asked in surprise, Mr. Lelin, why can't I sense your energy? Upon hearing his question, Lelin smiled calmly and said, it's nothing. It might be due to my unique physique. As long as I don't deliberately leak my energy, even in battle, others cannot sense my presence. Trunks appeared even more astonished upon hearing this. Are there really people like this in the world? Wait. It seemed he thought of something, uncertainly asking, Mr. Lelin, you can't possibly also be. Trunks did not finish his sentence. But the implication was quite clear. Lelin, being very clever, instantly understood what he meant. He helplessly smiled and said, I am not an android. Didn't I say that? As long as I don't deliberately release my energy, others cannot sense it, even in battle. In other words, if I want to release my energy, it can still be sensed. Can androids do that? Simultaneously, the immense energy within Lelin began to manifest, and the flow of energy seemed to accelerate at that moment. Upon sensing this energy, Trunks' expression turned joyful. This energy was incredibly powerful, far exceeding his expectations. He initially thought that even if Lelin were strong, he wouldn't be much different from himself. It seemed he was mistaken. The intensity of this energy surpassed his by several times. No wonder he had been able to maintain such a calm demeanor from the beginning until now. I'm sorry, Mr. Lelin, I didn't mean to doubt you. Trunks quickly lowered his head in apology. At the same time, the joy within him reached its peak. With Lelin's support, androids would be no problem at all. Lelin chuckled lightly and waved his hand, saying, no worries, let's hurry and catch up, otherwise Vegeta might be in danger. Trunks nodded vigorously, okay. With that, the two transformed into a streak of light, swiftly flying off into the distance. The others, seeing this, no longer remained in place and quickly followed behind. Vegeta flew at astonishing speed, closing the distance to the androids in moments. The 3 of them, however, seemed in no hurry, strolling leisurely along a narrow country path. What exactly are you 3 planning to do? Vegeta demanded without hesitation. Android 18 turned toward the sudden intruder and replied candidly, we're going to eliminate Son Goku. That's our very purpose for being created. So it's true. Vegeta sneered, nodding coldly before clenching his fist. No need to go that far. He'll destroy you right here and now. Upon hearing this, Androids 17 and 18 exchanged a knowing glance. Their neural archives contained full data on Vegeta, including his identity as a Saiyan. Looks like your confidence vastly exceeds your capability. Android 17 spoke with calm amusement, his expression utterly relaxed. After a brief pause, he added, Goku was similarly overconfident, but half-baked warriors tend to fall swiftly. Vegeta erupted in fury. Veins throbbed violently across his forehead as he ground his teeth and snarled, a mere puppet, and yet you chatter incessantly. He'll dismantle every one of you. So tell me, where shall I begin? He scanned the trio, pointing deliberately, you, the woman, you, the giant fool, or you. Or shall all 3 of you attack me at once? At these words, Androids 17 and 18 smiles deepened, sharpening into something edged with mockery. Android 18 stepped forward slowly from between her companions, saying coolly, there's no need for all 3 of us. We'll handle you ourselves. Let me entertain you for now. Vegeta scoffed inwardly upon seeing a woman approach, yet Android 18 wasted no time. She launched a lightning-fast preemptive strike. Vegeta reacted instantly, transforming into a Super Saiyan, his power surging dramatically. Though this was his first battle post-transformation, he dismissed his opponent with disdain, even as he steeled himself fully for combat. They clashed, kicks and punches flying in rapid succession. Thud, thud, thud. The air crackled with fierce kinetic energy. Their movements were blindingly swift. Ordinary eyes could only register sound, not action. Suddenly Vegeta seized Android 18's arm and hurled her skyward, then surged upward to deliver a devastating blow straight to her face. She absorbed the impact unfazed. No wound marred her skin. With a casual flick of her hair, she chuckled softly. "Is that truly all you've got?" Vegeta boasted arrogantly. "I hadn't even begun to push my limits just now. Had I fought seriously, you'd already be finished." He took grim satisfaction in landing that hit, even if it left no mark. In his mind, unleashing his full might next would surely shatter these androids. "Oomph." Android 18 scoffed. She too had held back, merely testing Vegeta's strength. She hadn't expected him to flaunt that shallow exchange as triumph. Without further restraint, she closed the gap in an instant and struck him squarely with a headbutt. Vegeta, caught completely off guard by her speed, staggered, blood immediately welling from a gash above his brow, tracing crimson lines down his temple. "You wretched scum, you dare wound me," he roared, then unleashed a violent burst of ki, amplifying his power before lunging forward to retaliate. But Android 18 moved faster still. A crushing knee strike slammed into his abdomen, followed instantly by a palm strike that drove him deep into solid rock. Boom! A storm of dust and rubble billowed outward. Vegeta vanished beneath the debris, just as the delayed reinforcements finally arrived on the scene. Lelin observed the confrontation impassively, showing no intention to intervene. Trunks, however, could contain himself no longer. His own father lay battered, and he refused to stand idle. Without another word, he drew his sword and charged forward, only for Vegeta, sensing his son's aura, to erupt violently from the rubble. "No one moves. Whoever interferes, I'll kill them first." With that, he lunged again at Android 18, and their brutal duel reignited. Crash, crash, crash. For a time, they fought with equal ferocity, neither gaining advantage, neither yielding an inch. Trunks stared stunned into silence. He had never imagined his father could be so formidable, holding his own against Android 18, without faltering, matching her blow for blow. Yet this parity was illusory. The androids possessed limitless energy, so prolonged combat would inevitably erode Vegeta's stamina and turn the tide against him. Sure enough, after 15 minutes of relentless exchange, Vegeta's strikes visibly weakened, while Android 18 grew only more aggressive, her attacks intensifying with terrifying precision. Abruptly, she leapt high, then delivered a thunderous side kick to Vegeta's arm. His limb twisted grotesquely on impact, bones shattered beneath the force. "Arg!" Vegeta screamed in agony. Onlookers froze in shock. None had anticipated such overwhelming dominance from the androids, nor imagined even Vegeta could be so thoroughly overpowered. Only Lelin watched with quiet delight, his gaze warm with admiration. Silently he murmured, "Truly worthy of being my wife, unrivaled in brilliance." Trunks paid no heed. He unsheathed his blade and charged without hesitation. His father's life hung in the balance. Android 18 sensed the wind of his approach behind her and turned her head, slowly raising her arm to block. Crack! Trunks' sword struck her forearm, yet she stood unharmed while his blade splintered, leaving a jagged notch in its edge. "What a—" Trunks recoiled in disbelief. This blade had cleaved through anything, effortlessly, infallibly. Yet now it lay damaged, its edge fractured. Thud! Android 18's fist slammed into his abdomen. Spurt! Trunks vomited blood, eyes wide with incredulity, then collapsed limply onto the earth. These androids from this timeline were terrifyingly superior, even compared to those from his future, who, though formidable, had still been within his capacity to challenge. Now he couldn't even parry a single strike. "Trunks!" Piccolo's voice dropped low, but decisive. Without hesitation, he shot forward, prompting the others to surge ahead without delay. Android 17 met their charge with a glance of quiet contempt, then stepped calmly into Piccolo's path, blocking his advance. With a swift kick, he sent the approaching Piccolo flying. At the same time, he nimbly dodged the simultaneous attacks from Tianjin Fan and Yamcha. A flash of light appeared in his hand as he unleashed a powerful energy wave, sending Yamcha crashing to the ground. In a quick turn, he seized Tianjin Fan from behind, applying a sudden force to tightly choke his neck. "Ah!" Tianjin Fan gasped for breath, his 3 eyes filled with bloodshot veins. "A bunch of idiots." Vegeta, dragging his arm, observed the unfavorable battle conditions in the sky. With a push of his foot, he prepared to fly up for assistance. However, before he could ascend too far, Android 18 swiftly grabbed his foot. Trunks struggled to rise, seeing his father being pulled away, ready to launch another attack. Android 18 keenly noticed this and forcefully swung her hands. Vegeta crashed directly onto the still-rising Trunks. The father and son were sent tumbling in a disoriented state. Trunks instantly lost his combat strength, and his Super Saiyan form dissipated. Damn it! Blood trickled from the corner of Vegeta's mouth as he exclaimed in anger. He never expected to suffer such a crushing defeat in this battle. And to be overpowered by a woman was a tremendous humiliation. Whoosh! The more Vegeta thought about it, the more unwilling he felt, raising his hand to unleash an energy blast. However, Android 18 was exceptionally alert, leaping high to successfully evade the attack. Oh, your strength is quite impressive, but this is where it ends. Android 18 tossed her hair and said with a faint smile. The next moment she appeared in front of Vegeta. Bang! She stomped heavily on Vegeta's chest. Wow! Vegeta's eyes widened as he spat a large mouthful of blood. His aura suddenly weakened, and the golden flames of energy vanished, reverting to his normal state. Lelin quietly observed everything from the air. Raising an eyebrow slightly, he decided to stop watching the show. You two, that's enough. Please let them go now. Lelin's tone was calm, but filled with undeniable authority. Androids 17 and 18 turned their heads in unison, and even Android 16, not far away, looked up at the sky. Who is this person? Android 18 glanced at Lelin, her eyes filled with confusion as she had no record of him in her memory. Hey, who are you? I advise you not to meddle in our affairs. Android 17 stared at Lelin, speaking in a heavy tone. Although he sensed no aura from Lelin, he vaguely felt that this guy was very dangerous, the kind of danger that could threaten his life. What was more lethal was that he had no information about the person in front of him in his mind. No sooner had he finished speaking than Lelin appeared behind him. I want metal, but please let go of the person in your hands first. Android 17's heart jolted, and the hairs on his body stood on end. What? How could this person's speed be so fast? He dared not stay close to Lelin, loosening his grip on Tianjin Fan. He then quickly retreated to the other side of the sky, watching Lelin with a vigilant gaze. Huff. After being released, Tianjin Fan gasped for fresh air. Android 18 was also greatly shocked. From her position below, she could clearly see the situation. However, in that brief moment, she had not seen how Lelin moved behind Android 17. Or rather, Lelin's speed had reached a level that made her unable to perceive it. Not just her, even the usually silent Android 16 was no longer calm. He no longer appeared as relaxed as before, his eyes filled with caution, as if ready to strike at any moment. Who are you? Android 17 posed his question. Lelin looked at him and smiled, saying, I am just an ordinary Earthling. Earthling? Android 17 was slightly taken aback, then frowned, and said in a hostile tone, Do you think I am a fool? He didn't believe that Lelin was an ordinary Earthling. After all, which Earthling could be so powerful? Android 18, seeing Android 17 confronting Lelin, no longer cared about Vegeta beneath her. She directly flew into the sky, standing shoulder to shoulder with Android 17, both watching Lelin. Lelin smiled indifferently at the approaching Android 18 and explained to Android 17, I really am a native Earthling, and there's no need to deceive you about that. Android 17 and 18 exchanged glances, clearly still not convinced. Lelin shook his head helplessly and continued, Forget about this point. Just let go of my companions and then leave. Upon hearing Lelin's words, the two were slightly taken aback. Android 18 frowned and cautiously asked, Aren't you going to kill us? Lelin, hearing Android 18's question, felt like laughing and slowly shook his head, saying, You haven't done anything wrong, so why would I kill you? But your companions have all been injured by us. Android 18 continued to ask in confusion. Android 17 looked at his sister, finding her questions rather absurd. They have been spared, and she couldn't even ask a normal question. Now, with this mysterious person whose strength was unfathomable, it would be best not to engage in a fight recklessly. It was wise to leave while the other party had no intent to fight. Lelin did not pay much attention to Android 18's question, casually replying, It was Vegeta who provoked you first. Your retaliation was entirely reasonable. Upon hearing this response, Android 18 was somewhat surprised. Still uncertain, she asked, You really won't make a move against us? I am neither a good person nor a bad one. At least for now, I don't see you as evil, so I won't attack. But that may not hold true in the future. Lelin continued to explain, adding, Also, if you wish to kill Sun Wukong, I won't stop you as long as you can defeat him. Android 18 nodded, slightly wanting to say something more. However, Android 17 tugged at her clothes, signaling her to stop talking. At this moment, if they didn't hurry to escape, the conversation would only become more engaging. All right, you should leave now, or I might change my mind. Lelin casually placed his hands behind his back and spoke mysteriously. Without another word, Android 17 grabbed Android 18 and ran away. As they left, Android 18 glanced back and saw Lelin smiling and nodding at her. Oh no, I forgot to ask for his name. Android 18 thought silently. Seeing the two escape successfully, Android 16 let out a sigh of relief and the vigilance in his eyes diminished considerably. The three of them exchanged glances at Lelin above, then flew off together into the distance. After the android left, Lelin began to check the injuries of everyone. At the same time, he took out the fairy beans from his own possession and fed them to each person one by one. These fairy beans were obtained after he sent off Clin, and now they came in handy. After consuming the fairy beans, everyone gradually regained their strength. "Oh, damn it!" Vegeta shouted angrily at the sky after standing up. He had intended to showcase his might after transforming into a Super Saiyan. However, he never expected to suffer such a crushing defeat in the first battle. His proud demeanor could hardly tolerate it. After his outburst, Vegeta felt embarrassed being there and left directly. Trunks, seeing his father's state, really wanted to chase after him, but thought better of it. He wasn't very familiar with him at the moment, and even if he did catch up, he wouldn't be able to persuade him. He then turned to Lelin, complaining, "Mr. Lelin, you clearly have the power to defeat the androids. Oh, why did you let them go just now?" Although Trunks had been knocked down by Android 18, his injuries were not severe. He had heard every word of the conversation between Lelin and the androids. In his view, letting them go was a foolish decision. If he had that kind of power, he would never have made such a choice. Seeing his complaining demeanor, Lelin smiled and shook his head calmly, saying, "Did you not realize that the androids in this time and space are different from those in your time?" Trunks was slightly taken aback at this and replied in confusion, "What's different?" "They are not as cruel and bloodthirsty as you describe. In fact, they are closer to being human, or rather they are human," Lelin patiently explained to him. In fact, this was indeed the case. The androids in this time and space were significantly different from those in the world Trunks had traveled from. Perhaps due to Trunks' arrival in this world, the androids here were not as cruel. At least for now, they had not destroyed anything or killed anyone. "Mr. Lelin." Trunks, seeing Lelin in this state, wanted to say something more. But Lelin directly waved his hand, interrupting him. "Of course, if they really do something outrageous later on, I won't stand idly by, but at least for now I believe they are still kind-hearted." Seeing that persuasion was futile, Trunks decided not to waste his breath any longer. He also realized that the androids in this time and space indeed seemed different from those in his world. The androids in this world are excessively powerful. Moreover, they do not appear to be as vicious as those in his time. Hey, I want to say this, no matter what you think, if I encounter them, I will definitely do my utmost to eliminate them. Piccolo clenched his fists, gritting his teeth. He had already been struck and lost his combat ability when facing the androids. His proud heart would not yield even a bit to Vegeta. Just now he received a notification from the Supreme Kai that he could assimilate with him to enhance his power. Piccolo accepted without hesitation. Once he assimilated with the Supreme Kai, he would no longer fear the androids. After saying this, he unleashed his aura and flew towards the Supreme Kai's palace. "What should we do now?" Yamcha asked Lelin. Lelin smiled and said, "There's nothing much to do right now. Why don't we just go back for now? As long as the androids don't cause trouble, we can treat them as ordinary people." Tianjin Han and Yamcha nodded in agreement. They were still somewhat fearful of the androids. As long as they did not confront them directly, everything would be fine. It would be best to go back. Just then a flying vehicle approached from the distance, and the person on it was Clin. Sun Wukong had already been sent home, had taken his medicine, and his condition was very stable. As he was worried that everyone would not be able to handle the androids, he hurriedly piloted the spaceship over. "Where are the androids? Where are the androids? Is everyone all right?" Clin hurriedly walked up after getting off the flying vehicle. Seeing Clin arrive, Lelin smiled and said, "Everyone is fine. The androids have already left and pose no immediate threat. Let's head back first." Clin, hearing Lelin's explanation, rubbed his bald head in confusion. He couldn't shake the feeling that he seemed to have missed something, but he couldn't quite pinpoint what exactly he had missed. Thus, everyone boarded Clin's flying vehicle, preparing to leave. Suddenly on the way, Bulma called, "Can you hear me? There is some breaking news that you should listen to." After hearing this, everyone immediately gathered around, ready to listen to the news. Bulma on the other end of the call looked at a set of images and said, "We just discovered a strange flying vehicle in a mountain. The Mountain Patrol informed us at the Universal Capsule Company that the flying vehicle has our company's logo on it and wanted us to handle it. However, I found that while the images sent over do have our company's logo, the signal from this flying vehicle is not one we developed." Hearing this, everyone was puzzled. What did this have to do with them? They weren't involved in such matters. Only Lelin leaned against the side of the flying vehicle, smiling mysteriously. If nothing unexpected happened, this flying vehicle should also have come from the future. The person coming should be the incoming cell. "Bulma, are you mistaken? What does this have to do with us?" Clin asked in confusion. Bulma, however, replied calmly, "Don't rush, let me finish. Although this flying vehicle was not made by our company, I once saw Trunks riding in it. It should be his time machine." Upon hearing this, Trunks felt puzzled and opened up the preparation he was carrying with him. He took out a capsule, furrowed his brow, and said, "No, my time machine has always been with me. That one shouldn't be mine." Bulma was not surprised, as she had seen this time machine left there for quite some time. Meanwhile, she sent the photos to the flying vehicle the others were piloting. After seeing the images, Trunks looked surprised. This is indeed my time machine. Oh, what's going on?" On the other end, Bulma nodded. "No worries. We'll find out what's going on when we get there. Hurry up and come over, let's go together." Upon receiving the news, everyone dared not hesitate and made a beeline for the Universal Capsule Company. They picked up Bulma and headed to the foot of the mountain, the location of the time machine. Trunks saw the time machine covered in dust and took out his own time machine, placing it alongside it. "Sigh, it's exactly the same." Krillin gazed at the identical spaceship before him, exclaiming, What is going on?" Trunks was somewhat at a loss. There should only be one time machine from the future. How could there be another? Moreover, it seemed to have been here for quite a long time. Trunks' confusion deepened as he jumped onto the time machine to check the travel records. Trunks suddenly widened his eyes. To his surprise, this time machine had been active 4 years earlier than when he traveled. While everyone was at a loss, Krillin suddenly noticed a mysterious creature's shell nearby. This discovery truly shocked everyone. It seems history has really become unrecognizable. Trunks muttered to himself. He understood that even if they eliminated the artificial human from this timeline, the future world would not change anything, yet he resolutely traveled back. It was entirely to fulfill Bulma's will from the future. Just as everyone was still studying the shell, a small television in the spacecraft suddenly came to life, broadcasting an emergency news report. According to reports, residents of a small town have suddenly disappeared, and the details are currently under investigation. Please, citizens, reduce your time outdoors in the coming days to avoid danger. After the broadcast, the television displayed scenes from the site. The small town was entirely deserted, leaving only a pile of clothes on the ground. As for where these people had gone, it remained unknown for the time being. While everyone was still focused on this news, a terrifying aura suddenly emanated from the sky. Lelin looked up at the sky and said to himself, "It seems Big has completed his assimilation." "Lelin, what should we do now?" Krillin asked Lelin. They were now aimless, only able to follow the strongest among them, Lelin. Lelin stroked his chin and said slowly, "The disappearance of these people should be related to the monster that traveled back in time. Moreover, since this monster has come from the future, it indicates that at this point in time it has not yet matured. Therefore, you should go to Dr. Gero's lab and see if you can find any clues. If you do, eliminate him on the spot." Lelin calmly instructed everyone. He continued, "I will go search for this monster. If I find it, let me handle it." Everyone exchanged glances, agreeing with Lelin's plan. Then they began to act separately, while Bulma piloted the spacecraft alone back home. Lelin started searching aimlessly in the sky. Since Cell had nearly combined the powers of all the strong beings on Earth, he was also quite adept at using his energy. As long as he concealed his presence, others would not be able to detect him. Big, having fused with the god, greatly increased his power, making him comparable to the artificial humans. Through the memories of the god, he learned of Cell's existence. He now knew where Cell was hiding and was heading there to eliminate this monster. Time passed minute by minute. Lelin continued to drift in the sky as he knew that Big would soon engage Cell in battle. At this point, even if he searched diligently, it would probably be futile. It was better to wait for the two to fight, then he would naturally know their whereabouts. Sure enough, after about half an hour, a terrifying aura suddenly emerged from the southeast of the sky. Lelin sensed one particularly powerful aura belonging to Big. Another aura was rather chaotic, and he could almost feel the energy of Goku, Vegeta, and even Frieza. If nothing went wrong, this person should be the future Cell. Meanwhile, upon arriving at Dr. Gero's lab, Krillin and Trunks discovered a mysterious incubation chamber underground. It seems Lelin's judgment was correct. There is indeed an embryo of the monster here. Trunks clenched his fist, his expression grave. Saying this, he unleashed a ki blast, shattering the incubation chamber, and followed up with another attack. The embryo turned to dust in the energy wave. "Let's go, there shouldn't be anything left here." A powerful aura just appeared nearby. It should belong to Big, likely confronting that monster. Tianjin Fan proposed to them. Without further discussion, everyone swiftly flew in the direction of the aura. Lelin also accelerated towards the battlefield, and coincidentally he met the others shortly after their separation. They informed Lelin of the secret of Dr. Gero's lab, praising his judgment as they flew without pausing. Suddenly, just as they were about to reach the location, the fighting aura abruptly vanished, leaving only Big's energy. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Figures descended from the sky, landing beside Big. "Damn it, he got away," Big said with some reluctance. "It's fine. Next time we'll take him down, just the same," Lelin replied, calmly, his expression appearing very relaxed. It seemed that nothing could astonish him. Bick nodded. His power had greatly increased, making him unafraid of anyone on Earth. At the same time, he shared the information he had extracted from Cell with everyone. Consequently, they learned that the monster from the future was named Cell. For the time being, it will be difficult to find Cell's whereabouts. According to Bick, this guy will definitely look for the artificial humans to absorb them. The immediate plan is to find the artificial humans. As long as we protect them or directly eliminate them, this monster will not pose a threat. Bick stated quite assertively. Lelin gave him a sidelong glance, not daring to agree with his suggestion. After all, his wife was among them. If they were eliminated, how could he deal with it? So he directly said, what if he absorbs the artificial humans? What if we just take care of him all at once? The others were stunned by his words, thinking, wow, you two are the strongest ones right now. When you show off, could you please consider the feelings of others? After much discussion, everyone began to take action separately. The current situation still necessitates finding Sheru. Each day we delay could lead to more Earthlings suffering. At that moment, Vegeta arrived late, sensing the energy in the area and rushing over immediately. What has happened here? Vegeta looked around, inquiring of everyone. Simultaneously, he turned his gaze to Piccolo and was astonished to find that his power had surged several times, far surpassing his own. How did your strength suddenly become so strong? Vegeta pointed at Piccolo in astonishment. He had thought that after training to become a Super Saiyan, he would be invincible. The only opponent he considered worthy was Kakarot, another Saiyan. However, he did not expect that first it was Lelin, then the androids, and now even this Namekian, whom he once looked down upon, had surpassed him. Oomph! Piccolo crossed his arms and coldly snorted with pride. His self-esteem was no less than that of Vegeta. Lelin smiled faintly from the side, thinking to himself that the android plot should be Piccolo's moment of glory. Trunks, noticing his father's confusion, stepped forward to explain earnestly. Fusion? Yes, mister. Piccolo has fused with Piccolo. The situation here is a result of his battle with that monster named Sheru. Trunks explained in detail. Vegeta, hearing that he had indeed been surpassed, was once again struck down, standing there in a daze. Piccolo stepped forward and slowly stated, the immediate priority is to eliminate the immature Sheru or take down one of the androids. You all go search for their whereabouts. Once you find them, notify me immediately, and I will take care of them. After saying this, he took the lead and left. He was now brimming with confidence in his strength. After hearing Piccolo's orders, everyone did not act immediately, but turned to look at Lelin. Piccolo is right, let's split up and search. Everyone please stay safe, Lelin said with a smile to the group. Afterward, he flew away. Though he said this, he did not truly believe it. Whether it was the androids or Sheru, if they concealed themselves, it would not be easy for him to find them. Instead of engaging in futile efforts, it would be better to return home and get some sleep. With this thought, he accelerated and quickly flew towards his residence. Seeing that Lelin had also left, the others decided not to linger. I believe Piccolo and Lelin are right. Our main issue now is to find the androids and Sheru. As long as we eliminate either side, things can still be turned around, Tianjin Fan said slowly. Everyone nodded silently. However, at that moment, an inappropriate voice suddenly interrupted. I disagree. Everyone turned around to find it was Vegeta, who had remained silent until now. His face was filled with anger as he clenched his fists and shouted, a punch of cowardice. Are you so afraid of this little crisis? Let me tell you, even if Sheru is in his complete form, I will eventually take him down. Since the power of a Super Saiyan isn't enough, I will surpass the Super Saiyan. After making his bold statement, Vegeta's aura erupted, shooting towards the sky before disappearing from sight. The others stared at each other in bewilderment, unsure what had gotten into him. However, they knew that it seemed every time Vegeta acted arrogantly, things did not end well for him. They just did not know how this time would turn out. In that case, let's hurry up and search. The longer we delay, the stronger Sheru will become. Krillin addressed everyone, and upon hearing this, they did not linger, but took to the sky, flying off to different locations. Just as Krillin was about to leave, he noticed Trunks standing in place, dazed. What's wrong, Trunks? Aren't you coming? Krillin inquired curiously. Trunks slowly shook his head, speaking heavily. I want to train with my father. What? Krillin was bewildered. At this point, everyone more or less knew that Trunks was Vegeta's son. However, they did not expect him to choose to train with Vegeta. It was important to note that Vegeta was currently somewhat unhinged, and if he completely lost control, he might even harm his own son. Trunks nodded seriously. That's right, I want to train with my father. Krillin, you all take care of finding Sheru. After speaking, he shot into the air, following the direction where Vegeta had left. His reasoning was simple. Even if the issues of this timeline were resolved, the crisis of the future timeline would still persist. Only by becoming strong like his father and surpassing the Super Saiyan could he resolve the crisis of his own timeline. Sighed. Krillin looked at the departing Trunks and sighed helplessly. Then he did not linger and disappeared from the spot. Meanwhile, Lelin had already returned to his residence, which was right beside Goku's home. However, Goku had now moved to the Kame house, and there was no one left here except for him. Just right, I can enjoy some peace for 2 days. Lelin stretched, lazily yawning as he spoke. In no time, he lay down in his room and soon fell asleep. 3 days later, a violent earthquake erupted on Kame Island. The turtle hermit, looking at his magazines, was so shocked that his eyes nearly popped out. He trembled as he said, "What's going on? Have the androids attacked?" Chi-Chi, as Goku's wife, had been taking care of him here. When she felt the obvious tremors, her heart raced in panic. However, when she stepped outside to check, she suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. "Goku!" Chi-Chi rushed over. Goku smiled and embraced her. The recent earthquake was not caused by the androids, but by his sudden awakening. He had just awakened, his body brimming with power, and unable to hold back, he had tried a few moves on the sea surface. Meanwhile, the others had been searching for Sheru for 3 days. They had encountered him several times, but had been outsmarted by his cunning escapes. This left everyone feeling quite disheartened. However, at that moment, they sensed Goku's energy. After their final search concluded, the group gathered at the site they had departed from. "The current situation is very unfavorable for us. Sheru's power should now be comparable to mine." Piccolo spoke in a low voice to the others. He noticed that every time he fought Sheru, his strength would increase significantly. It can be assumed that during these 3 days he has harmed quite a number of innocent humans. "Then what do we do now, eh?" Krillin panicked, stammering in bewilderment. "It's all right. Goku should have fully recovered by now. Can't you all sense his ki?" Piccolo addressed the group. They nodded slowly. The sole bright spot was Goku's full physical recovery, a tremendous morale boost for everyone. Just as they spoke of Goku, 2 figures descended from the sky. One tall, one small, son Wukong and his son Gohan. "Everyone, it's been a long time. How are you all doing?" Goku waved cheerfully. "Goku, it's really him. Goku's here. Speak of the devil, and he appears." Instantly the gloom lifted. As Goku greeted them, his eyes swept vigilantly across the surroundings. "Where's Lelin? Has he vanished somewhere? And I heard from Master Roshi that another formidable enemy has emerged." Goku fired off question after question without pause. Faced with this barrage, Krillin stepped forward, punched Goku playfully on the shoulder, and grinned. "Lelin's disappeared. Who knows where? We haven't seen him for 3 days. After you fell, 3 exceptionally powerful androids appeared. Truly fearsome." Piccolo took over, cutting straight to the point. After a brief pause, he added, "For now, however, they've committed no evil, so we can set them aside, for the moment." Goku nodded slowly. "I already know that. Gohan told me everything. But tell me, what exactly is this monster named Cell?" Arms crossed, Piccolo began explaining in a low voice. Goku's reaction differed markedly from the others. His eyes gleamed with unmistakable excitement. His innate warrior's blood stirred once more. "What? Even you with your immense power cannot overcome him?" Goku voiced his astonishment. Piccolo's strength had long surpassed his own. If even he stood no chance against Cell, Goku knew his own odds were grim. Piccolo sighed. "That's precisely the truth. Our only recourse is to locate the androids and destroy them before Cell grows any stronger." Goku barely registered the last sentence. He'd already fixated on one fact: Cell was incredibly powerful. Krillin, noticing Goku's expression, stepped beside him, tugged his sleeve, and asked, eyebrows raised, "Goku, what's going on with you? You seem oddly delighted." "Huh?" Goku snapped back, scratching the back of his head. "Do I?" The others shrugged. Yes, he was clearly thrilled. Maybe so," Goku conceded without protest, because indeed that was exactly how he felt. Then pressed on, "Where's Vegeta?" "He's training, aiming to surpass Super Saiyan and reach an even higher realm." Piccolo replied, calm and matter-of-fact. Goku's interest deepened. To transcend Super Saiyan, that was a goal he too yearned to achieve. He remained deeply dissatisfied with his current strength, especially given the looming threat of Cell and the enigmatic, unfathomably powerful Lelin. "All right, everyone. I'm beginning my training now. For the time being, Earth's safety rests in your hands," Goku announced to the group. With Lelin unaccounted for, he could not be relied upon, so victory would have to be forged through their own relentless effort. Krillin stroked his chin, puzzled. "Where will you train? With danger mounting, what real progress could you possibly make in such short time?" They stood at the precipice, sharpening the spear on the battlefield itself. Even Goku's extraordinary talent offered little hope of dramatic growth before crisis struck. "I know a place where 1 year of training equals just 1 day in the real world," Goku said with a serene smile. He'd already devised his plan the moment he resolved to train. So long as Earth remained safe during his absence, he would return ready to face any crisis without fear. The others exchanged startled glances. A place where 1 year equaled 1 day. Did such a sanctuary truly exist on Earth? "You mean the hyperbolic time chamber in the divine realm?" Piccolo asked directly. Goku nodded with a quiet smile. "That was precisely the place. With one more year inside, he would stand ready to confront any foe. I plan to train Gohan alongside me. I believe his potential surpasses even mine. Perhaps in the end he'll be the one who saves us. Goku ruffled Gohan's hair affectionately. The others smiled faintly, though they took his words lightly. Only Piccolo held firm conviction his adopted son possessed a ceiling so high he might well eclipse Goku himself. Very well, go train. Earth's fate remains in my hands. Piccolo affirmed, nodding. He understood though his power was formidable, defeating Cell alone was now nearly impossible. Yet his resolve remained unshaken. He would hunt Cell relentlessly and seize the first opportunity to annihilate him. Then, we'll meet again soon. Goku waved farewell and vanished instantly via teleportation. Watching him depart, the group fell into profound silence. Krillin finally broke the stillness. Sigh, where has Lelin gone? If he were here, we wouldn't be struggling like this. Piccolo silently agreed. At first, he hadn't grasped Lelin's true magnitude, but after his own power surged dramatically, he realized with chilling clarity just how terrifying Lelin's aura had been. With Lelin present, even the combined might of the androids and Cell would crumble before him alone. Stop dwelling on it. Rely on ourselves. He possesses overwhelming strength, yet vanishes first when battle looms. Piccolo remarked coolly. Do you suppose he's simply at home right now? Krillin mused skeptically. Hundreds of miles away on a vast plain inside a modest capsule house. Achoo. Lelin lay sprawled on the sofa, sneezing irritably. Someone's definitely bad-mouthing me. He lounged comfortably watching television. A half-finished glass of orange juice sat on the table. His strategy was simple. There was no urgency yet. Rather than wander aimlessly, he chose to wait, letting events unfold naturally. Cell required the androids to evolve. Lelin would appear precisely then. Appearing now would serve no purpose whatsoever. On Sun Wukong's side, he had already arrived at Vegeta's location. Vegeta stood on the cliff, gazing into the distance motionless. Trunks stood behind him quietly, observing his silhouette. Trunks, how is your training going? Suddenly Wukong appeared beside them and asked. Trunks hurriedly turned around, and upon seeing Wukong, a joyful expression instantly surfaced on his face. Dad thinks him too much of a hindrance and doesn't want to take me along for training, Trunks explained helplessly, then looked at Vegeta on the cliff. He has been standing there for 3 days and nights. Seeing Vegeta's determination, Wukong felt a hint of admiration and said to Trunks beside him, It's fine, I'll go talk to him. After saying this, Wukong jumped and directly came up behind Vegeta. Vegeta sensed Wukong's aura, but did not turn around immediately. He was currently deep in thought, contemplating how to train in order to surpass Super Saiyan. Moreover, it had to be done in a short period as the situation was not optimistic and he wouldn't be given much time to train. Vegeta, I know a place where a year of training equals 1 day in the outside world. I wonder if you want to go. Wukong stated directly. Upon hearing this, Vegeta felt a slight stir in his heart. He turned to look at Wukong's smiling face and replied coldly, Where is it? Take me there. Haha, I knew you would be interested in this, Wukong said with a faint smile, then pointed to the sky. That place is the hyperbolic time chamber of the Supreme Kai. After hearing this, Vegeta finally stopped looking so troubled and his expression eased a little. Before he could ask when they could go, Wukong spoke again. However, I don't plan to train with you because only 2 people can enter at a time. I want you to go in and train with Trunks. Although Wukong looked somewhat foolish, he always had a solution at critical moments. The reason he did this was actually to ease the relationship between the father and son. Letting them experience a year of training together would surely make their bond less rigid than it currently was. Okay, I agree. Without a moment's hesitation, Vegeta nodded in agreement. Then he continued, but we need to go in first. He was now eager to gain strength, not wanting to waste a single second. As long as he had a year, he was confident he could defeat both the androids and Cell. If Wukong entered first and came out to directly eliminate Cell and the others, what would be the point of him training afterward? Seeing Vegeta agree, Wukong smiled and replied, It doesn't matter who goes in first. If you want to train first, I can let you. Thus the two decided on their training plan. At that moment, the androids had traveled for several days and finally arrived at Wukong's residence. However, when they pushed open the door and entered the room, it was empty and they came up short. Damn, there's no one here. Number 17 kicked the door and frowned. They had gone through a lot to come out, but all their time was spent on the road and they didn't arrive in time. They didn't expect Wukong not to be at his residence, which was a bit disappointing. Could it be that Wukong went to Master Rose's place? According to my data, Master Roshi being Wukong's teacher, they often meet. Number 16 said indifferently. Number 17 nodded, believing this made sense. His memories also showed that Wukong had trained with Master Roshi since childhood. At this time, the most likely scenario was that he was hiding on Turtle Island. Hey, look, there's a house over there. Why don't we go in and ask? Number 18 pointed at a nearby simple dwelling. The area was desolate, and with no one around it was clear that living next to Wukong was not ordinary. Rather than running around aimlessly, it would be better to ask, and perhaps gain some clues. Number 17 looked around and said lightly, "All right, let's go ask." Number 16 had no objections and silently followed behind the siblings. When they were 2 or 3 steps away from the simple house, number 17 raised his hand, and a purple light sparkled. Whooshed! A beam shot out from his finger. Boom! Undoubtedly it struck the target, and the house was instantly reduced to ashes amidst fire and explosions. Number 18 frowned slightly upon seeing this scene. Number 17, how could you do this? Didn't we come here to ask questions? What if you killed someone, and what will we do then? Number 17 smirked, his demeanor carefree as he turned to say, "I controlled my strength well, why won't harm anyone else? I really can't deal with you." Number 18 shook her head and said helplessly. At the same time, she turned to look at the location of the explosion. However, when she saw the scene before her, her eyes widened and a blush appeared on her face. After staring for a few seconds, she finally regained her composure, covering her face and turning away. Seeing number 18's strange behavior, number 17 hurriedly looked over. To his shock, he couldn't believe it was this person. Meanwhile, number 18 had already taken a combat stance, her eyes filled with seriousness. The one causing this shift in their mindset was none other than Lelin, who had been at home. Hiss! Lelin took a deep breath and coldly said, "So it's you guys. I was wondering who ambushed me while I was taking a shower. What a good maneuver, truly a good maneuver." He had just been in the shower brushing his teeth, singing, and playing with his pet bird. He had just applied shampoo to his hair and hadn't even started rinsing it off when suddenly an explosion nearly scared him to death. Now the house was gone, his clothes were gone, and he was wearing nothing with a big clump of foam on his head. About that. "I'm sorry, we didn't mean to. We didn't know that was your residence." Number 17 quickly apologized, sensing Lelin's imminent fury. Lelin, in a fit of rage, had his water droplets and foam on his head splashed away. However, he was still naked, feeling the cold wind as his body hair swayed. He slowly opened his mouth and coldly said, "Do you think apologizing now is useful? And what do you mean you didn't know it was my residence? You think you can just destroy someone else's home?" As Lelin grew angrier, he stepped forward saying, "I tell you, no one has ever made me this angry before. You are the first. Are you ready to bear the consequences of my fury?" Lelin's aura continuously emanated, and the surrounding winds howled, shockwaves radiating in all directions. The grass and trees around were uprooted in large patches. My heavens, this aura is truly astonishing. No. 17 raised his arm to shield his face, exclaiming in shock. He thought to himself, thankfully, he hadn't acted rashly when they first met. Otherwise, he might have already lost his life. However, the current situation was not much better. He had refrained from attacking back then, but now the opponent was going to strike. No way, this power is completely beyond normal calculations. On Earth, there is no one who can rival this kind of power. No. 16's eyes sparkled as he continuously analyzed Lelin's current strength. On the other side of the Earth, Piccolo and his companions sensed this overwhelming aura, looking up in astonishment. Is this the aura emitted by Lelin? Has he encountered an enemy? Piccolo stared at the sky wide-eyed. After sensing it, he felt a weight in his heart. It seems so this aura is even more terrifying than a year ago. It appears this guy's strength is truly fearsome. Then who is this enemy? Cell? Or an android? Yamcha's legs began to tremble, his voice quivering with anxiety. Such strength was beyond someone like him to engage with. No matter who this enemy was, he would not take the initiative to attack. If possible, he wanted to leave this place immediately. Let the real strong ones handle the difficult work. Feeling the aura, Piccolo made a quick judgment and concluded, it should be an encounter with an android. If it were Cell, there would be his aura as well, but right now there's only Lelin's aura. The others nodded in agreement upon hearing this explanation. Androids themselves do not have an aura, so even if they encountered one, it wouldn't be detected. Cell was different. He had an aura that could be sensed with a little perception. We shouldn't delay. Let's hurry over, Piccolo said in a low voice. He had been searching for Cell for days, becoming somewhat frustrated. He was eager for a thrilling battle. After saying this, he quickly flew in the direction of the aura. The others hesitated for a moment, but promptly followed Piccolo. In the heavenly palace at an altitude of 10,000 meters, Sun, Wukong, Vegeta, Trunks, and others had yet to enter the hyperbolic time chamber when they sensed this aura. Is this Mr. Lelin's aura? He's incredibly strong. Trunks said, his expression one of shock. This was the first time he felt such a powerful aura. If he had such strength, he wouldn't be caught in any crisis in the future. At the same time, he complained about the absence of someone like Lelin in the future. If there were, he wouldn't have to work so hard, and the world wouldn't be in such an apocalyptic state. Is Lelin finally going to take action? Sun Wukong said with an excited expression. He still vividly remembered Lelin's strength. As long as that freak took action, the crisis on Earth could be resolved in an instant. However, while he was excited, there was also a flicker of hope. He hoped Lelin wouldn't eliminate all the enemies right away, or it would be better if he could wait a couple of days, or else what would he have to do for fun? Damn that guy. Vegeta clenched his fists and walked into the hyperbolic time chamber. At the same time, he thought to himself, just wait, when I come out my strength will definitely surpass yours. Trunks, still immersed in shock, realized his father had already gone in and hurriedly snapped back to reality, quickly chasing after him. Bubbles, the servant of the Supreme Kai, saw the two enter and casually closed the door. Dad, we need to go check it out. The direction of the aura seems to be our home, Son Gohan said happily. He had watched countless battles between his father and Lelin. Each time thrilled him for days, as Lelin's strength was simply overwhelming. Upon hearing his son's words, Son Wukong pondered slowly. Although he really wanted to go watch, reason told him they had more pressing matters. Gohan, stay here. We won't be going over. Vegeta and the others could come out at any time, and our main objective is still to enhance our own strength. Son Wukong said slowly. His thought was simple. Instead of seeking help from others, it was more reliable to improve his own strength. Relying on Lelin's strength this time might help them overcome the crisis, but what about next time? Or the time after that? What if Lelin were to leave and no longer assist them? What would they do then? Son Gohan felt somewhat disappointed, but still nodded, murmuring, I understand, Dad. On the ground, Lelin unleashed an overwhelming aura, causing the clouds in the sky to lose their color at that moment. No. 16 and no. 17 were now extremely tense, hoping that Lelin would not advance any further. Stop right there. Can you at least put on some clothes first? No. 18 covered her face, shyly exclaimed. However, her hands did not completely shield her gaze, leaving a gap through which she could vaguely see Lelin's blurred figure. This made her face turn even redder. Lelin paused, his aura slightly diminishing. The anger within him was suddenly calmed by her shout. He looked at No. 18's shy demeanor and glanced down at his own body, suddenly realizing a lot. He had been so furious earlier that he hadn't noticed No. 18 standing there. Now suddenly coming to his senses and thinking carefully, it seemed she had always been there. Moreover, it appeared he had been completely exposed to her gaze. Phew. No. 17 watched as Lelin stopped advancing, slowly releasing a breath. That pressure had been terrifying, making it hard for him to breathe. Put on clothes. My house has been blown up by you guys. Where would I find clothes? Lelin coldly replied to them. However, the anger in his heart had dissipated, replaced by a hint of joy. Unexpectedly, No. 18 had seen his magnificent physique, stirring a strange excitement within him. I will compensate, I will compensate, I will compensate. No. 17 hurriedly waved his hands. At this moment, he needed to calm things down. After all, he had just emerged and did not want to meet his end so soon. While speaking, he carefully observed Lelin. Deep within his heart, he was secretly astonished. What has this guy been eating to grow like this? This physique, these lines, and that is simply astonishing. Lelin clasped his hands in front of his chest and calmly said, all right, if compensation is required, then it's settled. After hearing this, the one referred to as number 17 finally felt a weight lift off his heart. It seemed that the other party was not unreasonable now, it was just a matter of how to compensate. Lelin began counting on his fingers and slowly said, my capsule house is worth about 350,000, and the various household appliances inside are worth around 100,000. And the clothes I'm wearing, they cost several thousand each. Lelin continued to calculate completely based on the normal market prices. Number 17 nodded upon hearing this. Although these prices were not cheap, they were certainly better than losing a life. However, what Lelin said next left him dumbfounded. Adding in other miscellaneous costs, rounding it off, you can compensate me with 100 million. Lelin said nonchalantly. Number 17 was so shocked by this price that his jaw nearly dropped. He had never seen someone round off so drastically. Just a moment ago, it was in the tens of thousands, and now it had turned into 100 million. Number 17 was rendered speechless by the shock, but number 18, upon hearing this price, instantly became displeased. For some reason, she was inherently sensitive to money, even a bit greedy. Hey, how can you be like this? Are you trying to swindle us? Number 18 dropped her hand that was covering her face and stared directly at Lelin. She couldn't care less about feeling embarrassed anymore. Although her face was still flushed, she started arguing her point with Lelin. Lelin was not one to back down and directly stated, how can this be considered swindling? This includes a significant amount for mental distress, which cannot be compensated with money. Asking for 100 million is already a low estimate. Number 18 became somewhat angry upon hearing this, puffing up her cheeks, as she said, I see you're perfectly normal. Even if it's for mental distress, you can't ask for an exorbitant price. They had just come out and didn't have that much money at all. Even if they did have it, they would not simply give it to this guy. TCH. Then I won't care. Lelin said indifferently. He was not deliberately trying to swindle them, he just wanted to teach them a lesson. Knowing they couldn't produce that much money, wouldn't it be the case that they would end up getting beaten by him later? Hep. Number 18 coldly laughed and said arrogantly, "Anyway, we don't have money, so let's leave it at that." She was not an unreasonable person. If something of someone else's was damaged, compensating at market value was normal. Even offering a bit more compensation was standard, and she would never frown at that. It was just that this guy was too unreasonable, practically taking advantage of their misfortune. Lelin found number 18's stubborn demeanor somewhat amusing. He wasn't sure if it was just his mind playing tricks on him, but he felt a slight reaction in his physiology. Lelin quickly controlled himself, controlled again, then pretended to be angry as he said, "Since that's the case, prepare to face my wrath. Who will go first, or shall we take you on together?" Number 17 looked at him in a tense stance, suddenly feeling extremely nervous. This person before him was terrifyingly powerful. Who would dare to take on his wrath first? However, he had no money on hand at all, let alone 100 million. Even if he went out to rob, it would take him a long time. Number 18 saw that Lelin seemed serious and quickly hid behind number 16. Number 16 was also feeling quite distressed. He was originally created to defeat Sun Wukong. Now, not only had he not encountered Sun Wukong, but he had run into such a freak instead. Lelin took a step forward, causing several cracks to appear in the ground, and the birds that had just landed in the forest flew away in droves. Time and space seemed to freeze at that moment, creating an oppressive atmosphere that made it hard to breathe. Hundreds of miles away in an open city, a green figure with spots looked up at the sky. "This aura, it's back. Who is it? How can there be such a terrifying presence on Earth?" he said, trembling with fear. He had thought that with his current strength, he would no longer fear anyone on Earth. As long as he absorbed number 17 and number 18, he would be invincible. But the current situation far exceeded his expectations. This aura was terrifyingly strong, and even if he transformed into his complete form, he might not be able to match this person. "No, this place is still too dangerous. I should keep my distance." The figure decided to run far away first before considering absorbing the androids. However, just as he hadn't taken 2 steps, he suddenly stopped. Because he felt something was strange, the person emitting this aura must be fighting someone, as otherwise such a strong energy wouldn't erupt for no reason. However, throughout he could only sense this overwhelming aura and no other presence. Wait a minute. Could it be? Suddenly he thought of a bad possibility. Could it be that those 2 reckless beings, number 17 and number 18, are battling this monster? The more he thought about it, the more terrifying it became. He decided to hide his aura and take a look. After all, his purpose in coming here was to absorb the androids. He couldn't let them be killed by someone else before he even had a chance to absorb them. Back with Lelin, just as he was preparing to act, a group of figures suddenly appeared in the sky. "Lelin, we are here to help you." The one speaking was Piccolo, and as soon as he finished speaking, he had already landed beside him. However, when he saw Lelin, he was completely stunned. He was extremely surprised. How come this guy wasn't wearing any clothes? Krillin and the others arrived a moment late, but they also reached the scene in time. The moment they saw Lelin, their expressions became quite remarkable. What is going on?" Tianjin Fan looked at Lelin's strong physique, puzzled. Ahem. Lelin, noticing the strange looks from everyone, felt a bit embarrassed and coughed twice, saying, "It's a long story. I didn't want to turn out like this. It's mainly the android's fault." After hearing this, everyone finally realized that now was not the time for sightseeing. The androids were still here, and their current task was still to deal with them. It seems the androids are indeed difficult to deal with. Even someone as strong as Lelin is struggling so much that he even lost his clothes. Yamucha said softly. Everyone slowly nodded, but they were puzzled about why Lelin had lost his clothes while the opponent seemed completely unscathed. Could it be that the androids were so powerful that even Lelin couldn't handle them? Lelin understood what everyone was thinking and said helplessly, "Forget about everything else for now. Who brought some clothes? I need a set." At that moment, both sides were in a tense standoff, with him standing there completely naked, which felt quite peculiar. Clint pulled out a universal capsule from his pocket, which was the flying device from earlier. Inside there are specially customized martial arts uniforms. "Take a set and see if you can wear it." Lelin caught it and immediately opened the flying device, stepping in bare-bottomed to search for clothes. However, just as he stepped inside, he poked his head out again and said to Baiku, "Your strength should easily handle the androids. Teach them a good lesson." Baiku was momentarily taken aback upon hearing Lelin's words, then a slight smile appeared at the corners of his mouth. His original intention was to assist Lelin. Now finally able to unleash his full strength, he felt relieved after being suppressed for the past few days. The expression on the androids' faces was quite grim. One, Lelin had already posed a significant challenge for them, and now there was a whole group. Although they couldn't match Lelin's power, their presence undoubtedly added to their woes. "Oh, by the way," Lelin suddenly popped his head out again, "if you can defeat Baiku, we can consider the previous matters settled." After saying that, he dived back into the flying device to look for clothes. Number 17, upon hearing this, was overwhelmed with joy. He felt immensely grateful to Lelin, thinking that he had given them an opportunity. He had previously fought Goku and had easily taken him down with just one move. If he were to fight him again, there would be no suspense. Oh, wasn't this just a chance for him? After his excitement, Number 17 looked calmly at Goku and said, "Don't worry, he'll go easy on you and won't hurt you." Huh? Goku laughed coldly at these words and retorted, "Hurt me? You think you're worthy?" Number 17 was unfazed, believing Goku was just talking big. After all, just a few days ago, he had been taken down with one blow. No matter how hard he trained in these past few days, how much could he really improve? "Since you're so confident, let's get started and finish this quickly." Number 17 lowered his body, preparing to attack. Goku looked at him impassively and said in a low tone, "We should find another place. We don't want to disturb others." Although there weren't many people around, there were still a few households nearby. After merging with the deity, Goku had become much kinder. He did not want his battle to affect innocent bystanders. Alright, Number 17's intention was to finish things quickly and wanted to leave this place immediately. Moreover, with Lelin around, he couldn't hold back his punches. The few of them immediately took off their figures, moving swiftly as they left this area in an instant. They were incredibly fast, having flown nearly 100 miles to a small island in just a minute. "Will he come?" Number 18 slowly descended, gazing toward the direction of their arrival, thinking to herself. It was indeed a very meaningful day for her. Having lived for such a long time, it was the first time she had seen a man standing before her completely unclothed. Number 16 stood calmly by the side, as serene as water. As long as it wasn't Lelin, she could maintain absolute composure among these people. The crowd from Earth slowly landed opposite them. Goku looked sharply at Number 17, one hand gripping his collar tightly before forcefully tearing it away. The white weighted clothing draped over him was thrown heavily to the ground. Number 17 smiled as he watched Goku's actions, a trace of disdain flickering in his eyes, as he said, "Lightly, looks quite impressive, come on." He beckoned Goku with a finger, signaling him to come and attack. Goku was not angered by this. Instead, he glanced at Number 17 and Number 16 behind him. Seeing they had no intention of intervening, he smiled slightly and thought to himself, "Good, let's take care of this kid like this. Then Shalu won't be able to evolve into his complete form. As for the remaining work, it can be left to Lelin or Wukong." Thinking this, Goku decided not to wait any longer. Oh! He let out a furious roar, and the white aura around him surged violently. A strong shockwave swept across the sea, shaking the entire island. Is this Goku's power? Although it can't compare to Lelin, it's still terrifyingly strong. Clin, feeling this storm, said excitedly. The others also clearly sensed this immense power. Lelin, who had just changed into a red martial arts uniform, also felt this aura and was quite surprised. Wow, is this Goku's aura? It's indeed impressive. After a moment of reflection, Lelin shrank the flying device into a capsule and tucked it away. Then he turned around and flew into the sky, heading toward their battlefield. On the battlefield of the small island, Number 17 was extremely surprised by Goku's strength. Although their androids lacked an aura, they could clearly sense the auras of others. Now the aura Goku released was several times stronger than when they had fought a few days ago. How did this guy manage to achieve this? Before he could process this, Goku had already raised the intensity of his aura to the maximum. In an instant, he appeared behind him. Goku delivered an elbow strike to his back. Bang! Number 17 was caught off guard by the sudden attack and nearly fell to the ground. As he turned his head, Goku's relentless assault offered him no chance to react. A punch landed squarely on his face with a resounding bang. Number 17 staggered back 5 or 6 steps as Goku pressed the attack using fists and feet. For a moment, he had the upper hand. Gradually, however, Number 17 began to adapt and found his rhythm. Goku threw a punch, and Number 17 grabbed his wrist, whispering, "Don't get too cocky." With that, he retaliated with a punch to Goku's chest, sending him flying. Goku steadied himself midair and accelerated back into the fight. Then the two began to engage in close-quarters combat. Bang, bang, bang. Thunderous sounds erupted in the sky. Goku's assault was ferociously relentless, and Number 17 was constantly on the defensive. However, it appeared that Goku had the slight advantage, exerting a form of pressure. In the next moment, Goku unexpectedly landed a kick on Number 17. Number 17 was caught off guard and sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground. Goku followed suit, his palm aimed directly at him. Just as Number 17 stood up, he saw a golden glow emanating from Goku's palm. A powerful energy wave erupted forth. Boom! The small island shook violently, debris flying and smoke billowing. After the explosion, Number 17 was nowhere to be seen on the ground. He had managed to evade this attack by hiding in midair. However, the damage was evident on his face, with blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Number 17 wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and sneered, "Heh. He seems I truly underestimated you." Beerus reacted instantly, whirling around and soaring into the air to resume his assault. The two clashed once more. Yet this time number 17 moved with markedly greater ease. Clearly he had now unleashed his full power, prepared to treat this battle with utmost seriousness. Boom. After exchanging a single punch, they sprang apart in a flash. Seizing the opening, Beerus raised his right hand and fired a golden energy wave. Number 17 smiled faintly, tilting his body just slightly, evading the blast effortlessly, and taunted, "Such attacks cannot touch me." Beerus did not falter, nor did he deign to reply. If one strike failed, then 10 would suffice. His hands blurred as golden light flickered repeatedly from both palms. Adadada. Energy waves rained down like hail, each launched with the refined precision of the prince's combat art. Unhurried and graceful, number 17 danced through the sky, dodging, weaving, gliding, as if performing an aerial ballet. TCH. Frustration simmered within Beerus as every attack slipped past him. "Let's see how you dodge this one." Clenching his right fist, he suddenly thrust it open. A massive blazing energy wave erupted forth, faster and more devastating than any before. Number 17 watched it approach, knowing evasion was futile, and chose not to move at all. He crossed his arms before his face. SSSSH. The wave struck his forearms. Then with a violent wrench he flung it aside. Boom. The golden energy wave ricocheted upward and detonated overhead in a blinding flash. "Ha ha ha. Now that's interesting." Number 17 exclaimed, eyes alight with exhilaration. He appeared to be savoring the fight at last. Beerus replied coolly, "Even more interesting things lie ahead." Without another word, both shot toward each other like comets. Crash. They collided midair, sending shockwaves rippling across the sea and painting rainbows across the heavens. Boom, boom, boom. Their strikes grew fiercer, sharper. Thunder cracked across the cloudless sky. After yet another titanic impact, they separated once more. Beerus had not anticipated how formidable these androids would prove, but deep within he felt only exhilaration. It had been far too long since he'd fought so fiercely, so freely. "Hard to believe. How did you train? In such a short span your strength has surged beyond imagination." Number 17 remarked, genuine admiration in his voice. He had misjudged his opponent at first, but what unsettled him even more was Beerus' uncanny prowess. A subtle smirk lifted Beerus' lips. "Is that so? Thank you for the compliment. I'll return it in full." Hardly had the words left his mouth when Beerus lunged forward, firing another energy wave. Number 17 dodged with effortless grace and frowned. "That's it. Such attacks are useless against me." Beerus remained silent, only intensifying his prince's combat art. This time number 17 stood motionless. He realized, though the barrage was dense, every single wave missed its mark by a hair's breadth. A chill ran down his spine. He whirled, only to find himself encircled behind by shimmering golden spheres. Then he glanced upward. The sky above teemed with them too. Before he could react, further golden waves erupted beneath his feet and surged toward him from every direction. "So that was your plan?" Number 17 cried out in astonishment. Never had he imagined energy waves wielded with such ingenuity. Today his horizons had undeniably expanded. Beerus gazed calmly, then clapped his palms together. Countless energy waves converged upon number 17 at the center. Boom, 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 boom. The explosions roared in unison, flooding the sky with blinding polar day brilliance. Mushroom clouds bloomed one after another, billowing thick with acrid smoke. "Huh." Beerus exhaled slowly, eyes locked on the churning smoke. Since androids emitted no life signature, he could not tell whether number 17 had been obliterated. Thus he remained vigilant. As the smoke thinned, a silhouette emerged, and Beerus' heart sank. His most devastating assault had yielded no effect. Number 17 spread his arms wide, a shimmering cerulean barrier pulsing around his body, the innate defensive system of androids. Without it, he would have turned to ash in that instant. Impressive, not only in raw power, but in tactical brilliance. Number 17 said, smiling warmly. TCH. Beerus dismissed the praise with icy indifference. After all, until the enemy lay defeated, all acclaim was hollow. Meanwhile, in a quiet corner of the city, scattered garments littered the ground at Cell's feet. He sensed the distant surges of battle energy, and deduced at once Beerus was locked in combat with an android. Yet uncertainty gripped him. Should he intervene now? He still recoiled at the memory of that chilling, overwhelming aura, and feared arriving only to suffer catastrophic failure. Enough hesitation. Time to take the risk. Cell bowed his head, resolve crystallizing. He had traveled from the future solely to absorb the androids and achieve perfect form. Such an opportunity now hung before him, too precious to squander. Moreover, that terrifying aura was absent now. Perhaps its source had already departed. With trepidation warring with ambition, Cell set off, stealthily converging upon the island where Beerus and number 17 fought. None among them knew Cell was drawing near. Lelin had already arrived at the battlefield, but chose not to reveal himself immediately. Instead, he observed from afar, hovering high above. So long as he concealed his presence, no one, not even the strongest, could detect him. Your last technique was admirable, but I shall grant you no such opening again, number 17, said coolly, gaze fixed on Beerus. Humph. Beerus scoffed, disdain sharpening his tone. Is that so? Even without that move, you remain outmatched. They descended slowly, landing upon the earth. Step by deliberate step they advanced, clearly preparing for close-quarters combat. Suddenly number 17 fainted, then darted forward, slamming a crushing blow straight into Beerus's jaw. Beerus staggered backward, then retaliated with a furious counterpunch. But he missed. Seizing the opening, number 17 drove another devastating strike, this time into Beerus's abdomen. Wincing, Beerus doubled over, only for number 17 to circle behind him and deliver a brutal elbow strike. Beerus collapsed onto the ground face down and humbled. How do you fare? Number 17 chuckled triumphantly. In one fluid motion, Beerus sprung upright, brushing dust from his clothes, and retorted with a wry grin fast. Yes. But your strength, barely stronger than a massage. Upon hearing this, number 17 felt somewhat displeased and said bluntly, looks like your words are quite tough. After saying that, number 17 immediately charged forward, delivering a spinning kick that struck his neck. After withstanding this move, Piccolo retaliated with a backhand strike to his face. Simultaneously, he attempted a high sweeping kick, but unfortunately missed. Seizing the opportunity, number 17 punched him squarely in the face. Piccolo was knocked back, foaming at the mouth, and fell heavily to the ground. Number 17 pressed the attack, pushing off with both legs and shooting upward like a bolt of lightning. Piccolo quickly got up and headbutt, crashing into number 17's head. Dazed from the collision, number 17 staggered back several steps before stabilizing himself. Thus the two engaged in a turn-based battle, exchanging punches and kicks. Bang, bang, bang. The intensity of their battle caused the small island to tremble, nearly fracturing. Lelin observed the fight below and couldn't help but feel inclined to applaud them. It was an exhilarating spectacle. The two were evenly matched. However, while he was watching the battle, he suddenly sensed a subtle energy approaching. Oh, is it from there? Lelin looked southeast and muttered to himself. If nothing unexpected occurred, this faint energy should belong to Cell. He intended to take advantage of the fight between number 17 and Piccolo to absorb the androids and complete his fusion. On the battlefield, the two fought from the ground to the sky, explosions echoing relentlessly. After a fierce battle, both were covered in wounds, their clothes tattered. The blood trickling from their lips had yet to dry. Yet despite this, neither could gain the upper hand. Number 17, as an android, possessed limitless energy and maintained a very stable aura. On the other hand, Piccolo was already panting, his stamina sharply declining. As the battle progressed, it was only a matter of time before number 17 would take the lead. Number 17 wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said with a faint smile, "You are indeed strong, but if this continues, you won't be able to defeat me." Piccolo, witnessing number 17's confidence, felt a surge of panic and began to think of ways to turn the tide. He even started to wonder why Lelin was taking so long to arrive for a change of clothes. Just as he was contemplating strategies, he slightly tilted his head and discovered Cell was right beside him. What when did he? Piccolo exclaimed in surprise. He had been so focused on battling number 17 that he had completely overlooked Cell's arrival. Cell. The onlookers on Earth began to show fear upon seeing Cell. They never expected that before dealing with the android, Cell would appear. Having just fought fiercely with number 17, Piccolo was surely exhausted. At this moment, unless Lelin arrived, there was no one who could stop him. Cell licked his lips and said, "Perfect, both number 17 and number 18 are here, truly a blessing from the heavens." Number 17 and number 18 turned to glance at Cell, somewhat surprised. What kind of creature was this, and why had they never seen it before? Number 16 remained indifferent, showing no expression. Cell also noticed number 16 and found it peculiar, as there was no such android in the future. However, this was not crucial. He merely regarded number 16 as an ordinary android and did not take him seriously. Very well, it seems that the powerful one is not here today. Is truly my lucky day. Cell glanced around and realized that the presence he feared was not among these people, and a feeling of relief washed over him, bringing him great joy. He slowly descended before the crowd. Clenching his fists, his body began to emit a golden light. Accompanied by his mighty roar, the light around him transformed into golden flames. This state was precisely that of a Super Saiyan. Cell directly ignored Piccolo, slowly walking past him while mockingly saying, "What will you do now? If you want to stop me, you'd better hurry." Piccolo, now filled with the intent to fight but powerless to do anything, stood frozen in place. The emergence of Cell placed immense pressure on him, not to mention he was already out of stamina. Even at full strength, he was not certain he could stop him. The onlookers on Earth trembled in fear upon witnessing this scene, regretting their lack of power to withstand such a situation. After speaking, Cell did not halt his steps and walked straight towards number 17. Number 17 felt puzzled, questioning what kind of monster this was, as Piccolo appeared to be quite terrified. In his mind, there was no record of him. He assumed he was just an insignificant individual. Piccolo suddenly turned to number 17 and shouted, "Run. This guy wants to absorb you." Number 17 was taken aback, feeling somewhat at a loss. Absorb me? What does that mean? Just as he pondered these questions, Cell's tail, resembling a needle, suddenly transformed and lunged towards number 17. Seeing this, number 17 reacted swiftly and dodged quickly. After Cell missed his strike, his tail launched several more attacks in succession. Number 17 dodged left and right, evading all the attacks. Cell, watching the openings in his evasion, seized the chance and grasped his right hand. Then with force, he slammed number 17 heavily to the ground. Cell stood on his body, rendering him immobile, and then his tail moved again. Piccolo, witnessing this, understood the situation was dire and couldn't let Cell succeed. Swish! He instantly appeared before Cell and delivered a powerful kick. Cell was kicked away by Piccolo, and number 17 seized the opportunity to quickly rise, jumping up to stand shoulder to shoulder with Piccolo. "What did you just mean? What do you mean by absorbing me?" Number 17 quietly inquired. Piccolo, unable to take his eyes off Cell for a moment, simply explained, "This monster was created by Dr. Gero, and he is not yet in his complete form. You and number 18 are his nourishment. As long as he absorbs you, he can become stronger and evolve into his complete form." Cell slowly rose, smiling eerily. "You should be pleased. As long as we merge, we will be invincible. Don't you desire such a thing?" Upon hearing this, number 17's expression darkened. Who would want to merge with this hideous creature? His hatred for Dr. Gero grew even stronger. He never expected that this old man, even in death, would still scheme against him and number 18. To merge into one. Do you think you are worthy? Number 17 mocked, pointing his thumb at himself. "I am the strongest warrior. Do I need to merge with you?" Shara, hearing this, smirked and shook his head. He never intended to absorb them peacefully. It seems that violence is still needed to resolve this. "In that case, I must take action myself," Shara declared directly. Number 17, unfazed, beckoned him with his hand. "Then come and try." Piccolo saw that number 17 wasn't fleeing, but rather provoking him, and cursed him for being an idiot in his heart. Shara was now ready for battle, confident in defeating number 17 and absorbing him. At the moment when both sides were at a standoff, number 16, who had remained silent, opened his mouth. Number 17, hurry and run. According to my calculations, this creature called Sharu is incredibly powerful, and you are no match for him. And I can tell that this guy's goal is no longer just to kill Sun Wukong, but to destroy the earth. Number 17 dismissed number 16's words, as he was a proud warrior. Anyone with a bit of strength would have a proud heart. Now to let him run away is completely against his style. "Really, I don't believe that this ugly creature is stronger than me," number 17 declared arrogantly. Simultaneously, he rushed forward, his fist the size of a sandbag aimed at Sharu. Sharu jumped up and swiftly dodged, then descended from the sky, delivering an elbow strike that knocked him to the ground. Seeing this, Piccolo hurriedly came to assist. He threw a punch which was blocked by Sharu, followed by a kick. However, these attacks had no effect, landing on Sharu's body without causing any pain. Sharu spun around and kicked directly under Piccolo's chin. Piccolo was instantly sent flying. Number 18, unable to sit still, stood up and asked number 16, "What's wrong with number 17 and Piccolo? They are both so strong, why can't they harm this monster?" Number 16 looked calmly ahead and slowly explained, "That's because this monster's power has surpassed both of them. Now, while this monster hasn't noticed us, you should hurry and escape. Go find that person we encountered earlier. Only he can defeat this monster. Even if he is unwilling to help, as long as you stay by his side, no one can harm you." Number 18, upon hearing about that person from number 16, felt a hint of blush appear on her face. Muttering to herself, "Is that so?" On the other side, Piccolo struggled to get up, gasping for fresh air. Sharu seemed not to want to deal with number 17, but rather to first eliminate the one who had troubled him time and again. Piccolo gathered his energy, placing his hands in front of his chest, and suddenly a golden light erupted. A powerful wave of energy shot out instantly. Number 17 sensed danger and turned to run. Boom! The massive golden wave exploded instantly, taking away half of the island. Number 18, witnessing this scene, wore a joyful expression. "Did we succeed in defeating Sharu?" Number 16 clearly captured the scene of the battle, slowly shook his head and whispered, "Don't say we defeated him, we didn't even scratch him." Sure enough, the next second Sharu flew out of the sea, his body engulfed in golden flames. On the surface, it was evident that he had not sustained any injuries. Now both the androids and the earthlings who had followed were completely at a loss. Piccolo, panting heavily, watched as Sharu approached him step by step, then suddenly shouted, "Number 17, run." Sharu came up with a punch, landing directly on his face. Piccolo collapsed heavily to the ground, and when Cheru lifted him, he discovered that his neck had already been broken. Cheru coldly laughed twice, raising another hand to unleash an energy wave that pierced through Piccolo's body. Then he casually tossed him into the sea. After eliminating Piccolo, Cheru turned his attention back to number 17, preparing to absorb him. Number 17 began to fight back, bravely rushing in with a punch. However, Cheru's speed was incredibly fast, swiftly dodging. For a moment, number 17 lost sight of him, unsure where he had gone. Suddenly, Cheru descended from the sky, delivering a punch that knocked number 17 to the ground. Then he held down his head, starting to give him a thorough beating. Number 18, seeing number 17 being thoroughly defeated, began to worry. It seems we really have to escape. Number 16, without looking back, calmly said, as long as you leave, Cheru won't be able to transform into his perfect form, and he won't be invincible in the world. And what about you? Number 18 asked worriedly. Number 16 smiled confidently. I will deal with him. Upon hearing number 16's words, number 18 was startled. He actually intended to stay behind to confront this monster. She hurriedly pressed, let's rescue number 17 and escape together. We are no match for him. In this situation, it was clear that solo combat could not resolve anything. The only way was for her and number 16 to team up to rescue number 17 first, then plan further. Number 16 slowly shook his head. My primary purpose for being created was to limit both of you. Later, after Dr. Gero transformed himself into an android, he sealed me away. Throughout this journey, I've found that both of you are actually good people. Now, before I take down Sun Wukong, I must first eliminate this Cheru. Saying this, number 16 stepped forward slowly. Number 18 stood frozen in place, not expecting that number 16 was actually created by Dr. Gero to control her and number 17. That means his power is greater than both her and number 17. Cheru now had number 17 by the collar, lifting him up while his tail opened a massive mouth, aiming to cover number 17. Number 17 struggled desperately, his hands pressed against his head. Number 17, I don't resist, it's useless. Just merge with me. Cheru laughed wickedly, feeling that he was one step closer to his perfect form. However, just as he was getting carried away, he suddenly felt someone patting his shoulder from behind. Cheru was puzzled, slowly turning his head only to see number 16's figure. Number 16 smiled slightly at him and threw a punch, landing directly on his face. Cheru was struck, his vision blurring as he flew along the ground. Damn it. Cheru quickly got up, seeing that it was number 16 who attacked him. He disdainfully said, another ignorant fool has come. Number 17, lying on the ground, looked at the rescuing number 16, hurriedly said, you take number 18 and run, you are no match for him. Fighting now would be seeking death. In the sky, Lelin silently observed everything below. Seeing number 16 make his appearance, he muttered to himself, it seems my turn is coming soon. Number 16 looked expressionlessly at the flying Salu and said calmly, based on my calculations, my strength should be comparable to his. Number 17 was somewhat surprised to hear this. Number 16 usually appeared unassuming, and his strength was at most on par with theirs. Who would have thought that this guy would claim his strength was on par with this monster? So I will hold him off while you and number 18 seize the opportunity to escape. We must not allow him to become complete. Number 16 said indifferently. After finishing his words, he walked forward slowly, then suddenly pushed off the ground, launching himself like a bullet. Oomph. Salu coldly snorted upon seeing number 16 seeking death. The two began to engage in combat, but this exchange left Salu astonished. Number 16's strength was unexpectedly powerful enough to match his own. The two fought from the ground to the sky. Bang! A violent collision sounded as number 16 and Salu pushed against each other, neither weak in strength. Salu began to feel shocked while also marveling at the fact that Dr. Gero from this world had created such a powerful android. Thinking of this, his heart stirred slightly. What would happen if I absorbed this guy? Salu suddenly became excited, deciding to take action. He suddenly retracted his strength and kicked number 16. Number 16 took a couple of steps back, and when he looked up, Sal's tail like a whip pierced directly into his neck. Salu chuckled sinisterly upon succeeding. Let me absorb you first. Number 16 revealed a hint of a mocking smile, tilting his neck as if deliberately allowing Salu to absorb him. Salu began to absorb number 16, but after a long time no energy was extracted. Suddenly he started to realize and exclaimed in astonishment, You are a robot. Seeing Sal's reaction, number 16's smile grew even brighter as he seized Sal's tail and pulled it out of his neck. Then with a sudden burst of power, he slammed Salu hard into the ground. Boom! Salu was knocked senseless, nearly falling apart. Taking advantage of Sal's momentary breathlessness, number 16 stepped on his tail, grasped it with both hands, and forcefully pulled it outward. Rip! With a sound, Sal's tail was directly torn off by number 16. Holding the severed tail, number 16 casually tossed it to the ground, where it flopped a couple of times before going still. Now you won't be able to absorb anything, will you? Number 16 said indifferently to Salu. Salu lay on the ground, gritting his teeth, appearing very fierce, but soon he regained his composure, a slight smile returning to his face. He slowly stood up and faced number 16, saying, "Oh, really?" After speaking, the severed end of his tail began to wriggle, and suddenly a new tail grew out. Seeing this, number 16's eyelids twitched, and he slowly spoke. "It seems that the only way to deal with you is to eliminate you." Salu sneered dismissively, "Then come and give it a try." Suddenly golden light erupted from his body. A high kick knocked number 16 off balance, followed by a punch that landed squarely on his face. Number 16 was knocked down and unable to rise. Salu did not give him a chance to catch his breath, his body shooting forward. Number 16 suddenly turned around, extending a fist, and with a flash of light the fist actually flew out. Bang! Salu took the hit squarely from the flying fist. Number 16 retracted his arm, instantly readying himself. Then he charged forward, knocking Salu down with a punch, grabbing him with both hands, lifting him high, and slamming him down, driving Salu directly into the hard ground. Number 16 opened his arms to create two cannon barrels aimed at the buried Salu. Hell's flash! Number 16 murmured solemnly. Instantly golden light radiated from his cannon barrels. Boom! Two unmatched beams of light surged down toward the ground. A beam of golden light shot up, turning the surrounding colors to gold. The entire ground began to fracture in all directions, resembling a spider's web. Before long, the small island became riddled with holes, with energy columns continuously erupting from the ground. Finally, after an unknown amount of time, the terrifying energy began to dissipate slowly. Number 16 calmly reattached his arms. Number 17 and number 18 were now dumbfounded, unaware that number 16 possessed such great power. After such an impact, even Salu would likely be reduced to dust. Seeing the two still dazed, number 16 reminded them, "Don't just stand there, hurry and leave." Number 18 snapped back to reality upon hearing the reminder and looked at number 16, saying lightly, "Is it really necessary? With such powerful energy, that guy probably won't survive." "Impossible, don't be foolish. Such a powerful monster can only be injured at most." Number 16 spoke in a low voice. He was well aware of the extent of his own attacks. Against a monster like Salu, such an attack could never kill him. Number 18 began to feel anxious upon hearing number 16's words and prepared to persuade number 17 to leave. However, number 17, having just been brutally beaten, was determined to reclaim his dignity. "If he's injured, then he won't be my opponent." Number 17 said dismissively, continuing to shout, "Salu, aren't you powerful? Come out. Come out and absorb me." He resolved that as long as Salu dared to appear, he would go up and beat him up. However, his shouts received no response. Salu's figure had already vanished from the scene. Just as he was looking around for signs of him, Salu slowly emerged from the ground behind him. His eyes were now bloodshot, and his tail suddenly grew larger, sweeping toward number 17. Whoa! Number 17's upper body was already engulfed, and his voice could no longer be heard. Seeing this, number 16 rushed to rescue him, but he was still a moment too late. Number 17's entire body had already been swallowed by Salu. In the instant Salu devoured number 17, he began to tremble all over, and then a flash of light enveloped him. His entire appearance changed dramatically, most notably with a large black nose and sausage-like mouth. Number 16 realized it was too late and came to a halt. He then turned around, grasping number 18's hand, desperately fleeing backward. Cell watched the two sprint past him, a sinister smile flickering across his lips. In an instant, he surged forward, closing the distance in a blur, and blocked their path. "You will not take no. 18. Surrender now," Cell declared with unshaken confidence. His power had surged and his spirits soared. He turned, gazed into his reflection shimmering upon the sea's surface, and slowly nodded, seemingly enraptured by both his newfound might and his own visage. The moment he turned back, no. 16 lunged forward, a colossal fist crashing straight into Cell's face with a thunderous crack. Cell did not flinch. Smiling serenely, he absorbed the blow, but not a single muscle trembled. His stance remained immovable. "Too weak now. 16. Your strength is pitiful," Cell chided, shaking his head. Then raising one hand, he unleashed a blinding ki blast, hurling no. 16 skyward like a shattered doll. As a machine, no. 16 felt no pain, but half his head had been sheared clean off. No. 18 rushed to no. 16's side, yet before she could reach him, Cell stood before her once more. "Come no. 18. It is your turn now," Cell sneered, drawing ever closer with predatory grace. "No." 18 staggered backward twice, her right hand clutched tightly over her left chest as she warned, "Stay back, or I'll self-destruct." Her threat struck true. Cell halted mid-step. Yet moments later, a sly grin curled his lips, and from his throat emerged no. 17's voice no. 18 come quickly. Fusion brings ecstasy. No pain, no fear. Together we shall conquer this world. No. 18 was no fool. She knew those words could never belong to no. 17. Stepping back again, she cried out fiercely, stop lying. I will never be absorbed by you. Seeing his ruse exposed, Cell dropped all pretense, his expression twisting into raw feral malice. Then I shall seize you by force. He dismissed her threat of self-destruction. After all, detonation required time. And at his current speed, no. 18 could not even register his movement, let alone react. Above them, Lelin observed the unfolding crisis and prepared to descend to no. 18 said. In truth, he could have intervened the moment no. 17 was absorbed. But he chose not to, determined to teach the destroyer of his home a lesson. Just as he poised to strike, Tien Shinhan leapt into view. Clasping his hands together, he aimed the narrow gap between his palms downward and roared Neo Kikaho. Cell had not anticipated this ambush. Before he could react, a searing golden beam struck him full force. F. Cell screamed, plummeting deep beneath the earth. With a snarl of fury, damn it. He righted himself and shot skyward in a furious ascent. Huff, huff, huff. Tien panted heavily, sweat pouring from his brow. The Neo Kikaho drained not only his stamina, but his very life force. Yet urgency eclipsed exhaustion. With another guttural roar, HAA, golden light blazed anew. Cell had barely breached the surface when the blast struck again, driving him back underground. Wretched fool, he snarled through clenched teeth. He strained upward, but though the Neo Kikaho lacked overwhelming power, its binding force was absolute. Each time he rose, his body sank anew, trapped in an endless, humiliating descent into the crater's depths. Run now? No. 16 urged no. 18. She snapped back to awareness, seized his broken form, and fled. Though buried, Cell's bloodline, descended from Piccolo, granted him extraordinary hearing. He caught the faint echo of no. 18's flight. Gathering every ounce of strength, he endured another blast, then erupted from the crater in a streak of crimson light. Huff, huff, huff. Tien, now gravely weakened, refocused his fading will and bellowed once more. Neo Kikaho. Cell had taken only 2 steps before vanishing beneath the earth again. At that moment, Tien swayed violently, then collapsed, plummeting from the sky like a fallen star. Cell burst forth once more, only to find no. 18 gone. Rage ignited within him. Raising his arm, he roared, "Die, you wretched thing." Tien Shinhan. Earth's defenders cried out in terror, yet none dared intervene. They were simply too weak. At the precipice of annihilation, a figure descended, scooping up Tien's unconscious form, then diving into the sea to retrieve Piccolo, before vanishing utterly. What? Cell recoiled in shock. That fleeting silhouette, Son Goku, had appeared and disappeared without trace. How? When? Why? Lelin had intended to descend, but seeing Goku's speed, he chose to wait. A thought flickered in his mind, instant transmission, truly invaluable. I must learn it from him. Then you shall die instead. Enraged that his prey had escaped, Cell redirected his fury toward Krillin and Yamcha. What do we do? Krillin, what about Krillin? Yamcha stammered, paralyzed by fear. Krillin's mind went blank. He could only await his end. But just as Cell raised his hand to strike, overwhelming aura flooded the battlefield. Krillin's eyes widened. A radiant smile broke across his face. That's Lelin's energy. Lelin is here. Cell felt it too, an immense, terrifying presence. He froze. Even in his second form, he knew he could not withstand such power. Wisdom outweighed wrath. He would not fight a losing battle, no. 18 was still his priority. With a streak of iridescent light, he shot toward the horizon. The instant Cell vanished, Lelin materialized before the others. Krillin exhaled in profound relief, voice trembling as he choked out, "Lelin, you're finally here. If you'd arrived any later, we'd all be dead." Lelin surveyed the devastation, then feigned remorse. "I'm sorry, I arrived too late. I believe Piccolo was more than capable against the androids, so I delayed my arrival. I never imagined Cell would follow, and that was my oversight." Yamcha, touched by Lelin's apparent anguish, clapped his shoulder. "It's all right. Without you, Krillin and I would have perished." Lelin gave a slow, deliberate nod. His delay had been calculated, to stage a dramatic rescue for no. 18, and win her heart in the process. That perfect opportunity had been ruined by Tien's untimely intervention, allowing no. 18 to escape. Next time, he vowed, would be different. As for Earth's inhabitants, so long as their lives were not imminently threatened, he would remain deliberately indifferent. For the sake of his own happiness, they would endure, for theirs was but a necessary trial. "Lelin, what should we do now? Shalu has run away, do we need to pursue him?" Klin asked Lelin with apprehension. He still felt lingering fears from what had just happened. If possible, he didn't want to face that monster again. These matters should be left to Wukong and the other strong ones like Lelin to resolve. "No worries." Lelin waved his hand, and said calmly, "You all stay back, it's too dangerous. I will go and end that monster myself." He could see the fear in Klin and Yamucha's faces. Since progress was already at a standstill, it was time to put an end to it. Klin and Yamucha looked at each other and nodded. Klin continued, "All right, then be careful." "Yes." Lelin replied indifferently, then his figure flickered and he vanished from the island. Wukong rescued Tianjinhan and Piccolo first, heading to Karen Tower to request 2 senzu beans. After feeding them to the two, they recovered completely. The 3 of them arrived at the Temple of the Gods. Before long, a completely black Bobo walked up to Wukong and said the 2 of them have finished their training. "Oh really?" Sun Wukong raised an eyebrow and said happily. As his voice fell, the door of the room of spirit and time slowly opened, revealing a hint of light. Then 2 figures slowly walked out. It was Vegeta and Trunks, their clothes tattered, but their aura significantly stronger. "Why, you 2 have really gotten much stronger," Sun Wukong exclaimed excitedly. Trunks nodded with a smile and began recounting the hardships of his training in the room of spirit and time. The others nodded in agreement, expressing their admiration for his efforts. "Good." Sun Wukong clasped his fist and said seriously, "It's our turn now." Vegeta looked at Sun Wukong's excited demeanor and said coldly, "It doesn't matter whether you go or not, because I am already the strongest." His strength had improved significantly. He believed he had surpassed the Super Saiyan level, and as long as he was present, he could handle any enemies on Earth by himself. TCH. Piccolo looked at Vegeta's arrogant demeanor with disdain. He didn't feel like offering advice anymore, and just hoped to teach Shalu a lesson when they encountered him. After changing into a new set of clothes, Vegeta prepared to set off, confidently proclaiming, "Next, it's time for me to show my might." After saying that, he powered up and flew in the direction of Shalu. Trunks planned to accompany him, and after Sun Wukong gave him 2 senzu beans, he quickly left. Sun Wukong watched the 2 leave and said to Gohan beside him, "Let's go, it's our turn, Gohan." "Yes." Gohan nodded, and the 2 entered the room of spirit and time. On the sea, Vegeta sensed Shalu's energy and was rushing towards it at full speed. Shalu was now pursuing Android 18, having arrived at a scattered small island. He was constantly circling the area, trying to find Android 18's whereabouts. Given the current situation, he couldn't afford to be leisurely, as the energy he sensed earlier might arrive at any moment. Moreover, in the distance, 2 equally strong energies were flying towards him. If he couldn't find her, he might not have another chance. "Android 18, get out here quickly. Otherwise, I will destroy this entire place," Shala shouted in a loud voice over the vast ocean. He was extremely anxious inside. Seeing that his call received no response, he stopped wasting breath. Waves of energy blasted towards the nearby islands. Boom, boom, boom. This sea area was filled with the sounds of explosions. In an instant, smoke billowed and many islands turned to dust. Vegeta, not far away, sensed Shalu's energy and smirked, thinking Shalu was nothing special. Bang! His white aura instantly turned into a golden flame, and he arrived in front of Shalu in an instant. At this point, only one small island remained, and if nothing unexpected happened, Android 16 and 18 should be hiding here. Shalu squinted his eyes as he looked at the rapidly approaching Vegeta and said calmly, "If I remember correctly, you must be Vegeta. Why are you here to seek death?" Vegeta disdainfully replied, "Seek death? I think you have it wrong. I am here to send you to your death." Good. Shalu said with a smile, believing that Vegeta's strength was inferior to that of the androids, so he was not a match for him. With only one small island remaining, Android 18 must be hiding here. However, while Vegeta was easy to deal with, a super strong opponent was hidden nearby, so this time it had to be a quick battle. The 2 slowly landed on the small island. Android 18 was hiding behind a rock and was very surprised to see Vegeta. Android 16 leaned against the rock and looked up at Android 18, asking, "Who has come? Is it that one?" "No, it's Vegeta." Android 18 naturally knew who Android 16 was referring to and shook her head slowly, saying, "I really don't know how this guy came here. I just beat him up a few days ago. What use is he coming now?" Android 16 lowered his head and remained silent, not knowing whether he agreed with Android 18's words or not, or if he was thinking of something else. While they were still discussing Vegeta, a familiar and magnetic voice sounded in their ears. "Don't underestimate Vegeta now, as Shalu is no match for him." As soon as the words fell, another person appeared beside them. The 2 acted like startled birds and immediately became alert. However, due to Shalu's presence, their movements were not too pronounced. Android 18 turned to look, and her terrified expression was quickly replaced by a blush, as if she had thought of something. Her gaze wandered as she asked, "Why are you here?" The newcomer was Lelin, who had intended to intervene when Shalu destroyed the small island. Who would have thought Vegeta would suddenly appear, so he decided to leave this opportunity to him. He had directly found their hiding place. "Why can't it be me? I saw you were in danger and came specifically to protect you," Lelin said with a faint smile. Upon hearing Lelin's words, Android 18's cheeks grew even rosier. For a moment, she didn't know how to respond. Her heart raced, and she even began to wonder if he liked her, which was why he said those words. Lelin was unaware of her thoughts, sat down on the rock they were hiding behind, and invitingly said, "A good show is about to start. The excitement is about to begin." Number 18 looked at the confident smile on the other person's face, feeling a bit more assured, no longer as terrified, and said, "All right." She then jumped onto the stone and sat shoulder to shoulder with Lelin. Number 16, feeling injured and unable to move easily, decided not to come up and leaned against the stone to continue resting. "By the way, I haven't asked your name yet." Number 18 turned her head and asked. Lelin smiled lightly and answered nonchalantly, "My name is Lelin." Lelin. Number 18 silently repeated this name in her heart. She looked at Lelin, who appeared calm, and raised an eyebrow, asking, "Do you think Vegeta can defeat Cell?" This was her question, as Vegeta had been thoroughly beaten by her a few days ago. Now coming to fight Cell, is there really no problem? Of course, the current Vegeta is very different from the one you encountered a few days ago. If nothing unexpected happens, Cell will be beaten badly, Lelin said with a calm smile. Having spent so long in the hyperbolic time chamber, though he hadn't reached Super Saiyan 2's power, defeating the current Cell should still be manageable. Just as they were talking, Trunks descended from the sky. He followed Vegeta to this small island. Number 18 watched as people continued to gather here, asking with some concern, "Is it really okay for us to stay here?" Lelin smiled and shook his head. "Of course, we are at a distance from them, and they cannot sense our aura, so there is no problem." The stone they were sitting on was not on flat ground. Instead, it was situated in a depression, and even while sitting on the stone, only the upper halves of their heads were visible. If one did not observe this place deliberately, they would not discover that anyone was there. Moreover, right now, whether it was Vegeta or Cell, their attention was completely captivated by each other. It was not particularly easy to notice them. Lelin noticed number 18 frowning slightly, thinking that she was still worried about her life, and softly murmured, "Even if they detect us, what can they do? If anyone wants to harm you, they will have to step over my body." Indeed, upon hearing this, number 18 felt much more at ease, her furrowed brows smoothing out a bit. She glanced at Lelin, though she didn't say anything. She felt a surge of emotion in her heart. "If anyone wants to harm you, they will have to step over my body." This was the first time someone had said such words to her, and it inevitably struck a chord in her heart. Turning back, Vegeta and Trunks stood shoulder to shoulder, gazing ahead. "Hey, another one has come," Cell said with a sneer. He continuously sensed the surrounding auras, realizing that the previous aura that had made him uneasy had disappeared without a trace. This discovery relieved him. He even wondered if he had been too stressed and had imagined it. Regardless, Cell regained his arrogant demeanor, saying, "You two can come at me together." Vegeta arrogantly replied, "Against this opponent, I'm enough alone. He is merely spectating." After saying this, a golden wave erupted from his body. The overwhelming aura caused the surrounding space to begin to warp. "Huh!" Vegeta roared, and his body began to release a dense array of lightning. Although the lightning disappeared, his muscles instantly swelled to about twice their size. Lelin watched Vegeta with great interest and silently nodded. It seems this Vegeta has quite a good talent in this state. He is close to the brink of Super Saiyan 2. However, he still seems to be quite far from true Super Saiyan 2. On the battlefield, Vegeta had already adjusted his state to its peak. Suddenly, he lunged forward, delivering a punch directly to Cell's abdomen. "What?" Cell exclaimed in disbelief as he stumbled back a few steps. "It's not over yet." Vegeta charged again, throwing an uppercut that sent Cell flying. Before Cell could react, he leaped up, delivering a knee strike. Cell's mouth fell open in shock, wondering why this version of Vegeta was so fierce. Unfortunately, no one answered his question as Vegeta seized his ankle and forcefully hurled him down. Cell crashed face first into the ground. "Damn it!" Cell lay on the ground, forcefully grabbing a handful of sand. Then he suddenly charged into the sky, continuing the battle. Cell was now extremely furious, turning his hands into fists and attacking continuously. However, no matter how he attacked, Vegeta easily dodged. While dodging Cell's attacks, Vegeta's body gradually closed the distance. For a moment, as the attacker, Cell couldn't land a single hit and was instead forced to retreat repeatedly. "Bastard!" Cell, feeling helpless, quickly created some distance after throwing a punch. Whoosh! Cell opened his grotesque mouth and unleashed a red energy wave. Boom! The attack hit perfectly. "Did I succeed?" Cell, seeing that he had finally landed a hit, appeared very pleased. However, before he could revel in his joy for too long. In the next moment, Vegeta's body shot forward like lightning, landing a punch on his face. "Oh!" Cell cried out in pain and fell to the ground. Vegeta descended slowly in the air, arms crossed with a disdainful smile at the corner of his mouth. "What other moves do you have? Show them all." Cell, feeling unsatisfied after being hit, got up and gathered his strength again. The energy within him surged to a new level. After powering up, he dashed forward and punched Vegeta in the face. Vegeta stumbled, slightly retreating 2 steps as blood began to flow from the corner of his mouth. Heh! Vegeta wiped the blood from his mouth, still wearing a contemptuous smile. Cell stepped back in fear, realizing that he had put all his strength into that punch. Yet all it did was send Vegeta back a couple of steps and cause a trickle of blood from his mouth. Was that all? Are you really Vegeta? Cell asked with a trembling voice. This level of power was not the person he remembered. Vegeta pointed to himself, wearing an arrogant expression, and said, "Indeed, I am not just Vegeta, I am Super Vegeta." Lelin, sitting on a distant stone, couldn't help but laugh upon hearing this. How did he come up with that name? Is this the legendary Speedy Vegeta? Cell felt unwilling. He remembered that in the future Vegeta was killed by number 17, and now that he had absorbed number 17, why couldn't he defeat him? The more he thought about it, the angrier he became, clenching his fists tightly, even purple blood oozing out. Seeing Vegeta's arrogant expression, Cell seethed with fury and fired another energy blast. Humph! Vegeta scoffed coldly, standing motionless, not even flinching as the blast struck him. Unscathed, he whipped his tail forward in a sharp strike. Vegeta leapt high into the air, instantly reappearing behind Cell and delivering a crushing kick that sent him hurtling away. Before Cell could even touch the ground, Vegeta surged after him, launching another devastating kick that propelled him skyward. With a flash of movement, Vegeta soared ahead, positioned himself directly above Cell, and brought his palms together in a thunderous downward strike aimed squarely at Cell's skull. Boom! Cell crashed violently onto the earth, sending plumes of dust billowing outward in concentric waves. Trunks watched the spectacle unfold and already grasped the course of the battle. Barring unforeseen turns, victory would belong unequivocally to his father. Absolute, unassailable triumph. Landing beside Trunks, Vegeta gazed disdainfully at Cell's battered form and delivered another cutting blow. Is this truly the extent of your power? How profoundly disappointing. Cell bristled inwardly at the mockery. Vegeta pointed toward Trunks standing nearby and said, "Do you see him? Though he falls short of me, he still towers far above you. What a wretched specimen you are. Truly infuriating." Struck speechless by Vegeta's contempt, Cell felt the verbal assault cut deeper than any physical blow. After all, his own body housed Scion cells, and his pride rivaled Vegeta's in equal measure. Yet subjected to relentless humiliation, his composure began to fracture. Sweat beaded across his brow as he defiantly retorted, "What a pity, what an absolute pity. I was this close to achieving perfect form. If I attained it, you'd stand no chance against me. I'd slaughter every last one of you." Vegeta's interest stirred faintly at those words. Yet without hesitation, he kicked Cell hard, sending him crashing into a distant mountain range. "Does vermin like you even deserve the chance to reach perfect form?" Vegeta declared, head held high in sovereign arrogance. He had no doubt, even if Cell achieved perfection, he would remain utterly outmatched. Thus such boasts were meaningless. Refusing to yield, Cell pressed on. "Once I attain perfect form, that so-called Super Vegeta will be nothing but trash, unworthy of even a single fingertip of mine. You're courting death." Vegeta's eyes flashed with lethal coldness. Raising a hand, he gathered a searing energy sphere, poised ready to unleash annihilation. Terror gripped Cell, but he forced calm upon his face. "So your limits are truly this shallow. You lack even the courage to let me grow stronger for a worthy fight." Kakarot, however, would relish battling the strongest version of me. Having absorbed the genetic essence of numerous elite warriors, Cell inherited fragments of their personalities. Invoking Kakarot's name was without question his most potent weapon. TCH. As expected, Vegeta's expression darkened instantly. Withdrawing his hand, he allowed a self-assured smile to spread across his face. "You're right. I've grown bored. You're simply too weak, now devoid of challenge. Go on, become stronger. I'll wait to see just how formidable you truly become." Relief flooded Cell's features at Vegeta's concession. He hadn't dared hope Vegeta would be so foolish, so recklessly arrogant, as to grant him this reprieve. Still, fortune favored him. Android 18 was undoubtedly on this island. Once he located and absorbed her, the so-called Super Vegeta would crumble before him like brittle clay. "No, I refuse." Trunks shouted fiercely at Vegeta. "Humph." Vegeta didn't even glance his way. Inside, he couldn't help but recoil at the thought of having sired such a timid son. Fortunately, his newborn son offered a clean slate. He would ensure the boy never mirrored this weakness. When Trunks realized his protest had fallen on deaf ears, and seeing Cell rise from the ground preparing to scour the island for the android, he knew time was slipping away. In an instant, Trunks blurred forward, intercepting Cell midair. "I never granted you leave to go. Since you insist on persisting, then allow me to eradicate this abomination." His voice rang with unwavering resolve. He had endured enough of his desolate future. If fate offered a chance, he would snuff out every threat before it could take root. Cell's current strength paled before his own. Why hesitate? Why not end him here now? His father's irrational logic defied comprehension. From afar, Android 18 watched Cell prepare to depart, her brow furrowing. What is Vegeta playing at? He clearly outmatches Cell. Why set him free? Lelin smiled gently. Didn't you hear? Vegeta seeks to confront the strongest Cell, so he intends to let Cell absorb you first, then resume their battle. Her expression froze, then twisted into raw terror. Merging with that monster was unthinkable. Then, will you protect me? She whispered timidly. Lelin thumped his chest, once voice resolute of course. Though reassured by Lelin's vow, 18 remained tense. Vegeta's displayed power was overwhelming. If he chose to aid Cell's fusion, even Lelin might fall short. After all, though Lelin radiated immense aura, no one had yet witnessed him unleash his true strength. High above, Cell and Trunks had already clashed. As Vegeta predicted, Trunks might dwarf Cell's, effortlessly decisively. Within mere exchanges, Cell was left bleeding profusely, his body lacerated and broken. Trunks fought without restraint, swift, ruthless final. A few moments more and Cell would surely meet his end. Rage gnawed at him. He'd make these two pay dearly once he ascended to perfect form. But first, escape Trunks. Hey, Vegeta, can't you rein in your son? How am I supposed to achieve perfect form under these conditions? Cell bellowed toward Vegeta below, yet the moment he turned his head, his entire body locked rigid, frozen in place. His gaze ravenous and unblinking, fixed upon a massive boulder behind Vegeta. No, 18. Android 18 is here. He muttered the words to himself, utterly oblivious to Lelin standing beside her, his senses detecting no trace of energy emanating from him. Why she sat openly upon the stone, unhidden, mattered not. All that mattered was the undeniable truth dawning within him. His ascension to perfect form was no longer distant. It was imminent. Vegeta silently cursed waste. He did not notice anything unusual about Cell's behavior. Trunks, however, looked at Vegeta, as if assessing whether he would stop him. At that moment, Cell turned around and flew backward at full speed like a madman. Trunks thought he was trying to escape, and there was no way he would let him succeed. Trunks accelerated and blocked Cell's path. Don't get in my way, get lost. Cell shouted impatiently. Ignoring Cell's words, Trunks unleashed a flurry of punches. Bang, bang, bang. Cell was instantly pounded and more scars appeared on his body. Trunks did not want to let up. A glimmer of light appeared in his hand as he aimed to eliminate Cell right there. Cell, seeing this, became anxious, knowing he could not die here with his complete form in sight. He anxiously shouted to the ground, Vegeta, are you going to help or not? I'm about to be killed. Vegeta increasingly looked down on Cell, thinking that even if he transformed into his complete form, he would not amount to anything significant. However, since he had decided to fight Cell in his complete form, he would not let him die just yet. Just as Trunks was about to unleash his energy wave, Vegeta suddenly appeared in front of him and kicked out, causing Trunks' energy wave to shoot straight into the sky. Good opportunity, Cell thought joyfully, seeing that Trunks had been stopped. He then used all his speed to fly towards Android 18. Android 18, seeing Cell approaching them, started to feel anxious and grabbed Lelin's collar. What should we do? It looks like Cell is coming. Lelin patted her hand, gently smiling lightly. Don't worry, just watch me. Soon Cell arrived in front of Android 18, his face wearing a cold smile. The scene before him seemed to transform into one where he dominated the entire universe. My dear Android 18, I've finally found you. Cell's smile grew wider as he opened his arms. Come, let us complete the final fusion and conquer the world together. Android 18, seeing Cell's evil demeanor, instinctively stepped back and hid behind Lelin. Oh. Cell looked at Lelin, whom he had never seen before, and curiously said, Who are you? Just an ordinary person. Since Lelin emitted no energy, Cell naturally regarded him as an ordinary person. However, what puzzled him was why Android 18 was hiding behind an ordinary person. Moreover, although Android 18 appeared frightened upon seeing him, she showed no intention of fleeing. But now was not the time to think about that. As long as he could complete the fusion, everything unreasonable could just go to hell. Just as he was still pondering, Lelin interrupted his thoughts, replying, Who I am is none of your concern. You just need to know that you are already a dead man now. Oh. Cell raised an eyebrow, surprised that this ordinary person would dare to speak such bold words. Then let me take care of you first. Cell laughed cruelly, his tail raised high as he lunged toward Lelin. On the other side, the sound of fists colliding echoed through the air. Trunks, seeing Vegeta's reaction, felt extremely angry, swinging his fists heavier with each strike while questioning loudly, Why are you stopping me? Vegeta calmly fended off Trunks' attack, saying, Don't you want to see how powerful Cell's complete form truly is? Their thoughts were completely on different wavelengths. Trunks wanted to eliminate the crisis on Earth quickly to protect the lives of its people. He found it strange why Vegeta would act this way, why he would allow Earth to remain in danger instead of resolving it. Vegeta, on the other hand, was equally perplexed, reasoning that Trunks was also a scion. Why was he so timid and cautious with no ambitions whatsoever? He even began to doubt whether this guy was truly his son, as he had inherited none of his own personality. I don't want to see it, I don't want to see it at all. If you really want to stop me, then it'll just have to take you down first. Trunks roared. He had had enough of the suffering of the future. Now he would rely on his own strength to eliminate all enemies. Vegeta's blood pressure skyrocketed upon hearing Trunks' threat to defeat him, veins bulging on his forehead. Bastard, then come and try it. Bang, boom, thud. The two engaged in close combat, exchanging energy blasts, continuously colliding. However, just as they were putting on a display of familial affection, bang, suddenly a loud sound of physical collision rang out. A green object accompanied by a sonic boom flew toward the two. Both of them noticed it at the same time and quickly separated as the green object zipped between them. A powerful gust of wind blew their hair up. The green object was Cell, now screaming in agony as he crashed into a distant mountain. Boom. The mountain collapsed with a thunderous sound. After smashing through it, Cell's face pressed against the ground, sliding for 100 meters, leaving a deep trench before slowly coming to a stop. At this moment, his appearance was extremely tragic, with half of his body already vanishing. His expression was distorted, and a large amount of purple blood seeped from beneath him. This is Cell. Trunks finally reacted, and upon seeing Cell in this state, his expression brightened. However, Vegeta's expression darkened as he shouted towards the direction of the incoming object. Who are you? Show yourself. Cell was his target. The reason he had not killed him was that he wanted to fight the strongest version of him. But now it seemed that there was another expert on this island who had managed to beat Cell to this extent. He was not angry for Cell's sake, but because someone had ruined his enjoyment, which made him furious. Lelin heard Vegeta's voice, furrowing his brow slightly as he pulled Android 18's hand and slowly ascended into the sky. At this moment, Android 18 was already shocked, her rosy lips slightly parted, rendered speechless as Lelin held her small hand. The recent scene had far exceeded her understanding. Such a powerful Cell had been easily sent flying with a single punch. When she looked at Lelin again, a hint of admiration appeared in her eyes along with an inexplicable sense of pride. It's been a few days and you still manage to be so annoying. Lelin slowly appeared, looking at Vegeta with indifference. Upon seeing Lelin, Vegeta's pupils suddenly constricted and his anger diminished significantly. Trunks watched as a figure slowly emerged, his eyes lighting up with joy. It's Mr. Lelin. At this moment, this unfathomable man finally made his move. It's you. Vegeta fixed his gaze on him, speaking with intensity. Lelin smiled lightly, releasing Android 18's hand, and walked slowly towards him, saying, It's me. Vegeta looked at his composure, feeling uncomfortable inside. Memories of the fear he once experienced under Lelin's control resurfaced. Even with his significantly enhanced strength now, he still hesitated to provoke Lelin. What are you doing here? Vegeta asked bluntly, not holding back. Lelin replied with a smile, Of course I'm here to eliminate Cell. Upon hearing this, Vegeta's heart sank as he spoke quietly. I can handle Cell myself. I don't need your help here. He had finally gained strength and wanted to prove himself in front of everyone. How could he let the opportunity slip away? Oh, is that so? Lelin looked at him calmly, shrugging his shoulders. All right, I have no problem leaving Cell to you. Vegeta was taken aback for a moment, then a smile appeared on his face and the corners of his mouth lifted. His gaze towards Lelin seemed to shift to a more carefree demeanor. He didn't believe that Lelin was being kind by letting him deal with Cell. Rather, he sensed Lelin's recognition of his own strength, which made him back down without complaint. Regardless, that was how he saw it. In front of Lelin, he seemed to regain a long-lost confidence. Mr. Lelin, you can't do this. Trunks shouted loudly from behind Vegeta. We absolutely cannot let Cell achieve his perfect form, or else the Earth will be doomed. Lelin was completely unfazed by Trunks' words. How about this? I can hold off your father, and you can take care of Cell. Trunks grew anxious and continued to shout loudly. He seemed to believe that Lelin's reluctance to engage further was out of fear of Vegeta's strength. Thus, he directly took on the responsibility of holding off his father, leaving Cell for Lelin to deal with, as it was evident from their earlier encounter that Cell was no match for Lelin. Vegeta's anger only intensified upon hearing this. Good grief, was he really going against his own father? How could he side with an outsider against his own dad? He truly wanted to shout, Are you really my son, or are you his son? Lelin shook his head slightly and said to Trunks indifferently, No need to rush, Trunks. Since Vegeta wants to take down Cell alone, let him have it. I won't intervene. Upon hearing this, Vegeta's expression brightened slightly. However, instead of feeling grateful towards Lelin, he found himself looking down on him even more. He originally thought this guy was a calm and composed powerhouse, but it turned out he was a coward. Android 18 felt a tightness in her heart upon hearing Lelin's words. Did he really not want to help her? Sure enough, upon hearing that Lelin would not intervene, she felt utterly hopeless. She thought to herself that she had been too naive to place her safety in the hands of someone she barely knew. Trunks was equally furious at Lelin's response, constantly grumbling in his heart about this person's behavior. Facing his father, was he really too timid to take action? But Lelin shifted his tone, looking at the smug Vegeta, and said, "You can take care of Cell, but I will ensure Android 18's safety. Anyone who dares to touch her will face my ruthless wrath." As he spoke, he surveyed the surroundings, his tone calm, but the killing intent in his eyes was icy and penetrating. In an instant, it felt as if the temperature in the entire space had dropped several degrees. Upon hearing this, Android 18's negative emotions vanished instantly. Although his words were chilling and filled with murderous intent, they sounded incredibly warm to her ears. It seemed as if a few sparkling tears were about to well up in her eyes. Vegeta was momentarily stunned upon hearing this, then his expression darkened. "What did you say?" Lelin looked at him indifferently, saying, "I won't repeat what I've said before." "Bastard." Vegeta clenched his fists, teetering on the edge of explosion. The reason he rushed to deal with Cell was to force him into his perfect form, which would give him a sense of accomplishment in the battle. If Android 18 were to leave, what would be the point of defeating Cell? After all this time, it turned out this guy was just toying with him. No wonder he was so furious. Trunks clearly heard Lelin's words and felt a sense of comfort. Indeed, if his father wanted to deal with Cell, let him handle it. As long as Android 18 was safe, Cell couldn't achieve his perfect form. This way, he neither competed with his father for the kill, nor allowed Cell to become perfect. If it weren't for Vegeta being nearby, he really would have wanted to applaud Lelin. "If there's nothing else, then we shall take our leave," Lelin said coolly. This statement seemed less like a request and more like a notification. After saying this, he turned and pulled Android 18, preparing to leave. However, how could Vegeta let them leave so easily? He was extremely furious. Accelerating forward, he directly blocked Lelin's path. "You can leave, but she cannot." Vegeta pointed at Android 18 beside him, his tone filled with an undeniable authority, as if he were issuing a command. Lelin frowned and coldly said to him, "It's not me leaving, it's that we are leaving together. Do you understand?" Vegeta heard this cold remark and showed no fear, replying arrogantly, "She must stay here, otherwise you won't be able to leave either." He had now realized that no one could prevent him from fighting Cell. At the same time, he recalled that both Lelin and Android 18 had previously made him suffer. In that case, he couldn't let them leave safely. Very well. Lelin sneered and said to Vegeta, "Then let's settle this with our strength." He then spoke to Android 18 beside him. "You go down and wait for me. Give me a few seconds." "Okay." Android 18 obediently nodded and softly said, "Just be careful." After saying this, she followed Lelin's instructions and slowly descended, returning to the rock. Vegeta's forehead throbbed with veins as if they were about to burst, and he angrily said, "You are truly arrogant. A few seconds is what you mean to say, or are you implying that it only takes a few seconds to defeat me?" Lelin said coolly, "If you like to act tough, then let's see who can outdo whom." Vegeta's face turned crimson with rage, his golden flames becoming wild as he gritted his teeth and said, "Do you think I would still be the same as before?" His strength now had increased countless times since the first battle with Lelin. Back then, he couldn't even transform into a Super Saiyan. Lelin wore a calm expression, slowly opening his mouth to say, "In my eyes, you're no different from before." Damn it. Vegeta's pride couldn't take it, and he started shouting loudly, "Let's see how you fare against me." With that, Vegeta charged at Lelin, his powerful fists aimed directly at him. With a loud bang, Lelin met him heated. Vegeta felt a numbness in his arm as he was knocked back several steps, appearing quite disheveled. What's happening? This was the only question in his mind. Lelin showed no signs of stopping, charging directly at him with incredible speed. Bang, bang, bang. With several dull thuds, Vegeta felt a sharp pain in his chest as he was sent flying, crashing hard to the ground, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Lelin slowly descended to the ground, looking down at him, and said, "You lost." Vegeta was completely stunned, muttering to himself, "I lost? Did I really lose like this?" Lelin was right. The entire process took the opponent less than a few seconds. The whole encounter had lasted less than a second. Trunks, standing not far away, clearly witnessed the scene before him, and he was utterly shocked. Gulp. Is this the power of Mr. Lelin? It's terrifying. Lelin continued to look at the battered Vegeta and said flatly, "If there's nothing else, may I leave now?" "Impossible, this can't be happening. How could I lose?" Vegeta did not respond, feeling a bit broken, stubbornly unwilling to accept this reality. "I refuse to accept this, let's go again." With that, he stood up and charged at Lelin once more. Lelin shook his head helplessly at the crazed Vegeta. In this state, he was simply no match for him. He had already reached the Super Saiyan 2 level when he arrived in this world. After a year of honing his skills, even without a reference, his level had certainly surpassed the standards of Super Saiyan 2. Even if Vegeta broke through to Super Saiyan 2, he still wouldn't be his opponent, not to mention that this guy hadn't even reached the full power state of Super Saiyan 1. Lelin coldly said as he watched the approaching Vegeta, "I advise you to give up. You might still have a chance to save your life. But if you continue, then you're truly doomed. Stop talking, watch how I'll kill you." Vegeta lunged forward, arriving right in front of Lelin, his fist raised high and ready to strike. However, before he could bring it down, Lelin kicked him in the abdomen. Boom! Vegeta shot out like a cannonball. "Dad!" Trunks, seeing Vegeta fly out, was startled and rushed over. But to his astonishment, he found he couldn't catch up with his flying speed. This showed just how powerful Lelin's kick was. Splash! The sound of water splashing echoed as Vegeta fell into the sea. Trunks hurriedly flew into the water to try and pull him out. Lelin saw that the trouble was finally resolved and didn't want to stay any longer. He approached Android 18 and said calmly, "It's done, we can leave now." Android 18 nodded slowly, her eyes filled with admiration for him. The formidable opponent Cell had been sent flying with just one punch. Vegeta could easily defeat Cell, yet he was kicked into the sea by him. This person's strength is truly exaggerated. Lelin walked behind a rock and asked Android 16, who was sitting on the ground, "Can you still fly?" Android 16 looked at Lelin and nodded. "If it's not too far, I think I can still manage." With that, Lelin took Android 16 and 18 away from the small island. First, they headed to the Capsule Corporation in West City as he wanted to drop off Android 16 for repairs, believing Bulma would be interested in his body structure. As for himself and Android 18A, they decided to spend some time together on Earth. After all, they had developed feelings for each other, and with some time spent together, they could likely achieve mutual happiness. On the small island, Trunks fished Vegeta drenched from the sea out of the water. The blood on Vegeta's face had mostly washed away after being cleansed by the seawater. However, his breath was very weak, and if he didn't receive timely treatment, he could die at any moment. "Mr. Lelin, you really went too far," Trunks complained helplessly. Fortunately, he had brought the senzu beans that Goku had given him before leaving. Otherwise, Vegeta might have truly been on the brink of death. In fact, he didn't know that Lelin had held back quite a bit when he attacked. Otherwise, Vegeta's fate would not have been much better than Cell's. After a while, after eating a senzu bean, Vegeta instantly returned to normal. However, his expression was incredibly grim, his fists clenched so tightly that they made cracking sounds. Vegeta suddenly screamed while clutching his head, unleashing a golden aura. Even after recovering, he still couldn't accept the fact of his crushing defeat. A fierce aura spread across the entire small island, shaking the ground violently and causing the flow of air to become tumultuous. Trunks raised his hand wanting to say something, but after opening his mouth, he didn't know where to start, so he simply closed his mouth and silently watched his father. While Vegeta was still fuming, a figure stood up from a small mound not far away. "It seems I almost lost my life." It was Cell, who had been blasted down to half his body by Lelin. However, due to his unique body structure, as long as his core wasn't damaged, he wouldn't die. In a moment, he was able to restore his body completely. At the same time, Cell confirmed that Lelin was indeed the powerful being he had sensed earlier. He now felt that things were truly difficult for him. In the future, he wanted to absorb the androids, but he was forced to this time and space after being taken down by Trunks. He had initially planned to develop for a while, but unexpectedly, he was continuously chased by Piccolo on the way. After barely surviving, he was suddenly hammered by Android 16. He thought that absorbing Android 17 would ensure his invincibility, but instead, he was beaten up by Vegeta. Just when he was about to convince Vegeta to absorb Android 18, he was nearly beaten to death again. Thinking of this, Cell's eyes became slightly moist. The start of this time and space had been incredibly difficult. Why couldn't it be simpler? Vegeta was in a state of rage, his aura surging high and his perception keenly sharp. He immediately sensed the movement of Cell and shot him a glare filled with murderous intent. Cell trembled at the sight of Vegeta's bloodthirsty gaze. Although he had just repaired his body, he was fully aware of the events unfolding around him. What does this guy intend to do? Could it be that he was affected by someone and is now looking to vent his anger on me? Cell stared at him in terror, a sense of foreboding creeping into his heart. Indeed, his thoughts were quite accurate. Vegeta harbored a fury within, and apart from roaring, he had no outlet for it. Now seeing Cell, he naturally aimed to make him the target of his wrath. With a swift motion, Vegeta appeared beside him, his eyes glinting like a venomous snake. What are you going to do? You promised not to kill me. You said you would let me become my perfect form, don't you remember? Cell stammered, hastily retreating as he spoke. Vegeta seemed indifferent to his words, coldly replying, "Are you ready to face my fury?" Upon hearing this, Cell was drenched in cold sweat, his mind racing with curses. If you can't beat him, then you can't beat him. Why should I prepare to endure his wrath? I refused him, not ready. Just as he was about to speak up in defense, Vegeta's fist collided with his face. Cell screamed, purple blood instantly erupting across his face. Oh, oh, oh. In an instant the small island was filled with the sounds of his cries. Vegeta's blows were exceedingly heavy, and while they wouldn't kill him immediately, they certainly wouldn't feel good. Trunks frowned, holding his forehead as he observed the scene before him. For a moment, he surprisingly felt a flicker of sympathy for Cell. He quickly shook his head, trying to dismiss that thought. Although what Vegeta was doing was cruel, it was indeed justified. After all, Cell had killed so many people. If he were to die immediately, that would be too easy for him. A little punishment is warranted. Meanwhile, on the other side, Lelin had already sent Android 16 to Bulma for repairs. As expected, being a scientist, she displayed great interest in 16's structure. Of course, Lelin didn't mention anything about beating Vegeta to her. After all, they were a couple. If she found out, she would probably come after him. After sorting out matters regarding 16, Lelin left with Android 18. Walking through the bustling city, he held her soft little hand, his expression full of smiles as they strolled along. Android 18 didn't mind at all, allowing Lelin to hold her hand. Having experienced life-and-death moments, her feelings for him had deepened. Why did you save me? Android 18 looked up at Lelin, who was a head taller than her. She already had an answer in her heart, but wasn't entirely sure and wanted to hear it from his lips. Lelin looked down at her, smiling lightly. It's because I like you. He spoke plainly and directly without overthinking. Like? She gazed at him with softened eyes. Although she knew the answer, hearing it from him stirred a warm current in her heart, a feeling that was cozy and pleasant. Yes, Lelin nodded seriously. The moment I first saw you, I was captivated. When you were in danger, I decided I would protect you, to be the one who guards you for a lifetime. As soon as he said this, the atmosphere between them grew undeniably intimate. Android 18's heart raced, and she hurriedly lowered her head, afraid that Lelin would notice the blush on her face. After a long while, perhaps after much contemplation, Android 18 softly said, I believe you. Her eyes sparkled with tenderness. Upon hearing Android 18's response, Lelin knew she had accepted his love, and a wave of joy surged within him. Their gazes met, transmitting an electric current of unspoken messages. Although they were in the streets, the atmosphere between them grew increasingly heated. Lelin released her hand, instead wrapping his arms around her waist. Android 18 stiffened, her heart racing, her breath quickening. She could feel Lelin's warmth and the rhythm of his heartbeat. The distance between them felt incredibly close. They remained in that quiet embrace for a long time before Lelin reluctantly released Android 18 and gently kissed her forehead. Although there was a hint of fear in Android 18's eyes, she did not shy away. Lelin knew he had to know when to stop. They had just begun to connect, and nothing should be rushed. He raised his hand to tousle her hair. Let's go. Let's wander around and grab something to eat. Okay. Android 18 smiled sweetly and followed Lelin, her steps light and a hint of shyness on her face. On the small island, Vegeta's aura continued to be released. The massive waves on the sea crashed one after another, causing the entire island to shake incessantly with no moment of calm. Oh, oh, oh. Cell's screams persisted. It must be said that this guy's vitality was indeed tenacious. If his core wasn't destroyed, he would never die. If it were someone else enduring such continuous attacks, even 100 lives would not suffice to survive. Vegeta, you bastard. With blood in his mouth, Cell mumbled incoherently. His body had been reborn countless times. Now, both physically and mentally, he was enduring this excruciating torment. Bang! Vegeta landed a punch that drove him deep into the ground. Shut your filthy mouth, you garbage. Bang! 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 He continued to rain down punches while questioning, why are you so weak? Why do you lack the strength to fight back now? Cell was at a loss for words, wondering who he could ask about this. If you have the ability, let me transform into my perfect form, and then we can talk. When facing that guy earlier, why didn't you strike with all your might? In truth, while Vegeta was speaking to him, most of his words were questions he was asking himself. Seeing that things had progressed far enough, Trunks quietly approached Vegeta and said, that's enough, it's meaningless to keep beating him. Just end it. Upon hearing his son's words, Vegeta shot him a glare. This son seemed to have noticed whether or not he was truly his flesh and blood was still up for debate. However, seeing Cell's pitiful state, he instantly lost interest. Since you can't become your perfect form, then you have no reason to exist. With that, Vegeta raised his hand, golden light flashing as a ki blast was prepared. However, before he could fire, Cell's battered body suddenly began to twist. A radiant glow enveloped his entire body, and the clouds in the sky were blown away by the tremendous shockwave. Vegeta was unaware of the changes occurring within Cell, but the energy wave in his hand was gradually dissipating. With his arms crossed, he looked at the scene before him with great interest. He could see that the energy within Cell was continuously rising. Trunks stared intently, uncertain of what was happening to Cell. However, a sense of foreboding welled up in his heart, a feeling not without reason. It was a result of years of life and death training. He knew that if Cell was allowed to develop further, Earth would likely fall into crisis. Die! Trunks shouted as he launched several energy waves. Cell stood still, allowing the energy waves to strike him, yet these attacks seemed to have no effect on him. Gradually his body began to regenerate and his muscles started to swell. Lightning crackled around him and the sky turned overcast. Seeing his attacks ineffective, Trunks was alarmed. No, I can't let Cell continue like this. With that thought, he charged forward. However, before he could get close, he was sent flying by the immense aura released from Cell. He couldn't advance even a single step. Cell's eyes glimmered with a strange light as he let out a roar. In an instant, the energy within him surged to a new level. The entire Earth began to tremble. Regardless of where one was, they could almost feel this overwhelming aura. In the bustling commercial street of West City, Lelin held the hand of Android 18 as they had just finished a meal and were planning to stroll around. At that moment, they too felt this powerful aura. A violent tremor shook the ground. Is this Cell? Android 18 asked Lelin in confusion. Lelin sensed carefully, then nodded seriously. Yes, it should be. This aura was a level stronger than when he had dealt with Cell before. If nothing unexpected happened, it should be comparable to his complete form. He began to doubt what Vegeta had done to Cell. Ever since he had left, he had felt Vegeta's brutal aura. Just moments ago, Cell's weak aura had nearly vanished, then this overwhelming aura had erupted. Could it be that he has transformed into his complete form? Android 18 said uncertainly. This aura was many times stronger than when they had left. Such a rapid increase in power could only be achieved through transformation into his complete form. Lelin nodded calmly, saying, that possibility cannot be ruled out. According to the normal progression of events, this was at the end of the Cell saga. He had already been forced to spit out Androids 17 and 18 by Gohan, yet in the final moment after self-detonating, he was still able to regenerate and transform into his complete form. How could this happen? Wasn't it said that he needed to absorb me and Android 17 to transform into his complete form? Android 18 said incredulously. The power was so astonishing that anyone who sensed it felt a wave of fear. Lelin pondered for a moment and slowly explained, perhaps it is because he possesses Scion blood. Each time he regenerates from the brink of death, his strength significantly increases. When his battle power reaches a certain threshold, he naturally transforms into his complete form. He glanced into the distance, paused for a moment, and continued, just now Vegeta's aura has been in a state of explosion, without pause, indicating that he has been relentlessly tormenting Cell, while Cell has been regenerating non-stop, leading to an exponential growth in his aura. His explanation was quite logical. As long as the core within Cell was not destroyed with the regenerative abilities of Piccolo's blood and the Scion blood within him, he was essentially a bug that could infinitely increase his power. Given such a scenario, it would not be surprising if he ultimately transformed into his complete form. What should we do? Will he harm you? Android 18 asked worriedly. After all, Lelin had previously dealt a heavy blow to him, and if he sought revenge, he would surely target Lelin first. At the same time, she cursed Vegeta in her heart for being a fool. Why didn't he just eliminate Cell directly instead of letting things escalate to this point? Lelin smiled lightly and shook his head, stroking her smooth hair. Don't worry, even if Cell transforms into his complete form, he is still no match for me. If we were to fight, his outcome wouldn't be much better than last time. Upon hearing Lelin's confidence, Android 18 felt much more relieved. Lelin was indeed not exaggerating. His power was beyond what Cell could compare to. In terms of Super Saiyan levels, he had long since surpassed the Super Saiyan 2 realm. Even if it was by just a little, it was more than enough. Moreover, Cell was still far from reaching the Super Saiyan 2 level. So what do we do now? Do you want to go? Android 18 blinked at him. Lelin smiled lightly and shook his head. Let Vegeta handle him for now. We should just enjoy ourselves for a few days first. Android 18 nodded gracefully. While everyone else lamented whether the world was coming to an end, the two of them strolled around like an ordinary couple. They were utterly oblivious to the events unfolding around them. In the Divine Temple, Son Goku and Son Gohan continued their training in the hyperbolic time chamber, completely unaware of what was happening outside. However, Piccolo at the edge of the temple had been observing the lower realm all along. When he saw Cell unleash a powerful aura, his face turned green with fear. That fool Vegeta, why didn't he just kill Cell directly? He let his personal vendetta turn into this mess. Piccolo snorted coldly, gritting his teeth. When he saw Lelin take action, he thought the matter was settled. And indeed it was. Cell's power was utterly insignificant before Lelin. However, he had not expected that despite Cell being severely injured, Vegeta would not use his full power to eliminate him. Instead, he kept delivering blows, resulting in Cell now trending towards his complete form. This is infuriating. Piccolo was now so angry that smoke was coming out of his 7 orifices as he paced back and forth. In the past, he would never have reacted this way. However, after merging with the Supreme, his heart had grown much kinder. His anger stemmed from concern over the irreparable consequences for the people of Earth. On the small island, the changes in Sheriff's body continued. Vegeta observed this without feeling any sense of unease, a subtle smile beginning to form at the corners of his mouth. Bastard, what is happening? Trunks was unable to approach Sheru and was extremely furious. He began to gather a powerful energy wave in his hands. Boom, boom, boom. A series of golden energy waves struck Sheriff's body, but these waves were as ineffective as a drop in the ocean. They were directly blocked by the energy shield emanating from him. Sheru let out a loud roar, his body undergoing a complete transformation as a beam of light shot up into the sky. The surrounding rubble was crushed to dust, and the ground sank 2 feet around him. Approximately 5 minutes passed. As the dust settled, Sheriff's figure had shrunk to that of an average adult. His once grotesque face now had sharp features, and upon closer inspection, there was a hint of sinister charm. Is this what you call evolution? Vegeta crossed his arms with a cold smile. He felt a surge of happiness, surprised that Sheru had grown stronger once again. However, this was fine. It let him once again bear the humiliation he inflicted upon himself. Damn it. Trunks saw that Sheru had completely transformed and realized he had completed his evolution. Reluctantly, he threw a punch at the air. Sheriff's demeanor had calmed significantly. His eyes continuously scrutinized his hands, seemingly feeling the power within. So this is the perfect form. It really feels different. Sheru examined his body repeatedly and said lightly, but it seems like something is still missing. Although his current strength was identical to that of a normally evolved perfect form, he had lost a lot regarding infinite energy. After all, he only had Android 17 within him, lacking the infinite energy core of Android 18. Relying solely on one energy core was insufficient to maintain such a powerful physique in a state of infinite energy. Vegeta slowly walked up to him, disdainfully saying, "Is this what you call a perfect form? It seems you are not that powerful after all." Sheru slightly moved his new body and said lightly, "I must thank you. Without you, I probably wouldn't have been able to evolve successfully in the absence of Android 18. At the same time, he beckoned to Vegeta. "How about you help me warm up?" Vegeta observed his calm demeanor, thinking it was merely a bluff. Since the opponent wanted to warm up, it wouldn't hurt to accompany him. Moreover, not only had Sheru's strength increased, but in fact Vegeta's strength had also seen a boost. After all, the Scion trait is to grow stronger after near-death recovery. After being battered by Lelin to the brink of death and consuming a senzu bean, his strength naturally surged. Whoosh! In a flash, Vegeta exploded with rage. He swung his fists and began a fierce assault on Sheru. This time Sheru did not just stand there and endure. Vegeta's attacks were all caught by Sheru without fail. Sheru lifted his leg and kicked, forcing Vegeta to roll away, creating some distance between them. Seeing this, Vegeta unleashed his signature move, the Prince's fighting style, and began to bombard Sheru. Adadadada. Sheru dodged, constantly moving from the ground to the air. Countless energy spheres exploded in midair. Vegeta's energy waves poured out like an unending barrage of bullets. Boom, boom, boom. Sheru observed the dense attacks and decided to stop dodging. He allowed the strikes to hit him, enveloping him in swirling smoke. After the attack ceased and the smoke cleared, Sheru was no longer in the sky. Vegeta's gaze darted around, searching for Sheru's whereabouts. "Where are you?" "Right here." Sheru's voice echoed from behind Vegeta. He hurriedly turned around. With a hint of wicked charm, Sheru said lightly, "To be honest, you're not much of a sparring partner. Your attacks don't hurt at all." Upon hearing this, Vegeta felt a surge of anger, his aura exploding as he raised his hands and unleashed countless energy waves. Adadadada. The sound of explosions filled the air and the smoke lingered. Damn it. Seeing Sheru unharmed, Vegeta began to grow anxious. He rushed into the smoke, engaging Sheru in close combat. However, these attacks were ineffective as Sheru began to grow accustomed to his body, skillfully evading all of them. Suddenly, with a swift movement, Vegeta lost sight of him. At this moment, Sheru had already descended to the ground, arms crossed, looking down at Vegeta, who was flailing about like a headless fly. His combat power had far surpassed Vegeta's. They were no longer in the same dimension. "Dad, he's below," Trunks anxiously reminded him. He hadn't expected the gap between his father and Sheru to be so vast. The stronger one exerted all his effort, while the latter seemed to be playing. TCH. Vegeta gritted his teeth, glaring down before rushing down again. The two engaged in battle once more, but Vegeta's iron fists had no effect. Seeing Sheru's relaxed demeanor, Vegeta felt his pride was insulted. He lowly shouted, "Bastard, show me your full strength." "Hep." Sheru chuckled contemptuously and replied, "As you wish." Suddenly, he vanished from sight. In the next moment, he appeared behind Vegeta. Sensing Sheru's energy, Vegeta kicked backward, striking Sheru's head. Shara smiled slightly, seemingly unfazed. Realizing his attack had failed, Vegeta quickly distanced himself. At this moment, he fully understood the gap between them, trembling slightly. Trunks watched from the side, feeling pain in his heart. He wanted to help, but feared damaging Vegeta's pride. He now understood what kind of person his father was. It seems I can only wait until Dad loses consciousness before dealing with Sharu. Trunks thought silently. The results of his training in the hyperbolic time chamber were far from how it appeared. He had always subconsciously believed that his strength had surpassed Vegeta's. He just refrained from revealing it out of consideration for his father's pride. On the battlefield, Vegeta stood stunned. Seizing this opportunity, Sharu rushed in and kicked him, sending him flying into the sea. Damn it! Vegeta slowly crawled out of the water. Trunks, witnessing this scene, felt a surge of anger, his muscles expanding. Yet he remained resolute in his heart, determined to wait until his father lost consciousness before engaging in battle. Sharu looked at the disheveled Vegeta in front of him and said calmly, "In the end, I still have to thank you. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have succeeded in becoming my complete form." Vegeta glared at Sharu, not blaming his own decision. He merely complained inwardly about his own weakness, unable to deal with a mere Sharu. Vegeta finally caught his breath and slowly flew into the air, saying, "It seems you have great confidence in your own strength." Sharu chuckled lightly and replied calmly, "It's not bad." "Then come and try my move," Vegeta shouted firmly. Suddenly, he spread his arms wide and his entire body shone with golden light. His aura surged continuously as if the surrounding air was repelled from him. In an instant, his body was enveloped in lightning, and the edges of the island and the sea surface were concaved into a round pit. Vegeta gathered his hands together, aimed at Sharu, and shouted, "This move is my strongest strike. If you are truly invincible, don't dodge, come and face it, Heaton." As he spoke, a bouncing ball of golden light appeared in his hands, and crackling sounds filled the air. Boring provocation. Sharu laughed off Vegeta's words, but out of confidence in his own strength, he replied, "All right then, show me everything you've got." Trunks, seeing Vegeta's accumulating energy, became extremely anxious and shouted to the sky, "Stop, father. This will destroy the earth." Vegeta was now fully charged, his mind filled with the thought of defeating Sharu, completely ignoring any sounds from the outside world. Then, as the energy ball completed its gathering, he shouted loudly, "Super Ultimate Flash." A massive column of golden light erupted. As the light wave was emitted, the surrounding seawater instantly evaporated into steam. The mountains and trees seemed to defy gravity, floating into the air. Upon contact with the light wave, they were instantly obliterated. Sharu saw the massive light wave, his smile vanishing, and his expression suddenly changed, not good. He could tell that the power of this attack was beyond his ability to contend with. If he took it heated, he would surely perish. He began to evade, desperately trying to dodge to the side. However, the shockwave was too fast. He couldn't completely avoid the attack, and could only watch helplessly as the light wave descended upon him. Swish! A vast area of golden light appeared on Earth. The massive energy wave brushed across the entire planet, soaring into space. Boom! In the dark void of space, a muffled sound echoed. It was unknown which unfortunate planet had been struck by this attack. After all, this attack was immensely powerful and could not simply vanish. It would explode upon colliding with any object. On the island, smoke billowed, gradually dissipating with time. Sharu's body was blown away, losing a significant portion of itself. He laughed maniacally, saying, "Haha, it's lucky I was quick, otherwise I would have really been done for." Damn it! Vegeta looked at his attack, realizing he hadn't eliminated Sharu, feeling a twinge of regret. Just like that, under his gaze, the other half of Sharu's body reformed instantly. It had indeed been very dangerous. If he had reacted any slower, it wouldn't have been just half a body. However, thanks to this, his battle had progressed another step. Vegeta, now filled with rage and shame, gathered energy waves in his palms and unleashed them all. Boom! Sharu remained unfazed, charging straight into the energy wave. A punch landed squarely on Vegeta's face, followed by a kick that sent him soaring into the air. Then, with a swift movement, Sharu appeared in the air and delivered a devastating elbow strike to Vegeta. "Ah!" Vegeta screamed in agony, crashing down to the ground. The golden light faded and he, battered and bruised, instantly lost the ability to maintain his Super Saiyan form. He had become extremely weak, his consciousness blurring. Sharu coldly laughed as he approached Vegeta. One hand was raised towards him, intending to take his life. At this moment, Trunks finally couldn't hold back any longer, releasing a massive amount of energy. His hair stood on end, muscles on his body bulging once more. The clouds in the sky turned into a vortex, swirling incessantly. Sharu sensed this energy and quickly turned to look. Trunks' eyes glinted with intensity as he coldly regarded Sharu. As he walked, he declared fiercely, "Next, let me eliminate you." Sharu scoffed lightly, unyielding as he stepped forward, You two father and son are quite amusing, both wanting to eliminate me. Let me see what your strength is like. The two had closed the distance sufficiently, their gazes locked. Cheru took the initiative and kicked directly at Trunks. Trunks had been prepared and dodged with a roll. Cheru closed in swiftly, delivering a whip kick from midair. Trunks crouched on the ground with an arm crossed, easily blocking the attack. After a brief exchange of blows, their figures suddenly vanished. They moved to the air and began a high-speed assault. Bang, bang, bang. The sky was filled with the sounds of muscle collisions, and the temperature in the air rose several degrees. Suddenly, Trunks amplified his strength and punched Cheru in the abdomen. Cheru suddenly fell from the sky. However, before he could reach the ground, he was intercepted midair by Trunks with a knee strike. Thud. Cheru crashed heavily onto the ground, creating a sizable pit. Trunks followed slowly, his gaze sharp as he stared ahead. Whoosh! Debris from the pit shot up into the air as Cheru rose, showing no signs of damage, and coldly said, "Not bad, not bad. Your strength is indeed impressive." Trunks, hearing Cheru's praise, showed no sign of arrogance on his face, still speaking coldly. "There's more powerful stuff to come, prepare to die." With that, he dashed forward in a quick step. Cheru grinned ominously and charged to meet him. Bang, bang, bang. The two began to exchange blows continuously. In just a second, they had thrown over 100 punches. When they finally stopped, Trunks had caught both of Cheru's hands. He forced Cheru down to the ground, golden light forming in his hands. Swish! Thud! Trunks' move pierced through the island, sending Cheru deep into the ocean. However, he did not relax his gaze, as he knew such an attack would not harm Cheru. Sure enough, in the next second, Cheru soared into the sky, indifferently stating, "Your power is indeed terrifying, but in terms of strength it has already surpassed Vegeta. However, you have a fatal weakness." After exchanging blows a few more times, possessing Piccolo's superior battle intelligence, he keenly identified the flaw in Trunks' current state. Trunks' expression shifted slightly before he relaxed, sneering as he said, "Do you think this bluff is of any use?" He didn't see any flaws in his current state. On the contrary, his body was now filled with explosive power which Cell would definitely be unable to withstand. Hop! After saying this, he let out a roar, raising his aura once more. His muscles instantly bulged again, exuding a powerful sense of strength. Cell looked at Trunks' increased power and mocked. "Your strength has indeed surpassed mine, but this won't lead you to victory against me." TCH. Trunks, unwilling to waste words with him, just wanted to end the battle quickly. He charged forward, and the two continued to engage in combat. This time, however, Cell dodged left and right with great agility. In contrast, Trunks' numerous attacks missed, making him appear quite heavy and unwieldy. Bang! Cell found an opening and delivered a punch to his abdomen. Cough, cough. Trunks suddenly coughed up blood and stepped back 2 paces, his eyes filled with confusion. Clearly, he still did not understand what had happened. Why was he unable to hit Cell, while Cell seized the opportunity and struck him? Unwilling to accept defeat, Trunks continued to raise his aura, with several bolts of lightning appearing around him, further enhancing his power to a terrifying degree. Cell looked at him and shook his head mockingly, saying, "It seems you still don't understand. In your current state, you are not worthy of me unleashing my full power." Trunks was momentarily stunned by the ridicule. He truly didn't know where the problem lay. Taking advantage of this brief pause, Cell charged forward. By the time Trunks reacted, it was already too late. A flurry of punches and kicks rained down upon him, leaving him utterly defenseless. Bang! Cell struck him in the chest, sending him flying. Trunks got back up, feeling very dissatisfied, and prepared to continue the battle. However, the outcome was exactly the same as before. His attacks could not land on Cell. Meanwhile, Cell continued to exploit every opening in his offense, leaving Trunks defeated. Boom! Cell unleashed another energy wave. Trunks hurriedly raised his hands to shield himself, his footwork a mess as he stumbled backward several paces. The continuous fighting had worn him down, and he still couldn't understand why, despite becoming so strong, he was unable to win. Cell observed Trunks' bewildered expression, seemingly unwilling to end the battle too quickly. With a hint of provocation, he said, "In fact, I can also transform into your current state." Upon finishing his words, debris floated around him as his aura condensed and his muscles expanded instantly. Trunks was rendered speechless in shock, as Cell's form was identical to his own. Seeing Trunks' astonishment, Cell appeared quite pleased and continued to taunt. "This transformation is meaningless. It only increases strength and offers no boost to speed, and may even weaken it. No matter how great the strength, if it cannot hit the opponent, it is all in vain. I'm sure Vegeta understands this, which is why he didn't fight in this form." Upon hearing this explanation, Trunks was dumbfounded. He thought he had surpassed his father and had kept this transformation hidden, fearing it would hurt Vegeta's pride. He never expected that the fool would turn out to be himself. He had lost his fighting spirit, for this transformation was supposed to be his strongest state. If he couldn't defeat Cell, he would only be at his mercy. Cell, noticing Trunks' despondent expression, shook his head slightly, saying, "Honestly, I am quite disappointed in you too. I expected to have a good time, but this is the result." Seeing Trunks' helpless expression, it seemed he had already forgotten how he was previously beaten. Trunks showed no reaction to Cell's words. The outcome was now set in stone, and there was no need for further words. However, Cell continued to prattle on, asking, "I am quite curious, how have you two improved so rapidly in such a short time? If given more time, you might continue to grow stronger." Trunks slowly raised his head at this, speaking in a flat tone. "I am not sure if I can grow any stronger." Cell seemed unsatisfied with this answer. However, he already had an answer in mind. If he continued to give them time, they should be able to advance further. "Where is Son Goku? Why hasn't he come?" Cell continued questioning like an interrogator. He had yet to catch even a glimpse of Son Goku since arriving in this world. Now he was quite curious, just how would this guy compare to Vegeta in terms of strength? Trunks clenched his fists and said fiercely to Cell, "Mr. Goku is still training. When he finishes, it will be your demise." Upon hearing this, Cell's eyes lit up. Whether it was due to his scion blood, he suddenly took an interest in this matter. "Very good." Cell nodded in satisfaction and extended a finger. "One last question. Who was the person who took away Android 18? What is his name?" When Trunks heard Cell mention Lelin, he instantly perked up. He had been so focused on fighting Cell that he completely forgot there was such a formidable figure on Earth. Lelin's strength was unfathomable. No one had witnessed his full power. However, once he took action, there would definitely be hope to defeat Cell and save the Earth. His name is Lelin. He is the strongest person on Earth. He has been living in seclusion in the mountains until recently. Trunks said in a low voice, a hint of confidence reappearing in his eyes. He the strongest." Cell sneered disdainfully. "If you can find him, just tell him that the strongest on Earth is me, Cell." He still had some doubts about Lelin's identity. If he was truly a recluse, why would the future world still be ravaged by androids? However, he didn't want to think too much about it for now. With his confidence in his own strength, no matter how strong Lelin was, he had no reason to be afraid. Trunks' expression faltered slightly upon hearing this. He thought to himself, what does Cell mean by this? Is he trying to let me pass a message to Mr. Lelin, perhaps to spare me? Before he could ponder further, Cell continued, "I am preparing to host the world's #1 martial arts tournament starting in 10 days. The rules will be a battle royal, and you can take turns challenging me." Trunks listened, feeling somewhat puzzled. However, before he could voice his question, Cell had already left the small island. Cell's thoughts were quite simple. He had no particular desire for killing or conquering the world. He wanted to battle strong opponents and instill fear in the humans of Earth. This was likely greatly related to the cells of Son Wukong and Vegeta within him. Trunks watched Cell depart, his heart filled with mixed emotions, unsure of what to think. After a long while, he suddenly remembered that his father was still lying on the ground. He hurried over, relieved to find he still had a Senzu bean with him. After Vegeta consumed the Senzu bean, his consciousness began to awaken and he returned to a healthy state. Looking around and seeing no one but Trunks, he quietly asked, "Where is Cell?" He doesn't believe that his son could defeat Cell. The only possibility is that Cell chose not to kill them and left on his own. "I'm sorry, I couldn't defeat Cell. He has already left." Trunks said, his head lowered in self-reproach. Vegeta crossed his arms and looked into the distance, saying flatly, "I knew it. With your little tricks, how could you possibly defeat Cell?" Hearing his father's words, Trunks buried his head even lower, feeling immense shame. He had thought he had surpassed his father, but it turned out he was just being naive. "Where did he go?" Vegeta glanced at him and said calmly. Trunks shook his head. He did not know Cell's whereabouts. At the same time, he revealed that Cell was planning to hold a martial arts tournament. Cell intended to challenge all the strong fighters on Earth. Damn it. Upon hearing Trunks' account, Vegeta did not feel grateful to be alive. Instead, he was filled with a deep sense of shame. After a long time, Vegeta uncrossed his arms and said in a deep voice, "I need to enter the hyperbolic time chamber again. Just let me in once more, and I can defeat Cell." Seeing his father so motivated, Trunks felt a spark of hope ignite within him. He decided to continue training alongside his father to face Cell together. In West City, Lelin gazed at the sky, watching the dissipating energy, and said with a faint smile, "It seems the battle over there has ended." 18 stared at him with curiosity and asked who won. Trunks' energy was rising, just now surpassing Cell. He should have won, right? Lelin shook his head with a smile. If he were unaware of the plot, he might have thought the same just from the energy readings. It's likely that Cell won. Trunks had a strong aura, but Cell is not that easy to deal with. I lean towards the idea that Cell chose not to kill them, but left on his own, Lelin explained to her calmly. Upon hearing this, 18 furrowed her brow, feeling an ongoing unease since Cell's appearance. As long as this monster remained alive, she might never feel at ease. So what does this guy actually want? 18 posed her question. Lelin chose not to disclose any information, shrugging, who knows. That guy is fused with so many people's cells, his thoughts might not align with normal humans. 18 shook her head helplessly upon hearing this explanation. Regardless, she stayed by Lelin's side and trusted that this man would always protect her. As dusk approached, the number of pedestrians on the street dwindled. With nowhere to go, the two decided to find a luxurious hotel to stay in. When Lelin proposed sharing a room, he was met with refusal. The reason was that she was not ready yet and needed some time to accept it. Lelin had no choice but to relent. Indeed, they had only spent half a day getting to know each other to establish a relationship, so the progress was quite rapid. She certainly needed some time to adjust. However, this was tough for Lelin, being so close to a beautiful woman, yet unable to touch her. It was simply torturous. Sigh. It seems tonight I will only have 5 as my companion. Lelin sighed. In the Divine Temple, Son Wukong and Son Gohan were still training intensely in the hyperbolic time chamber. Outside, Piccolo wore a worried expression, knowing about Cell's upcoming martial arts tournament. He decided that once Goku emerged, he would also enter the chamber to train. Regardless of how well he ultimately trained, he had to be of help. The next morning, Cell found a desolate wilderness. With a slight wave of his hands, explosions sounded as a chaotic area of rubble was leveled. Then he brought in several large stones and arranged them on the ground. In less than a minute, a huge arena was constructed. This will do. Cell nodded in satisfaction, coldly smiling. Next, it's time to spread the news. Inside the World Television Station, people were bustling about preparing the morning news and subsequent program content, as usual. At that moment, a loud noise erupted. Boom. The greenskin Cell crashed through the wall from outside the building. Meanwhile, many were watching this broadcast around the world. Inside the Kame House on Turtle Island, Master Roshi watched the fitness program on television with keen interest. Suddenly, the screen flickered and Cell's image appeared. Cell stood before the camera speaking candidly. Greetings to the humans of Earth. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Cell. I am the one who previously killed many people in various cities, but now I no longer need the essence of humanity to evolve. The following content was about his announcement of the martial arts tournament, providing the time and location for viewers to come and challenge. Oh, by the way, Cell continued, shifting his tone. This tournament will follow the same rules as your world martial arts tournaments. The only difference is that participants can be killed. Everyone is welcome to participate. There is no entry fee for this tournament. However, if you are killed, there will be no compensation. Furthermore, the last point is if you defeat me, there is no reward. If no human manages to defeat me, I will annihilate humanity. As he spoke, he turned and unleashed a wave of energy, breaking through the wall behind him. The energy struck a nearby city, resulting in a series of explosions, turning a large city into ruins. Hee. Cell laughed cruelly, and after completing all this, he walked away through the gaping hole in the wall. Meanwhile, panic ensued around the world. Various vehicles sped away desperately, trying to leave their inhabited areas in search of safe refuge. Traffic came to a complete standstill as everyone hurriedly packed and fled. Lelin watched the reports of the situation unfolding around the world on television, shaking his head helplessly as he turned off the TV. This is what people call the ostrich mentality, right? At this moment, the luxurious hotel was devoid of people, leaving only Lelin and number 18. Lelin was at a loss for words, as Shalu had stated that if the strong from Earth lost, he would kill everyone on the planet. So what was the point of running away now? Number 18 picked up a glass of juice and placed it next to Lelin, smiling as she asked, "Are you going to participate in this competition?" Of course, they said no tickets are needed, so why not go? Lelin joked as he picked up the juice beside him. Number 18 was successfully amused by him, and seeing Lelin's relaxed demeanor brought her some comfort. In the Temple of the Gods, most of the Earth's warriors had gathered here. They were all aware through the television broadcast that Shalu was going to hold a martial arts tournament. Moreover, Son Wukong and Son Wufan were about to come out. They were eager to see the extent of the two's training results. Kakarot is taking too long. Why hasn't he come out yet? Vegeta crossed his arms, speaking impatiently. Piccolo heard this and walked directly to the entrance of the Room of Spirit and Time, saying flatly, "I need to go in to train after Wukong comes out." Vegeta glanced at him, then disdainfully replied, "You still want to go in? I think it's completely unnecessary. After all, it's just a waste of time." Piccolo looked at him expressionlessly, seemingly as if he had to go in next. Seeing his stubborn demeanor, Vegeta stopped arguing and coldly said, "Fine, since you want to go in, I'll let you have a day. However, for the next 8 days, this room must be used by me. Unfortunately, the Room of Spirit and Time can only be entered for 2 days in a lifetime, which is 48 hours. If you exceed this time, the door will disappear and you will never be able to come out." Upon hearing this, Vegeta's brow furrowed slightly. He originally thought he could use it indefinitely. If it was like this, 8 days would equal 8 years. After 8 years of training, regardless of whether it was Shalu or anything else, it wouldn't be a problem at all. Especially against that guy, he wouldn't hold back at all. After a long wait, the door to the Room of Spirit and Time finally opened slowly. All eyes were focused on it. Sun Wukong and Sun Wufan, one tall and one short, walked out. Both of them were in tattered clothing. When they emerged, they were in Super Saiyan form. Sun Wukong looked at Vegeta and Trunks with some surprise and asked, "What are you two doing here? Wasn't Shalu eliminated?" "Humph." Vegeta snorted coldly, turning his head away. He didn't want to elaborate on this issue. Trunks stepped forward and slowly began to explain the situation with Shalu to Wukong. While listening, Sun Wukong nodded, seemingly pleased, and added, "Shalu is indeed a genius, the #1 martial arts tournament in the world." So nostalgic. As he spoke, his stomach began to rumble. He scratched his head and grinned at Bobo, saying, "Can you prepare some food first? I'm a bit hungry." Before long, Bobo prepared a large pile of food on the ground. The father and son wasted no time grabbing food from the ground and stuffing it into their mouths. Vegeta watched Wukong's form. Although his face showed no expression, he was internally shaken. Super Saiyan can also be like this. After both had filled their stomachs, they began to change into new clothes. At this moment, Vegeta approached and asked, "Do you have confidence in defeating Shalu Kakarot?" Sun Wukong shook his head with a smile. "I haven't seen Shalu's complete form, so I can't be sure." After hearing this, everyone fell into a long silence. If even Wukong couldn't defeat the enemy with 100 certainty, who else could win? Suddenly, almost everyone thought of a unified answer. Sun Wukong clearly thought of this as well. He looked at Vegeta and asked, "What about Lelin? Can't he deal with Shalu? Why haven't I seen him?" TCH. Upon hearing Sun Wukong mention this name, Vegeta's eyes flashed with anger as he ignored everyone and walked to the side. Sun Wukong looked at Vegeta's unhappy demeanor, feeling somewhat puzzled. He didn't know if he had said something wrong causing the sudden change. Ahem. Trunks stepped in front of him and quietly recounted how Lelin had knocked Shalu down with a single punch and then brutally defeated Vegeta in less than a second. While no way. After hearing this, Sun Wukong's eyes sparkled with excitement as he exclaimed loudly, "Lelin is actually this strong, and Vegeta, such a formidable guy, was taken down in just 1 second." This time Trunks had originally been speaking quietly. Sun Wukong's sudden exclamation made it so that everyone present heard about Vegeta being taken down by Lelin in 1 second. Everyone began to discuss, unanimously agreeing that Lelin was too powerful, too impressive, and perhaps he could defeat Shalu. As expected of Lelin taking down Vegeta in just 1 second, Krillin said in amazement. When he saw Vegeta's unfriendly glare, he immediately stopped. Vegeta was extremely displeased, angrily scolding, "Shut your filthy mouth, Kakarot." Such matters were already annoying. Now that Sun Wukong directly spoke of it, it was as if he was afraid others didn't know. Vegeta's face was completely losing its dignity. "Hey Vegeta, it's okay. You have to dare to admit defeat. You lost this time, and you can just come back stronger next time." Sun Wukong smiled and advised. Someone like him who was carefree could never understand what it meant to be embarrassed. "Humph." Vegeta snorted coldly. He decided that once he went in, he would train hard to surpass that detestable guy. Piccolo saw that the conversation had nearly concluded and slowly said, "Next, I will assign the order of entry into the room of spirit and time. Does anyone have any objections?" He surveyed the room, and everyone had nothing to say. After all, there were still 9 days left, which was more than enough time. There was no need to argue about who went in first or last. Sun Wukong smiled and waved his hand. "No need to assign me and Wufan. We don't need to go in anymore. For the next few days, we will train by ourselves." They have already reached the full power of Super Saiyan 1, and continuing to train would be meaningless. What they needed to do now was to take the time to relax. Then engaging in a thrilling battle would definitely be faster than burying themselves in training to grow. After saying this, he took Wufan and flew towards the lower part of the temple. Vegeta saw the confident smile on Sun Wukong's face and realized he must have surpassed him by a large margin, which was why he wasn't going in to train. Thinking of this, Vegeta felt another blow to his spirit and decided that he must train hard to surpass these bastards. 10 days quickly passed, and it was time for the battle against Sharu. Lelin woke up early, stretched, and prepared to set off after washing up. Number 18 also got up early, ready to go with Lelin. 1,000 meters away in the wilderness, Sharu stood silently on the arena with his eyes closed. At this moment, the warriors of Earth had not yet arrived, but unexpectedly someone had already come to challenge. That person was Satan, who bore the hopes of all humanity. He looked disdainfully at Sharu on the arena while cameramen and reporters were crouched on the cliff. Satan beckoned them closer with a finger. How could they appreciate the scene of him defeating Sharu from so far away? The cameramen and reporters mustered their courage and quietly approached, then asked Satan, "Mr. Satan, what do you think of this battle?" "Humph." Satan snorted coldly, crossing his arms as he disdainfully replied, "As long as I'm here, I can defeat this monster." Hearing this response, the reporter let out a sigh of relief. Since Satan was currently the strongest on Earth and was so confident, there was no reason to be nervous. So what happened with the explosion when the army came to encircle Sharu a few days ago? The reporter asked earnestly, holding the microphone. Satan shook his head, already having an answer in mind, and calmly replied, "It was just a small trick. They must have planted bombs in advance, and the army recklessly approached without proper detection, falling into an ambush that caused the explosion." "Oh, so that's how it is." The reporter nodded slowly, finding this explanation quite reasonable. Viewers watching the live broadcast on their televisions also nodded in agreement. Because this explanation was logical and reasonable, the reporter began to boast about Satan in front of the camera, generally stating how strong he was and how many opponents he had defeated. As long as he was present, there would be no crisis on Earth. Just as they were boasting, a figure suddenly descended from the sky. Whoosh! It was none other than Vegeta, who had been waiting for this day for a long time. The eyes of both the reporter and Satan turned to him. "How did this person fly over here?" The reporter raised his question. Satan explained slowly, "It's just an illusion, nothing surprising." "Oh." The reporter nodded, and then ran in front of Vegeta, microphone in hand, asking, "Excuse me, are you also participating in this competition? Aren't you afraid of dying?" In his view, the short Vegeta could not compare to the towering Satan at all. Vegeta's gaze was entirely focused on Cheru, showing no interest in anyone else, and he quietly said, "Get lost." The reporter, seeing Vegeta's fierce demeanor, realized that this person seemed difficult to provoke and could only leave reluctantly. Shortly after, number 16 arrived at the scene. After being repaired by Bulma, he had returned to his original state. Gradually, a large group of people flew in from the horizon. It was Son Goku and the warriors of Earth. This battle was crucial for the safety of the planet. Regardless of their own strength, they had to come to support. The reporter looked up at the sky, watching a group of people slowly descend, and couldn't help but ask Mr. Satan, "Why are all these people flying in?" Satan forced himself to remain calm, unsure how to explain since he didn't know why these people could fly. Cough, cough. He could only clear his throat twice and vaguely said, "It's an illusion, all an illusion. These people are probably all part of the same group." Just then Cheru, with his eyes tightly shut, finally opened them. His gaze slowly swept over the crowd and then settled on Son Goku. He could tell that the strongest among them should be this guy. However, after surveying the area again, he began to frown. "Has that guy not come?" Cheru muttered to himself. On the ground, number 16 slowly walked up to Son Goku and said in a deep voice, "Son Goku, right?" Son Goku quickly affirmed. Number 16 nodded slowly and said calmly, "I was created by Dr. Gero to defeat you, so after this competition ends I will fulfill this task. I hope you are mentally prepared." Son Goku smiled confidently, "Sure, I'm always ready." Just as they were talking, Lelin arrived at the scene with number 18. Seeing Lelin arrive, Cheru narrowed his eyes and said lightly, "You've finally come." Son Goku, upon seeing this, happily stepped forward to greet him. "Long time no see, Lelin." Lelin smiled at him and punched him lightly. "It's not that long, just a few days. You spent too much time in the hyperbolic time chamber." Son Goku scratched his head and laughed. According to normal time, they indeed had only not seen each other for a day, but for him a year had already passed. Trunks felt a great sense of relief upon seeing Lelin arrive. If anyone could defeat Cheru, it would most likely be Lelin. Humph. Vegeta turned his head away, not wanting to see that face. While everyone was still talking, Cheru noticed that everyone was present and continued to wait. Clap, clap. He applauded, capturing everyone's attention. "Very well, it seems everyone is here, so let's get started," Cheru said with a cold smile, looking at the crowd. "Who wants to go first? You or you?" He pointed at Lelin's Son Goku and Vegeta, seeming to hold them in complete contempt. Son Goku was already eager to try. He was desperate for a fight, having spent so much time in the hyperbolic time chamber. Although the battles with Son Gohan were intense, they were still father and son. Even if they were serious, it wouldn't be entirely earnest. They always held back. "He'll go first," Son Goku shouted, fearing someone would contest him, then turned to Lelin and Vegeta. "Can I go first?" He wasn't particularly worried about Vegeta. His only concern was Lelin. He feared that once Lelin made his move, he would have no chance to play. After all, they had fought countless times, and he understood Lelin's strength better than anyone. Even though he had reached the full power state of Super Saiyan, he still felt that this level of power was insufficient in Lelin's eyes. Lelin smiled and nodded all right. He and Son Goku were friends, so since he wanted to go first, he would let him. Vegeta said in a deep voice, "I have no objections, but if it comes down to a decisive moment, I must step in." If it were any other time, he would never concede. However, he was also very curious about how far Son Goku had come. To find out, he might as well watch this time. Cheru noticed that it seemed Sun Wukong was the first to prepare, a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth. He had no objections to the order of the challengers. After all, it didn't matter who went first. Moreover, he had never fought Sun Wukong directly, so he was quite looking forward to it. Satan stood on the arena, seeing that both Cheru on the stage and the crowd below completely ignored him, which made him extremely furious. Seeing that Sun Wukong was already ready to enter the arena, he immediately rushed to the edge of the stage. You fools, this place is dangerous. Do you think this is just child's play, eh? Satan scolded angrily. After all, he was the strongest on Earth. Such an important task as defending the planet naturally should be entrusted to him. A reporter along with a cameraman hurriedly ran up to Sun Wukong. Excuse me, are you sure you want to participate in the fight? This could be fatal. Sun Wukong smiled indifferently, replying without concern, of course. Upon hearing this, Satan immediately became displeased, wondering why all sorts of people dared to step forward. He directly pushed the cameraman and reporter aside, shouting, "Young man, you are too inexperienced. You have no idea how formidable Sheru is. This battle is extremely dangerous. A moment's carelessness could lead to death." Clint could not stand by anymore. They had come to accept the challenge, but had taken significant risks. In other words, their purpose in coming was to protect humanity on Earth. But now there were still people so foolish as to come and advise Wukong. Clint looked at the uncle in front of him with disdain and asked, "May I ask who you are?" Upon hearing that someone did not recognize him, Satan straightened up and introduced himself, profusely listing off titles like World Champion and Strongest on Earth, one after another. The live broadcast continued uninterrupted, with all of humanity on Earth focused on this great battle. Hearing Satan's introduction, a considerable cheer erupted from the crowd. It must be said that this guy had quite a following. However, the events that unfolded in the next second left them dumbfounded. Sheru stood on the stage, initially ready, but as he saw Satan endlessly rambling, a wave of annoyance rose within him. "I came here to fight, not to listen to your blabbering." Boom! Sheru unleashed a Kamehameha wave, striking Satan directly. In an instant, the man evaporated on the spot, turning into a pile of blackened charcoal. "Enough of your drivel," Sheru said coldly. The reporter was stunned, the cameraman was stunned, and the crowd watching the live broadcast was stunned as well. They never expected that Satan, the strongest human, would be killed so swiftly. Moreover, it seemed there were no bones left behind. Across the world, people who witnessed this scene fell into panic once again. If their savior was so easily defeated, who could stop Sheru? In an instant, a great panic erupted on Earth. Damn it! Sun Wukong was instantly furious upon seeing this. Although Satan was somewhat talkative, he hadn't done anything wrong. Regardless of his strength, the fact that he dared to face Sheru and challenge showed his courage. He genuinely wanted to contribute to Earth. From another perspective, he had more sense of justice than most people on Earth. Why? Why did you kill before the match even started? Sun Wukong questioned angrily. By nature kind-hearted, he could not bear to see such a scene. Although he was a scion, he had grown up on Earth and had come to see Earthlings as his kin. Hep! Sheru sneered and said dismissively, "Since I am the initiator of the match, I have the right to set the rules. As long as you step onto this stage, the challenge officially begins. Whether you live or die depends entirely on your own abilities." The reporter and cameraman, upon hearing this, looked at the stage where only Sheru remained. Terrified, they hurriedly fled the stage, fearing they would be the next unfortunate souls. Lelin sympathized with Satan, but also agreed with Sheru's reasoning. This world is inherently a survival of the fittest, where power reigns supreme. Only with enough strength can one establish absolute rules. After all, who could deny that in the future Beerus could destroy an entire planet, and the lives on those planets would be even more innocent? Yet no one spoke out against him. Let alone the king of all at the top. With a mere flick of his finger, the universe would vanish, and the living beings that perished at his hands could not be counted. Still, many people respected him. What was the reason? Was it not because he was powerful and formidable? Thus, this world is indeed governed by the might of the fist. Who? Sun Wukong took a deep breath, trying to calm the anger within him. He chose not to continue arguing, as verbal sparring was not his forte. He slowly walked up to the stage, and Sheru smiled slightly upon seeing this. "I heard you can use everyone's techniques, and are quite strong. Let me see what you can do," Sun Wukong said lightly, and then assumed an attacking stance. Sheru grinned wickedly, and his whole body also took on a combat posture. For a moment, the center of the arena fell into silence, as if it were the calm before the storm. Vegeta watched Sun Wukong with anticipation, wanting to see just how strong Sun Wukong was now. Having entered the hyperbolic time chamber twice, he wondered if he could surpass him. The two faced each other for about 10 minutes before Sun Wukong took the initiative to attack. Sheru did not dare to be negligent and quickly defended himself. The two engaged in close combat in the center of the arena, exchanging punches and kicks. The onlookers could tell that neither of them was using their full strength. They were merely testing each other, as it was their first encounter, and they needed to gauge each other's combat styles. After fighting for a while, though it appeared intense, those in the know understood that this was merely the prelude. Indeed, after 3 minutes of mutual testing, the two suddenly separated. Sheru looked at the upright Sun Wukong and said coldly, "Shouldn't you be using your full strength now? I don't have time for this boring game." Sun Wukong chuckled, his hands clenched tightly. "That's exactly what I intend to do." After saying that, golden light erupted from his body, and a powerful aura surrounded him with arcs of electricity causing the ground to tremble slightly. With his hands raised high, an astonishing aura shot up into the sky, and after unleashing his energy, he glowed with a radiant golden light. Now that's more like it. Sheriff's lips curled upwards, clearly impressed that Sun Wukong had not let him down. Sheru spread his wings behind him, his fists clenched. With a roar, a fierce wind whipped up, and the powerful shockwave made it impossible for those nearby to stand firm. Sheru now matched Sun Wukong in state, both radiating light. However, while the light surrounding him was purple, Sun Wukong's was golden. Yet in terms of aura, the two seemed to be nearly equal. Vegeta was astonished upon seeing this, never expecting Goku's power to be so terrifying. Just by this aura alone, he was already far superior to him. Lelin nodded lightly. The two individuals on the stage in terms of strength were clearly on a different level from everyone else. At the same time, he secretly glanced at Gohan. If anyone here could surpass the two of them, it would undoubtedly be Son Gohan. His cultivation talent was top-notch, already surpassing both Goku and Vegeta. If he hadn't neglected his training later on, his strength would undoubtedly far exceed that of others. Of course, these were all matters for later. Number 18 watched the two with impressive momentum and felt utterly incredulous. She tugged at Lelin's sleeve and asked, "Who do you think will win?" Lelin patted her head, smiling as he replied, "From what I can see, the two of them should be evenly matched. If the battle continues like this, Cell will likely gain the upper hand." His words were already quite diplomatic. In fact, while these two seemed evenly matched, it was merely temporary. Cell was not using his full strength, he was still fighting with a playful mindset. Oh. Number 18 did not expect Lelin to hold Cell in such high regard, and continued with keen interest, "How does he compare to you?" Lelin chuckled, touching his nose as he said slowly, "Compared to me, they can only be described in 4 words. "Which 4 words? Number 18 pressed. "A pile of useless junk," Lelin said without holding back. After all, in front of his girlfriend, he didn't need to restrain himself too much. A little bragging was acceptable. Moreover, he was not entirely boasting. While the two of them were not that pathetic, they certainly couldn't contend with his current self. Hee. Number 18's laughter was like silver bells, and she said softly, "Then I can rest easy." Her inquiry was more out of concern for Lelin. After all, the strength Cell was displaying had already surpassed most people's expectations. It was unexpected that Lelin would give such a confident answer. As they spoke, the two on the stage had already begun an intense battle. Their figures moved so swiftly that ordinary eyes could no longer capture them. If it weren't for the constant sounds of collisions in the arena, no one would believe that a battle was taking place here. Bang, bang, bang. The two continued their offensive and defensive maneuvers, their rapid movements dazzling to behold. At first they exchanged blows, but as the speed increased, the two began to not land a hit on each other. The sound of collisions disappeared, leaving only the buzzing of wind and bursts of sound. "This is too fast, or I can't keep up." Krillin rubbed his eyes helplessly. Tien Jinhan and Yamcha shrugged. Their situation was similar to Krillin's. Their strength was still too weak. Now even watching a battle was a bit challenging. However, Vegeta, Trunks, Gohan, Piccolo, and others could still clearly see the situation on the field. After all, their strength was still significantly higher. Not to mention, fighting on the stage, watching a battle was still more than sufficient. Among them, the one who observed most clearly was number 16. He was not human, but a robot, and his eyes worked like cameras, capturing every moment of the battle. Then, by slowing down the footage frame by frame, he could watch with great ease. On the battlefield, the two continued their fight, having already battled for half an hour without determining a victor. Suddenly, Goku seized an opportunity, delivering a knee strike to Cell's abdomen. Cell winced in pain, but quickly adjusted, then dodged and punched him in the face. Bang bang. With two muffled sounds, the two temporarily separated. The crowd sighed in relief as they saw the two halt, for their battle had been so intense that even watching was exhausting. Cell stood opposite Goku, satisfied, and remarked, "Your strength is quite impressive. This is what battle should be like, unlike with that Vegeta guy, which is utterly boring." His voice was not loud, but it clearly reached everyone's ears. Upon hearing this, Vegeta's face turned ashen. As the proud prince of the Saiyans, to receive such an evaluation was unacceptable. At that moment, Goku's face was covered in scars, and his martial arts uniform was drenched in sweat. However, he did not feel fatigued at this moment. He said resolutely, "I also enjoy this battle, but for the sake of those you have ruthlessly killed on Earth, I must eliminate you." Hee. Cell chuckled coldly, beckoning him with his hand. "Then let's continue." Instantly, the two engaged in a new round of offensive and defensive clashes. From the ground to the sky, the tremors on the ground had not ceased since they began fighting. The onlookers were on edge, worried that Goku might fall in any round and directly lose the match. From the current situation, aside from Goku, no one else found a match for him. Even with Lelin still in the arena, they could not be sure if he could defeat Cell. After all, Cell at this moment was no longer the creature he could easily defeat with a single punch. Gohan watched his father's battle, feeling as calm as ever. His strength had already undergone a transformation. Even if his father could not defeat Cell, he would step in. Bang, bang, bang. The sounds of collisions continued. The two again fell from the sky to the ground. Goku unleashed a wave of energy with a backhanded strike. Cell could not dodge in time and protected his chest with both hands. The impact of the energy wave was tremendous, sending him retreating over 10 meters. If he hadn't twisted his body to deflect the energy blast, he might have fallen off the stage. According to the rules he had set, falling off the stage would also be deemed a loss. Goku had a glimmer of hope, believing Cell would follow the rules and spare the humans on Earth after losing. However, he was too naive. Cell saw through this and smirked slightly slowly, saying, "This stage is too much of an obstacle. I can't fully unleash my abilities." As he spoke, he moved to the center of the stage. "Now, I will change the rules and remove the constraints of the stage." With that, a golden light flashed from his body and a massive energy erupted. Boom! A mushroom cloud rose into the sky and shockwaves spread outwards. The onlookers quickly crouched down, shielding their arms in front of their eyes. Number 18 saw the shockwave approaching and hurriedly protected herself. Lelin said, "Gently, don't worry." He casually waved his hand, sending out a shockwave of equal pressure, instantly neutralizing the two storms. Others were blown away, dirt and dust covering their faces, unable to open their eyes. However, they were unaffected, and the airflow remained perfectly normal. This showcased how precisely Lin's control over energy was. The echoing sound of the explosion faded, and the massive storm vanished. The crowd shielding their eyes slowly opened them to find the arena had disappeared, reduced to rubble. Shara nodded in satisfaction and said, "Now I can really show my skills." Sun Wukong stared at him intently, not feeling angered by the sudden change of rules. In fact, he had long been prepared of facing such a ruthless demon. He had never expected him to abide by the rules. "Here comes my attack." Shara's eyes widened suddenly. With his palm directed at Sun Wukong, he continuously unleashed waves of energy blasts. Sun Wukong dodged left and right, constantly evading Shara's relentless assaults. Then, seizing the opportunity, he raised both hands against the energy waves, unleashing several energy blasts simultaneously. The two began to exchange blows using their unique techniques. The tremendous impact caused those nearby to struggle to keep their footing. After the exchange, Sun Wukong launched the first attack, while Sharu reacted swiftly to defend. The two continued to fight from the ground to the sky, and then back down again. The surrounding debris, disturbed by their clash, appeared to lose gravity, floating into the air. Chop! Their attacks landed with heavy force, each shout more thunderous than the last. Sun Wukong felt his stamina waning. If this dragged on, he might face defeat. Resolutely, he concentrated all his power, unleashing a blast that sent Sharu flying. He followed up with a kick, propelling him into the air. As Sun Wukong saw Sharu being sent skyward, he did not immediately pursue, but instead brought his hands together, growling, "Came." A massive beam of light surged upward. Sharu looked at the endless waves of light with sheer horror. He never expected that Sun Wukong would suddenly harness such power to unleash such a formidable technique. Boom! The Kamehameha hit Sharu squarely, causing violent tremors in the air. The space itself began to destabilize, creating several tiny fissures. Huff, huff, huff. Sun Wukong gasped for air, sweat rolling off his face like beads. Did I succeed? Krillin clenched his fists, gazing intently at the sky. Everyone was eagerly awaiting the outcome, their eyes fixed on the scene. Thud! Sharu's lower half fell from the sky, stirring up a cloud of dust. As for his upper half, it had completely vanished. Great Sharu has been eliminated. Tian Jinhan exclaimed joyfully. With his body in such a state, he surely couldn't survive. Even if his lower half had some consciousness left, it posed no threat. Sun Wukong remained vigilant, sensing a strong presence still emanating from Sharu's lower half. Suddenly, a shocking scene unfolded. Sharu, with only half a body, performed a flip and stood up. Not good, Sharu isn't dead yet. Piccolo reacted quickly. Indeed, before everyone's eyes, the flesh at the severed point of Sharu began to tremble. In the next moment, Sharu's upper body regrew from the injury. "Hey, you really surprised me. Ooh, I almost fell into your trap." Sharu twisted his head and moved his newly grown body. This rebirth of half his body drained most of his energy. However, due to the Scion characteristics, his strength had further increased. On the other hand, Sun Wukong had exhausted all his strength with that last attack. At this point, he was merely a spent bow. "Can you continue?" Sharu sneered. He could see that Sun Wukong had reached his limit. Even if they continued to fight, defeat was only a matter of time. Of course. Sun Wukong forced himself to respond with a casual demeanor. After that, the two began a new round of combat. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of their collisions continued, and the surrounding mountains had long been reduced to flat ground. Sun Wukong finally reached his limit, his movements growing slower. His punches began to lack force. Cheru seized the opportunity, sending Wukong flying with a punch and immediately following up with an energy blast. Boom! Sun Wukong was slammed into the ground. Though he wasn't dead, his aura no longer matched its earlier prowess. Dust slowly settled as Sun Wukong crawled out from the pit. Huff, huff, huff. Sun Wukong panted heavily, struggling to rise. His body had not sustained severe injuries. However, the high-intensity, prolonged battle had drained his stamina. Seeing Sun Wukong like this, Cheru disdainfully remarked, "Looks like you've reached your limit." Sun Wukong did not pretend to hold on. He nodded calmly. He truly could not continue. If this went on, he would eventually be killed. To be honest, I'm about done too. Why don't you eat a senza bean, recover, and come back to fight me? You might just defeat me, Cheru suggested with a sinister smile. From his demeanor, it seemed he wasn't really keen on finishing off Sun Wukong just yet. Trunks, hearing Cheru's suggestion, suddenly snapped back to reality. Indeed, they had senza beans. If Wukong ate one, perhaps they could turn the tide. Krillin, didn't you bring back some senza beans from the temple? Hurry and give one to Wukong. Maybe he can defeat Cheru. Trunks urged quickly. Hearing this, Krillin seemed bewildered. He understood Wukong, but despite the practicality of this suggestion, he knew Wukong would never accept it. Krillin. Trunks grew anxious when Krillin didn't respond. Vegeta, overhearing his son, could not help but shout angrily, "Are you still a proud scion? Kakarot will never accept your suggestion, so give up." Trunks looked dejected after being scolded. He glanced at the expressions of those around him. They seemed to expect Wukong to eat the senza bean and continue fighting. Yet not a single one of them voiced it. Because they knew this method was utterly impossible. Sun Wukong looked at Cheru's proposal. While the suggestion was indeed good, he would not accept it. He simply shook his head with a faint smile and said slowly, "You really are strong. I've given it my all. Oh, I won't eat the senza bean. I concede you win." This response caught many by surprise. Kakarot actually conceded. Vegeta exclaimed in astonishment. He had thought Sun Wukong would stubbornly fight to the very last moment, never expecting to hear the words of concession. This left him, who had just scolded his son, filled with rage. He wanted to question where the pride of these scions had gone. Had it all been consumed by dogs? To concede on the battlefield, is that something a scion could do? Cheru was slightly taken aback. He had thought that Sun Wukong, even without the immortal beings, would not choose to concede. He did not expect that he would truly give up, and it seemed that he bore no burden whatsoever. Sun Wukong's thoughts were quite simple. He truly could no longer fight, and saw no need to insist on an unnecessary struggle. The only one present who could match Cheru was Gohan. As for Lelin, he had never seen his true strength, so he was not a consideration for the moment. He actually wanted to see the outcome of a battle between his son and Cheru. Sun Wukong actually conceded. 18 frowned and said. Lelin smiled calmly, saying, "If he concedes, then he concedes. Let's see my performance next." He understood Sun Wukong's intention to have his son fight in his stead. However, he did not want to wait any longer. He had just witnessed the duel between Sun Wukong and Cheru. He was feeling a bit restless, so it was time for him to take over the contest. As for Gohan, if possible, he would provide some opportunities for display. Cheru looked at Sun Wukong's indifferent demeanor and coldly said, "Since you have conceded, then step down. Who comes up next?" The crowd exchanged glances. If even Wukong could not prevail, who else could possibly stand a chance? Sun Wukong smiled faintly and was about to speak, but a figure stepped forward ahead of him. "Let me have a go at you next," Lelin said to Cheru with a calm demeanor. Cheru's pupils suddenly contracted as he exclaimed, "Good, good, good. I almost forgot about you." He had dreamed of personally taking down the one who had caused him great losses. He never imagined that the person would actually step forward. Sun Wukong frowned slightly. His intention was to have Gohan take the stage. However, he quickly relaxed. It was fine for Lelin to step up. He was eager to see Lelin's true strength. As the crowd saw Lelin stepping onto the stage, their anxious hearts eased a bit. Can Lelin win? Krillin asked in confusion. He knew Lelin was strong, but this opponent was not as easily dealt with as the previous ones. Gohan looked at Lelin as he stepped forward and slowly shook his head, saying, "I don't know." His current strength had already surpassed that of Sun Wukong, so he had a clearer view of the situation than the others. But he could not see through Lelin. Among everyone present, those who had witnessed him in battle were few, yet without exception those battles had been quite splendid. They had not even seemed to exert much effort. "Lelin, do you have confidence?" Sun Wukong inquired. Cheru's strength was incredibly formidable. He had already realized from their earlier exchange that he was not Cheru's match. Before this, he had sparred with Lelin several times and knew how powerful he was. However, he had never seen him go all out. If he ended up seriously injured, it would be troublesome. To be cautious, he still wanted Gohan to fight first. After all, he knew Gohan's strength very well and was confident he could defeat Cheru. If anyone else heard these thoughts, they would definitely criticize Sun Wukong, assuming he was not a true father. If it were Piccolo, he would never allow Gohan to fight. Lelin, hearing Wukong's words, contemplated for a moment before slowly shaking his head. After witnessing this scene, Sun Wukong began to feel anxious. The crowd also started to panic. Since Lelin's arrival, he had been like a savior, and now it seemed that Shera's strength was so high that even he was unsure. Seeing Lelin shake his head, 18 furrowed her brows. She did not understand why Lelin was shaking his head. He had clearly stated that Shera was not a threat and could be easily dealt with. Shera saw Lelin shake his head, and a smile crept onto his face, feeling pleased. It seemed that this guy was not that impressive, or perhaps he was just too strong. Since you cannot deal with Shera, you should step down. I have already decided on my combatant, Sun Wukong said kindly. He was indeed worried that Lelin might encounter danger. After all, they had lived and trained together for a period, becoming good friends. If anything unfortunate happened, he would be very saddened. The spectators, hearing that Sun Wukong had chosen his combatant, suddenly turned their gaze toward Vegeta. Among so many people, only Vegeta's strength could be compared to Sun Wukong. If anyone were to fight next, it should be him. Vegeta, feeling the gaze of the crowd, began to sweat. He felt immense pressure as he seemed to think that Sun Wukong's choice was referring to him. However, he was not prepared at all, especially against the formidable strength Shera had just displayed. He knew he was no match, and Sun Wukong's action felt like throwing him into a fire. You worry about this guy's life, oh, can you not worry about mine? In fact, Vegeta was overthinking. Sun Wukong was speaking of his son Gohan, not him. Lelin, hearing Wukong's advice, was slightly taken aback. Seeing the tense expressions of those around him, he realized they had misunderstood. He smiled and waved his hand slowly, saying, "Am not without confidence, though I was just pondering the best way to defeat Shera. After all, there are so many methods, it can be difficult to think of one right away." Upon hearing his words, Sun Wukong slightly opened his mouth. He wanted to say something, but found himself unable to speak. Defeating Shera. There are so many methods. Was he really that confident? The crowd was also taken aback. Could it be? That was Shera. From your words, defeating him was no harder than killing a chicken, right? And you still need to consider how he dies. Shera's smile instantly vanished, replaced by a dark scowl. He was infuriated, his face turning green with rage. He never expected Lelin to be so arrogant as to consider how to defeat him. Then he would have to use his strength to show him that he wouldn't even get to use a single method, and the final result would be his death. So you don't need to worry, you can step down and watch. Lelin continued with a smile. With someone like Shera, he wouldn't even need to exert his full strength. Although his opponent was close to breaking through to Super Saiyan 2, as long as he hadn't yet, the gap in strength was still vast. Even if he did break through, he would not fear it at all, because his current strength had already surpassed Super Saiyan 2, although he might exert a bit more effort during the fight. 18 looked at Lelin so confidently and finally felt at ease. After all, she had come to regard Lelin as her man. If anything happened to him, it would truly break her heart. Sun Wukong tactfully stepped aside. Lelin stretched his body, his expression radiating unruffled composure. He beckoned lazily toward Cell and said, "You may strike first. I fear you'll have no chance later." Upon hearing Lelin's words, a venomous glint flashed across Cell's face as he coldly retorted, "You remain as arrogant as ever. Yet that suits me well. Defeating you in all your pride will make my triumph truly meaningful." The moment the challenge left his lips, his figure vanished, only to reappear before Lelin in the next breath. His right fist shot forward with explosive force, stirring a gale so fierce it crackled with raw, devastating power. Haha. Lelin watched the onrushing fist with serene amusement, offering two soft chuckles. With a slight, effortless tilt of his body, he evaded the blow, not by inches, but with flawless pinpoint precision. Lelin chose not to counterattack defensively. He sought a true battle, one that would test and sharpen his own strength. Seeing his strike miss, Cell's face darkened instantly. Without pause, he launched a second assault, his fists igniting the air with searing friction as they struck at Lelin from every angle. Unhurried and fluid, Lelin moved, as though woven into the very currents of the air itself. Every furious, tempestuous blow fell short, each one striking only empty space. What? A quiet shock stirred within Cell's mind. His attack speed now surpassed even his battle against Sun Wukong, yet not a single strike had landed. "Can you move any faster?" Lelin asked, voice calm and detached. As he spoke, he slid one hand casually into his trouser pocket, evidence of untapped reserves held effortlessly in check. That remark, and that gesture, pierced him like a thorn driven deep into his pride. "Damn you, don't dare look down on me." Cell growled low, his golden aura surging, doubling in intensity in an instant. He unleashed his full power, lightning crackled violently across his frame, snapping and hissing like live wire. This state hovered just shy of Super Saiyan 2, a threshold agonizingly close yet profoundly difficult to cross. "Behold, this is the totality of my might," Cell declared, grinning with smug triumph, as if parading his strength. "Huh." Lelin arched a brow, smiling faintly. Is that all? Can you push further still, eh? Cell bristled at the dismissive tone, fury flaring hot within him. He assumed Lelin was merely feigning confidence, attempting to provoke him emotionally to incite rage and induce fatal errors in combat. Yet such a mistake was beneath him. With cells drawn from countless warriors, his intellect was peerless. How could he fall for so crude a ploy? Then let me see exactly what justifies such arrogance. Frowning deeply, Cell uttered those words with grim resolve, then launched himself skyward like a living artillery shell erupting from the ground with terrifying acceleration. Lelin dropped low, slipping beneath Cell's charge. Cell rocketed past, then halted mid-flight, whirled sharply, and blurred forward once more, a phantom streaking toward his foe. Just as Cell closed in, Lelin erupted with a sudden concussive burst of energy, sending Cell hurtling backward through the air. Onlookers stared in stunned silence, speechless at the spectacle. They had believed Cell invincible. Even Lelin, they thought, could not shake his dominance. Yet now they realized their judgment had been grievously mistaken. Lelin's power far eclipsed their wildest imaginings. A single effortless burst had hurled the rampaging Cell away like a rag doll. What then would happen should Lelin truly strike? As Cell tumbled through the air, terror slowly hardened in his eyes. He dared not advance again. Hesitation now gripped him, afraid to come forward. Lelin observed his faltering stance with a gentle, knowing smile. Gulp. Cell swallowed hard. Indeed, he dared not press on. From start to finish, Lelin had responded with utter nonchalance. If he fought in earnest, no one could foresee the outcome. Cell's eyes darted frantically, calculating, scheming. He no longer wished to fight. Escape was now his sole objective. He would train, refine himself, then return to settle this score. I yield. The match is over. You've won. The words emerged from Cell's mouth with painful reluctance. His scion blood screamed defiance, demanding he fight to his last breath. Yet reason prevailed. Continuing was folly. Better to withdraw now, while he still stood unbroken. Upon hearing those words, Lelin's brow furrowed slightly. He had not anticipated Cell's surrender, not when he'd hoped to sharpen his own abilities in the crucible of battle. When the crowd heard the declaration, they exchanged bewildered glances, some even doubting their own ears. Did Cell just say he yields? Did you hear that? Krillin turned to the others, seeking confirmation. Their replies were unanimous. Though Cell's voice had been subdued, his surrender had been unmistakable. They were certain he had genuinely conceded. Damn it. Vegeta clenched his fist, still reeling from the awe he'd felt moments earlier at Cell's overwhelming power. And yet before Lelin, that same being had crumbled, surrendering outright. Was Lelin's strength truly that incomprehensible? He yielded. Sun Wukong scratched his head, disappointment plain on his face. I was just getting into it. Why stop now, eh? Piccolo and Trunks remained cautious. Though startled by Cell's sudden capitulation, they welcomed it, relieved even. Yet one question loomed large: what followed a surrender? After all, Cell had sworn, should Earth's strongest fall, that he would slaughter all humanity. But now he had lost, and offered no stipulation for his own defeat. If Lelin let him walk away, he would surely become a dire threat in time. Yield, Lelin murmured softly. Cell nodded solemnly, a faint self-satisfied smirk playing upon his lips. Yes, I yield. You win. As forfeit, I swear never again to slay a human. May I depart now, eh? Inside he exulted, praising his own brilliance. He had laid the groundwork for retreat. With just a few years of secluded cultivation, this Lelin would be nothing but dust beneath his feet. Very well, I accept your surrender. Lelin paused, then gave a slow, deliberate nod. A triumphant smile bloomed across Cell's face, only to freeze rigid and grotesque the next instant. However, the price of surrender is not so light. For a monster like you, yielding grants only one outcome: death. Lelin's gaze narrowed, his voice cutting like a blade. He had intended only a worthy, exhilarating duel, no intention to kill. Gohan, after all, would ultimately confront Cell in due course. But this abrupt, contemptuous surrender, as if treating him as a fool, was utterly intolerable. No, there's no such rule in the terms. Cell stammered, panic flooding his voice as he waved his hands wildly. Lelin granted him no explanation, merely blurred forward, appearing before him in the blink of an eye. Crack! A single punch pierced straight through Cell's chest. Ugh! Cell spat a torrent of violet blood, his aura collapsing like a punctured bellows. He had not foreseen the strike, nor imagined such devastating power could reside within a single blow. Leaning closely, Lin whispered into Cell's ear, voice tranquil, chilling. I assumed, by staging this tournament, you had already steeled yourself for death. Cell's expression twisted into sheer terror. His opponent truly intended to kill him. Gritting his teeth against excruciating pain, he thrust his body backward with desperate force. A sharp shink echoed through the air as thick purple blood gushed profusely from his chest. F! Cell screamed, and in an instant the gaping wound sealed itself completely. Yet he had already lost all will to fight. Lelin's displayed power far surpassed anything he could have imagined. His own attacks failed to land, even once, while a single punch from Lelin pierced straight through his body. Such overwhelming disparity rendered resistance utterly futile. Even a fool would know better than to stand and fight. No, I must flee. If I survive, I'll conceal my aura and cultivate in seclusion for years, then return for vengeance when the time is ripe. This thought flashed through Cell's mind as he vanished from sight in a blur, only to find Lelin had anticipated his every move and would never allow such an escape. In less than a second, Lelin too disappeared, then reappeared midair just as Cell's body plummeted violently to the ground from great height. Lelin descended calmly, voice cool and unshaken. Still plotting your escape, are you? He sighed softly, almost wistfully. I advise you not to waste your effort. No matter how swift you are to my eyes, you remain painfully slow. As he spoke, Lelin raised his hand lightly, and a streak of blinding white light arced across the air. The moment Cell glimpsed that energy-charged palm, his heart seized with dread. Unbidden memories surged, the image of Lelin's fist shattering half his body in one devastating blow. That sensation was too vivid, too fresh. His limbs trembled involuntarily at its recollection. Though he couldn't gauge the technique's full power, its ominous aura left no doubt. If struck, his life would end without reprieve. His mind raced, then struck upon a plan. That fool doesn't know about my core. So long as it remains intact, true death is impossible. If I let myself be struck and fall convincingly, even feign death, perhaps I'll slip through the jaws of annihilation. Without hesitation, he dropped to his knees, voice trembling with theatrical desperation. Please, spare me. I swear I'll never do evil again. I'll live righteously, begin anew. Lelin offered a faint, knowing smile. The plea sounded hauntingly familiar, much like King Cold Frieza's father had once uttered the very same words. But mercy was no longer an option. He knew such beings were beyond redemption. Rebirth awaits you in your next life. His tone remained serene as he denied Cell any chance to plead further. Energy coalesced at his fingertip, and in a flash it erupted as a searing beam, striking Cell's heart with meteoric speed. Wretched bastard, no trace of compassion. Cell raged inwardly, yet outwardly he shrieked in perfect agony, blood welling at his lips as his body hurled backward through the air. He crashed heavily onto the earth nearby, limp, silent, utterly devoid of breath or aura. Eyes tightly shut, Cell lay motionless, serene in appearance, yet inwardly exultant, convinced his performance had been flawless, undetectable. The onlookers froze in stunned silence as Cell collapsed under a single strike. Only after a long, breathless pause did they stir. Is Cell dead? Goku stared at the unmoving figure, perplexed. Probably, he's emitting no ki at all. Trunks replied uncertainly, eyes locked on the still form. I think so. Meanwhile, Krillin and the others broke into unrestrained, euphoric grins. At last, the demon who had haunted their thoughts day and night was vanquished. Though the battle ended with startling simplicity, Earth's crisis had truly passed. Don't celebrate, yet Piccolo warned gravely. My instincts tell me this isn't over. Lelin's power was astonishing, but defeating Cell so effortlessly defied belief. His words snapped them back to reality, yet their earlier tension had dissolved, replaced by easy, relaxed confidence. Overreacting again, they thought dismissively. If it's really this simple, why not just go check for ourselves? Vegeta crossed his arms and spoke coolly, let's verify it firsthand. With that, he soared towards Cell's lifeless form, others following without hesitation, reasoning there was nothing to fear now that the threat was gone. After all, they dared not approach him while alive. What danger could a corpse pose? In moments, they crowded around, gesturing and speculating over the fallen tyrant. Lelin watched a subtle, knowing curve lifting the corner of his mouth. He knew Cell wouldn't die so easily. Seeing him collapse so instantly had surprised even him. Yet reflection revealed the truth. This was likely Cell's sick-as-hell ruse, a strategy laughably naive before his discerning gaze. Looks genuine. No ki whatsoever, Goku murmured, studying Cell's still form. A flicker of quiet regret crossed his face. He'd meant to leave this foe for Gohan. Instead, Lelin had ended him outright. Mr. Lelin is truly formidable. Such a fearsome adversary dispatched in mere moments without breaking a sweat. Trunks sighed in awe, then fell silent, wrestling with a bitter question. Why had no warrior like Lelin existed in his future? Had one stood beside them, perhaps their world would never have crumbled into despair. Unknowingly, he had already enshrined Lelin as his ideal, vowing to ascend to such strength so he might one day shield his world with unwavering might. Whoa, feel how tough his skin still is. What material is this made of? Krillin exclaimed, reaching out to touch Cell's rigid surface. Goku chuckled and nodded. True, he's incredibly durable. Let's strip his hide and send it to Bulma. She might engineer something extraordinary, like indestructible battle armor. It was clearly jest. Goku would never actually flay a corpse, and the others laughed along, taking no part of it seriously. Cell, however, seethed inwardly, his mental landscape overrun with furious galloping curses aimed squarely at Goku. Skin, is that even something a human says? TCH. Vegeta glared down at the fallen tyrant, disappointment darkening his gaze. He died before I could settle our score. With sudden fury, he stomped hard, driving Cell deeper into the earth. Cell clenched his jaw, swallowing blood rather than let it spill. Inside, he cursed them all and knew, you're the real monsters. When I stood tall, you trembled at the chance to challenge me. Now that I'm playing dead, you parade your arrogance like clowns. His pulse spiked, rage surging hot and violent. His only wish in that searing moment, to tear them limb from limb. What should we do with this guy's corpse? Just leave it like this, Vegeta said, stepping on Cell. Let's just bury him. It's not right to leave him here, Sun Wukong said after some consideration. Cell, lying on the ground, felt a bit more at ease upon hearing this. That's better, a proper burial. Once you all leave, I'll break out of the ground myself. In a few years, I'll give you all a big surprise. Whatever, Vegeta said, stamping down heavily again, indifferent. If they don't mind the trouble, then let them bury him. He certainly wouldn't lift a finger. Meanwhile, Android 18 approached Lelin with a beaming smile. What's up? You seem so happy, Lelin asked curiously. Android 18 smiled brightly and slowly explained. It's nothing, I'm just happy because of your strength. She had already regarded Lelin as her man. It's only natural to feel happy about the prowess of her own man. So that's it. Lelin chuckled, scratching his nose. He happened to overhear the discussion about how to handle Cell's corpse. He stepped forward and said nonchalantly, why bury him? There's no need to go through all that trouble. The others quickly turned to look at him. Their gazes were filled with utmost respect. In his hand, Cell, who had been a source of trouble, couldn't even withstand 2 moves, an absolute powerhouse of Earth. What does Mr. G mean? Trunks asked, curiously looking at him with a respectful attitude that completely deferred to Lelin. This made Vegeta very uncomfortable to witness. As a father, he had never received such respect from his own son. Wouldn't it be better to just incinerate him? Lelin said with a faint smile. He had already guessed that Cell was just pretending to be dead. Since he liked to play dead, he might as well take this opportunity to deal with him. Yeah, burning him is simpler, no need to dig a grave. What a good idea, as expected of Mr. Lelin, Trunks said with a smile. His face was always filled with immense respect and admiration. Lelin had completely conquered him with his strength. Anything he did seemed so wise and extraordinary in Trunks' eyes. Vegeta felt extremely embarrassed and humiliated seeing his son acting like a sycophant. Burning the corpse, what kind of good idea was that? Was it necessary to boast so much? Lelin's idea isn't bad, I agree. Sun Wukong slowly nodded, unconcerned about how to handle the corpse since Cell was already dealt with. He just echoed Trunks' remarks about Lelin's good idea. Vegeta's facial muscles twitched. Damn, you can turn handling a corpse into such a big deal, it's truly impressive. At this moment, Cell was cursing Lelin in his heart, wondering if he still had any humanity. Already dead, can't they leave a whole corpse? But it's fine, his body is tough enough, a mere flames won't cause any major problems. A mysterious smile appeared at the corner of Lelin's mouth. He then blew gently, and a spark ignited in the air, landing on Cell. Suddenly flames erupted, engulfing Cell's body entirely. Hiss! Cell cursed inwardly. Although his body wouldn't be damaged, the intense heat was unbearable. Fortunately, he gritted his teeth and managed to hold on without making a sound. After burning for about a few dozen seconds, the flames slowly extinguished. On Cell's body there was nothing but a blackened char with no other damage. Vegeta couldn't help but mock. I told you this guy's body is extremely tough, a mere flames can't burn him. The others felt a bit awkward upon hearing Vegeta's words. Trunks looked at Lelin and slowly said, Mr. Lelin, what do you think? Vegeta, seeing his son's sycophantic demeanor, was seething with anger. Before Lelin could speak, he interjected. You can't even handle this little problem, where did your brain go? This remark was directed at Trunks, but also subtly mocked Lelin. Oh. Lelin raised an eyebrow with a smile and said, It seems Prince Vegeta has quite a bit of insight when it comes to handling the dead. So what do you suggest? Vegeta felt uncomfortable with this veiled insult. Wasn't this implying that he could only deal with the dead and not the living? Oomph. Vegeta snorted coldly, palm facing downward. Watch me unleash an energy wave that leaves not a trace of him. A massive ball of energy suddenly coalesced in his palm. Cell, sensing the energy's fluctuation, could no longer hold back and suddenly opened his eyes. You can't do that. If you hit me, I'd really be dead. At this moment, everyone's gaze was fixed on Lelin, not looking at him. However, Krillin was still staring at Cell's body. When he saw Cell open his eyes, he thought he was imagining things and rubbed his eyes. Gulp. After confirming he wasn't seeing things, he swallowed hard and shouted, He has come back to life. Everyone was startled by his shout, and Krillin trembled as he pointed at Cell. The others quickly looked over and saw Cell glaring at them with anger. Everyone's hearts trembled. What the hell? Are you all done yet? Cell suddenly stood up roaring. This roar echoed through the sky, audible clearly within a few kilometers. It seemed he was truly furious at this point, reaching a point of unbearable frustration. What the hell? Cell is alive again. Yamcha shouted, quickly retreating to the side. The others reacted swiftly and began to back away. Vegeta had long retreated 100 meters away, staring at Cell with a shocked and bewildered expression. How did this guy come back to life again? Sun Wukong didn't run, merely gaping in surprise, his mouth hanging open. He glanced at Lelin and stammered, What? What is going on here? What else could it be? This guy has been pretending to be dead all along, didn't you all notice? Lelin explained with a smile. Everyone began to feel anxious upon realizing that Cell had been faking it. They had just been very close. If Cell had suddenly attacked, they might have been finished. It was far too thrilling, almost like they had walked past the gates of death. So you knew all along. Cell's face was now dark and sinister, the wound on his heart starting to heal. He felt utterly humiliated, having been toyed with like a puppet. Had he known this would happen, he would have gotten up earlier and seized the opportunity to attack, while these guys were still clueless, taking out a few of them first. You're only realizing it now, Lelin said with a smile. Had he not known the truth, he would never have devised such a rudimentary tactic as setting fire. Damn you, you wretch. Cell seethed in helpless fury, his jade-green cheeks flushing crimson. He had exhausted every option. Surrender was unthinkable, feigning death futile. There remained but one path: battle. Yet Cell refused to accept such an end. We hold no grudge against each other. Surely you won't exterminate me without cause. Lelin shook his head, smiling faintly. It was true. They bore no personal enmity. He need not have fought at all. Left to its natural course, Cell would have fallen regardless. But what if the narrative had already veered from its destined track? If Cell survived, a man of his nature would surely descend into ruthless, unhinged vengeance. Lelin himself feared nothing, but he was no longer alone. Beside him stood number 18. Her safety was non-negotiable. How can you claim we are without grievance? You sought to harm number 18 and attempted my assassination. That debt was sealed long ago. Have you truly forgotten? Lelin spoke calmly. Cell's brow furrowed as memory resurfaced. Their first confrontation. Indeed, the accusation held weight. Is there truly no room for negotiation? Cell demanded, voice thick with menace. Lelin's pulse quickened. Was Cell contemplating self-annihilation? If so, mercy was impossible. Should Cell detonate upon Earth, Lelin might survive the blast, but he could not endure the vacuum of space unaided. In truth, Cell had already resolved to go all-in self-detonation, preserving his core, then regenerating fully, a gamble worth any cost. And with Frieza's bloodline coursing through him, Cell could thrive even in the void of space. If I say no, do you intend to explode next? Lelin voiced his suspicion outright. Cell blinked, startled that his plan had been divined. Yet he shrugged it off. Precisely. My core remains intact. Destruction is merely a prelude to rebirth. The stakes were too high for subterfuge. Full disclosure was now strategic. Even mutual annihilation seemed preferable. At the word explosion, tension seized every face. Could Cell's detonation not obliterate the entire solar system? Goku's expression hardened. He had never imagined the conflict escalating to this precipice. Conventional tactics had failed. Should crisis erupt, he would employ instant transmission to whisk Cell away at the very instant of detonation. Seeing their dread, Cell felt a surge of grim satisfaction. Perhaps some of you can withstand the blast, but what of Earth's people? When Earth shatters, how will you breathe in the void? Each question struck like a hammer blow, forcing even the strongest warriors into wary silence. Ha ha ha! Lelin burst into unrestrained laughter. Cell bristled at the sound. What is so amusing? Lelin composed himself, serene and unshakable. I laugh because you fail to grasp the reality, or worse, refuse to acknowledge the chasm between us. What do you mean? Cell faltered, bewildered. Lelin granted him no time to ponder. In the next breath, he stood beside Cell. It means you possess neither the time nor the freedom to detonate before I stop you. Lelin spoke with quiet finality. What a... Cell recoiled in shock, then abandoning caution, surged his ki towards self-annihilation. But as Lelin had foretold, the chance never came. With a single motion, Lelin seized Cell's throat, gripping it with unbreakable force. Cell strained, muscles coiling, but the grip held fast, his body swelling grotesquely. Hiya! Lelin roared, hurling Cell skyward, then bellowed to the others. All of you, focus your full power on Cell above. Now, with a sonic shriek, he launched first, a cataclysmic energy wave drawn from his absolute reserve. Alone his ki could have erased Cell utterly. Yet certainty demanded collective action, no margin for error. For a heartbeat, the others hesitated, then saw Lelin's world-shattering beam and understood. Kamehameha! Goku unleashed his last reserves, a blinding white torrent of energy. Hiya! Krillin and Yamcha followed instantly with their own Kamehameha waves. Final flash. Vegeta, golden aura blazing, hurled a searing golden beam straight into the heavens. Mako, flash. Gohan crossed his arms above his brow, releasing a wave second only to Lelin's. Piccolo and Trunks joined in unison, two colossal beams surging upward like celestial artillery. Number 16 spread his arms wide. Hell's flash. Number 18 cried out sharply, her slender frame channeling a brilliant, precise strike. A dozen radiant pillars pierced the sky, catapulting Cell beyond the atmosphere. Their convergence ignited a thunderous detonation in the starless void. Boom! A colossal mushroom cloud erupted, its fiery shockwaves scouring the stellar expanse, annihilating all matter in its wake, reducing existence itself to cosmic dust. The solar system trembled, the Milky Way shuddered on the brink of collapse. Under that apocalyptic force, Cell dissolved, not into ash, but into particles finer than interstellar dust. On Earth, the sky shimmered with auroral radiance. Millions gazed upward in awe. Even the sun paled beside that transcendent blaze. Phew, over at last. Lelin exhaled deeply. Not victory, but survival had been the true trial, fearing suffocation in the vacuum alongside number 18. Is it over? Krillin whispered, spent. Every ounce of ki drained from his limbs. Seems so. Tien stared at the celestial aurora, murmuring, thank the heavens. We vanquished Cell at last. No, it was Lelin who defeated Cell. We merely lent our strength to his triumph. Vegeta frowned, jaw clenched. He'd felt it. The sheer magnitude of Lelin's blast alone could have erased Cell without aid. Their combined output hadn't even reached half his. Yet what stunned him most was Gohan, standing beside Goku, whose sudden, overwhelming aura had rivaled the storm itself. Huh. Lelin gently exhaled. The attack just now had drained much of his strength, leaving him slightly fatigued. However, just as he was about to leave with number 18, a long-lost voice echoed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, for unlocking the second stage of your talent. Upon hearing this voice, Lelin slightly widened his mouth in surprise. He did not expect that eliminating Cell would bring him an unexpected reward. He originally thought that it would take a long time to unlock the next stage of talent. After this voice faded, numerous texts appeared before his eyes, identical to what he had seen at the beginning. Unlock second stage talent. 1. Can survive in any environment. 2. Significantly increased lifespan. 3. Base combat power surpassing Super Saiyan 3. After seeing these words, Lelin took a moment to calm his emotions. Although these abilities seemed good, they felt somewhat lacking compared to the first stage talent. Moreover, this time the unlocked talents were only 3, unlike the first time, which had given 5 directly. Why is this system getting stingier? Lelin silently complained in his heart. To be honest, among these talents, only the first one intrigued him. Perhaps it would be useful in the future. The second and third talents seemed a bit redundant. A significantly increased lifespan could actually be achieved using Dragon Balls. Although Dragon Balls cannot grant immortality, they can extend lifespan significantly. As for the third talent of base strength surpassing Super Saiyan 3, that seemed even more useless. With the talent that could increase his strength simply through battle, breaking through to the Super Saiyan 3 realm was merely a matter of time. However, he did not dwell on it too much. After all, having something was better than having nothing. No one noticed Lelin's unusual behavior. Having just defeated Cell, everyone was in high spirits. Cell has been eliminated. In a sense, we contributed to his demise together. Why don't we find a place to gather and celebrate? Son Goku suggested to the others. The earlier parts were irrelevant, but he was primarily interested in the meal. After such a long battle, he was already starving. Sounds good. Trunks replied with a smile. With the crisis on Earth resolved, he felt he had completed his mission. He only needed to return and eliminate the androids from his timeline. A little relaxation now wouldn't hurt. Everyone expressed their agreement, while Vegeta stated he had no interest. Lelin, are you joining us? Son Goku looked at this mission's greatest contributor and asked with a smile. Lelin came to his senses and replied with a smile, of course. Thus, everyone left the place. The gathering for the celebration was at the Capsule Corporation, since they were all old friends, making it convenient. After the group had left for a while, the initial reporter and cameraman returned. They dared to approach only after sensing the energy fluctuations had dissipated. Seeing that the scene was now deserted, they exchanged glances. Could Cell have been defeated? The cameraman said uncertainly while holding his equipment. The reporter considered for a moment, recalling Cell's words that if no one on Earth could defeat him, he would annihilate humanity. Now those people had left safely, and Cell was nowhere to be found. Perhaps he really had been eliminated by that group. Yes, it must be so. The reporter clapped his hands and said seriously. At the same time, he instructed the cameraman beside him, quick, start recording. I need to spread the news about Cell. After saying that, the cameraman did not hesitate, shouldering his equipment and turning on the camera to resume the live broadcast. "Dear Earthlings, Cell has been defeated by the brave warriors." The reporter spoke with a high-pitched and magnetic voice. On Earth, the crowd that had been in panic suddenly fell silent. Everyone analyzed the news with a mixture of apprehension and skepticism, wondering if it was true. However, Lelin and the others were completely unaware of these developments. They were already enjoying their meal, contentedly burping. After everyone had eaten their fill, Lelin looked at the now sluggish Goku. Son Goku noticed Lelin's gaze and smiled, saying, "What's up, Lelin? Is there something on your mind?" "Nothing, I just want you to teach me instant transmission." Lelin did not hold back and directly expressed his thoughts. Instant transmission was a remarkable skill. Before he had crossed over, he had wished to possess such a skill for delivering takeout. "Imagine how much I could earn in a day." Sure. Son Goku laughed and patted his chest, saying it was a minor matter. "When do you plan to learn?" "Now." Lelin suddenly stood up and said earnestly, "Just teach me the principles, and then let me experience it with you, and I can learn it." Upon hearing this, everyone was stunned. Is instant transmission that easy to learn? Just teach the principles and experience it, and it would be done. That doesn't make sense. We've experienced it so many times, yet we still can't do it. Son Goku opened his mouth to say something, but remembering how Lelin suddenly learned ki last time, he refrained from continuing. After all, this guy's talent was beyond human comprehension. "All right." Son Goku agreed without hesitation and slowly began to explain the principles of instant transmission. Vegeta had initially not wanted to join the meal with everyone, but since he was idle, he decided to come along. Now, hearing Lelin ask about the use of instant transmission, he became interested. He prepared to listen closely, thinking that he might learn it as well, since this skill was quite practical. However, half an hour later, everyone was left feeling dizzy. Son Goku's ability to express himself was truly lacking. He often replaced words with this or that, making it hard to understand what he was saying. Anyway, that's the gist of it. I hope you can understand, even if my explanation isn't great. Son Goku said with a smile, scratching his head. Though he thought his explanation wasn't too bad, everyone who had been listening shook their heads in unison. It was relatively easy to understand. I think I got the idea." Lelin stroked his chin and nodded. His comprehension abilities were not something ordinary people could compare to. Even though Son Goku's explanation was a jumble, he was still able to piece it together completely. Some vague parts could be deduced with a little thought. Everyone was left speechless upon hearing this. Trunks asked in astonishment, "Mr. Lelin, do you call this easy to understand?" Lelin replied earnestly, looking at the bewildered faces of the crowd. He frowned and said, "Is there a problem with that?" Everyone exchanged glances, unsure of what to say. It wasn't just a problem, it was a huge problem. "Hep." Vegeta let out a cold laugh, his lips barely moving. Although no sound came out, his expression made it clear. He must have been muttering the words bragging nonsense. Lelin shook his head helplessly and said lightly, "Forget it, maybe people are just different." Sun Wukong nodded vigorously in agreement with Lelin's words. Initially a bit unsure of himself, he felt validated by Lelin's statement. The ones who didn't understand were simply facing their own issues. "Then let's set off. Just place your hand on my shoulder." Sun Wukong stood up and smiled at Lelin. Just as the two were about to depart, Piccolo interrupted. "Wait a moment, Wukong." Lelin and Sun Wukong turned to look at him, simultaneously curious about what he had to say. "The people that Cell killed haven't been revived yet. Now that I'm merged with the god, the Dragon Balls can't be used," Piccolo said slowly. "Oh right, I almost forgot about that." Sun Wukong scratched his head as he spoke. With so many people killed by Cell on Earth, they certainly needed to be revived. Piccolo looked at him and continued, "If you want to use instant transmission, could you go to Namek and find a Namekian to become the new god of Earth?" This was his true purpose. If it were the Piccolo of the past, he wouldn't have cared much about the lives lost on Earth. However, now that he was merged with the god, his sense of benevolence was growing stronger. He still wanted to save those who had tragically died at Cell's hands. "All right, no problem." Sun Wukong nodded seriously, then closed his eyes to elevate his senses to the maximum. He began searching for the presence of the Namekian in the vast universe. After about 10 minutes, Sun Wukong suddenly opened his eyes, found it. He then said to Lelin, "Let's go." Lelin nodded slowly. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, the two figures instantly vanished. On Earth, the presence of Lelin and Sun Wukong had completely vanished. Time passed second by second, and half an hour had gone by. Whoosh! Two figures reappeared, accompanied by a much shorter Namekian who was none other than Lelin and Sun Wukong. However, the order of the two had switched. On their way there, Lelin had his hand on Wukong's shoulder. Now Wukong had his hand on Lelin's shoulder. In other words, during their return, it was Lelin who used instant transmission. This guy, no way. Vegeta naturally caught this detail. He was secretly astonished, thinking this guy is too abnormal. He listened to Kakarote's nonsensical theory and then learned it just by experiencing it himself. Is this a joke? No one paid attention to his thoughts, because everyone saw that the Namekian they brought back was an old acquaintance. Dondi, Krillin, and Gohan rushed over. They hadn't seen each other for a long time, so there was much they wanted to say. After all, they had fought together on Namek for a period. Piccolo smiled kindly at him. His intention was simply to find any Namekian to serve as the god. He never expected to find Dondi. All right, everyone, I won't trouble you any longer. We'll take our leave. Lelin walked over to Android 18, took her hand, and bid farewell to the crowd. Seeing Lelin about to leave, everyone waved goodbye. Sun Wukong stepped forward and smiled. Let's train together sometime. Lelin replied with a faint smile. After all, he was just taking Android 18 to find a place to stay, not leaving Earth. After waving goodbye, Lelin used the instant transmission he had just learned and left the place directly. Android 16 also got up to bid farewell after Lelin and Android 18 left. Originally, he wanted to have another match with Sun Wukong, but seeing the harmonious atmosphere, he didn't want to disrupt it and left with a promise for a future battle. Lelin and Android 18 left the Capsule Corporation walking on an empty street. It should have been bustling with people, but perhaps due to Cell, everyone had fled and had yet to return. Where are we going to live? Android 18 suddenly paused. Lelin's cheerful steps came to a halt and his smile froze on his face. Indeed, where would they live? Their original house had been destroyed. They couldn't possibly stay in a hotel forever. I overlooked this. I should have brought a few capsules with me. Lelin scratched his head awkwardly. With the little money they had, they couldn't find a suitable place to stay. What should we do? You can't let me end up on the streets with you. Android 18 said pitifully. To be honest, apart from their strength, they had nothing else. If it weren't for encountering enemies, their abilities would be of no use. In this world, while strength is paramount, money is also indispensable. Wait a moment, let me think of a solution. Lelin scratched his head, feeling that even a penny could stump a hero. He had initially planned to go back and ask Bulma for a capsule to continue living in a simple house. However, now that there were two of them living like this, seemed a bit too shabby. What if you find a job and work instead, eh? Android 18 jokingly suggested. Upon hearing this, Lelin immediately shook his head and said with righteous indignation, working is out of the question. What kind of identity does he have now? Saying this means he has become a strong person. How could he possibly go back to working? Suddenly, he had a flash of inspiration, as if he had come up with a plan. If we don't have a place to stay, can't we just build our own? Lelin clapped his hands and said. Android 18 smiled and nodded, sure, I'm with you. Thus they flew above the sea and found a beautifully scenic small island. He was inspired by the Kame house where Master Roshi lived. Above the sea, the scenery was beautiful and the sea breeze was refreshing. It was simply a paradise. Boom. Lelin began constructing his new house, unleashing energy waves. Hills disappeared, transforming into flat plains. The stones turned into neatly arranged bricks, forming a gigantic castle. Clap, clap. Lelin clapped his hands. The entire process took less than 5 minutes, and now it was just a matter of decoration before they could move in. Deep within the cosmos, the resplendent realm of destruction. Beerus, the god of destruction, lay sound asleep upon his celestial bed. Suddenly his eyes snapped open, cold sweat dampening the silken sheets. Whis, where are you? Come at once. Beerus bellowed urgently. In another chamber. Whis held a delicate confection in hand, poised to savor it, when that sharp, insistent cry shattered his tranquility. He frowned faintly, glanced down at the exquisite pastry, and reluctantly set it aside upon the table. Thud, thud. Lifting his staff, he tapped it lightly against the floor. In an instant his form dissolved, and reappeared a moment later within Beerus's vast, opulent bedroom. Lord Beerus, you have awakened far earlier this year than in times past. Whis spoke calmly, yet beneath his tone lingered a subtle edge of displeasure. After all, having one's repast disturbed would unsettle anyone. Beerus, however, paid no heed to Whis's quiet resentment, and continued, Whis, I just had a dream. Oh. Whis lifted his gaze, giving Beerus a measured look. And on which occasion do you not dream while sleeping? It was a fair observation, so long as no one interrupted him. Beerus rarely awoke naturally. Each time he stirred, it was because the thread of his dream had snapped, and each time he spoke only of trivial, inconsequential matters. Whis had long grown accustomed to this pattern. Yet who else but a destroyer's angel bore such duty, to appear instantly at command? Beerus waved his hand slowly. This time is different. Which time hasn't been different? Whis countered. For a god of destruction, dreaming the same dream twice would signal true calamity. Dreams varying wildly. Those were merely the meanderings of imagination. Whis, can we speak with some measure of decorum? Beerus said, irritation edging his voice. He sensed something off today. Had he truly disrupted something vital? Seeing Beerus's darkening expression, Whis instantly shifted into a warm, deferential smile. Lord Beerus, please do tell. His posture was flawless, reverent, polished, the very embodiment of a devoted attendant. Indeed, such conduct was not mere courtesy. It was Whis's sacred duty as a destroyer's angel to serve as both servant and mentor, and above all to assist and oversee Beerus's divine mandate. Oomph. Beerus let out a sharp, dismissive snort. His carefully gathered thoughts scattered, leaving him momentarily adrift. Only after a long silence did the dream's imagery return to him. I dreamed I was defeated by a formidable warrior, and even the Grand Minister commanded me to relinquish my title as God of Destruction. Beerus murmured, head bowed, his gaze distant and unfocused. The dream had contained far more, the clash between himself and that warrior, their exchanges, the storm of power, but those details had faded. Only its essence remained. My. Whis's attention sharpened at last. You mean someone defeated you and sought to usurp your divine station? Beerus nodded solemnly, then paused, adding hastily, in the dream. It happened only in the dream. Clarity was essential. This was vision, not reality. Should word reach other gods of destruction, they'd never let him hear the end of it. A god of destruction, defeated, unthinkable. Whis's brow furrowed slightly, not over Beerus's clarification, but because this was no ordinary dream. A god of destruction ruled a universe. Their dreams were seldom more than fleeting whims. Even if one were bested in slumber, it could only be by a being of superior rank or higher divine authority. Lord Beerus, was this warrior from the divine realm? Whis asked gravely. Beerus shot him a wry glance. Do you take me for a fool? I know every deity in the divine realm. If it were one of them, it would simply be a mundane dream. Why would I trouble you? At last Whis's serene composure flickered, his expression unreadable, neither joyful nor sorrowful. He began pacing slowly across the chamber. Hey Whis, stop pacing and give me your assessment. Beerus snapped, growing impatient at Whis's silence. Whis halted mid-step and spoke softly. Then what you experienced was likely a prophetic dream. A prophetic dream? Beerus leapt from his bed in an instant. He had heard the term before. A prophetic dream, by definition, foretold events yet to unfold. What he had seen might one day manifest in truth. Recalling the Grand Minister's decree, ordering him to yield his title, Beerus shuddered involuntarily. He had reigned as god of destruction for eons. To imagine his dominion threatened unsettled him to his core. Gulp. He swallowed hard, voice trembling. Whis, could such a dream truly come to pass? Doubt lingered. He had never met anyone who had confirmed such visions. No one had ever verified whether prophecy inevitably became reality. Whis paused thoughtfully, then replied with quiet certainty. Whether it fully unfolds as foreseen, I cannot say. But fragments of that dream will echo in reality one day. Whether the outcome mirrors the vision, that remains unknown. Beerus felt a chill seep through his very being. Was his reign as god of destruction truly drawing to a close? Noting Beerus's deepening anxiety, Whis pressed gently. Lord Beerus, what was the outcome of that dream? You mentioned only fragments. Do you recall the ending? Beerus blinked, murmuring, the ending? Yes, the ending, Whis affirmed, voice steady and grave. He leaned in, slightly guiding gently. You said the Grand Minister ordered you to surrender your title. Did you comply or refuse? Did the warrior accept or reject it? Are you still the god of destruction in the dream's final moment? Whis, ever perceptive, had pierced to the heart of the matter. Process mattered little. The future would unfold. Only the outcome held meaning. If remembered, it might reveal a path forward. As Beerus delved deeper, the dream scenes surged back, vivid, unbidden. Ah, I remember. His eyes lit up, a genuine relieved smile spreading across his face. Whis watched the upward curve of his lips and gave a quiet, knowing nod. It seems the conclusion is favorable. Yet in that very instant, Beerus's joy froze. His violet features twitched, his expression twisting into something strange and unreadable. Whis's eyelid fluttered. A silent thought flashed. What in the cosmos just happened? Was the ending good or dire? 2 breathless minutes passed. Beerus exhaled slowly and turned his gaze toward Whis. But his expression, now, was deeply, profoundly peculiar. Whis's pulse skipped. Damn it, does this dream involve me too? Lord Beerus, what exactly is happening? What was the outcome? Whis inquired cautiously. Ahem. Beerus cleared his throat and stammered. Well, how shall I put this? Just tell us what you saw. What's so difficult about that? Whis retorted, exasperated. This suspense was driving him to distraction. Nothing had yet been revealed, yet his anxiety swelled with every passing moment. Very well then, I shall speak. Beerus hesitated briefly before continuing. Whis nodded gravely. Beerus fixed him with a long, penetrating gaze, then spoke slowly. Here is the truth. Lord Zeno truly offered that warrior my position, but the warrior declined. I remain the god of destruction. Whis gave a calm, nonchalant nod. That's rather fortunate, isn't it? Heh. Beerus chuckled darkly at that moment, his eyes gleaming with mischievous delight as he stared at Whis. Whis felt a chill creep up his spine at that grin, and that look. So indeed this dream did involve him after all. Lord Beerus, please stop looking at me like that. I'm beginning to feel uneasy. Whis frowned faintly, murmuring softly. Something ominous was surely brewing. Otherwise Beerus would never wear such an unnervingly cheerful expression. Rest assured you do not appear in this dream. Beerus, as if reading Whis's thoughts, waved a hand dismissively. Hearing those words, however, only tightened the knot of tension in Whis's chest. If I'm not in it, then why are you staring at me like that? There must be something else awaiting me. Otherwise you wouldn't behave this way. Still, Whis, though you're absent from this dream, the Grand Priest is most certainly present. Beerus continued his grin, threatening to burst forth. Whis furrowed his brow. If Lord Zeno appears in your dream, surely the Grand Priest's presence is unsurprising. After all, the Grand Priest, the sovereign administrator among all deities, had stood faithfully beside Lord Zeno for eons. Whenever gods convened before Zeno, the Grand Priest was invariably present, a matter of routine, not wonder. Seeing him is unremarkable, Beerus mused, unable to suppress a chuckle. But what he said, that's where things grow intriguing. Whis grew increasingly curious. The Grand Priest was known for his serene, unshakable composure, aloof, dignified, rarely uttering a word beyond necessity. What could possibly have slipped from his lips? Whis racked his memory, yet drew a blank. What did he say, Lord Beerus? Please spare me the suspense. His impatience now simmered just beneath the surface. Ordinarily, it was Whis who teased Beerus, never the other way around. Today, however, he found himself thoroughly baited. Beerus finally relented and recounted the vision. The Grand Priest seemed utterly captivated by that warrior, and insisted on forming a sworn brotherhood with him. Whis's mind reeled. A resounding hum filled his skull. Sworn brothers. Was this some jest? The Grand Priest's age spanned countless eons. He had witnessed cosmic cataclysms and celestial revolutions alike. Such a gesture was utterly incongruous, absurd even. Indeed, Beerus himself found it preposterous. Yet undeniable, this was precisely what unfolded in his dream. Ignoring Whis's mounting distress, Beerus pressed on. The Grand Priest affectionately addressed the warrior as little brother, while the warrior without hesitation called him big brother. Their rapport was so warm, so natural. Had I not known better, I'd have sworn they were bloodkin. At this, Beerus erupted into unrestrained laughter. Whis's face paled, his mouth gaped wide enough to swallow an egg. He had never imagined the dream would spiral into such sheer absurdity. A creeping suspicion now took root. Had Beerus invented this entire episode? It defied all reason. The Grand Priest was his own father. If his father called the warrior little brother, then Whis himself would be compelled to address him as uncle. Good heavens, this was no laughing matter. He was after all an angel, a guardian whose existence predated even the gods of destruction. To bow one's head and call a mortal warrior uncle, it simply did not sit right. Lord Beerus, are you certain you're not teasing me? Whis asked, his brow deeply furrowed. Beerus, still chuckling, paused mid-law, a lingering smile playing upon his lips as he replied, Why would I tease you? I witnessed this in a true dream. Should I lie, may I never sleep again. Such an oath carried immense weight, especially from Beerus, whose devotion to slumber bordered on sacred. That he would swear it confirmed this was no fabrication. It was a genuine vision. Huh. Whis sighed, deeply resigned. Well, I'll be damned. Though the event had yet to occur, he already found himself inwardly reproaching his father. Could you not exercise some restraint? Why rush to claim kinship so recklessly? Now not only am I burdened with an uncle, but so are countless angels across the divine realm. How then shall we greet him when the time comes? Address him by name. That would border on disrespect. Call him uncle. Where, pray, would our dignity reside? Will we even retain any standing in the divine realm thereafter? Beerus watched Whis with quiet amusement. He knew exactly what raced through that proud mind. An uncle thrust upon him, not in reality but in prophecy, was more than enough to unsettle even an angel's equanimity. Angels possessed an innate unyielding pride, surpassing even that of the gods of destruction. After all, when a god of destruction stood before Lord Zeno, he bowed 90 degrees, whereas an angel merely inclined his head in acknowledgement. Whis, shall we pay a visit to this individual? Beerus suggested, grinning. He'd nearly said, your uncle, but wisely held his tongue, fearing Whis's reaction. Whis lifted his gaze, slowly exhaled, then asked, voice low and measured, Is this person from our 7th universe? The instant Beerus spoke, Whis deduced the warrior's origin. Had he hailed from another universe, Beerus would never have proposed such a meeting. Interuniversal boundaries were fiercely guarded. Direct intrusion would provoke outrage and escalate tensions. Yet Beerus sounded utterly at ease, so the warrior must belong to their own universe. Precisely. In the dream, the young man even invited the Grand Priest to visit Earth in the 7th universe at his leisure. Beerus remarked, tone effortlessly calm. As he recalled the vision, its details sharpened with startling clarity. Still, which Earth? Whis, do you know? Beerus added, turning to him. Whis, having steadied his composure, shrugged helplessly. How should I know? The seventh universe is vast. Countless worlds bear that name. Which Earth could it possibly be? If that's the case, then it would be troublesome. Beerus crossed his arms, his eyes darting around as he spoke. He was actually quite eager to meet this person who posed a threat to his position. If he had found him earlier, he could have nurtured their relationship. Perhaps in the future this person could become a significant ally. It would also give him leverage to boast in front of other destroyers. It's not troublesome. There are always more solutions than difficulties. Whis shook his head and said. He was very curious about the person Beerus dreamed of. He wanted to see who this person was that could become a brother-in-arms with the Grand Minister in the future. Hearing Whis' words, Beerus looked up at him and said, What do you suggest? Don't you know many people in the universe? Why not ask them? Whis said casually. This guy Beerus always searched for delicacies in the universe every time he woke up. So he knew quite a few people, but he had also killed many. Who should I ask? Beerus inquired. Although he dominated the universe, he spent most of his time sleeping. Some people he had only met once left a vague impression, and then he would sleep for decades, or even centuries. By the time he woke up, he would have forgotten most of it. Whis chuckled lightly and slowly said, Frieza. Frieza? Beerus' eyes lit up, right? How could I forget that little brat? This guy's influence spans across many places, controlling 70% of the seventh universe. If we find him, we should be able to clarify the location of Earth. Frieza's ability to control 70% of the universe was due to the support of the destroyer Beerus. As a destroyer, Beerus' job was to eliminate unnecessary planets in the universe. However, he was inherently lazy and did not wish to work continuously. Thus, Frieza became his best agent. One had needs while the other had ambitions. The two were almost perfectly matched. All right, find him quickly, Beerus said slowly. Whis, without needing Beerus' command, had already used his staff to search for Frieza's whereabouts. However, after searching for a long time, he didn't find even a shadow. Seeing Whis had been searching for a long time without saying anything, Beerus frowned and asked, What's wrong? Can't you find him? Logically, Frieza had dealt with them before. As long as it was someone they had met with Whis abilities, he could easily contact him without much wait. There's a bit of a problem. I couldn't find him, Whis replied calmly. He had an idea of the answer in his mind since he couldn't locate Frieza. What's going on? Could he be hiding? Beerus wasn't an angel and didn't fully understand their capabilities. He simply assumed that Whis just hadn't found him. Hiding. Whis scoffed lightly and shook his head. Even if he ran to another universe, finding him would only take a moment. Hearing this, Beerus raised an eyebrow slightly, so now it could be. There are only two possibilities now. Whis looked at him and explained with a smile. Either he is dead or he has become stronger than me and has actively blocked my search. Hearing this, Beerus stroked his chin and muttered, Dead? That's really surprising. He didn't even consider the second possibility. Surpassing Whis. That's impossible. With Frieza's mediocre level, just a fart from him could eliminate him. Do you think the powerful one you dreamed of could have killed him? Whis said with a faint smile. Although Frieza was considered insignificant in their eyes, he was still a top presence in the seventh universe. Otherwise, even with Beerus' support, he wouldn't have been able to expand his influence so greatly. Without capability, he would inevitably be eliminated. Beerus thought for a moment and said slowly, I can't rule out that possibility. There aren't many who can take down Frieza in the seventh universe. After a pause, he continued, Why not look for his father? There might be some clues. King Cold. I understand. Whis nodded and began searching. However, after a short while, he was left even more bewildered. Seeing that Whis had not spoken after searching for a while, Beerus impatiently asked, What's going on? Could it be that his father is also dead? Whis looked at Beerus and silently nodded yes. Beerus felt somewhat speechless upon hearing this answer. He had said it casually, not expecting it to be true. Beerus, not believing in this oddity, gritted his teeth and said, Contact his brother Cooler. I refuse to believe that their entire family could have been taken out together. Whis helplessly nodded and began searching for Cooler's whereabouts. Fortunately, after Frieza and King Cold, he managed to locate Cooler. Lord Beerus has found him, Whis said slowly. At the same time, he gently waved his staff, and the round jewel at the top transformed into a projector, displaying an image before Beerus. At this moment, a person who bore a slight resemblance to Frieza was standing by the window of a spaceship, his face dark and deep in thought. The enormous spaceship was empty. He was the only one in this section. He was Frieza's brother Cooler. Just as he squinted in contemplation, a sudden voice came from behind. You must be Cooler, right? Upon hearing the voice behind him, Cooler's pupils constricted sharply. His spaceship was indestructible, and the outer layers were heavily guarded. How could someone suddenly appear behind him? He did not dare to be careless and quickly turned around, his voice firm as he said, Who are you? When he turned around and focused, Beerus' hologram stood behind him, looking at him with indifferent eyes. Upon seeing the visitor, Cooler was initially stunned, and then the hair on his body stood on end. Beerus. Beerus looked at him, coolly tapped his nose, and said, "Ah, it's me." At that moment, hurried footsteps sounded from outside the cabin. "Oh, nothing much, just stopping by," Beerus said indifferently. He and Goldo were old acquaintances after all. As a god of destruction, he knew most of the universe's formidable beings. Still, it was prudent to meet formally to exchange greetings. "By the way, I have a question," Beerus continued. Goldo stood respectfully, replying, "Earnestly, please, your eminence. Ask anything. If I know it, I shall speak without reservation or omission." Beerus observed Goldo's demeanor and nodded in quiet satisfaction. This one at least seemed more agreeable than Frieza. "Frieza and Cooler are dead. You're aware of that, correct?" Beerus asked, his tone utterly devoid of emotion. Goldo's brow lifted slightly at the question, and he promptly bowed his head. "Yes, Lord Beerus, I am fully aware." "And do you know who killed them?" Beerus asked coolly. His interest lay not in Frieza's fate, but rather in gathering preliminary intelligence before broaching the matter that truly concerned him. Goldo nodded. "According to survivors who fled back, they were slain by a human from Earth. I am now assembling my forces to launch an immediate assault." "Oh, is that so?" Beerus nodded, then paused as if struck by sudden recollection. "Wait, hold on, what did you just say?" Goldo was mildly startled to see the normally impassive Beerus stir with unexpected intensity. Assuming he'd misspoken, he quickly lowered his voice and repeated, "I am assembling my forces to launch an immediate assault." No, not that line. The one before." Beerus shook his head, his impatience palpable. Bewildered, Goldo pressed on, "According to survivors who fled back, they were slain by a human from Earth." Upon hearing the word Earth, Beerus turned slowly toward Whis and gave a subtle, knowing nod. "It seems our earlier deduction was correct. Frieza and his son were indeed killed by the man from your dream." Whis regarded Beerus with serene composure. A truth long sought, but never found, now revealed without effort. A faint wry smile curved Beerus's lips. He had originally intended to inquire about Earth's location. Now that would no longer be necessary. As they spoke, a voice sounded once more from the other end. "Lord Beerus, are you still listening?" "Lord Beerus." Goldo called softly again and again, uncertain where he might have erred. If he'd offended the god of destruction, it would bode very ill for him. Though a sovereign power in his own right across the cosmos, before Beerus, he was utterly insignificant. A mere flick of that divine finger would erase him. After a brief silence, Beerus's holographic image stirred. "I'm listening. I was conversing with Whis." Hearing Beerus's reply, Goldo exhaled inwardly in quiet relief. He dared not provoke the god of destruction. He still cherished his life far too dearly. Even while Frieza lived, Goldo had refrained from contesting his territory, largely because Frieza answered to Beerus himself. "Is there anything further you require of me?" Goldo asked cautiously. Beerus nodded, his voice calm and uninflected. "Frieza is gone. You will assume his dominion." Goldo's heart surged with elation. He had coveted Frieza's domain for years. Even now, with Frieza dead, he'd hesitated to move, restrained only by one figure, Beerus. Now, with the sovereign's decree issued, he could finally consolidate Frieza's fractured empire and claim its legacy. At last, he would savor the true essence of cosmic sovereignty. "My deepest gratitude, Lord Beerus. I pledge unwavering service, ready to brave fire and flood, to sacrifice all without hesitation." Goldo declared, head bowed low in fervent joy. Before he could finish, Beerus cut him off with evident impatience. Enough. No need for such declarations. He had long since grown immune to flattery. Frieza too had once spoken in similar tones. Goldo wisely fell silent, eyes fixed intently and gleaming upon Beerus. His face radiated unrestrained delight. "One final matter," Beerus raised a single finger, his tone serene yet absolute. "Whis and I will accompany you to Earth." "What?" Goldo recoiled slightly, utterly unprepared for this turn. What? "Remain where you are. We'll arrive shortly." Beerus snapped, exasperated. Yes. Goldo bowed his head hastily, yet his eyes darted sideways, already scheming. What could possibly draw Beerus to Earth? Did he have kin there? No, that had never been mentioned. Then, should he cancel the entire operation? Before his thoughts could spiral further, Beerus's projection dissolved. Divine realm of destruction. "Whis, we depart," Beerus commanded beside him. Whis inclined his head gently, then tapped his staff once against the polished floor. In an instant, their forms blurred and vanished from the divine realm. Roughly a minute later, Beerus and Whis materialized in the void of space. Below them stretched colossal warships, the armada of Goldo's legion. "Whis, where exactly are we?" Beerus scanned the starfield. Though he knew Goldo's fleet hovered beneath, the precise stellar coordinates eluded him. Whis paused, recalling, then replied, "At the outer rim of the Milky Way galaxy, more precisely the northern edge." "Ah, been ages since I visited." Beerus murmured, then added, "So this sector falls under that cockroach's jurisdiction, does it?" "Cockroach?" Whis blinked, perplexed. He had no notion of what Beerus meant. Seeing his confusion, Beerus clarified dryly, North Kai. North Kai. Whis paused, then recalled the diminutive, bespectacled deity, and after a beat burst into soft, delighted laughter. Beerus sighed, shaking his head, then remarked, this region wasn't under Guldo's authority before, was it? How did he even end up here? Whis chuckled, then sobered to explain, didn't he say he was heading for Earth? Perhaps Earth lies within the Milky Way itself. Plausible. Beerus nodded, then turned to Whis. Let's proceed inside first. Later you'll ask that cockroach. Uffed. Whis snorted again at the word cockroach, but he did not neglect his charge. Sensing Guldo's aura, he waved his staff. Their figures dissolved, only to reappear moments later within Guldo's private command chamber. In the vast chamber, there was only Guldo alone. As he slowly raised his head and saw that Beerus' shadow had vanished, he let out a sigh of relief. Phew, that scared me to death, finally gone. Guldo wiped the sweat from his forehead, speaking with lingering fear. Although his strength was slightly higher than Frieza's, it was still far from enough when facing Frieza. However, just as he relaxed, two figures suddenly appeared. Guldo looked at the two figures, his pupils slightly trembling, and immediately lowered his head. Lord Beerus, you came so quickly. He did not expect Beerus to move so fast. It had barely been 2 minutes since they last spoke. I'm here, Beerus replied nonchalantly, then casually asked, where exactly is this? Reporting to Lord Beerus, this is the edge of the North Galaxy. We will reach the outer part of the galaxy in a few days, Guldo quickly responded. It had taken him several years to reach this place. After all, his previous territory was quite far from here. If Frieza and Cold hadn't suddenly died, he might never have set foot in this area. Beerus slightly nodded and continued, you mentioned Earth, is it in the galaxy? Yes, Lord Beerus, Earth is located in the solar system of the North Galaxy. According to Frieza's subordinate who escaped, it is just a low-level planet, Guldo hurriedly answered. Upon hearing this, Beerus exchanged a glance with Whis. Their speculation was correct. Earth was indeed in this star system. However, hearing that Earth was merely a low-level planet still surprised him a bit. Beerus winked at Whis. Whis understood the implication and nodded slightly. They had already discussed asking that cockroach for information. Whis immediately began to communicate telepathically with the North Kai. Meanwhile, Beerus continued to inquire about the details of Earth. You said Earth is just a low-level planet, then how did your brother and father die there? Guldo leaned in and slowly shared the information he had learned. They were first defeated by a super scion on Namek. Then, after being turned into robots, they were killed by a mysterious person on Earth. Science. Beerus was somewhat surprised and said in a deep voice, did I not order Frieza to wipe them all out? Gula's eyes flickered with disdain as he slowly replied, that foolish brother of mine did not kill all the Scions. To my knowledge, the prince of the Scions, Vegeta, is still alive and well on Earth. Moreover, the Scion who first defeated Frieza was not a native of planet Vegeta. Instead, he was sent to Earth a long time ago. He harbored resentment over Vegeta's failure to eliminate all the Scions. Even now, he continued to berate him for being foolish. If he had not taken Vegeta as his subordinate, perhaps many subsequent events would not have occurred. In fact, if Vegeta had not invaded Earth back, then Goku would not have gone to Namek to search for the Dragon Balls to revive his companions. Perhaps by now Goku would still just be an ordinary Scion with a battle power of a few hundred, and the situation of defeating Frieza for the first time would never have happened. I understand now, Beerus said lightly. Although the ability of Scions to transform and increase their strength was surprising, it still had not reached a level that warranted his attention. He could be certain that the person he dreamt of was definitely not a Scion. Therefore, it could only be the mysterious person Guldo mentioned who suddenly appeared. When will we arrive at Earth? Beerus glanced at him and said. Guldo respectfully replied, it will take about a week. Upon hearing this, Beerus frowned and said unhappily, why is it so slow? Guldo, upon hearing Beerus' words, suddenly shrank his neck and cautiously said, Lord Beerus, we also want to go faster, but the speed of this spaceship really requires this long. Their Legion's technological level was already the highest in the universe. A week to reach Earth is fast in any civilization. However, Beerus did not think so. When he travels, he never uses spaceships. He was always accompanied by Whis. No matter how far the distance, even making a round trip in the 7th universe would not take a day. All right, I understand. Beerus waved his hand impatiently. In fact, he did not need to travel with Guldo. The reason he chose to accompany him was that Guldo had some strength. He wanted to test the strength of the powerful being on Earth. As for why he did not act himself, it was because he still did not know the specific strength of that being. If they turned out to be too powerful and defeated him, his prestige would be directly diminished. If they were still too weak and accidentally killed the person, it would also be a great loss for the 7th universe. After all, if they did not seize his position, it would be better to take the opportunity to establish a good relationship in advance. This way, he could also gain a strong ally in the future. and he could use this opportunity to check Whis' arrogance, or why not? Seeing that Beerus did not blame him, Gula gathered his courage and asked, "May I ask what Lord Beerus intends to do on Earth?" "My." Beerus glanced at Gula lightly upon hearing his question about his purpose. Gula broke into a cold sweat and quickly lowered his head, not daring to meet his gaze. "Do not concern yourself with what I do. Once you arrive on Earth, just do as you see fit. I will not intervene, understand?" Beerus said in a low tone. "Yes," Gula hurriedly replied. Since the god of destruction had said so, he would not be polite. What he feared most was that if Beerus had business on Earth, it would make his own actions inconvenient. If he disturbed him and got himself killed, it would be a loss that outweighs the gain. After the two communicated, the spacious chamber fell into a prolonged silence. Seeing that Beerus had stopped speaking, Gula tactfully closed his mouth. After a while, Whis, who had been silent, broke the silence. "Lord Beerus, I have already asked the North Kai," Whis said with a faint smile. "Oh." Beerus raised an eyebrow. "What did that guy say?" Whis smiled lightly, and then said, "I didn't expect that this small Earth actually harbors great talents. One of them should very well match the person you are looking for." Initially, he held the preconceived notion that Earth was a low-level planet and not significant. However, after inquiring with the North Kai, he realized he was mistaken. Although this planet is low-level, it almost concentrates the high-end fighting power of the 7th universe. "Who is it? Could it be those two scions?" "I have no interest in them. They are not the ones I am looking for," Beerus said indifferently. Whis shook his head with a smile and said, "Of course not. It's a person who suddenly appeared." "A person who suddenly appeared?" Beerus felt a slight curiosity rise in his heart. "Yes." Whis nodded and continued with a smile. "This person is named Lelin. According to the description from the North Kai, he indeed appeared suddenly in the past 2 years. He learned about Lelin's actions on Earth and believed he was the person from Beerus' dreams. Does he have anything special about him?" Beerus asked lightly. The person in his dreams was extremely powerful, capable of threatening his position and even befriending the Grand Priest. Even if this person is not as strong as he will be in the future, he should be quite formidable. Actually, there isn't anything particularly special. He is just a bit stronger than the average person. Whis explained with a smile. Beerus frowned. Just a bit stronger. Clearly, he was not satisfied with this answer. He knew that in terms of combat power, his universe ranked second to last among the 12 universes. However, the person he was searching for should at least be comparable to him, if not stronger, roughly on par with Frieza and his Frost Demon kin. Moreover, according to Gula's description, this person should be the one who defeated Frieza and his father. His strength should not merely be slightly above that of an ordinary person, right? Now he began to doubt whether Whis had mistaken the person. Whis noticed Beerus' displeased expression and continued to explain, "This kid upon his appearance defeated Frieza in 1 move. King Cold held out longer, but only for 2 moves. Recently, I heard he led the powerful fighters on Earth to eliminate a formidable monster. In terms of strength, he is indeed slightly above the average person." After hearing this, Beerus shot Whis a glare, thinking seriously. "You call this slightly above average? Doesn't he have some grasp of the level of our 7th universe?" Gula was stunned by this information. He had initially thought that Frieza and his father had been defeated after an intense battle. He did not expect that they had been taken down so effortlessly. For a moment, he began to reconsider. Although he was stronger than both of them, he could not achieve such effortless kills. Moreover, it seemed that the god of destruction was specifically looking for this person. Beerus did not pay attention to Gula's thoughts. Upon hearing that Lelin's strength seemed decent, he became intrigued. "If all goes well, this person is the one I am looking for. His strength is acceptable, but I need to see more," Beerus said, placing his hands behind him, set off at full speed. "Yes, Lord Beerus." Whis replied with a faint smile. He then tapped the floor of the cabin with his staff. Suddenly, the main ship began to rapidly depart from the fleet, as if entering a wormhole. On Earth, on a small island in the ocean, after several days of construction, a lavish castle was erected here. The waves lapped against the shore, and the sun shone brightly, creating a pleasant atmosphere. 2 loungers were set up on the beach. Lelin and Android 18 lay on them, enjoying the taste of the sea breeze and the warmth of the sun. After spending several days together, their relationship had grown closer. Although they had not crossed the final boundary, Lelin believed that given some more time, if things continued as they were, it was only a matter of time before Android 18 would be his. By then, there would likely be 3 people lying here instead of just 2. Just as Lelin was enjoying this beautiful moment, a voice suddenly echoed in his mind. "Lelin, are you there? I am the King Kai. Can you hear me?" At the end of Snake Way on King Kai's planet, a short and stout Kai with 2 antennae on his head said nervously. Lelin was initially taken aback, thinking it was the system, but upon listening closely, he realized it wasn't. "Lord King Kai, I am here. Is there something you need?" Lelin asked curiously. It was his first time conversing with the King Kai since coming to this world. He wondered if this call meant something was about to happen. According to his memory, after Cell was defeated, it was the emergence of Majin Buu. However, that was still several years away. Could it be happening early? Android 18 lay beside Lelin, and upon hearing him speak to himself, she immediately took off her sunglasses to look over. She noticed that Lelin seemed to be in conversation with someone and did not disturb him. While she quietly observed, Lelin suddenly jumped up and shouted, startling her. What did you say? The god of destruction. What does he want? Lelin stood frozen in place. Android 18 quickly got up, not knowing who the god of destruction Lelin was talking about. However, seeing Lelin's anxious demeanor made her feel worried. On the other end, the North Kai helplessly shrugged. The god of destruction is here to find you. I don't know the specifics. He paused for a moment, then curiously asked, by the way, do you know the name of the god of destruction? The King Kai was very curious about this. From what he knew, Lelin seemed not to have left Earth. Compared to other places in the universe, the information in the Milky Way was relatively isolated. Few knew about the god of destruction, Beerus. When will the god of destruction arrive? Lelin did not answer the question and continued to ask. Seeing that Lelin was unwilling to respond, the North Kai slowly said, it should be any moment now. Since you know the name of the god of destruction, then you should know his strength. Remember, answer truthfully to any questions you are asked. Absolutely avoid any conflict. Otherwise, not just Earth, the entire Milky Way will face utter destruction. After giving a serious warning, the King Kai immediately cut off the signal. On King Kai's planet, the North Kai let out a slow breath. He had not expected the god of destruction, Beerus, would suddenly visit Earth. This was something he had not anticipated. Fortunately, Lelin was not a reckless person. He hoped that his words would have some effect. As the king of the North Galaxy, all he could do now was silently pray. On Earth, after the King Kai cut off the signal, Lelin's expression changed frequently as his mind began to race. By normal storyline progression, Beerus shouldn't appear this early. Now he was coming straight for him, and he didn't know if it was a blessing or a curse. Lelin, what's wrong? Is something the matter? Android 18 looked at him with concern. This man had been able to maintain his composure against Cell, yet now she could see a hint of tension on Lelin's face. Lelin regained his composure upon hearing No. 18's voice. Meeting her anxious gaze, he forced a faint smile and said, it's nothing. I have something urgent to attend to shortly. Why don't you go find No. 16 first? Ever since departing from the Capsule Corporation, No. 16 had sought out Sun Wukong. After a brief clash, Sun Wukong emerged effortlessly victorious. Realizing he stood no chance against Sun Wukong, No. 16 chose not to persist. He returned to the Capsule Corporation to assist Bulma with her research. No. 18 pouted, furrowing her brows. You're trying to send me away, aren't you? I heard everything you just said. So who is this god of destruction? Why are you making me leave? Is danger about to strike? Her sharp intuition quickly revealed the inconsistency in Lelin's words. Ordinarily so composed, he now radiated palpable tension, a sure sign that something momentous was imminent. Sigh. Lelin exhaled helplessly. He couldn't tell whether Beerus's arrival on Earth would prove auspicious or catastrophic. Should a battle erupt, his own survival would be utterly impossible. His death mattered little, but No. 18's safety weighed heavily upon him. He wished above all else for her to flee this place. The god of destruction is the most formidable deity across the entire cosmos. His sacred duty is annihilation itself. Lelin spoke slowly, revealing Beerus's identity and purpose. He intended for No. 18 to grasp the gravity of the situation. True to expectation, her lips parted slightly in stunned disbelief. She had never imagined such an overwhelming being could exist in this world. Seeing her astonishment, Lelin paused briefly before continuing. Now you understand his peril, and while he hasn't arrived yet, you must leave immediately. Upon hearing his words, No. 18 slowly closed her mouth, her eyes locking onto Lelin with unwavering resolve. No. If that's the case, then I refuse to leave. I will face this danger beside you. Lelin slapped his forehead in exasperation. He was at a loss. Beerus's lethality wasn't diminished by the presence of one more person, let alone two. His insistence on her departure was in truth a contingency plan. Should he perish, she could use the Dragon Balls to resurrect him. Just days earlier, Din had restored Earth's Dragon Balls, and all those slain by Cell had already been revived. Yet if they both died here unnoticed, their corpses would rot unclaimed. North Ko monitored Earth closely. He'd certainly know. But would he dare resurrect them without permission, facing Beerus himself? At worst, they might become husband and wife only in the netherworld. Lelin opened his mouth, preparing to voice these grim thoughts. But before a single syllable escaped, the colossal spacecraft materialized silently in the sun-drenched sky. We're doomed. It's already here. Lelin lifted his gaze toward the heavens, murmuring softly. No. 18 followed suit, staring intently at the massive vessel. Yet something puzzled him in his memory. Beerus always appeared alongside Whis, never aboard any craft. Moreover, the ship pulsed with countless key signatures, none particularly formidable, at least not by his standards. Only one presence drew his attention, the highest deck. There a comparatively strong key emanated, yet even that fell short of being truly threatening. No. 18 could easily subdue it. Beyond that, no other formidable energy stirred within. Still, he knew full well that neither Beerus nor Angel Whis emitted ki. Even mid-battle, they remained utterly undetectable. Perhaps this was simply the nature of divine beings. Oh, so that's Lelin. Whis observed serenely, gazing down. Beerus glanced downward, scrutinizing Lelin carefully, then closed his eyes, recalling the figure from his dream. Suddenly, he snapped them open and declared, "Yes, it's exactly as I saw in my dream." Lelin's visage and form aligned perfectly in his mind. Setting aside mere physical resemblance, there could be no doubt. It was him. Whis nodded, faintly observing Lelin below. Judging solely by appearance, he is remarkably distinguished. Lelin's features had long been refined by the system. His countenance was flawless. Nose height, eye proportions, bodily symmetry, all harmoniously ideal. Even surgical enhancement could never replicate such perfection. Noting Whis's approving expression, Beerus smirked mischievously. "So, you're quite taken with your future uncle, aren't you?" Whis's serene smile vanished instantly. He cast a light sidelong glance toward Beerus, whose eyelid twitched involuntarily. A cold premonition settled over him. Something deeply unpleasant loomed ahead. Indeed, in the next breath, Whis opened his mouth calmly. "Lord Beerus, by cosmic law, I am your mentor. As the saying goes, one day a teacher, a lifetime a father. If the man standing below is my uncle, then what precisely should you call him?" Beerus frowned, speechless under the weight of that logic. Though he strained to counter, no retort came to mind. Whis pressed on, voice tranquil, "Surely calling him grandfather, or at least elder sir, wouldn't be excessive." Beerus's face darkened like a storm-choked sky. He hadn't expected Whis to wield rhetoric so ruthlessly, or that through sheer semantic gymnastics he'd acquired a grandfather. Guldo stood respectfully behind them. At first their exchange left him bewildered, clouded in confusion. But upon hearing Beerus's elder, his attention sharpened instantly. What a! Earth actually has a relative of Beerus's. And not just any kin, a senior elder. Guldo's eyes gleamed. Seizing the moment, he stepped forward with eager deference. "Lord Beerus, if your esteemed elder stands below, shall we invite the venerable gentleman aboard? We'll soon commence our operation. Best spare the elder's eyes from such unsightly matters." His flattery knew no bounds. Unbeknownst to him, he'd just kicked the wrong horse. Hee. Whis burst into unrestrained laughter, first, uncharacteristically boisterous. The entire chamber echoed with his cackling mirth. Beerus turned stiffly, his gaze brimming with murderous intent. Guldo's heart lurched. He shuddered involuntarily. "You are trying to die." Beerus enunciated each word with glacial precision. His voice scraped forth like shards of ice dragged across stone. The chamber's temperature plummeted sharply. An icy dread, bone-deep and absolute, gripped the air. Gyula's body trembled, and cold sweat instantly streamed down from him. He buried his head in his chest, afraid to raise it and gaze at Beerus. "Umph." Beerus snorted coldly. If it were at any other time, he would have long since killed this person. But for now he still needed him, so he would spare his life for the time being. "All right, Lord Beerus," Whis said, putting away his laughter and speaking slowly. "Shall we go down and meet this?" They had seen the person, but they were unsure of his abilities. As gods, he and Beerus had a much sharper perception of chi than ordinary powerful beings. However, they could sense not a trace of energy from Lelin. The girl beside him was the same, which was quite strange. Beerus shot a cold glance at Whis and said indifferently, "No rush, let's try it first." After saying this, his cold gaze turned to Gula. Gula swallowed hard, lowering his head, knowing that what had just happened seemed to have backfired, and he dared not speak easily. Beerus spoke coldly, "Send everyone down to attack that young man." "Yes." Gula dared not say more and directly pressed the detector he was wearing, sending all his subordinates out of the spaceship. The objective was singular: to attack the young man on the island below. The people on the spaceship were still unclear about the situation when with a creak the hatch opened. Lelin frowned as he looked up at the spaceship. He had just been curious about why there had been no movement. Now the hatch suddenly opened. He and number 18 immediately became highly alert at the sight of the suddenly opening hatch. Whooshed! A large group of people surged out of the spaceship. They varied in appearance, all wearing matching combat suits and equipped with detectors. Seeing their attire, Lelin felt a slight stir in his heart. Isn't this the uniform of Frieza's army? Are these people Frieza's followers? Number 18 looked at the emerging crowd with a serious expression and asked, "Which of these people is the god of destruction?" "They all look rather unimpressive." Lelin slowly shook his head. "None of them." He knew the image of the god of destruction, and these people were not Beerus at all. Moreover, Beerus was an extremely proud individual who wouldn't associate with a motley crew. The crowd in the sky resembled a swarm of locusts blotting out the sun. They received the command and exerted all their strength to attack the young man below. Many pressed their detectors, wanting to measure the opponent's combat power. After all, if everyone was sent in, the opponent must be formidable. It was better to measure first before taking action. However, when they looked at the numbers displayed before them, their expressions turned strange. 0. This kid's combat power is 0. A cosmic being muttered to himself, then glanced at his companion. Mine also shows 0. I thought my detector was broken, but yours shows the same. Another companion looked at him and said, "What the heck?" In an instant, those who had pressed the detectors began to discuss. They were a big group just to deal with an ordinary person with 0 combat power. What a joke. They had initially regarded Lelin with some seriousness, given that their king ordered everyone to mobilize. They thought they were up against a tough opponent, but it turned out to be this. Almost everyone's expression towards Lelin changed to one of disdain. But the girl next to him is quite good-looking. She is indeed pretty. Are you interested? One of the subordinates said wickedly, while those around him wiped their mouths and responded lewdly. Anyway, the other side was just an ordinary person with no combat power. When they went down, wouldn't they have their way with her? In the spaceship, Beerus looked at Gyula's subordinates, who remained still in the air, slightly dissatisfied. I told you to attack. Why are they just standing there? Is my command ineffective? Gyula heard Beerus' words and quickly began communicating through the detector. He cursed his subordinates in his heart, wondering if they couldn't understand his orders. What the hell are you doing? I told you to attack with all your might. Can't you understand? Gyula was also starting to feel angry, but he dared not vent it on Beerus and could only scold his subordinates. Almost simultaneously, this group received Gyula's roaring command. They were puzzled by Gyula's orders, wondering why they needed to attack an ordinary person with all their strength. However, although they were confused, they did not dare to disobey. Charge! One person yelled, though his voice was indeed lethargic. The others shook their heads helplessly and followed suit. However, their pace was very slow, as they knew that an ordinary person would not be able to move too quickly. They slowly flew over, taking their time to eliminate the opponent. The other side was definitely unable to escape. Number 18 looked up at the sky and sighed. Where did this bunch of rabble come from? Her strength made these people look like adults looking at children. Are you going to make a move? Number 18 turned to look at the side. Lelin slowly shook his head. You handle it, finish them all at once. His mind was quite chaotic as he analyzed what the god of destruction was planning. In fact, he wasn't even sure if the god of destruction was on this spaceship. Because within the ship, he could only sense the energy of one person. He couldn't feel anyone else. Of course, the god of destruction could not be sensed by Chi. This left Lelin with a glimmer of hope, hoping that these were not the people sent by Beerus. Perhaps they were merely the remnants of Frieza's forces trying to invade Earth for revenge for their king. They had no idea what they were getting into. No. As Lelin thought of this, he shook his head vigorously. This spaceship appeared out of nowhere, and before it arrived, he had not sensed any energy. Moreover, the position where the spaceship appeared was quite coincidental, wasn't it? It had come directly to hover above him. At that moment, number 18 had already engaged with the opposing army. Number 18 looked at the people diving down from the sky, her small hand gathering a golden wave of light. Then she swung it hard, and the light wave transformed into a large arc, attacking the people in the sky. The crowd was stunned. When the two had just scanned, they clearly had no combat power. Why were they able to unleash such a massive attack? Although they did not understand the existence of Chi, the golden arc contained terrifying energy. Most of them did not have time to dodge and were hit heated. Boom, 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 boom. The bodies of these people exploded in midair like fireworks. Those at the back, who saw their companions perish without resistance, abruptly halted, turning and fleeing. Yet their flight speed paled in comparison to the velocity of Unit 18's assault. That golden semicircular arc engulfed them in an instant. Boom, boom, boom. Several plumes of black mist erupted across the sky. Those warriors vanished without even a cry of anguish, reduced to scattered remnants. In less than a second, Gulra's vanguard was utterly annihilated. Gulra, standing atop the command chamber of his starship, stared in disbelief, his eyes widening in shock. My entire army, wiped out by a mere girl, he murmured, incredulous. He could not fathom how she had accomplished it. His scanners had detected no energy fluctuations whatsoever. Beerus and Whis exchanged a silent, knowing glance. Whis spoke slowly. This young woman is no ordinary being. Likely a genetically enhanced human, Beerus remarked coolly. Though he sensed no aura emanating from Unit 18, he distinctly perceived a ceaseless, inexhaustible wellspring of energy pulsing within her. Whis nodded slowly. He had sensed it even before Unit 18 launched her attack. Clearly, Earth still harbored exceptional talent. A reservoir of near-limitless energy such as hers could never be innate. It could only result from deliberate advanced augmentation. Hearing their exchange, Gulra's heart stirred faintly. An augmented human. Can such modifications yield this level of power? Frankly, he felt a flicker of intrigue and desire. Yet even as he pondered, the golden semicircle swelled larger, and accelerated further, hurtling straight toward their vessel. Esteemed lords, this attack has not yet dissipated. What shall we do? Golra cried out in alarm. He had no intention of perishing senselessly upon arriving at Earth. Beerus remained perfectly composed, detached and indifferent. With staff in hand, traced a gentle arc through the air. A luminous green barrier shimmered into existence around the ship. Unit 18's assault struck it, but no thunderous impact nor explosive detonation followed. Instead, upon contact, the golden arc dissolved instantly, shattering into countless gilded motes that slowly faded into the atmosphere. Golra exhaled in profound relief. His own strength surpassed that of Frieza, and cooler only marginally. It was hardly a decisive advantage. At this juncture, he stood no chance against Unit 18. Had that blow landed directly upon him, survival would have been miraculous, and even then he'd have been left grievously maimed. On the ground, Unit 18 watched her assault obliterate a host of enemies in an instant, and instinctively dismissed the threat. She thought Lelin had overreacted. A destroyer god, surely nothing extraordinary. But when her attack disintegrated so effortlessly before an unseen force, genuine astonishment seized her. She hadn't unleashed her full might, yet that strike carried fully 80% of her power. Clearly her opponents possessed formidable capabilities. Sigh. Lelin sighed helplessly. He recognized that barrier instantly. It bore Whis's unmistakable signature. So they had truly arrived. There would be no avoiding this confrontation. Just moments earlier he'd contemplated using instant transmission to flee with Unit 18 far from this place. Now that notion evaporated entirely. With Whis present, he'd likely be immobilized before even initiating the technique. Or worse, if he succeeded, Whis need only tap his staff and reverse time itself. He'd simply be forced to return obedient and unaltered. Lelin, what do we do now? Unit 18 asked, brow furrowed in concern. Lelin gently took her hand, steadying his voice. Don't worry, stand behind me. No one shall harm you. His words calmed her trembling resolve somewhat, though her gaze remained clouded with deep anxiety. Lelin had no strategy left, only acceptance. Perhaps their arrival was not illumined after all. He repeated the thought, inwardly clinging to hope. He kept envisioning outcomes favorable to them. Meanwhile, aboard the vessel, Whis gazed down at the two figures below, mind racing with quiet calculation. Without turning, he asked, Lord Beerus, shall we descend now? Not yet. I wish to gauge that youth's true strength. Unfortunately, it was the girl who acted just now. His curiosity about Lelin deepened with every passing moment. The girl, though devoid of any discernible aura, radiated boundless internal energy. At his divine tier, such things were unmistakable. Yet Lelin defied expectation entirely. The youth likewise projected no external aura, but within him lay absolute stillness, like stagnant water untouched by wind or wave. To achieve such perfect concealment rivaled even a destroyer god's mastery. Then, how shall we proceed? Whis asked, a faint smile playing on his lips. Beerus wasted no time. You, go down and test the boy yourself. Golra recoiled in horror, forcing a ghastly grin. Facing that opponent, it's no different than walking straight to my grave. Lord Beerus, my strength is modest at best. If she is this formidable, what must he be? Perhaps you should go instead. Golra stammered, his voice dwindling to a whisper. Beerus's brow lowered sharply, his voice turned glacial. I go. Then what purpose do you serve? Golra froze, breath held tight under that piercing gaze. Yet the memory of his slaughtered subordinates still burned vividly. He dared not accept the assignment. Observing Golra's silence, Beerus's eyes flickered with cold light. Go without fear. You'll soon inherit Frieza's duties. And Whis stands ready. Should crisis arise, he will intervene to save your life. Why wise, yes, my lord. Golra replied, steeling himself. Though his head remained bowed, his peripheral vision caught the lethal intent blazing in Beerus's eyes. If he refused again, death would follow instantly. Golra opened the hatch and stepped outward. Humph. A coward lacking even the courage to act. Beerus sneered contemptuously. Whis glanced sidelong and asked mildly, shall I intervene to save him? Heh. Beerus shook his head with a chilling smile. Had he complied without hesitation, I might have spared him. But now, let fate decide. Golra strode toward the ship's edge, each step echoing with furious curses directed at Beerus in his mind. Damn it, why don't you fight? Why force me into this? Already he schemed desperately for survival. Though outwardly deferential, his intellect remained razor-sharp. He'd long sensed Beerus's growing disdain. If he fell in battle, Beerus would not lift a finger. His sole priority, now devise a way to cheat death itself. Lelin quietly waited on the ground. He felt somewhat puzzled about why no one had come out after such a long time. He was now standing uneasily. He felt conflicted about whether to stay or leave. His mind was very active at this moment. As he noticed that no one had emerged, yet he silently counted, if no one comes out in 10 seconds, I will leave. Thinking this way, he began to count. 1. Just as he was counting down, a figure emerged from the spaceship. Number 18 noticed first and hurriedly tugged at Lelin's sleeve, saying, "Quick look, is that the god of destruction?" Lelin turned to look and upon recognizing the newcomer raised his eyebrows slightly. "Isn't this Gula?" He recognized the face that bore a resemblance to Frieza and immediately confirmed the person's identity, even though he was not a character from the main storyline. However, Lelin still had some impression of him. "Gula? Who is that?" Number 18 asked, puzzled. Lelin stared at him intently, preparing to explain. But before he could speak, Gula took the initiative, saying, "You are the one who killed Frieza and my father." Lelin's gaze narrowed slightly upon hearing this. He could sense that Gula was only slightly stronger than Frieza. With that level of power, he would definitely not be able to withstand number 18's earlier attack. Gula felt somewhat unnerved under Lelin's gaze. His previous statement was entirely bluster, said, with false bravado. "It was me, what do you want?" Lelin replied nonchalantly. To be honest, he did not care much about such minor characters. His primary concern was still the presence of Beerus behind him. Gulp. Gula swallowed hard. Lelin's calm demeanor increased his pressure significantly. Although it was not a forceful intimidation, the psychological tension was even more terrifying. "So, do you dare to fight me?" Gula gathered his courage and spoke grandly. His expression seemed to convey an unmatched confidence. However, the cold sweat that kept appearing on his body completely betrayed him. Number 18 felt very displeased hearing him boast. She could sense that this guy was very weak. With just a casual move, she should be able to take him down. With such strength, where did he get the confidence to challenge Lelin? Before Lelin could respond, number 18 interjected, "Do you really need Lelin to handle you? I can take care of you myself." Gula's pupils constricted as he saw number 18 step forward. The memory of his subordinates being wiped out was still vivid in his mind. "If I don't fight women." Gula turned his head to look at Lelin, saying, "If you are a man, come and fight me." He still remembered the task Beerus had given him. It was to fight this young man. He already had a strategy, as long as the other party dared to accept the challenge, he could retreat unscathed. Number 18 cast a casual glance at him. Unexpectedly, this guy had quite a bit of spirit. Lelin walked up, patted number 18 on the shoulder, and said with a smile, "Leave it to me." Number 18 nodded and quietly stepped aside. Once she moved away, Lelin adjusted his stance and slowly ascended into the air. Inside the spaceship, Beerus and Whis exchanged astonished glances. "Whis, have you figured out what's going on?" Beerus said in surprise. Whis frowned and slowly shook his head. Even before Lelin made a move, they were already intrigued. Because for Lelin to fly into the air, he must be using the energy within his body. The two of them stared at him, completely unaware of any energy fluctuations. Neither on the surface nor within his body was there any sign of disturbance. How did this kid do it? It's incredible. Whis rubbed his chin, shaking his head continuously, as this was the first time he had encountered an inexplicable phenomenon. Beerus appeared even more surprised upon hearing Whis' words. If even Whis couldn't explain it, this kid must have something special. They both watched intently, eager to see if they could uncover any clues during the upcoming battle. In midair, Lelin and Gula looked at each other from a distance, the battle seemingly on the verge of breaking out. A drop of sweat trickled down Gula's cheek as his breathing quickened. "I wanted to say," Lelin suddenly spoke. Gula's body visibly trembled, maintaining a high degree of tension. Lelin smiled calmly, noticing his nervousness. "You don't need to be afraid, I just wanted to ask you something." Gula, under immense psychological pressure, asked with a trembling voice, "Well, what is it?" He didn't want to say much. After all, every second spent in this situation was torture for him. It would be better to start fighting sooner, so he could be freed. "It's nothing much," Lelin replied nonchalantly with a smile. "I just wanted to ask if the god of destruction, Beerus, is inside there." He pointed to the spaceship behind him. Gula was momentarily taken aback, then quickly realized. It seemed that Beerus and this kid did not know each other. It made sense. If they didn't know each other, why would he be sent to his doom? However, he was still puzzled about their earlier conversation regarding some grandpa. Gula's mind was spinning, but he still feigned calmness as he explained, "Yes, Lord Beerus is up there." After confirming this, Lelin's smile faded slightly as he continued to inquire, "You came to find me for revenge, so what does Lord Beerus want with me?" He didn't believe that Beerus would be so idle as to join Gula just to take him down over someone as insignificant as Frieza. Gula hesitated for a moment, looking unsure. After a while, he slowly said, "I don't know why Lord Beerus is looking for you. However, I heard him telling Whis that you seem to be some sort of grandpa to him. I didn't pay much attention to the specifics before." Lelin choked on his own saliva upon hearing this, coughing violently. This Gula was truly shocking. "Oh, when did I become Beerus' grandpa? Is this some kind of joke?" However, judging by his expression, it didn't seem like he was lying. And even if he were lying, it shouldn't be to this extent. "It's too bizarre. When did I become Beerus' grandpa? Stop talking nonsense." After coughing for a while, Lelin finally regained his composure. Upon hearing this, Gula expressed his dissatisfaction. Why are you asking me? Who should I ask? It's your family's business. Why do I have to suffer? Who should I complain to? Lelin listened to this complaint, feeling the sincerity behind every word. However, he was becoming increasingly confused. He wanted to continue asking, but Gula interrupted him. Stop rambling, I don't know the rest either. When he comes out, why don't you just ask him? Hurry up and make your move. Ooh, I can't wait any longer. Beerus watched the two below chattering endlessly, feeling a surge of annoyance in his heart. Are they going to fight or not? What are they talking about? They had been talking for quite some time. The spaceship they were on had excellent soundproofing. Moreover, the two were quite far apart, and their voices were soft. Therefore, even someone as powerful as Beerus couldn't hear their conversation. Whis, of course, also did not hear it, but calmly remarked, they might be trying to provoke each other. After all, before a fight, making some noise can boost one's momentum. Is that so? Beerus said doubtfully. Do these two look like they are trying to provoke each other? Gula's cowardly appearance almost made him wet himself. How is it that they seem to become weaker as they practice? Is this how one provokes someone? In the half-air below, Lelin shook his head helplessly upon hearing Gula's eagerness to fight. He wondered why the other party was in such a hurry. Could it be that he missed his brother and father? Did he want to go down and join them? All right, since you are looking for death, don't blame me for being merciless. Lelin shook his head calmly, saying, although the other party was far from being his opponent, they were here seeking revenge against him. He still needed to be cautious. Oomph. Gula snorted pretentiously, beckoning to Lelin with his finger disdainfully, saying, come on, I'll let you strike first. Lelin raised an eyebrow, feeling somewhat puzzled. There was something off about Gula. How could he dare to provoke him with such little strength? Allowing him to strike first, isn't that ridiculous? However, he didn't want to drag it on. Since the other party let him strike first, he would no longer hold back. Take this, Lelin shouted in a low voice. In an instant, he assumed a battle stance. Yet before he could make a move, Gula widened his eyes and let out a cry of agony. He seemed to be struck hard, instantly flying backward. Boom. His body crashed into a mountain, shattering the entire mountain before finally coming to a stop. Lelin tilted his head, mouth agape, looking incredulously at the scene before him. After a long time, he finally came to his senses and looked at his hands with suspicion. What just happened? When did I become this formidable? Lelin muttered to himself. He hadn't even made a move, he merely struck a pose, and the other person flew away. Had his strength truly become this impressive? Beerus stood in the spaceship, completely bewildered by the scene unfolding before him. Good grief, did he underestimate this kid? In a battle, he still had to make a move. But this guy hadn't even struck, and the other was already sent flying. How strong must one be to achieve that? Hiss. Whis inhaled sharply. His strength surpassed Beerus by a large margin, and he had been focusing his gaze on Lelin. He could confirm that this kid hadn't made a move. However, the next moment when he looked at Gula again, the latter had already flown out. Even he couldn't see how the strike was made, which showed that this person's strength shouldn't be underestimated. The three people present were left in a state of bewilderment. No, in the 18th on the ground should be even more bewildered. Little did they know Gula was already laughing. This was completely a self-directed play. His superb acting skills almost made him believe it himself. After a while, Lelin recalled that he really hadn't made a move. Suddenly, he remembered how Gula had eagerly urged him to act. Looking up again at the spaceship hovering above, he almost understood. Hey, after all this fuss, this guy is putting on a show for Beerus. Lelin thought to himself. It was likely that Beerus ordered Gula to test him first. Perhaps this guy had seen the move from the 18th and was afraid to continue acting recklessly, losing his fighting spirit. Thus what just happened occurred. Lelin was indeed very clever. Although Gula's performance was very convincing, he still guessed it almost perfectly. After all, he was well aware of his own strength and knew whether he had used any power. Clearly, he hadn't done anything, yet the other looked as if he had suffered serious injuries and flew out. There was only one possibility left. It was all an act by him. Lelin could analyze this because he was the one involved. Inside the spaceship, Beerus and Whis did not share the same opinion. After all, from their perspective, Lelin was somewhat terrifying. Attacking silently and killing invisibly perfectly explained the situation they witnessed. The two exchanged glances, initially thinking that after Gula's defeat they would appear and meet Lelin. But now the cabin was silent and no one wanted to propose going down. After a while, Whis felt that spending time like this was not a solution. Lord Beerus, what should we do now? The person is right below us waiting. Should we go down? Beerus, hearing Whis pass the decision-making power to him, was momentarily uncertain. After all, this person down there did not seem easy to deal with. To achieve such a level, his strength had certainly surpassed his own long ago. Perhaps he now had the ability to be on par with the Grand Minister. If he went down and encountered unforeseen circumstances, what if he were gloriously sacrificed? Whis, since we haven't shown ourselves, why don't we just leave? Beerus suggested softly. Upon hearing this, Whis secretly nodded. If possible, he wanted to leave right now. After all, he had encountered too many things today that he couldn't explain. As the saying goes, people have a fear of the unknown. He was able to appear calm and unfazed in front of others because he had lived long and seen much. Plus his strength was very strong, there was nothing that could astonish him. But today was different. Lelin's performance could no longer be described as surprising, it was shocking. Lord Beerus, this might not be appropriate. Whis responded. Before Beerus could ask why, Whis continued to explain, the North Kai might have already revealed your presence here to this kid. Right now that North Kai might be watching this place. If you leave now, it might become a laughingstock in the divine realm. Beerus frowned, his tone icy as he said, does that old man from the North Kai dare? Whis shook his head and said, the North Kai wouldn't dare to speak recklessly, but the Kaioshin certainly would. You personally came to Earth for such a significant matter, the North Kai would definitely inform the Kaioshin. At that time, your reputation. He didn't continue, leaving Beerus to consider it himself. Beerus furrowed his brow even deeper upon hearing these words. Whis continued, look at that young man standing there. He is yet to depart, clearly awaiting your arrival. Beerus immediately lifted his gaze, and indeed Lelin had already landed upon the ground. Yet his eyes remained fixed upon their spaceship, motionless and unwavering. In truth, it was not that Lelin refused to leave, but rather he dared not. Given the chance, he would have long since slipped away unnoticed. Ah, very well, very well. Beerus sighed helplessly, speaking slowly, let us descend and see him. Whis, remember to protect me. Whis responded with an awkward smile and softly murmured yes. His own heart raced. After all, the power of the figure below was now likely on par with his own father's. Even if he gave his absolute all, he doubted he could offer any real protection. Yet he paused, recalling Beerus's earlier dream. They were destined to meet the Grand Supreme Kai. That event had yet to occur, so danger most likely remained remote. Thus the two descended from the vessel, hearts pounding with quiet trepidation. Lelin's pulse quickened as he beheld the two familiar figures descending. Silently he whispered, they're here. Both sides stood taut with tension, each wary of the other's potential threat. Soon Beerus and Whis touched down upon the earth where Lelin stood. Number 18's large, curious eyes studied the two strangers, mysterious, enigmatic, utterly unfamiliar. Beerus felt distinctly unsettled under her gaze. He, the almighty god of destruction, why did she stare at him as though he were some circus monkey? He nearly opened his mouth to rebuke her, but restrained himself, remembering Lelin's unfathomable aura. So neither side spoke, not a word passed between them. Lelin, though puzzled by their silence, knew well the ancient maxim, when the enemy holds still, so must you. If they chose silence, he would match it. Calm, composed, unyielding. Whis observed Lelin's serene composure and nodded inwardly. Truly extraordinary, facing both himself and the god of destruction, yet showing no flicker of fear. This was the bearing of a true sovereign. Had Lelin known Whis's thoughts, he might have burst into laughter. I'm frozen stiff with terror, not radiating some noble aura. How long the silence stretched, no one could say. But such stillness could not last forever. Ahem. Whis cleared his throat twice, breaking the hush. You are Master Lelin, I presume. At the formal address, Lelin's eyelids twitched. Master Lelin. And the honorific you. So deferential. Good heavens. Was this courtesy before conquest? Though inwardly alarmed, he merely inclined his head, calm, unruffled. He knew fear would serve no purpose now. Better to preserve dignity. Even if death loomed, let it come with grace. Haha. Whis smiled warmly and continued, we have long admired your name. Today, meeting you in person, we find you truly peerless among mortals. Outwardly composed, Lelin's inner world churned like a storm-tossed sea. Long admired, yet his cultivation barely reached Super Saiyan 3. To beings like Whis and the god of destruction, such strength should be negligible. Why then this reverence? Though baffled, he voiced no doubt. His ignorance of their intent demanded caution. Beside him, Beerus rolled his eyes skyward. So Whis possessed such flattery skills, yet never once employed them on him. By no means. I am deeply honored that Masters Whis and Beerus have journeyed so far. Might I ask your purpose? Lelin asked directly. Whis and Beerus exchanged a knowing glance. As expected, he already knew who they were. Whis maintained his gentle smile. Nothing urgent. We heard a prodigy had emerged in our 7th universe and simply wished to see for ourselves. Lelin's confusion deepened. To see him. He was exceptional, but he hardly believed 2 cosmic deities had crossed galaxies merely to observe him. Yet seizing the opening, he replied lightly, ah, I see. Then have you finished your inspection? Both Whis and Beerus nodded in unison. Since your inspection is complete, please feel free to depart, Lelin said, calm and detached. If this were all, they ought to leave without further delay. Beerus showed no anger at the dismissal, only palpable relief. He shot Whis a sharp, urgent glance. We're leaving, now? Whis shook his head. Wait. One crucial matter remained. Beerus frowned, yet held his tongue. Ignoring his companion's irritation, Whis smiled and said, Master Lelin, pray do not rush. There remains one more thing. Lelin's heart sank. He'd known it. This visit was never so simple. Yet whether the coming matter boded good or ill remained unknown. If fortune favored him, he would accept gladly. If misfortune came, he would submit. What choice existed before such titans? What matter is it? Speak freely. Lelin opened his mouth, voice measured, though inside terror coiled like a serpent. Yet he held his posture, neither cowed nor arrogant, balanced on the razor's edge of dignity. At Lelin's reply, Whis's lips curved upward in a genuine radiant smile. Master Lelin, I sense our temperaments align perfectly. We are kindred spirits, true soulmates in spirit and will. Why not seal this bond today? Let us swear brotherhood. What say you? Lelin could no longer contain himself. A full-body shiver seized him. Great heavens, what is this protocol? Brotherhood? Was this some wuxia drama? How old was Whis? Calling him ancestor would still feel too venerable. And what precisely did Whis hope to gain? Or, what virtue did he possess worthy of such an alliance? Whis's reasoning was disarmingly simple. You will soon become my father's sworn brother, my uncle. So I shall bind us first, as brothers. Then before my father you'll stand as junior. Surely fate won't repeat itself. Beerus stared, eyes wide as saucers. He longed to shout, is this how it's done? Seeing Lelin speechless and trembling, Whis hastily added, I know this proposal arrives most unexpectedly. But my sincerity is absolute. I seek true brotherhood with you. And naturally, since I initiated this, the elder brother's role falls to you. Upon hearing this, Lelin felt dizzy and struggled to remain standing. Fortunately, he was in a state of extreme confusion. Whis noticed that Lelin remained silent, his expression somewhat grim. Worry crept into his heart. Could it be that this guy would refuse? Is he really going to insist on being his uncle? Lelin's mind was a chaotic mess. How did things escalate to such absurdity? Whis wanted to acknowledge him as an older brother. What a joke. Mister Lelin, do you agree or not? Whis asked anxiously. He added, even if you disagree, you should at least say something right. With this reminder, Lelin finally came to his senses. Right, this isn't the time to ponder the why. It's about whether he agrees or not. Lelin lifted his head and briefly glanced at Whis. Seeing Lelin look over, Whis quickly smiled brightly. Lelin shuddered and shook his head. Wait a moment, I need some time to think. After saying this, he took 18's hand and turned to walk towards the castle behind them. Before long, their figures disappeared from Whis' sight. Beerus saw that Lelin had temporarily left and immediately tugged at Whis' clothing, saying, Whis, that was a brilliant move. In no time you turned an uncle into a brother. What a skill, what a skill. As he spoke, he gave a thumbs up. Truly, after living for so long, the old fox's mind was sharp. Sighed. Whis sighed helplessly. I had no choice, I didn't even see the person, and he might not agree. Then he suddenly thought of something and grinned at Beerus, saying, Lord Beerus, if this person agrees, you will also benefit. Beerus, momentarily puzzled, curiously asked, benefit from what? Whis laughed and shook his head. If he becomes my brother, won't you have to call him uncle or senior? Clearly you are gaining a lifetime of respect. Isn't that a great advantage? Hearing this, Beerus' eyes widened. Upon reflection, it did seem to be the case. However, he was a dignified god of destruction. How could he lower himself to the level of others? Whis, don't forget, although you taught me, you are my master. But in essence, you are an angel, my servant. I am the god of destruction. My status is higher than yours. Moreover, Korin is your brother. Does he dare make me call him senior? Is the grand priest your father? Does he dare make me call him grandfather? Beerus stated emphatically. His thoughts on his own matters were racing. Soon he pulled out a host of examples. However, the fact remains that in the divine realm, although the god of destruction may not be the strongest, his status is certainly not inferior to anyone. Their appointments and fates are directly overseen by the Omni King. No matter how strong the angels are, they can only report secretly and dare not confront the god of destruction openly. Even the grand priest must respectfully address him as Lord Beerus upon meeting him. Hearing Beerus' grandiloquence, Whis nodded with a smile. He thought what he said was right, but unfortunately he had forgotten the most crucial point. Lord Beerus, the individuals you mentioned are all angels of the divine realm whose status is lower than yours, so they naturally wouldn't dare act recklessly. However, Lelin is different. He is not from the divine realm, so he won't care about status and such. There is no need to abide by any divine realm rules. Strictly speaking, you would have to call him senior. Whis explained with a faint smile. He enjoyed bantering with Beerus. Upon hearing this, Beerus wanted to retort, but couldn't find a counterpoint. Indeed, this guy Lelin is not from the divine realm. The reason Whis is his servant is entirely due to compliance with the rules of the divine realm. Forget it, I won't argue with you anymore. Beerus realized he couldn't win the argument and chose not to get angry with him. Whis still smiled, seemingly undeterred, and continued to poke. Come on, Lord Beerus, when Lelin comes out you should persuade him. After all, calling him uncle is better than calling him grandfather. You? Beerus' face turned red with anger, unable to articulate a response. Whis knew he had severely irritated Beerus. Going on like this, he might just have a heart attack. It was better to keep quiet. Meanwhile, inside the castle, as soon as Lelin entered, he collapsed onto the ground. He acted as though he were in a trance, muttering to himself, "My heavens, Whis wants me to be his brother." 18 looked somewhat at a loss and hurried over to help Lelin up. She had been listening from the side. Although she understood each word, she was still in a fog, completely lost. "Darling, if you don't want to be an older brother, just tell him directly. After all, he is not the god of destruction." Looking at Lelin like this, 18 comforted him with concern. Previously, she heard Lelin introduce the god of destruction as Beerus. The person who just introduced himself was Whis, and the one next to him was the god of destruction. Presumably this person was at most just a lackey. Lelin turned back to look at her blankly, saying, "He is indeed not the god of destruction, but he is the master of the god of destruction." Upon hearing this explanation, 18's mouth parted slightly in surprise. The master of the god of destruction. Isn't that very impressive? Lelin took a breath and continued to explain, "That's not just impressive, the god of destruction is already terrifying. He can subdue the god of destruction with a single move. He is simply a top-level existence." 18 found it hard to believe that there could be such a powerful person in the world. However, she still focused on the main point. "But wait, if this person is so powerful, why would he want to acknowledge you as his brother?" Lelin shrugged helplessly. "How would I know?" To be honest, he was still struggling to accept it. He had been living comfortably on this little island with his wife. Suddenly, the guardian angel brought the god of destruction and claimed he wanted to acknowledge him as an older brother. Who could have imagined such a turn of events? 18 frowned, but then relaxed slightly, slowly saying to Lelin, "If you can't figure it out, then just don't think about it. If he wants you to be his brother, then just be one." Upon hearing this, Lelin's expression shifted slightly. It made sense. Pondering here would lead him nowhere for a long time. Maybe that's just his quirk. He enjoys calling people brother. It's just that the original text didn't detail it. At this point, there are no other choices. I might as well accept this little brother. Lelin stroked his chin. If Whis became his little brother, who would dare to provoke him in the future? Except for those few in the divine realm, he could walk across this world. Anything that couldn't be resolved could be handled by calling his little brother to take care of it. In another space on King Kai's planet, the North Kai was holding a handkerchief, constantly wiping the sweat from his face. No matter how much he wiped, the sweat on his face just wouldn't stop. What is actually happening here? The North Kai had 18 to discuss with, while he could only be left in a state of confusion. Lord of the Northern Realm knew this matter lay beyond his control, no matter how utterly implausible the reports he had heard. On Earth, Lelin led number 18 back outside. His initial excitement had largely subsided, though he still had no clear understanding of what had transpired. Yet upon reflection, this turn of events might not be unwelcome after all. After all, an angel had just addressed him as brother. Whis watched Lelin approach slowly and immediately broke into a warm, benevolent smile. "Mr. Lelin, have you reached your decision?" he asked eagerly. Lelin gave a slight nod, his own smile radiant. "Though the proposal came unexpectedly, I've given it serious thought, and becoming your elder brother is by no means objectionable." Overjoyed, Whis bowed his head at once. "Wonderful. Truly wonderful. From this day forth we are brothers." No elder brother. "Should you ever require my aid, elder brother, do not hesitate to call upon me." As he spoke, a soft white light shimmered around Whis, and simultaneously a matching luminescence glowed about Lelin. At that moment, an invisible bond seemed to form between them. "What is this?" Lelin murmured softly to himself. Noting Lelin's bewilderment, Whis explained, "This is one of my abilities. Henceforth you need only call my name inwardly, and I will appear before you. It also serves as irrefutable proof of our unbreakable fraternal bond." "Ah, I see," Lelin replied with quiet composure. Indeed, this arrangement offered tremendous convenience whenever he needed assistance, or faced an opponent too formidable to overcome alone. He could summon Whis without delay. Having now become sworn brothers, Lelin felt free to ask questions without reservation. "Say, brother Whis," Lelin said without hesitation. Whis smiled gently and replied, "Elder brother, what would you ask?" Lelin gazed calmly at Whis and voiced his doubt. "Why did you choose to swear brotherhood with me?" Whis's expression froze, as he pondered whether to reveal the prophetic dream Lord Beerus had experienced. He glanced toward Beerus. After all, Beerus was the god of destruction, and such disclosure required his consent. Beerus merely shrugged indifferently. "If he wishes to know, then tell him." With Beerus's approval, Whis turned to Lelin and recounted the vision in measured tones. Lelin listened astonished. Though he already suspected his future would be extraordinary, hearing that he might one day surpass even a god of destruction and stand shoulder to shoulder with the Grand Priest, left him breathless. "Surely you're overestimating me. Can I truly achieve such heights?" Lelin asked, half amused, half apprehensive. "What if I fall short of the dream's promise and disappoint you both?" At these words, Whis and Beerus exchanged a brief, startled glance. Beerus spoke first. Your current accomplishments are hardly modest. Without lifting a finger, you send opponents flying, and neither a god of destruction nor an angel can fathom your depth. Across the entire multiverse, few, if any, have attained such a level of inscrutability. As for me, Lelin furrowed his brow. His achievements were indeed remarkable, but surely insufficient before beings of their stature. Still he nodded slowly. After all, he had risen from an ordinary human to his present state in barely over a year, a trajectory uniquely exceptional. Seeing Lelin fall silent, Whis leaned forward, curious. Elder brother, may I ask at which realm of cultivation do you currently stand? I cannot perceive it at all. Lelin blinked, a faint flush rising to his cheeks. Well, that's rather difficult to articulate. Yes, do tell us. Beerus perked up, eyes alight with anticipation. After all, this was a native of their 7th universe. Soon they'd have every reason to boast before other cosmic realms. Ahem. Lelin cleared his throat, twice growing increasingly flustered. This modest strength may suffice to command respect on Earth. But before you two, it scarcely merits mention. Whis, sensing Lelin's reticence, whispered gently, Elder brother, is it inconvenient to speak of it? He understood that many transcendent masters disdained declaring their power openly, yet now were they not brothers? Could kinship truly be considered outsiders? Meeting their earnest gazes, Lelin decided against concealment. They had already entrusted him with a divine prophecy. What harm in revealing his true standing? There's no inconvenience, only humility. Before you both, my strength is frankly negligible. Lelin added with a wry smile, recalling how Beerus had first visited the Kaioshin. Their even Super Saiyan Blue Goku had been flicked aside by a single finger, rendered instantly incapable of combat. By comparison, Lelin knew full well he would fare no better in direct confrontation. Whis and Beerus exchanged baffled looks. Was he jesting? Elder brother, how could your power possibly lag behind ours? Don't tease us. We witnessed your battle with Gura aboard the ship. Whis stepped closer, grinning. He refused to believe Lelin's strength fell short of his own, or even Beerus's. The memory of that fight remained vivid, undeniable. Seeing their incredulity, Lelin realized their misconception. They had mistaken him for a peerless sovereign. No wonder they behaved so differently from my memories. The root lies here, he mused inwardly. Though sustaining the illusion might bring fleeting satisfaction, truth would inevitably surface. Better to clarify matters now. Gentlemen, I assure you, I'm no jester. As for Gura, I remain as mystified as you. He may well have staged the entire spectacle, and I too was deceived at first. Lelin spoke with utter sincerity. He feared no wrath. Whis had already declared him elder brother. Could a subordinate dare defy him? Moreover, this misapprehension stemmed entirely from their own assumptions. He had never misled them. Beerus frowned deeply. So the reality diverges entirely from our expectations. Indeed, Lelin affirmed solemnly. You appear to have misunderstood. Whis stood utterly dumbfounded. Had he overreached? Misunderstood? Had he just sworn eternal brotherhood with someone whose power fell far beneath his own? Whis' facial muscles twitched slightly as he asked, still clinging to a sliver of hope. Then what level of power have you attained? Lelin heard Whis inquire about his strength. Though modest by nature, he replied with quiet pride, frankly speaking, across this entire universe, barring only you and Lord Beerus, no one stands as my equal in combat. His words were no exaggeration. Though the future would birth Majin Buu, a being whose might surpassed even Super Saiyan 3, the present moment belonged to him alone, invincible, unrivaled, absolute. Upon hearing this, Whis felt a faint easing in his chest. Then tell me, could you defeat Lord Beerus? Beerus bristled instantly at the suggestion. What do you mean? I am the god of destruction. How dare you compare me to anyone? Yet he withheld the retort, for curiosity burned within him. Just how formidable was Lelin truly? Lelin paused briefly before replying slowly. Compared to Lord Beerus, I suppose there remains a tiny, infinitesimal gap. Just a slight gap. Then surely it's not a serious concern. Whis murmured under his breath. Beerus's gaze sharpened. He studied Lelin intently, wondering, could this young man truly be so extraordinary? Could it really be that he stood merely a hair's breadth beneath the god of destruction himself? Lelin paused again, then added calmly, without exception, Lord Beerus could obliterate me with but a single finger. Yes, precisely so. Whis froze stunned into silence, jaw slack, as if his very blood surged violently through his veins, threatening to burst forth. Beerus, standing nearby, blinked once, then erupted into thunderous laughter. I'm dying. I can't breathe. Whis's face darkened. He refused to engage in banter. Not now. Reality had shattered his expectations, leaving him seething with frustration. Frustration that swiftly curdled into something sharper, colder resentment. He berated himself. foolish timid trembling for hours before a mere insect. Beerus watched Whis's grimace deepen, his own smile widening with quiet, unyielding delight. Never in all his millennia had Whis been outwitted so thoroughly, and worse, the humiliation was irrevocable. "You," Whis stammered, trembling as he pointed at Lelin. But no coherent rebuke emerged, only choked silence. Inside he raged, "How dare you claim, just a sliver, when one finger ends you?" He'd intended to seek Lelin out, not to fight, but to forge a brotherhood, thereby averting future embarrassment. His original plan had been clear: he, the elder brother, Lelin the junior. Order preserved, dignity intact. Instead, he'd miscalculated spectacularly, ending up the younger sibling. Before he could utter a word, Lelin grabbed No. 18 and hastily stepped back twice. "Little brother, surely you aren't reneging. Best to keep some distance." For though Whis appeared serene, who could say what extremes he might embrace in this volatile moment? Might he resort to murder, to silence Lelin forever? What then of his own survival? Whis sighed, weary and resigned, addressing Lelin directly. "You needn't fear. We angels uphold our word with absolute fidelity. 1 is 1, 2 is 2. This misstep is mine alone. I failed to investigate thoroughly. Yet having spoken it aloud, you remain my elder brother." Lelin exhaled in palpable relief. His greatest dread had been Whis's refusal to honor the bond. Not mere backtracking, but lethal retribution to salvage face. "Oh ho ho, Whis. Must you sound so virtuous?" Beerus interjected, voice dripping with sardonic amusement. He knew full well Whis had already bound himself to Lelin through divine energy, a sacred vow. To break it would invite catastrophic backlash. Whis shot him a venomous glare. "Lord Beerus, might I ask you to hold your tongue?" "Oomph." Beerus snorted, smirking lazily. "Who taught you to mock me daily? Now you're trapped, and should you insult me again, I'll parade him before you as living proof. And I'll spread the tale across every universe. Tell me, what will your siblings think when they hear their esteemed brother swore fealty to a mortal?" "You," Whis choked, speechless. He prided himself on composure, but dignity mattered too. If this scandal leaked, ridicule would follow him across the divine realms. "Brother Whis, calm yourself. Didn't you say I'd one day rival the grand angel? I'm an investment, pure and simple. Weak now, yes, but destined to surpass even you." Lelin stepped forward, smiling warmly as he offered reassurance. Truth be told, accepting the title of elder brother from someone weaker and immeasurably younger felt utterly inconceivable. No, unthinkable. Not for a moment. "Silence." Whis snapped, fury blazing. He longed to strike Lelin down with his staff. "Do you possess any sense of self-awareness? What is your power now? Until now I addressed you as brother. If word spreads, how shall I ever stand tall among the gods?" Hearing Whis's anger, Lelin immediately clamped his mouth shut. Inside, he grumbled bitterly, "Why direct all this wrath at me? You were the one begging me to be your elder brother. Now that you've glimpsed my true strength, you won't even utter the title." Beerus, overhearing Lelin's inner lament, grinned broadly. The youth grew more endearing by the second. Already he contemplated summoning him to the divine realm, not merely as a companion, but as a protege. A convenient irritant to deploy against Whis, whenever he needed levity or simply wished to watch his friend squirm. Beerus's mood soared. Fear dissolved, replaced by camaraderie. He wrapped an arm around Lelin's neck in boisterous affection. "You've got guts, kid. I nearly held my breath when you spoke." Lelin silently protested. He'd been terrified too. "It was you who misread the situation entirely. But tell me, why can't I sense your ki?" Beerus asked, intrigued. That was the crux of the misunderstanding. Their inability to fathom Lelin's true essence had ignited the entire farce. "Lord Beerus, might you loosen your grip?" Lelin gestured weakly toward his throat. Beerus, realizing his strength had grown excessive, released him instantly. Lelin rubbed his neck, twisting it gently, still muttering inwardly, "Can't sense my ki. Shall I release a fart for you to analyze instead?" Of course, such thoughts remained firmly unspoken. In response to Lord Beerus, Lelin replied with neither humility nor arrogance, "It might be due to my unique physique that my aura cannot be sensed." "Oh." Beerus raised an eyebrow, slightly intrigued. "Is that so?" He had lived for a long time and had never heard of such a physique. "Whis, have you heard of this?" Beerus turned to ask beside him. Whis, still sulking, had not been paying attention to their conversation. Asking him wouldn't yield any answers. Seeing Whis remain silent, Beerus ceased his inquiries, realizing it was a futile effort. However, suddenly Whis seemed to recall something and scan the surroundings. Lelin approached enthusiastically, saying, "What are you looking for, little brother? I'm familiar with this place, let me help you find it." Regardless of whether Whis had adapted to this identity. In any case, he adjusted quickly. After all, having such a powerful younger brother, he had to take advantage of it. Upon seeing him, Whis only felt a headache. He immediately warned, "If you call me that privately, I won't mind. However, if you do so in front of other gods, don't blame me for being impolite." Lelin, noticing Whis' serious demeanor, nodded in agreement. After giving him another glance, Whis narrowed his eyes and looked at the distant mountain that had been shattered. He saw his staff slowly waving, and the nearby debris began to float. Among the rubble, Gula, pretending to be dead, felt his body suddenly lose control. He floated alongside the stones. Beerus observed the rising figure, casting a sidelong glance at Whis, thinking to himself, "It seems this guy is about to settle the score later." Ultimately, the current situation arose not only because they overthought, but primarily due to this Gula. Had it not been for his match-fixing that led them to a false judgment, it wouldn't have ended up this way. What is going on? Gula tightly shut his eyes, pretending to be dead, but his heart was racing. Suddenly, a cool voice reached his ears. "How much longer will you keep up the act?" Gula's heart raced. It seemed his scheme had been uncovered. Cough, cough. He began to cough violently, spitting out large amounts of purple blood. His eyelids struggled to open, resembling someone gravely injured and on the brink of death. Huff, huff. Gula gasped for breath, speaking weakly. "Where is this? Is it hell?" Beerus and Lelin couldn't help but chuckle at his continued act. Whis slowly approached him and calmly said, "This is not hell." "Oh, that's good, that's good." Gula feigned a relieved expression. But in the next moment, a single sentence made him freeze in place, as if struck by lightning. "However, you will soon find out." Whis spoke in a tone devoid of emotion. This time he was genuinely angry, but upon reflection, he realized he couldn't place all the blame on others. The main issue was his own misjudgment. However, he still needed to intimidate the person responsible for his misjudgment. After all, he was an angel and could not interfere with anyone's life or death. Slowly, Beerus walked up to him, kicked him, and coldly said, still not getting up, "Are you really waiting to go to hell?" He knew Whis would not act, but he was different. As a god of destruction, he bore the heavy responsibility of annihilation. Not to mention killing a person, he could even destroy an entire star system. When it came to the Omni King, he would only praise himself for working hard. Gula, frightened, shuddered and stopped pretending, jumping up from the ground. One must say he had indeed been quite harsh on himself. The reason he could act so convincingly was that he was genuinely injured. "Lord Beerus." Gula lowered his head, too afraid to speak loudly. Initially thinking he could deceive everyone, he never anticipated being exposed. He wondered if his superb acting skills were not good enough. "Get in your spaceship and scram," Beerus said coldly. In truth, according to his temperament, if someone tried to fool him like this, that person could have 1,000 lives, and it still wouldn't be enough for him to kill. However, Gula still needed to take over Frieza's position. After all, he did not want to frequently get up for work, so he could only compromise and make Whis suffer a bit. Gula wondered if he had misheard, but seeing that Beerus had no intention of acting, he suddenly knelt on the ground, banging his head repeatedly, mumbling words of gratitude. Thus, Gula piloted his spaceship and left Earth. "Whis, let's go too," Beerus said lightly. He had spent too much time on Earth today. He was already feeling a bit drowsy. Whis still felt uneasy about the matter. It wasn't that he was stingy or lacked generosity. It was just that throughout history, had any angel ever done something like this? If this got out, he would have no face left. "No way," Whis suddenly shouted. Beerus was startled, looking at Whis, unsure of what he was up to. He saw Whis pointing at Lelin, casually saying, "You come with us." Huh. Lelin was taken aback by the sudden call. Before he could even ask why Android 18 couldn't stand by any longer, immediately stepping in front of Lelin, "Why should he go with you?" "Why should he go with you?" Beerus pulled on Whis' sleeve and whispered, "Whis, that's enough." He had known Whis for a very long time, and they were like teacher and friend. He was genuinely afraid that Whis would do something outrageous which would end badly. Moreover, Beerus had a decent perception of Lelin. He wasn't sure if it was because Lelin had refused the God of Destruction position offered by the Omni King in a dream, leading him to feel grateful, or something else. He found Lelin quite likable. "Lord Beerus, I am well aware of my position," Whis said to Beerus calmly. He knew his duties, and furthermore, having already used divine power to establish a connection with this guy, how could he ruin his foundation and jeopardize his future? After speaking to Beerus, Whis turned to Lelin. "The reason I want you to come with me is not for any other reason, but to cultivate together." After finishing, he looked at Android 18. "Of course, if you wish to join us, that would be fine as well." Saying this, he waved his staff towards the void without caring whether the two agreed. Their bodies began to float uncontrollably. Subsequently, the scenery around them changed rapidly, as if they were in a time tunnel. Whis did this to help Lelin enhance his strength. After all, he did not want to call someone much weaker than himself brother. Lelin gazed at the ever-changing scenery around him, his heart filled with confusion. Who had he offended? Life was going well, and now he was forced to leave. After a short while, under the guidance of Whis, the group crossed countless rivers of time and arrived at the center of the 7th universe, the realm of destruction. "We have arrived," Whis said calmly. The group slowly descended into a picturesque paradise. The sky was adorned with countless twinkling stars, and even the surrounding air was sweet and fragrant. This place is not bad at all, remarked number 18 as she admired the scenery, her previously furrowed brow easing considerably. She had thought Whis would take them to some desolate and harsh place, but unexpectedly it turned out to be such a beautiful environment. Hearing number 18's praise, Beerus smirked, saying, "How could the place I reside be anything less? This environment is unmatched across the universe." Lelin surveyed his surroundings and nodded silently. To be honest, this place was indeed quite nice. Both the temperature and humidity were very suitable for habitation, especially since Beerus was someone who greatly enjoyed indulgence. It was said that he once instructed Frieza to destroy planet Vegeta over a pillow. "Since Whis brought you here, you may stay. Remember, do not disturb my rest, or I will be angry. When I get angry, the consequences can be severe." Beerus warned the two. He actually did not enjoy having anyone stay with him for long. After all, he loved to sleep and nobody liked to be disturbed while resting. However, they were brought here by Whis. Besides, he found this kid rather agreeable, so he allowed them to stay. Number 18 was still admiring the surrounding scenery. Upon hearing Beerus' words, she immediately felt displeased. It sounded as if she was unwelcome. Thinking this, she was about to step forward to confront him. Seeing number 18's angry expression, Lelin quickly stepped forward to stop her. Under someone's roof, one must lower their head. Better to endure for now. He could always use instant transmission. When he wanted to leave, he could always employ a tactic to escape. Number 18 glanced at Lelin, noticing him shaking his head. "Umph." She snorted and turned her head, no longer speaking. Beerus glanced at the two and, seeing they had no objections, decided not to say more. He clapped his hands and yawned. "Whis, I leave them to you." After speaking to Whis beside him, he turned and walked towards the palace behind him without a glance back. Whis looked at Lelin calmly. He had been silent, contemplating how best to train Lelin in the future. Lelin felt a chill under Whis' gaze and shivered, saying, "Bro, could you not look at me like that? I'm scared." Whis paid no heed to his words. Still gazing at him with a piercing glare, Whis eventually said to Lelin, "Use all your strength to attack me." Lelin hesitated for a moment, saying, "Isn't that inappropriate?" He wasn't afraid of hurting Whis, but worried that Whis might accidentally injure him. What's inappropriate about it? Sparring between brothers is quite normal, isn't it? Moreover, you don't really think I brought you here for fun, do you? Whis replied calmly. He had already mentioned that he needed to help Lelin train and improve his strength. To help Lelin advance, he first needed to understand his abilities. To be honest, he still didn't know the extent of Lelin's true strength. Lelin was taken aback by Whis' words, but quickly reacted, nodding and saying, "All right, I understand." After all, he couldn't leave right now anyway. It was better to spar with Whis. Given his talent, fighting Whis might significantly enhance his strength. As soon as he finished speaking, Lelin instantly appeared in front of him, raising his right hand and launching a punch at Whis. Whis saw Lelin's raised arm coming at him, his expression unchanged. He then shifted his body slightly, skillfully dodging Lelin's attack. With a loud bang, Lelin's punch landed on the grass behind Whis. Whis glanced sideways and said lightly, "Your speed is abysmal and your power is mediocre." Lelin felt no ripple of emotion upon hearing Whis' assessment. He had already anticipated such an outcome. However, that did not mean he would stop his offensive. Lelin quickly turned around and kicked out with his right leg. Boom! A powerful force erupted from the tip of Lelin's foot, instantly shattering the ground beneath him. Rumble. Bang, bang, bang. Puff, puff, puff. The ground was thrown into chaos, dirt flying, trees splintering, dust swirling, and stones flying. Lelin charged towards Whis like a cannonball. Seeing the figure rushing towards him, Whis nodded slightly. The momentum looks good, but... As he spoke, Lelin's fist came crashing in. Whis leisurely raised his staff and positioned it in front of him. Bang! With a muffled sound, Lelin's attack struck the staff, but made no ripple, as if it had fallen into the sea. Whis remained unmoved, calmly finishing his sentence. "Fighting isn't about demolishing homes, it requires skill." After he finished speaking, a powerful rebound force emanated from the staff. Whoosh! Lelin was sent flying like a stone shot from a slingshot. His body slid along the ground for hundreds of years before he slowly came to a stop. The ground was left with a deep trench. Lelin. Number 18 rushed towards him anxiously upon witnessing this scene. "Ouch, damn, that hurt like hell." Lelin grimaced in pain. Since arriving in this world, it was the first time he had been beaten so badly. His body was covered in scratches and his clothes were in tatters. "Lelin, are you okay?" Number 18 hurriedly helped him up, her face filled with concern. Lelin gritted his teeth to endure the pain and managed to force a smile, saying, "I'm fine, just a little surface wound." "Really?" Number 18 asked skeptically. With blood all over his body, how could it be just a minor injury? "It's true." Whis slowly descended and explained for Lelin. He had been quite measured in his strike. Given Lelin's displayed strength, this level of attack would only result in superficial wounds at most. Seeing Whis, number 18 quickly shielded Lelin behind her, looking on with caution. Lelin patted her shoulder, saying, "Number 18, it's okay. Whis means no harm. If he wanted to hurt me, he could have done so just now. Upon hearing Lelin's words, number 18's eyes remained clouded with endless concern, yet she silently stepped aside. Whis observed Lelin's disheveled appearance and gave a slight nod. Though his current strength was unremarkable, his character appeared commendably steadfast. Yet as Whis scrutinized the wounds marring Lelin's body, astonishment stirred within him. This youth, his injuries are already healing. Indeed, the scraped skin across Lelin's body was regenerating before their very eyes, at a pace visible to the naked eye. Is this youth even human? Doubt rippled through Whis's mind. He had never encountered a human from any known world whose physiology possessed such extraordinary regenerative capacity. Lelin exhaled deeply and calmly addressed Whis. Let us continue, Whis. He remained wholly unaware of the rapid transformation unfolding within his own body. He only sensed that the searing pain had significantly subsided. His desire to resume combat stemmed from a startling realization: the fleeting lightning-swift skirmish had markedly increased the flow of chi coursing through his veins. It seemed battle itself was the swiftest path to cultivation, especially against masters where chi surged forward at an astonishing, almost reckless pace. Observing Lelin assume a poised defensive stance, Whis shook his head with a faint smile, acknowledging that the youth's future eminence would be no mere stroke of fortune. Since you are ready, strike without restraint. Whis set his tone light and assured. Very well, Lelin replied with a subtle smile, and in an instant his figure blurred into a streak of luminous motion surging toward Whis. Whis adjusted his posture, meeting each assault with the same measured force as before. Boom, boom. Lelin unleashed punch after punch, each detonating with concussive shockwaves, each radiating terrifying power. A flicker of alarm crossed Whis's face. How is it possible? His fists grow faster and stronger by the second. Lost for a breath in thought, he faltered. A razor-sharp gust of wind screamed toward his face. Instantly Whis raised his staff. A translucent barrier shimmered into existence around his form. Boom! Lelin's fist slammed into the unyielding shield. Crack! A sharp, brittle snap echoed, unmistakably bone-fracturing. Lelin's lips trembled faintly. Agony erupted from his hand, flooding up his arm and spreading like wildfire through his entire frame. Tears welled at the edges of his eyes. His hand, grotesquely bent, lay shattered. The pain resembled that of an ordinary man hurling his full weight into a single desperate punch against solid earth. Not merely his hand, but his entire forearm joint swelled crimson and inflamed. Seeing this, Whis swiftly dispelled the barrier, but Lelin's arm remained suspended midair, rigid with terror. To move it would be to invite excruciating, soul-rending torment. Thud! Whis struck the ground with his staff. In an instant, Lelin's entire arm bathed in a soft, silvery white radiance, a cool, soothing chill cascading along his limb like mountain spring water. Within moments, the agony receded by more than half. Only then did Lelin lower his arm slowly and with great care. How did your striking speed and power suddenly increase? Noticing Lelin's eased expression, Whis spoke. He could not sense the flow of chi within Lelin's body, leaving him unable to discern whether the youth had withheld strength earlier or concealed some deeper anomaly. Lelin gently rotated his arm, brows furrowed, and replied, Perhaps it is simply my innate talent. Combat itself refines my strength. He saw no reason to conceal it. The truth, that he grew stronger through battle, would reveal itself within days, even to the most casual observer. To a master like Whis, such a trait might become apparent after only a few exchanges. Concealment therefore held no purpose, nor any advantage. At these words, Whis's eyes flared with sudden brilliance. Strength gained through battle alone. Such a gift is nothing short of extraordinary. Why devise elaborate cultivation regimens at all? Exactly. Whis nodded, smiling warmly. Your future accomplishments are no accident. They are inevitable given such unparalleled potential. Lelin cast him a quiet, indifferent glance, saying nothing. After all, he bore the mark of supreme talent. His destined greatness required no validation from another. I must say, Whis continued, observing Lelin's swelling subside, your regenerative capacity is truly enviable. Whis's remark prompted Lelin's first real awareness of it. The pain had faded nearly entirely, and his arm now moved freely unhindered. Lelin responded calmly, Nothing extraordinary, merely part of my natural endowment. Truthfully, he had not noticed it himself. Since arriving in this world, today had been his first true injury, and thus the first time he'd ever witnessed such miraculous self-repair. Whis studied Lelin with growing approval. Aside from being his elder brother, the youth possessed every admirable quality imaginable. Then let me declare your cultivation regimen henceforth. Whis spoke, plainly, voice steady and clear. Lelin instantly pricked up his ears, listening with rapt attention. Given your unique aptitude, training is refreshingly simple. Fight me, unceasingly. Whis paused, then added with deliberate emphasis, unceasingly, until you surpass Master Beerus. Only then may you cease. Lelin accepted the first half without hesitation, until the latter clause registered. A subtle unease prickled his spine. Wait, Whis. Lelin interjected urgently. Do you mean I must fight you continuously, without pause, until I surpass Master Beerus? Whis nodded serenely. And what of sleep? Lelin asked, his expression darkening. Even warriors require rest, surely not perpetual combat. From this day forward, dreams will be a thing of the past, Whis declared, calm and unyielding. His intent was unmistakable, relentless combat. No reprieve, no slumber. Lelin bristled, at once, his resolve hardening into resistance. He had planned to slip away under cover of night, using instantaneous teleportation to return with number 18 to Earth. Now, with no rest permitted, that plan dissolved into impossibility. I still need to eat, Lelin protested. Whis conjured a small cloth pouch from thin air and tossed it to him. Lelin opened it and stared, stricken on the verge of tears. You recognize these surely, Sinza beans. Years ago, during my visit to Earth, I obtained them from the sage Karen. I'd assumed they'd never serve a purpose. Yet here we are. Whis explained matter-of-factly. Lelin shook the pouch lightly. The beans inside would barely sustain him for 2 months. Anticipating Lelin's misgivings, Whis added, rest easy, I retained seeds. Within 2 days a fresh harvest will flourish. Lelin felt like he wanted to kneel when he saw this. Was this preparation a bit too thorough? It left no room for him to maneuver. He had already figured it out. Once he started fighting with Whis, there would be no stopping until he reached a realm comparable to Beerus. No way, I still need to sleep when I'm tired. What if I suddenly die? Lelin insisted. In fact, at that moment, escaping was secondary. As a normal person, sleep was a necessary form of rest for him, even though his physical condition was already extraordinary. If he didn't sleep for a long time, there would still be a risk of sudden death. Whis smiled and shook his head. I said, from now on you can say goodbye to your dreams. With that he waved his staff. Lelin felt as if a storm had swept through his mind. It was as if he had taken a stimulant, and he instantly became alert and energized. This. Lelin felt his mind filled with energy, wanting to say something, but found himself unable to articulate anything. It seemed that Whis had prepared far too thoroughly for him. Is there anything else you would like to say? Whis continued to inquire. Lelin thought for a moment. He didn't refuse Whis training. It was just that this method of training was unbearable for anyone. Can I take a day to rest? Let me adjust my mindset, and I will begin training tomorrow, Lelin asked tentatively. He couldn't endure such a lifestyle. He just needed to secure this day. He fled with number 18 overnight, and then hit on Earth. Whis considered it, and thought he made a valid point. Today had already seen enough events, a slight adjustment was normal. All right, then I'll let you prepare for a day, Whis said understandingly. Lelin's lips curled into a slight smile, as it seemed his plan had worked. However, the next second his smile froze on his face. Whis waved his hand, and a transparent barrier appeared in the sky. Suddenly, as the barrier completely sealed off the space, the surrounding noise vanished instantly. After doing all this, Whis looked at Lelin and said, I'm doing this because I'm afraid you might run away. You don't mind, do you? Lelin's heart was filled with curses, and he forced a smile on his face. I don't mind, but isn't it because you don't trust me? What are you talking about, big brother? How could I not trust you? Whis said this while once again creating a barrier in the sky. It seemed he was afraid that if he turned his back, Lelin would escape. Lelin's face twitched. Sighed. Then, as if resigned to his fate, he sighed. He then asked one final question. Where are we staying? Whis pondered for a moment, and then several beams of light appeared in an open area. Swish, swish, swish. These beams sliced through the air. Instantly, large stones seemed to come to life, arranging themselves neatly. In no time, a massive castle appeared before everyone. Is this my home? Lelin looked at the familiar house, puzzled. Whis nodded and smiled. Yes, look how considerate I am. I built it according to the style of your house. You too should rest well. Remember to get up early to train tomorrow. After saying this, Whis disappeared into the air. Lelin looked at the already departed Whis and shook his head helplessly. Turning to number 18, who had come close, he said apologetically, Darling, I'm sorry, but it seems we can't leave this cursed place for a while. Number 18 smiled and shook her head, saying gently, It's okay as long as you're here, it doesn't matter where we are. Lelin smiled in understanding. The two held hands and walked into their familiar yet strange home. The next morning, Lelin got up early waiting for Whis' arrival. After a night of contemplation, he had figured it out. As the saying goes, since one is here, one should make oneself comfortable. Since he couldn't leave, he might as well devote himself to training. As long as he could reach the level of a god of destruction, he would naturally be able to leave. Moreover, this was also about enhancing his own strength. How many would yearn for the opportunity to spar with Whis? If he thought about it this way, it was indeed a great opportunity. Number 18 was resting under a nearby large tree. She was actually not doing much here, but she had to ensure that Lelin was always in her line of sight. She was afraid that her beloved would be harmed. At that moment, Whis appeared slowly from the sky, just like he did when he left yesterday. "Good morning, brother." Lelin greeted him with a smile. Whis was slightly surprised to see Lelin already present. However, he nodded and smiled, saying, "Not bad, a promising disciple. If Lord Beerus had been as proactive as you back, then his achievements would have been even more terrifying than now." Lelin felt a bit speechless upon hearing Whis' words. What promising disciple? Are people nowadays so realistic? Back then, when he didn't know about someone's strength, he called them brother. Now, when training together, he was called a promising disciple. What a realistic society. "Are you ready?" Whis asked with a calm smile. Lelin twisted his neck and replied casually, "Let's talk. If I wasn't ready, I wouldn't be waiting here for you." "All right, then let's start." Just as Whis finished half a sentence, Lelin's body shot forward like lightning. Whis smiled indifferently. His combat experience was exceptional. When Beerus used this move back in the day, he was much more skilled than Lelin. Whis remained calm, leaping high into the air. Lelin rushed past under him. "Your speed has improved a bit, but it's still too slow." Whis floated in midair, leisurely saying. Lelin quickly stabilized his body, pushing off hard from the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Like a rocket launch, he charged straight at Whis. Bang, bang, bang. Without a word, Lelin launched a flurry of punches. It seemed chaotic, yet each strike was lethal. For an average person, they would likely not survive even one punch. However, Whis was different. Although Lelin's punches came with great force, his body seemed to blend with the air, swaying with the wind. The two figures battled from the sky to the ground, and then back to the sky. Lelin kept attacking. His seemingly rapid and fierce punches constantly struck the air. Whis kept dodging his whole body, displaying no excess movement, appearing so natural, as if he were dancing in the air. In this contrast, Lelin's attacks seemed clumsy and rigid. Lelin's attacks had no substantial effect. His phantom-like fist struck nothing but the air surrounding Whis. Seeing that he had finished his attacks, Whis stopped passively dodging and prepared to counterattack. Bang, bang, bang. A series of muffled sounds echoed. Lelin fell to the ground, bruised and battered. Ouch! He covered his face and wailed, lamenting that old saying about not hitting someone's face. As for Whis, all of his strikes landed squarely on Lelin's face. Number 18 leaned against a tree, her heart racing as she saw Lelin fall. She was worried that something might happen to Lelin. That was why she had been keeping a close watch on him. However, when she saw him stand up again, she felt a sense of relief. Slowly, she sat back down beside the tree. "Whis, next time you attack me, could you please avoid my face?" Lelin said with discontent. Although he now had a partner and was not overly concerned about his appearance, no one wished to walk down the street with a disfigured face. Whis chuckled lightly and replied, "All right, I will be careful next time." With Whis' assurance, Lelin regrouped and charged forward once more. The barrage of attacks began anew. Whis continued to dodge nimbly. Meanwhile, she thought to herself, "It seems this kid isn't lying. You, as long as he keeps fighting, his strength will indeed improve." The power and speed of his attacks are significantly stronger than before. Nevertheless, the outcome remained unchanged. Bang, bang, bang. Another series of muffled sounds, and Lelin was sent flying once again. Number 18 felt a slight tightening in her heart. However, after witnessing what just happened, she did not react too emotionally. When she saw Lelin get up again, she felt the stone in her heart lift. After getting up, Lelin continued his assault. Over time, his strength began to exhibit explosive growth. Although he was still being knocked away repeatedly, Whis never used too much force. She merely caused him minor injuries. These minor injuries would soon be healed by his extraordinary physique. Number 18 had also become immune to the situation, since Lelin would always get back up. Thus, there was nothing to worry about. Days passed by. In this way, their training had already lasted 3 days. "Phew, oh no, I can't take it anymore. Let's take a break, Whis," Lelin said, bending at the waist and waving his hand. For these 3 days, he had been fighting day and night. He hadn't closed his eyes or had a proper meal. "Didn't we agree that we couldn't rest until surpassing Lord Beerus, eh?" Whis watched him calmly, her mental state unchanged from 3 days ago. Upon hearing this, Lelin felt like crying. He was utterly exhausted, and if this continued, he would go insane. "It's not that I can't persist, but Whis, my constitution is different from yours. I need rest." Lelin complained helplessly. If only he had a physique like an angel, he wouldn't be begging for a break. After all, as long as this continued, he wouldn't have any physical issues. But mentally, he might become unhinged. "Oh, I see. Now I understand," Whis replied calmly. Then with a flick of her wrist, she cast a glow to envelop Lelin. In an instant, the fatigue and drowsiness he felt disappeared. Lelin, feeling a cool sensation in his mind, was on the verge of breaking down. He clutched his hair and said, "My dear brother, I'm not tired or sleepy. I need psychological relaxation. Do you understand?" He felt just like a factory worker on a production line in his past life, repeating monotonous tasks every day. A short duration might be fine, but if it lasted long it would lead to major issues. Even after work, no amount of sleep or food could compensate for it. This wasn't a physical illness, but rather a psychological torment. Seeing the pain on Lelin's face, Whis slowly nodded. Over these 3 days, Lelin's rate of progress had been astonishingly fast, far exceeding her expectations. There was no need for such a harsh training regimen. Fine, then you can take a day off. We'll continue tomorrow, Whis said calmly. After her words, her figure vanished from the place. Sighed. Lelin let out a long breath and slumped onto the ground. Number 18 rushed over concerned and asked, "Are you all right?" She had been fine these past few days, though she had been accompanying Lelin. It was only during the day. At night, she would return home to sleep. After all, there was nothing for her to do here. It's fine. Let's go back." Lelin waved his hand, forcing a relaxed expression. Number 18 nodded and helped Lelin slowly walk to their residence. Lelin entered the room and laid down on the bed without saying a word. For some reason, even though he didn't want to sleep now, he savored the feeling of lying on the bed. It reminded him of that saying, running isn't as good as walking, walking isn't as good as standing, standing isn't as good as sitting, and sitting isn't as good as lying down. Lelin lay there for a short while watching number 18 stand without leaving. He grinned mischievously and said, "Look at how hard I've worked. Why don't you come and comfort me?" Number 18 was quite intelligent. Upon hearing this, she understood what he meant and blushed, nodding shyly. "Really?" Lelin's eyes widened in surprise when he saw number 18 nod, suddenly bursting with energy and jumping up. He and number 18 had been together for so long, but had never crossed that line. He didn't expect this playful remark to be accepted. What a sudden surprise. Number 18 responded in a barely audible voice. Although they had spent so much time together, discussing this matter still made her quite shy. The reason she agreed to Lelin's request today was mainly because she felt too sorry for him. Having been together for so long, she was also curious about what it felt like to engage in such activities. After receiving a positive response, Lelin eagerly approached her. After some thought, even though he was happy, he felt it would be better to be gentler. He opened his arms and gently embraced her. The two embraced and kissed, slowly moving onto the large bed behind them. Suddenly the temperature in the room rose dramatically. Approximately 1 hour had passed. Within the vast chamber, the fervent sounds gradually faded away, replaced by steady, tranquil breathing. The two now lay side by side upon the soft, yielding bed, their bodies glistening with sweat, as though freshly emerged from a bath. "Darling," she murmured softly, "when do you think we'll be able to leave this place?" "No." 18 rested her head gently upon Lelin's chest as she whispered the question. Though the scenery here was exquisite, ideal for peaceful habitation, the realm felt profoundly desolate, utterly devoid of the warmth and vitality of mortal life. Lelin cradled her with one arm, while slowly tracing his fingers along her smooth, bare back, his heart swelling with profound emotion, regret, tenderness, and quiet remorse. "Don't worry, my love. We'll return before long," he whispered tenderly, pressing a light, affectionate kiss upon her forehead. Within him a solemn vow took root. Henceforth he would cultivate with unwavering diligence, striving to transcend even the rank of destruction god, so that no 18 would never suffer the slightest sorrow or injustice. She nodded faintly. Lelin closed his eyes in quiet contemplation for a moment, then reopened them, with a mischievous glint dancing at the corner of his lips. "My dear, it's still early. Shall we indulge once more?" At these words, no. 18 blinked in mild surprise, before she could even respond. Lelin lunged forward like a famished tiger. She tried to speak, but his lips sealed her, silencing all protest. Night had barely fallen, yet after such prolonged exertion, Lelin's vitality surged with astonishing intensity. That entire night, they scarcely slept, lost in rapture again and again beyond count. At dawn the next morning, when the sky first blushed with pale light, their fierce, tender battle finally concluded. Exhausted beyond measure, no. 18 lay limp upon the bed, dazed and drifting, soon surrendering to deep slumber. Lelin, his body and spirit both deeply sated, felt an unprecedented sense of ease and renewal. Though a subtle ache lingered low in his lower back, everything else felt perfectly aligned. He rubbed his nose with a wry smile, then gazed fondly at no. 18, already lost in dreams, tempted to rouse her and find a fresher place to rest. After such a night, the bed was thoroughly disordered. Lying there would surely be uncomfortable. Yet he could not bear to disturb her peace, so instead he tenderly drew a blanket over her shoulders and slipped quietly from the room. Alone, Lelin walked toward the training meadow, watching the sun rise slowly above the horizon. Whooshed! A spectral figure, Whis, materialized beside him as if conjured from mist. Lelin greeted him with a cheerful smile. "Good morning, Whis." Though his body bore traces of fatigue from last night's trials, his spirit brimmed with radiant vigor. "Morning," Whis replied calmly. Yet noticing Lelin's pronounced dark circles, he tilted his head curiously. What happened to your eyes? Didn't sleep. Lelin beamed and nodded. Then with playful ambiguity, shook his head. Technically, yes, he had slept. Yet that sleep had been a relentless, exhilarating marathon. And technically, no, he hadn't slept. Not in the conventional sense. The distinction, however, remained deliciously unspoken. Naturally, none of this would ever be shared with Whis. That's none of your concern. Lelin laughed lightly. Whis merely observed him in serene silence. No further questions needed. With effortless grace, Whis gestured toward him. Then let us begin today's training. He crooked a finger, inviting Lelin to attack. Not so fast, Lelin replied, grinning. Whis, could you please repeat yesterday's fatigue erasing technique? Just once more. Whis arched a brow. Why? You seem remarkably alert, and far more spirited than yesterday. Indeed, despite the shadows beneath his eyes, Lelin radiated palpable energy and optimism. My spirit is indeed vibrant, but my body feels hollow, drained, as if utterly emptied. Observe. Lelin chuckled knowingly. Whis instantly grasped the implication, his gaze sharpened with amused insight. So that's why those dark circles are so pronounced. Very well, I see your intention. You wish to use my ability as a stimulant, do you? Whis remarked dryly. Lelin gave an awkward chuckle. Stimulant? Hardly. I simply seek optimal conditions for cultivation. Whis frowned slightly, then sighed, shaking his head in gentle resignation. Truth be told, he secretly envied Lelin. Having lived countless eons, he had never experienced the kind of visceral, soul-deep fulfillment Lelin had known last night. Saying nothing more, Whis raised a hand, and a shimmering light enveloped Lelin. In an instant, his body reverted to its peak condition from the previous day. Perfect. Perfect. Lelin exulted, feeling every trace of exhaustion vanish. After a few energetic hops in place, he locked eyes with Whis. Brother, prepare yourself. In the blink of an eye, he became a streak of iridescent light, rushing toward Whis. As always, Whis evaded with effortless elegance, weaving through each strike like wind through willow branches. They trained thus. 3 days of relentless sparring followed by 1 night of rest for Lelin. Day after day, year after year, time flowed like a silent river. 3 years vanished like mist. On this day, Lelin unleashed every ounce of his strength against Whis. A thunderous roar erupted, so potent it made the very air tremble and shiver. Lelin shot forward like a bolt of obsidian lightning, his speed reaching its absolute zenith, terrifying, incomprehensible. With a single stride, he seemed to vanish and reappear, his fist descending in a howling vortex of wind. Whis's expression hardened. Over these 3 years, he had witnessed Lelin's ascent firsthand. A meteoric rise, unstoppable and awe-inspiring. No longer could he evade with calm grace. The stakes had irrevocably shifted. Boom. A muffled detonation echoed as their fists collided. Lelin staggered backward. Whis stood immovable, unshaken, unyielding. Lelin's face paled, a violent chi surged chaotically within him, and a thin trickle of blood escaped his lips. Whis stepped forward, 1 foot striking the earth with seismic force, cracking stone and soil. His legs coiled and released like drawn bowstrings, propelling him forward like an arrow loosed from heaven. Lelin's senses flared, fists clenched, breath held tight. Gritting his teeth against the rising tide of blood in his throat, he roared and charged headlong into the storm. Their fists met, deafening thunder cracked across the sky. Lelin was hurled backward 10 meters in a single violent arc. Whis remained rooted, still as a mountain, unbroken, unblinking. Cough, cough. Lelin collapsed onto the ground, spitting forth a torrent of blood. The emerald grass beneath him instantly turned crimson. Number 18 watched her, heart aching, but this time she did not rush to his side as she had before. For over these past months, such episodes had recurred frequently. She had grown accustomed to them. Besides, Lelin carried immortal beings. His life was never in true peril. Indeed, after vomiting several gouts of blood, Lelin felt his consciousness begin to blur. Swiftly, he fumbled a bean from his robe and swallowed it whole. The moment the bean dissolved within him, warmth surged through his limbs. He exhaled deeply and rose once more to his feet. Vados approached slowly, a faint smile playing upon his lips. Are you unharmed? After 3 years of shared cultivation, their bond had deepened into genuine camaraderie. Chief among the reasons was Lelin's astonishing rate of progress, far exceeding even Vados's most audacious expectations. I'm fine, thank you. Lelin replied with a quiet smile. As the one who bore this transformation, he too stood astonished by the sheer magnitude of his own ascension. His current strength dwarfed his initial capacity by dozens of times. After steadying his breath, Lelin turned to Vados. Shall we continue? Unexpectedly, Vados did not nod, as he always had, but instead shook his head gently. Lelin tilted his head, puzzled. What is it, Vados? Surely my rest period hasn't begun yet. Vados smiled softly. You have surpassed Lord Beerus. You may depart. At those words Lelin's brow lifted slightly. Astonishment rippled through him. So soon. Had he truly eclipsed Beerus? Truly? In only 3 years I've already overtaken Lord Beerus? He asked incredulous. He remembered Beerus well, a being of overwhelming might against whom even Son Goku transformed into Ultra Blue had stood no chance. Vados nodded calmly. It is fact, doubt it not. As Beerus's own mentor he knew the Destroyer's power intimately. Though formidable Beerus cannot withstand even a casual strike from me. You though newly cultivated advance with divine swiftness, enough to compel me to commit 2 deliberate blows. By that measure alone your strength has surpassed Lord Beerus, not marginally but profoundly. Vados continued, his tone measured. Lelin felt a quiet stir of wonder. Could I truly be this strong? Yet as he reflected upon Vados's words a subtle nuance emerged. The angel seemed in truth to be praising himself, through praise of Lelin. Vados gazed at Lelin, and an idea playful and intriguing flickered across his mind. Would you care to test your strength? Lelin's pulse quickened. Howie. He had long forgotten the taste of victory here, each bout ending in relentless one-sided refinement under Vados's guidance. Vados smiled faintly, gesturing toward the grand palace ahead. Simple, summon Lord Beerus. Fight him. Lelin glanced back at the towering edifice, and swallowed hard. That seems inappropriate. By pure martial prowess he held no fear. Yet Beerus harbored destruction energy, the very essence of annihilation, coiled within his being. What if fury overtook them? What if that cosmic force shattered him utterly? Sensing Lelin's hesitation, Vados chuckled. Fear not. Lord Beerus's destruction energy holds no effect upon you. What? Lelin recoiled, startled. He knew his constitution was extraordinary, but that anomaly stemmed from his system-bestowed talent. Nowhere had it stated his body resisted destruction energy. Vados, are you jesting? He asked, suspicion sharpening his voice. A destroyer governed an entire universe, not merely through raw might, but through that singular absolute power destruction energy. I am not jesting. Truthfully, I attempted to probe your body with my angelic power the very day we met 3 years ago. Vados spoke slowly. Lelin leaned and ears pricked, listening intently. Yet my energy met an impenetrable barrier. Not a single thread could enter your form. Over these 3 years while training you, I have persistently extended my angelic power, again and again, to examine your nature. But the result remained unchanged. Your body is unlike anything of this cosmos, unfathomable even to divine perception. Vados paused, having revealed a truth long withheld alongside combat instruction. He had spent years striving, unsuccessfully, to comprehend Lelin's essence. Lelin blinked, surprised. He had not imagined Vados had been testing him all along. More than surprise, however, came awe, for the sheer silent supremacy of his system. This phenomenon must stem from his first-tier talent, physical form reforging. Initially, he'd believed it merely enhanced appearance and vitality. He had not foreseen its deeper mastery, concealing his aura entirely and rendering him imperceptible even to godly scrutiny. What he once deemed weakest now proved his most profound defense. But Vados, your angelic power differs fundamentally from Lord Beerus's destruction energy, does it not? Lelin voiced his final reservation. Vados's power embodied creation, Beerus's destruction energy meant literal total erasure of matter. 2 forces of opposing natures. If Vados's could not pierce him, why should Beerus's succeed? Vados inclined his head. You speak wisely. They are indeed distinct. Yet angelic power operates at a higher ontological tier than destruction energy. Otherwise, hot-tempered destroyers would long since have annihilated their attendant angels. A wry smile touched his lips, recalling Beerus's earliest days under his tutelage. Born indolent and defiant, the young destroyer had attempted, more than once, to erase Vados himself with his own destruction energy. But when those attempts failed utterly, he submitted, grudgingly yet faithfully, to his mentor's guidance. Vados sighed lightly. If angelic power cannot affect you, even minimally, then destruction energy stands no chance whatsoever. Lelin exhaled, tension easing. Yet another bold thought stirred. Vados, what of the Omni King's divine authority? Would that hold sway over me? The smile on Whis' face gradually faded, turning serious. In truth, he had not considered this question. After a moment of thought, Whis replied, the power of the king is truly terrifying. With just a wave of his hand, he could erase the entire universe. Throughout time, there has never been anyone immune to the king's abilities. Oh, is that so? Lelin quietly remarked. He did not feel any disappointment, merely asking a slight question. Seeing that their conversation was nearly over, Whis said, if you are ready, I will summon Lord Beerus. Lelin nodded slightly upon hearing this. Although Whis claimed that his strength had already surpassed Beerus, he was still eager to test it in practice. Just as he finished speaking, Whis struck the ground 3 times with his staff. Boom! In an instant, thunder roared and the earth began to shake violently. Like waves upon the sea, one surge followed another. Lelin stood on the ground, swaying along with the shaking earth. His heart was filled with astonishment. He truly could not fathom Whis' power. To create such a commotion with just a few taps on the ground was astonishing. Most importantly, the ground was merely trembling without any damage whatsoever. Lelin was left in awe of Whis' control over his power. Inside the palace, Beerus lay comfortably on his large bed, snoring loudly with drool spilling from his mouth. Suddenly, the palace began to shake. The soft bed seemed to transform into a trampoline, causing Beerus' body to bounce and roll. Beerus groggily opened his eyes, feeling utterly disoriented from the shaking. What's going on? Can't anyone let me sleep? Beerus fully opened his bleary eyes and complained irritably. He despised being disturbed while he was sleeping. If anyone dared to do such a thing, they would only face death as a consequence. Beerus sat up on his bed, but the shaking did not cease. His body jerked with the vibrations. Damn you, Whis! Beerus gritted his teeth and said. It was clear that such a commotion could only be caused by Whis in the realm of destruction. Even the earth began to tremble. Aside from Whis, no one had such immense power. Oomph! Beerus snorted. After dressing quickly, he flew out of the palace, and at that moment the tremors lessened slightly, gradually calming down. Outside the palace, Whis noticed that Beerus had awakened and looked at the position of the palace with an innocent expression. Whis! Beerus shouted angrily. In almost an instant, his figure appeared right in front of Whis. As he spoke, he prepared to strike. However, Whis deftly dodged, leaving his punch swinging at empty air. Lord Beerus, you just woke up. You shouldn't be so angry, Whis said, lightly retreating a few steps. Upon hearing Whis' words, Beerus not only did not calm down, but his anger intensified. His fierce eyes were bloodshot and the urge to kill swirled within him. Why did you wake me? I need an explanation, Beerus said, suppressing his rage as he spoke harshly. He knew he couldn't defeat Whis, but that didn't stop him from being furious. Whis raised his hands, innocently saying, Lord Beerus, please don't blame me. It wasn't my intention to wake you. It was that kid who made me do it. As he spoke, he pointed to Lelin beside him. Lelin's heart sank upon hearing this. What do you mean I made you do it? Didn't you say to let Beerus test me? Why is the responsibility now on my shoulders? Indeed, upon hearing Whis' words, Beerus became even angrier. He turned to Lelin, and a cold, killing intent instantly enveloped the area. Lord Beerus, please listen to me. It's not like that. Lelin hurriedly waved his hands, wanting to defend himself. However, Beerus did not allow him to explain, and coldly said, Kid, do you want to die? Lelin was left speechless. How is this my fault? Whis, you troublesome idiot, why didn't you clarify, and instead directed your anger towards me? Lord Beerus, please let me explain, Lelin said urgently. Beerus was not in the mood to listen. He only wanted to vent his anger. He sneered and continued in a low voice. Don't worry, if you're still alive, I'll listen to your excuses. Hearing this, Lelin's face changed dramatically. Before he could say anything further, Beerus' attack had already reached him. A purple sphere filled with destructive energy entered his line of sight. Lelin didn't have time to say anything further and hurriedly dodged. Whooshed! Although the sphere was fast, Lelin managed to evade it. Bang! The sphere struck the castle where Lelin and number 18 lived. Contrary to expectations, there was no explosion. The moment the castle was hit, the surrounding space began to distort severely. In the next second, the magnificent building was reduced to purple specks of light. Damn it! My home has been destroyed again. Lelin looked back at the scene unfolding behind him, cursing incessantly. His home on Earth had first been blasted by number 17. In the realm of the gods, Whis had helped build a castle, and now it had turned to nothing. Number 18 looked at the house she had lived in for 3 years being destroyed and felt very unhappy. After all, a house lived in for 3 years had become her home. There was an emotional attachment. Now, with her home gone in an instant, it was hard for her to be happy. Lelin, go beat him up, number 18 said with a frosty expression, clearly angry. Upon hearing number 18's command, Lelin steeled himself. After all, Whis said his power had already surpassed Beerus. So what's the worst that could happen? He thought to himself as his body turned into a shooting star rushing towards Beerus. Beerus was slightly surprised to see his attack dodged. Just moments ago, his attack had been a sudden strike and exceptionally fast. Normally, no one could evade it. However, this surprise was fleeting and didn't linger in his mind. He heard number 18 shouting for Lelin to hit him, and now Lelin was charging towards him. At that moment, a hint of disdain arose in his heart. Hit me, Beerus said with a cold smile. You're quite bold. Let's see if you have the ability to do so. He was the mighty god of destruction in the 7th universe. Aside from Whis, was there anyone who could hit him? With that, he spread open his slender arms, addressing Lelin, who was about to charge at him. If you can make me take a step back, I will. Bang! Lelin's iron fist ruthlessly struck his face, directly interrupting his latter half of the sentence. How is this possible? Beerus staggered with a crooked nose and watery mouth. After rolling on the ground for 17 or 18 times, he finally came to a stop. He had never imagined that Lelin's punch would be so powerful. It not only shook his body, but also sent him rolling on the ground. "Well done, Lelin," exclaimed number 18, throwing a punch in excitement. Lelin gave a thumbs up to number 18, revealing a radiant smile. He had not expected to have easily knocked Beerus away. It seems that Whis was right, his strength had indeed surpassed Beerus. Although he had only attacked once, he had gained a preliminary understanding of his current power. Beerus lay on the ground furiously grabbing a handful of dirt. "Damn it, why is it like this?" At this moment Lelin slowly approached him and said apologetically, "I'm sorry, Lord Beerus, I didn't know my strength would be so great. I might have used a bit too much force." Upon hearing Lelin's words, Beerus became even angrier. To him, these words sounded like a provocation, piercing his ears like needles. He was a dignified god of destruction. When had he ever suffered such humiliation? "You reckless brat, don't get too full of yourself." Beerus cursed angrily and stood up in an instant. Then he waved his hand, and a purple energy sphere appeared hurling towards Lelin. Knowing his own strength was as Whis had judged, he faced the energy sphere infused with destructive energy without fear. He remained unfazed, holding his breath and focusing. As the attack was about to land, he slightly tilted his body and swung his right hand, directly knocking the energy sphere away. Boom! A muffled sound echoed as the energy sphere hit a distant planet in the sky. The planet instantly transformed into purple dust, disappearing into the void. What? Beerus was greatly shocked upon witnessing this scene. How could his attack, which contained destructive energy, be casually swatted away? Seeing this, Lelin felt a surge of joy. It seemed that Whis had not deceived him. The destructive energy indeed had no effect on him. "Lord Beerus, do you wish to continue?" Lelin asked calmly. After realizing his strength, he no longer felt fear. If Beerus still wanted to relentlessly pursue him, he would not fear anything. After all, it was with strength that he found his confidence. "Kid, don't get too cocky," Beerus shouted angrily. A purple aura erupted from his body, and the overwhelming pressure turned the surrounding colors to dark purple. "Huh." Whis looked up and muttered to himself. "It seems Lord Beerus is getting serious now." Lelin felt the raging aura swirling around him and began to marvel. As expected of a god of destruction, if this weren't the realm of destruction, just this aura alone could probably crush a planet. "In that case, I won't hold back," Lelin thought to himself. "Hiya!" A deep roar echoed as a white aura surged into the sky. It complemented the purple aura beautifully. In an instant, the dark purple hues brightened significantly. "Is this Lelin's aura?" "It's my first time feeling it," Whis observed astonished as he watched Lelin erupting with power. After spending so much time together, it was the first time he sensed Lelin's aura. Due to the uniqueness of Lelin's physique, as long as he didn't intentionally release his aura, even as an angel, Whis would not be able to perceive it. Beerus' eyes glowed red as he looked at Lelin's released aura, feeling extremely shocked. He never expected this guy's aura to be so astonishing. This guy's aura is unexpectedly powerful. Beerus now felt a twinge of fear. However, as a god of destruction and the ruler of a universe, he could never back down or concede defeat. At this moment, since he had decided to fight, he could only brace himself. "Lord Beerus, please make your move," Lelin smiled as he spoke. He gestured invitingly with his hand. "Oomph." Beerus grunted defiantly, then his body shot forward like a purple beam of light towards Lelin. Lelin smiled freely, turning his body and meeting the attack with a punch. Bang! An unstoppable force erupted from the center of their clash, causing the space to tremble slightly several times. After exchanging a punch, both retreated a few steps. Then they launched another attack. This time their speed was much faster than before. Despite their extreme speed, Lelin still maintained his calm and graceful demeanor. On the other hand, Beerus' expression was notably serious, his eyes fixed on Lelin, not daring to let his guard down. Lelin's strength had far exceeded his expectations. Bang! 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 The dull sounds reverberated throughout the battlefield as the two exchanged several blows. These moves were quite ordinary, lacking in any fancy tricks. It was purely a contest of strength, speed, and power. After exchanging a punch, Beerus finally couldn't hold back, spitting out a mouthful of blood. His body traced a parabolic arc in the air before crashing to the ground several dozen meters away. Bang! His back hit the ground hard, producing a dull thud. The purple glow around him faded, and the aura he had emitted gradually extinguished. The dark purple hue that permeated the space disappeared, returning to its original color. Huff! Lelin slowly exhaled, dispelling the white aura surrounding him. This battle had been much easier than he had imagined. He had not even used his full strength, while Beerus seemed to have reached his limit. Perhaps this was the result of 3 years of relentless training with the devil. Beerus, lying on the ground, continuously bled from his mouth as Whis hurried to his side, waving his hand to cast a special healing light over him. When did this kid become so powerful? Beerus slowly stood up, clutching his chest and gritting his teeth as he spoke. After getting up, he wasn't as enraged as one might expect. Instead, he complained incessantly. After Whis finished, he calmly replied, "When? That was while you were sleeping." His actions were not merely to test Lelin's strength. He also wanted to take this opportunity to admonish Beerus, who had hardly trained since becoming the god of destruction. Beerus scratched his head upon hearing Whis' words and quietly asked, "How long have I been asleep?" He had no idea how much time had passed. In the blink of an eye, it was as if just an instant had passed. According to his speculation, Lelin must have cultivated for at least several hundred years to reach his current strength. Beerus glanced at Lelin, who was being affectionate with Android 18, and shook his head slightly. No, this kid clearly hadn't used his full power when he fought me. If that's the case, then several thousand years might be possible. Ahem. Whis observed Beerus' absent-mindedness and coughed lightly, saying, 3 years. I knew it. I can't believe I actually slept for. Beerus slowly nodded, but felt something was off before he could finish his sentence. He dug into his ear, wanting to confirm, and asked, "Whis, did you just say how long I've been asleep?" 3 years, is there a problem? Whis replied expressionlessly. Upon hearing the answer, Beerus widened his eyes and shouted, "What the hell, 3 years? Are you joking with me, Whis? Or am I still dreaming and haven't woken up at all?" It was hard to blame him for being astonished. This news was simply unbelievable. In just 3 years, his strength has surpassed that of a god of destruction. Not to mention that the 7th universe had never heard of such a thing, even among all 12 universes. Surely no one would believe it. Lelin heard Beerus' exclamation and slowly approached them. He slightly lowered his head and said amiably, "I apologize, Lord Beerus. I was a bit too forceful just now. Please don't hold it against me." Beerus, noticing Lelin's approach, didn't pay any attention to his apology. He suddenly grabbed Lelin's shoulders, staring intently at him. "Kid, tell me, how long did you and Whis train?" Lelin was startled by Beerus' action, thinking this guy might be unhappy and want to ambush him. But finding that he didn't attack, he let out a sigh of relief. 3 years, Lord Beerus. Didn't Whis tell you? Lelin replied calmly. To be honest, these 3 years were indeed a tremendous boost for him. But they were also 3 years he wished to forget. Every day felt like a year, but thankfully he had Android 18 by his side. Without her, his spirit would have surely collapsed. Upon hearing Lelin's words, the grip on his shoulders slowly relaxed, and Beerus' expression gradually became vacant. Lelin looked at Beerus' silence, curious, but did not ask. After an unknown amount of time, Beerus finally opened his mouth slowly. "How did you cultivate, kid? Why could you surpass me in just 3 years?" It was clear he still couldn't accept this fact. According to what Lelin initially said, he could defeat him with just a finger. But now, after 3 years, why had everything changed? Is 3 years a short time? Lelin scratched his head in confusion. That's 3 years, 1,095 days, 26,280 hours. Whis walked up beside him and said, "It's not particularly short, but no one has ever seen someone attain strength surpassing a god of destruction in just 3 years. Hearing such praise, Lelin smiled shyly. He would not forget whose merit it was, and he said to Whis, "It's mainly thanks to you, Whis. If it weren't for you, I probably wouldn't have reached my current level." Whis felt quite flattered by Lelin's words and smiled. Beerus, listening to their mutual praise, could hardly stand it. "Are you two done yet?" He was still puzzled. He had been sleeping soundly, first ridiculed, then beaten, and now he had to listen to these two boast. Is there anyone in the world more unfortunate than me? Upon hearing Beerus' voice, the two fell silent. "Don't get too proud, kid. One day I will reclaim the justice of today," Beerus said to Lelin solemnly. He didn't dare to continue his rage. After all, he couldn't defeat either of the two present. Whis nodded slightly at Beerus' bold statement. It seemed that provoking him had quite an effect. "Good," Lelin responded readily, then teased, "I just hope that day doesn't come too late." Upon hearing this, Beerus shook his head nonchalantly. Whis spoke to Lelin, "Don't underestimate Lord Beerus. His talent is quite remarkable." "Oh." Lelin raised an eyebrow, listening intently. He knew that those who could become gods of destruction were certainly not ordinary people. Each one was a genius in their respective universes, gradually achieving the position of god of destruction. Lord Beerus' talent ranks among the best among many gods of destruction. No, it should be said he is the best. It's just that he is too lazy and has hardly ever trained. If Lord Beerus were to train seriously, he would only need half a month. In just half a month, his strength would surpass yours and leave you far behind. Whis explained with a smile. In fact, Beerus' talent is considered top-notch. If it weren't for his personality, had he worked diligently from the start, surpassing Whis wouldn't be out of the question. However, this guy was just too sleepy, spending 9/10 of his life in dreams. Hearing Whis praise him, a proud smile appeared on Beerus' face. He even arrogantly said, Am I really that outstanding? I should be Loki. Lelin was secretly astonished. He was well aware of his current strength. It was hard to believe that Beerus could surpass him in just half a month, especially recalling that he had just questioned whether 3 years was a long time. A hint of awkwardness appeared on his face. Then why was Lord Beerus so shocked just now? Lelin couldn't help but ask, while secretly murmuring, could it be that you were pretending? I was just lamenting that you surpassed me so easily. Oh, I couldn't accept it for a moment, Beerus explained lightly. According to his expectations, if this guy were to surpass him, he would have to cultivate for several hundred or even thousands of years. Who would have thought that after just 3 years, even with his strong talent, he would be surprised that Lelin exceeded his expectations? The few of them chatted casually for a bit. Beerus yawned, feeling it was time to continue his nap. He figured he could postpone the matter of training. There was no need to rush at this moment. Moreover, according to his prophetic dream, Lelin would eventually surpass him. It was merely a matter of time. Thinking of this, he felt much more relieved and prepared to continue his nap. Whis felt quite helpless about this. It seemed that Lelin's provocation had no effect at all just a little bit earlier. Lelin also decided it was time to leave and prepare to return to Earth. After all, there was no house left here, and he couldn't even sleep. To be honest, having stayed here for 3 years, now that he suddenly had to leave, he felt a bit reluctant. Especially since Whis had taught him all his skills, he wanted to repay him somehow, but Whis lacked nothing. Indeed, when it comes to food, Whis' expression subtly changed, revealing a hint of longing in his eyes. At that moment, Beerus halted his steps. He turned around and ran a few steps to stand before Lelin. Is what you said true? Is there delicious food on Earth? Beerus inquired urgently. Although he was prone to drowsiness, his love for food remained fervent. If there were delectable dishes, he would willingly forego his precious sleeping time. Of course it's true, and the variety is countless. Oh, every day you can taste different flavors. Moreover, there's plenty to fill your stomach. You can have as much as you want. Lelin replied with a faint smile. His words were not exaggerated. After all, the culinary delights of the mortal realm were indeed innumerable. Any single ingredient could be prepared in dozens, if not hundreds of ways. Upon hearing this, Beerus swallowed slightly. Having lived for so many years, he had indeed tasted countless delicacies. Each day brought new flavors, and there was always enough to satisfy his hunger. Yet never before had anyone dared to boast like this in front of him. Kid, you should know that my standards for food are quite high. Beerus kept swallowing, his voice muffled. The tantalizing thought of food had already piqued his interest. Even if the food turned out to be subpar, he still wanted to give it a try. Don't worry, I guarantee you won't be disappointed, Lelin said with a faint smile. He remembered that Beerus and Whis had never really tasted anything good. Forget about the extravagant dishes on Earth. Even a bowl of instant noodles paired with a hot dog would suffice to satisfy them. As Beerus saw Lelin speak with such conviction, his cravings grew stronger. Whis, he looked to the side and asked. Whis nodded slowly upon hearing this. Listening to Lelin, he found himself unable to contain his excitement. His love for food surpassed that of Beerus. Since you insist so kindly, we shall reluctantly accompany you this time, Whis said, maintaining his elegance while trying to appear composed. Lelin smiled happily upon seeing that both had accepted his invitation. There was no ulterior motive behind his actions. He merely wished to repay Whis for his guidance. Although he knew this was not surprising for those who had never tasted anything good, it was a rare opportunity. All right then, let's go, Lelin said with a faint smile. He then took 18's hand and walked over to Whis. With a wave of Whis' scepter, the four of them transformed into a spectrum of colors and vanished from the God of Destruction realm. About 5 minutes later, their figures appeared on Earth, precisely at the location they had visited 3 years ago. It was on the small island where Lelin and 18 resided. The four of them landed slowly, feeling the sea breeze blowing towards them. Oh, we're finally back, but feels so familiar. Lelin spread his arms wide, letting the sea breeze tousle his hair. 18 followed closely beside him, filled with many emotions. Although the environment here wasn't as beautiful as the God of Destruction realm. However, it was still home, and overall it was quite nice. Hey Lelin, where's the food you mentioned? Beerus exclaimed impatiently as soon as he landed. Hurry up and bring it out. I can't wait any longer. Yes, Lelin, hurry up and bring it out, Whis chimed in. At this moment, he too could no longer maintain his composure. He couldn't wait to taste it. Lelin noticed their eagerness and smiled awkwardly. He then quietly asked 18 beside him, is there anything to eat at home? No, when we left there wasn't much food left. We hadn't had a chance to stock up, 18 replied, helplessly shaking her head. They usually didn't eat much. Every time they bought food, it was just a little, almost just enough to last until the next purchase. Although they were far from civilization, with their abilities, going out and coming back was still relatively quick. Seeing the hungry looks in the eyes of the two, Lelin continued to inquire, do we still have instant noodles? 18 raised an eyebrow and nodded, saying, you're not thinking of having these two eat instant noodles, are you? Lelin smiled and nodded, then walked over to Whis and Beerus. Gentlemen, we have already prepared it for you. please follow me," he said, pulling 18 along as they headed towards his home. Whis and Beerus exchanged glances a bit confused. "You haven't even entered yet, and you say it's prepared. Are you trying to trick us?" Thus, with skeptical eyes, they followed Lelin into the castle. Creak. As the door swung open, a cloud of dust rushed towards them. Lelin quickly waved his hand. Having not been occupied for 3 years, it certainly hadn't been cleaned. The entire floor, walls, and tables were covered with a thick layer of dust. As Whis stepped inside, he frowned. Thud, thud. He tapped the ground with his scepter. Suddenly, a gust of fresh wind blew through, instantly sweeping the dust away. The floor, tables, and all corners became spotless. "That's amazing," Lelin marveled at the freshly cleaned room. He thought to himself how wonderful it would be to possess such abilities. Beerus leisurely made his way to the sofa and plopped down. Then languidly he said, "Lelin, where's the food? Hurry up and bring it out." Though he appeared extremely lazy, his tone was still filled with a craving for food. Whis instinctively stood behind Beerus, his gaze fixed intently on Lelin. "All right, no problem, it'll be ready shortly." After Lelin finished speaking, he instructed 18, "Boil water." 18 smiled helplessly, realizing he had brought them all this way just to serve instant noodles. It was quite a feat. She suddenly thought that the instant noodles had been sitting for 3 years, they must have expired. Nevertheless, she followed the order and went to the kitchen to boil water. As for whether it would be safe to eat, it shouldn't be a problem considering their abilities. Eating expired instant noodles should still be more than enough. After much anticipation, Lelin brought 2 bowls of braised beef noodles and placed them on the coffee table in front of the sofa. Beerus and Whis's eyes lit up instantly upon seeing this. Although the instant noodles were still covered, the aroma wafting out had already made them drool. Beerus reached out to grab the noodles, but Lelin stopped him, smiling gently. "Lord Beerus, please don't rush. Wait another 2 minutes for it to taste better." Upon hearing this, Beerus, though impatient, still waited for a moment. Whis, unable to contain himself any longer, tossed aside his staff. With both hands cradling a steaming bowl of braised beef noodles, Whis inhaled deeply, savoring the aroma, as he exclaimed, "So fragrant." Beerus continuously swallowed his hands, scratching his ears in anticipation. His nose twitched, inhaling the enticing fragrance. Lelin smiled helplessly at their antics and slowly said, "All right, you can eat now." At Lelin's words, the two eagerly lifted the lid. It looks amazing," Whis exclaimed. Beerus, however, couldn't afford to admire it any longer. He grabbed a fork and stuffed a noodle coated in red oil into his mouth. Delicious," Beerus said between bites, his taste buds thoroughly stimulated. Seeing Beerus' blissful expression, Whis hurriedly picked up a fork and began to eat. In no time, the spacious room was filled with the slurping sounds of noodles. The two occasionally made sounds, clearly enjoying themselves. Anyone unaware might think they were engaged in some other activity. Android 18 watched the two devour their food in awe. She poked Lelin, who was smiling beside her, and whispered, "Have these two never eaten before? They're savoring expired instant noodles like this." "They've probably eaten before, but it can't have been anything good," Lelin replied with a smile. Watching the two, he felt a pang of sympathy. Having been gods for countless years, they had never tasted true delicacies. It was truly pitiful. In a short while, the two finished their meal. They had devoured an entire bowl of noodles, and even the remaining broth was quickly finished. While that was refreshing, Beerus licked his lips, savoring the moment. "Phew," Whis exhaled, drinking the leftover broth, and said with a blissful expression, "It was truly delicious. If I could eat this every day, I would have no regrets even if I died." He had never eaten anything so delightful before. It truly felt like all those years of living were in vain. Lelin, this. Is there any more of this?" Beerus pointed at the empty container in his hand, his eyes filled with longing. Whis looked at him eagerly and said, "Yes, is there more? This little bit isn't enough." Clearly, one bowl of noodles had not satisfied their cravings. A few more bowls would be just right. Hearing their words, Lelin shook his head with a smile. Seeing him shake his head, disappointment flickered in their eyes. Indeed, such delicacies are rare and hard to come by. It must have taken a great effort to prepare. Instant noodles are merely a teaser for your appetite. Once is enough, a second time wouldn't taste the same, Lelin said slowly to them. In his past life, he often ate instant noodles and had some knowledge about it. It's just a fast food product meant for when you're hungry. Eating too much would be overly greasy. When Beerus and Whis heard Lelin's words, their eyes brightened. "Lelin, what do you mean? Are you saying there's something even more delicious than this?" Beerus shook the empty container excitedly. "Of course," Lelin nodded and smiled. "Didn't I say? There are countless delicious foods, and they're filling too. Where is it? Hurry and bring it out," Whis said excitedly. The usually composed Whis was now quite animated. "Calm down, I don't have any here. How about we go eat in the city?" Lelin suggested cheerfully. He truly had nothing prepared, otherwise he wouldn't have served them instant noodles. "I'm sure as long as it's good food, I'll go anywhere," Beerus said, licking his lips. The empty container in his hand had already been tossed aside. Today he felt no fatigue at all, he just wanted to eat good food. However, before they could set off, a sudden commotion erupted outside. Boom, 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 rumble. The intense vibrations caused the small island they were on to shake. Waves crashed against the shore one after another. What's going on? Android 18 rushed into Lelin's embrace asking. She thought that Cell had resurrected, otherwise how could such a disturbance occur? Moi. Lelin sensed carefully and suddenly detected two familiar energy signatures thousands of miles away. Hiss, this is that Son Goku and Vegeta? Lelin assessed quickly and immediately recognized the identities of the two energy sources. Though it had been 3 years, their auras felt somewhat unfamiliar. However, he still managed to pinpoint them accurately. Oh, Vegeta, Beerus set his mind stirring as he asked Lelin, is that the son of King Vegeta, the Scion Vegeta? Lelin turned to look at him and slowly nodded upon hearing his question. As someone who had experienced it, he knew the history between Beerus and King Vegeta. It was almost entirely his doing that led to the destruction of planet Vegeta. Oomph. After confirming, Beerus snorted coldly and said indifferently, Frieza really doesn't know how to get things done. It's a shame he's dead, otherwise I wouldn't spare him. He had actually learned about Vegeta's news from Gula long ago. He just hadn't paid attention to it at the time. Now that they had crossed paths, he might as well meet this former little friend. Who was he fighting with? Beerus continued to ask Lelin. He could sense that Vegeta's energy was very strong now. Though it didn't seem like much to him, this level of combat power was already among the top in the universe. However, what surprised him more was the person fighting Vegeta. The other's aura was even slightly stronger than Vegeta's. From what he knew, Earth was a low-level planet, so it shouldn't produce exceptionally strong individuals. Son Goku, originally named Kakarot, is also a Scion. However, he lived on Earth since childhood and initially thought he was an Earthling, Lelin explained calmly. There was nothing to hide about these matters. As the god of destruction of Universe 7, if he wanted to investigate someone's identity, it would be a simple task. Heh, Beerus chuckled coldly. It seems this race has quite a bit of potential capable of producing two such powerful individuals. Lelin furrowed his brow pondering. He was curious about how Son Goku and Vegeta ended up fighting. If it were a spar, this level of energy seemed a bit too intense. It was truly the momentum of a life-and-death battle. Could it be Majin Buu? Lelin silently pondered. He remembered that after the saga of Cell, it would be Majin Buu next. He had been in this time for several years, and the plot was beginning to slip from his memory. Majin Buu should appear 7 or 8 years after Cell's demise. However, regardless of whether it was 7 or 8 years, only a little over 3 years had passed now. Lelin shook his head, realizing that the plot must have changed. Majin Buu could have appeared earlier, who knows? Lord Beerus, do you want to go take a look? Whis inquired lightly. His craving for delicacies was temporarily suppressed by the sudden disturbance. He picked up his staff again, returning to a calm demeanor. No rush, let me eat to my heart's content first. Beerus cared little for anything else. His primary reason for coming to Earth was to eat. Although there were other events unfolding, he still understood the importance of priorities. Indeed, Whis nodded with a faint smile, that would be best. He was also worried that Beerus might take a look and waste his time enjoying the delicacies. After all, he was an angel, while Beerus was a god of destruction. Whatever was happening, it was the god of destruction who took precedence. Lelin glanced at them with resignation, sighing inwardly. Even at this time, they still had the mood to eat and drink. But when he thought about it, these two could be considered the strongest beings in the entire 7th universe. What could possibly make them flustered? Let's go, Lelin, Beerus said, walking over and patting him on the shoulder. We'll enjoy our food first and watch the show later. MHM. Whis nodded in agreement. Lelin smiled and opened his hands towards Android 18, saying, let's go have something to eat first. Android 18 nodded lightly. They were in the realm of the god of destruction, but were eager to taste Earth's food. After all, for such a long time, the only food they had to sustain themselves was the sacred beans. Now back on Earth, seeing how Beerus and Whis were enjoying their instant noodles made him crave the taste of delicious food as well. After making this decision, Whis confirmed the nearest city with people living in it. The 4 of them suddenly vanished from the hall. In the next moment, they appeared in a bustling city. Their sudden appearance immediately attracted quite a bit of attention. They paid no mind to the gazes of the crowd and walked forward on their own. After a while, they finally found a restaurant. All right, this one looks good. It seems quite spacious, Lelin said as he looked up slowly. The group entered the restaurant one after another. To avoid unnecessary attention, they specifically requested a private room. The waiter brought the menu and asked everyone to order. Lelin flipped through the menu, waved his hand grandly, and said, no main dishes, just one of everything listed on top. The waiter was astonished, having never seen anyone order like this before. However, adhering to the principle that the customer is always right, the waiter proceeded with Lelin's instructions. They sipped on the complimentary tea while waiting for their food. Even the complimentary tea impressed Whis and Beerus, who could go on and on about their life insights as the speed of service was not particularly fast. The two took full advantage of the free tea, asking for pot after pot. By the looks of it, they seemed intent on making up for the cost of their meal through tea. Lelin felt a bit embarrassed and covered his face. Dining with these two was so outrageous that he almost wanted to pretend he didn't know them. It was so humiliating. He turned his gaze towards the window, noticing that the energy fluctuations outside were growing stronger. It seemed this battle was far from a mere spar. This city was already quite far from the center of their battle. Yet even so, the ground could still feel a slight tremor. I wonder how the fight is going, Lelin muttered to himself. He wasn't particularly concerned about them, he just wanted to ascertain the reason for their conflict. It couldn't possibly be over a woman. After all, in the normal storyline, such intense battles between Sun Wukong and Vegeta only happened once with Majin Buu. Otherwise, they were at most just sparring, and it would be impossible for such a powerful aura to erupt. About 10 minutes later, the dishes Lelin ordered began to arrive one after another. Whis and Beerus, seeing the colorful and varied dishes, could barely keep up with their eyes. Forgetting all dining etiquette, they began to feast heartily. "Let's eat too," Lelin said softly. He and Android 18 did not have large appetites. They usually only ate a little. However, this time, perhaps due to missing Earth's food too much, their eating speed surprisingly matched that of Beerus. However, after about half an hour, Lelin and Android 18 conceded, their bellies slowly bulging. They were so stuffed that they could hardly eat anymore. In contrast, Whis and Beerus, their stomachs were unfathomable, like black holes. The plates on the table were overflowing, but a glance revealed that they were all empty. Fortunately, the food kept coming, and each time the waiter served new dishes, he could clear away a large pile of empty plates. Ugh, Lelin burped with satisfaction and patted his belly. Boom! Just as they were enjoying their meal, the ground suddenly began to tremble violently, and a mushroom cloud slowly rose. The windows of the restaurant shattered and debris fell from the ceiling. Damn it, can't anyone eat in peace? Beerus shouted angrily, watching the debris from the ceiling continuously drop into his soup. His pleasant dining mood was now completely ruined. Whis pulled out a handkerchief and wiped the remnants from his mouth, elegantly saying, "Lord Beerus, that should be enough. You've eaten plenty today." Upon hearing this, Beerus became somewhat displeased and immediately retorted, "Don't act innocent with me. At least 2/3 of that food went into your stomach." Just as the two were still bickering with each other, an extremely evil aura suddenly erupted from the sky. This aura. Lelin gazed out the window, slightly dazed. He had never felt such an immense and wicked energy. If nothing else, this should be the aura of Majin Buu. Additionally, beside this aura, he sensed a holy presence. However, this aura was pitifully weak compared to Sun Wukong, Vegeta, or Majin Buu. Whis and Beerus clearly felt this aura as well. They both ceased their squabbling, exchanging a glance. "Haha, it seems we didn't come in vain today. Even the Kaioshin is on Earth. How interesting." Beerus murmured, his tone somewhat dismissive.